How would you choose to live and create miracles? The woman's voice echoed in Zhou Wen's mind. I choose to live to create miracles, Zhou Wen said calmly. The woman gave Zhou Wen a framework, but Zhou Wen didn't believe that the framework was really an inescapable rule. Both paths were just the route set by the woman herself. Why did he choose the route set by the woman? The so-called two paths of women are not the best choices. For Zhou Wen to live and create miracles, you can only choose one, there is no third way, the woman said. That's your way, not mine, Zhou Wen said. Oh, then tell me, what is your way? The woman asked. My path, nothing is absolute, whether it is a girl or a weapon, for me, it will not become a necessary existence, Zhou Wen said. You mean, you don't kill the girl, you won't grab that weapon? The woman frowned. No, I'll do my best to grab that weapon, but even if I can't get it, it's not a dead end for me, Zhou Wen said firmly. Speak clearly, the woman asked. As long as I'm not dead, my world has no end, Zhou Wen said word by word. Is there no end? The woman chewed on what Zhou Wen said, and her voice gradually became a little strange. Isn't even such a supreme existence the end for you? Do you still want to be in existence beyond him? Really ignorant, it doesn't matter, I'm afraid you don't know what kind of existence it is, but if I like it, let me see where your end is. Following the woman's voice, her consciousness suddenly rose up, erupting like a volcanic eruption. Xuanji looked at Zhou Wen with a strange expression. In the white light consciousness that had turned into a substance, Zhou Wen had stood for several seconds, but he was still calm and seemed not to be damaged at all. And those human beings next to him, such as Feng Chuyan and Ming Xiu, have all fallen to the ground, being crushed on the ground and unable to move. How is that possible? He was able to resist the will of the unnamed God? Xuanji felt incredible in her heart, and the next second, her eyes reflected the splendor of fireworks, making Xuanji's eyes widen to the limit. Boom! It seemed that an invisible force spewed out of Zhou Wen's body, and the white light shrouded him shattered, scattered like fireworks, and then disappeared. The terrifying white beam of light seemed to be pierced from bottom to top by a general sharp blade, and it collapsed in an instant. The will of the unnamed God has been defeated. Xuanji almost couldn't believe his eyes. In the brilliant white streamer, Zhou Wen's figure was like a ghost, which seemed to cover Xuanji's eyes. Fog, no matter how to see, cannot see clearly. As the white beam of light disintegrated and disappeared, the extremely dark sky also regained the appearance of blue sky and daylight, no longer as strange as before. The residents of the guide house, who were suppressed to the ground, the pressure on their bodies disappeared, and they stood up one by one. Xuanji raised his face and stared at Zhou Wen in a daze, and didn't come back to his senses for a while. In the different dimension, the pupils of the holy master of the track shrank sharply, and there was a look of horror on his face that had not been seen in almost thousands of years. In the forbidden area of the 6 clans, the white light vertical eyes of the stone statue exploded, and the white light disappeared in an instant, restoring the previous crack appearance, and on both sides of the vertical crack, there were many small cracks, like spiders. The network is generally distributed. The consciousness of the unnamed God was actually devoured. It is impossible that there could be such a terrifying life form on the earth. Could it be that the Immortals' disappearance on the earth was because of? Hard to hold on to. Zhou Wen narrowed his eyes, looked at Xuanji, who was still kneeling in front of him, and secretly said in his heart, You said That the weapon is the supreme existence, isn't it better than you? What the hell are you? Why did you become my destiny? That fan, where did the immortal scriptures come from? These are what he thought, but there was no response from the woman again. Wang Ji sighed that his fate had already subsided, and there was no more movement, like a dead silence. Suddenly, Zhou Wen thought of one thing, since he had the fate of Wang Zisig. No matter how powerful his existence was, he couldn't make him kneel. Only once, he knelt. At the beginning, Zhou Wen thought that the magic baby was too strong to cooperate with the Suona, so Wang Ji sighed did not respond. But now it seems that he underestimated the power of Wang Ji's sigh, and the reason why he knelt down was not because the woman knew she couldn't stop Zhou Wen from kneeling, so she didn't show up. Judging by the performance of the woman's ability to defeat the consciousness, I am afraid that even if she wants to kill the demon baby with a Suona, it will only be a matter of one thought. Could it be? Zhou Wen thought of a possibility, and his expression became more and more strange. If it wasn't because the power of the demon baby and the Suona was too strong, then there seemed to be only one possibility left, and that was the reason why Zhou Wen had to kneel at that time, and even Wang Ji Sai had no reason to stop it. Could this reason be the corpse? Zhou Wen thought about it, and could only think of such a possibility. At that time, apart from the corpse, he couldn't think of anything nearby that would make Wang Ji sigh. There was no response to his kneeling. Are you really a human? Xuanji's voice interrupted Zhou Wen's thoughts. She looked at Zhou Wen, her eyes became confused. From childhood to adulthood, the idea that the Lord of Locus has instilled in Xuanji is that the unnamed God is an invincible existence. Once she truly masters the unnamed God, then she can rule the world, even if it is the resurrection of the immortal race. She didn't think she would lose either. However, the consciousness of the unnamed God will be defeated, which completely subverts her worldview, and makes her confidence in herself and the unnamed God shake a little. Since you have worshipped me as your teacher, you must know the etiquette and obey the rules. Do you want the teacher to know in the future? Zhou Wen looked at Xuanji and said lightly. The belief in Xuanji was shaken, and he couldn't think of anything to refute Zhou Wen for a while, but just stared at him blankly, as if he had acquiesced. Suddenly, the light of the Rubik's cube bloomed, and there were even creatures breaking through the level. Zhou Wen turned his head to look and found that the person who broke through the level turned out to be another human being, and he was quite familiar with this person. Wearing a white robe, casually draped over the body, revealing a little white and solid chest, full of long hair hanging down wantonly, a long sword with a sheath, casually placed on the shoulders, the whole person looks a kind of lazy and wild taste, as if he didn't come to break the barrier, but to take a vacation to bask in the sun. What does Zhongxia want to do? Zhou Wen frowned slightly. Zhongxia has been fighting against different dimensions. Others want to be guardians or spokespersons, but his organization is hunting guardians and spokespersons. This time, he will take the initiative to show his true colors to break through, so aren't you afraid that different dimensions will stare at him? Zhongxia and Jiang Yan are two extremes. Jiang Yan is willing to contact and learn about different dimensions, but Zhongxia thinks that guardians and spokespersons of different races are no different from traitors, and they can be killed quickly. Zhou Wen is not so extreme. There are also two types of guardians and spokespersons who should be killed, and those who should not be killed. It cannot be generalized. Seeing that another human being passed the level, people were immediately excited. So many people passed the level in a row to make the list, so that the haze that had been shrouded in people's hearts for many days suddenly became clear. They are now discussing who this person is. Not many people have seen Zhongzia's true face, but there are many who know the name Ye, but they can't connect Ye and Zhongzia together. Zhongzia is not like the previous passers-by. He did not fly in the air, but landed on the lake. At this time, people realized that he did not wear feet, and stepped on the lake with his bare and white feet. It caused slight ripples on the surface of the lake. This man is so beautiful, many women and even men watching the live broadcast couldn't help but have such a thought in their minds. The previous Ming Xiao and Feng Qiuyan are undoubtedly handsome guys that are rare to see. But their handsomeness has some traces of youth, and although Zhongzia is not old, he has an indescribable manly beauty. Wild, mature, sexy, and even a little charming. Just standing there makes people feel that there is a disturbing hormone beating. To exaggerate a little, if he is a cat, just passing by is enough to make the roadside estrus. Female cat incontinence. He is beautiful but not soft, charming but not glamorous, and he has a strong aura of danger, so many women can't take their eyes away just by looking at him. Draw your sword. While people were admiring Zhongzia's face, Zhongzia drew out the sword on his shoulder. When it is opened and closed, the freehand brushwork is stretched, fast and not chaotic, which makes people see clearly and clearly, but when you look closely, the sword has already returned to its sheath, and it is still casually placed on his shoulders. Many people don't understand, what is Zhongzia's random sword doing? He grew up too fast. Zhou Wen sighed. In the past, Zhongzia's swordsmanship was as wild as demons and ghosts. Zhou Wen felt that swordsmanship was very strong, but he did not feel dangerous. Now Zhongzia's swordsmanship looks subtle and restrained, but it makes Zhou Wen feel extremely dangerous. If the previous Zhongzia was a ferocious devil with his teeth and claws, who seemed to be frightened when he saw it, then now he is an elegant and beautiful devil in hell. It looks harmless to humans and animals, but it has the ability to make life worse than death. After a sword, Zhongzia walked slowly on the lake surface, walking naked on the lake, but did not sink into the lake like those who failed to break through the barrier. Whoa! Not long after Zhongzia walked past, the water splashed where he was standing, and a behemoth floated up from the water. That thing was like a crystal-like octopus, each tentacle was dozens of meters long, covered with suckers, and the whole body was transparent. The passers-by who were pulled into the lake before should have been pulled into the bottom of the lake by it. But now it turned over and floated, obviously dead. There was a hair-thin sword mark on its head, and it didn't look long. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't find the existence of the sword mark at all. But it just died like that, and for a while. The people watching the live broadcast were stunned, and they opened their mouths wide for a while without reacting. This man is so perfect, beautiful and sassy. If you can marry him, it will be worth your whole life. If I could marry him, I would be willing to save 10 years of my life. Don't say marry him, let me sleep with him once, and I'm willing to die. Just as men appreciate beautiful women, women also like to admire beautiful men, and Zhongzia is undoubtedly a rare and charming man in the world, and it is no wonder they are so. And most men are thinking, who the hell is this man? His sword is understated, not as clever as Ming Xiao, nor as domineering as Qin Zhen, but now, in retrospect, it is his sword that makes people shudder even more. Just it gave me goosebumps to watch. This is the first time anyone has killed a Monster in the lake, and the first time people have seen a monster. It's just that no one is in the mood to study what kind of monster it is. People's eyes are attracted to that unique man, and they want to know who he is. Especially the people of the 6 major families are almost going crazy now. The appearance of Ming Xiao, Feng Qiuyan and Qin Zhen has given them a strong sense of crisis. Now this man not only makes them feel the crisis, but they are eager to know who this man is. Everyone was staring at Zhongzia walking in the mist. He seemed to be walking casually step by step. After a while, he passed through the mist and set foot on the shore, with the golden fruit trees in sight. Zhongzia walked under the golden fruit tree, holding the sword draped over her shoulder in one hand, and reaching out with the other hand. Just like that, she picked a golden apple at will. This, before Mingxiu's first strike, he was not able to chop off the golden apple, but he just picked it off casually. This kind of ability left people speechless and didn't know how to describe it. The picture changed and turned into a Rubik's Cube ranking. Although many women felt that they had not seen enough and wanted to take another look at Zhongzia, they also wanted to know who this man was. When the ranking appeared for the first time, I don't know why everyone's eyes were on the first place. Although there was no way to explain why, in the bottom of people's hearts, they thought that he should be ranked there. Sure enough, the name of the first place in the rankings changed. Seeing that name clearly, people were dumbfounded. Brother Zhou won. Someone could not help but read it out. The 4 words are very simple. There is a name in it, but everyone knows that the owner of this name is not the enchanting handsome man. Have the Zhou family occupied all the talents in the world? It's no wonder that this is Mingxiu's uncles. The Zhou family is absolutely amazing. This still makes people live. Is the Zhou family trying to dominate the list? How can you blame someone from the Zhou family for dominating the list when they are obviously from other families and dare not be on the list, okay? When people were still talking frantically, the Rubik's Cube was lit up again, and someone broke through the level, and it was a human being. The first thought in people's hearts was, this is not another Zhou family, right? This different dimension domain has been around for a long time. When Mingxiu picked golden apples, there were only 5 golden fruits left on the tree. 4 were picked by Mingxiu, Feng Qiuyan, Qin Zhen, and Zhongzia. This is the last golden fruit. Seeing that another human is breaking through the barrier, people are very comfortable. No matter if this person is from the Zhou family or not, as long as they are picked by humans, the remaining 5 golden apples are all wrapped up by humans, and the decline before washing. Who is this person? Why did they go up today, all with fresh faces? I don't seem to have seen this before. It's a new young master. It seems that there are so many young masters hidden on the earth. I don't know if it will be from the Zhou family again. I have a hunch that this should also be the Zhou family. Another new face. The Zhou family didn't run away. What do you know? All of you are staring at whether that person is the Zhou family. No one understands the really important things. You know, what do you say is important? Didn't you find out that this is the last golden apple? If this golden apple is picked, the battle of the Rubik's Cube should be over, and the person who ranks first will receive this reward. Those planets before the rewards are all planetary companion pets, so this is in a different dimension. What will the rewards here be? You seem to be saying that, the last golden apple, this is the first one to be decided. So if there is no Accident, the first place will definitely be won by us humans, either Zhou Wen's brother or this young man. When Zhou Wen saw the man who went up, he couldn't help being a little surprised. It turned out to be Lu Yun, who hadn't seen him for a long time. Lu Yun is known as a thief, and there are many ways to change his face, but this time he did not change his appearance, but entered the Rubik's Cube with his true face. But it can be seen that this guy is well dressed, with a gorgeous robe that looks a bit like the kind worn by monks, and looks a bit mysterious, holy, and solemn. This guy also died. His grandmother's gray hair, and the usual hippie smile disappeared, replaced by a solemn expression, and at a glance, he really looked a bit dignified. What is this guy thinking? Is his brain broken? Zhou Wen was speechless. He, a thief, stole a lot of things from major families. After being discovered, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to wander around in the future. Once he appeared, everyone would be shouting and beating. Fortunately, few of the major families have actually seen Lu Yun's true face, and even fewer know that Lu Yun is a pirate saint. Lu Yun changed from the nonsense of the past, with that arrogant and solemn expression, as if he was a son of God aloof. Everyone was waiting to see how he cleared the customs, but Lu Yun stood there and did not move forward, nor did he intend to kill the monsters in the lake. The deity is here. And if you don't offer the fruit quickly, can't you wait for me to get it with my own hands? Lu Yun suspended above the lake and suddenly said such a sentence. This sentence really shocked everyone, and looking at him was like looking at a 250. This person, he can be arrogant or pretend to be forceful, but he must not pretend to be too much. Too much will make him stupid. Now Lu Yun is pretending to be too much. I'm going. This guy thinks he is the Jade Emperor, and asks people to offer fruit. Is he crazy? I think this person's brain is probably sick. Who would do this to a normal person? Is this guy joking? People think Lu Yun is too pretentious and a little stupid, not to mention that you are a human being. Even if you are a supreme being of another dimension, you cannot order a tree to offer its fruit. Just as everyone was preparing to watch a good show and waiting to see how Lu Yun would end, they saw an angry look on Lu Yun's face and shouted coldly, "It seems that you let this deity do it yourself?" As soon as the words fell, Lu Yun reached out and grabbed the mist in front of him. After he came in, he didn't move at all, and he still stood there. When he grabbed it like this, it seemed like a joke, and the hearts of the spectators were a little speechless, thinking that he must be crazy. But in the next second, everyone's eyes widened, and after Lu Yun grabbed it casually, a golden apple appeared out of thin air in his palm and was firmly clasped by his 5 fingers. It's really troublesome if I have to do it myself. Along with Lu Yun's muttering, the Rubik's Cube screen also turned into a Rubik's Cube leaderboard. The humans who watched the battle were silent for a while. If Zhongzia's previous performance was still within their understanding, then Lu Yun's performance had far exceeded their understanding, and they didn't know how to describe the mood at the moment. This is too perverted. What happened just now? That's fine. Is that guy really the Jade Emperor? When people were amazed, the ranking of the leaderboard changed again, and a new name took the second place. Zhou Wen's eldest brother. I'll go. No wonder he is so strong. It turns out to be Zhou Wen's eldest brother. What's going on with this ranking? Why do I think this eldest brother is stronger than the one just now? He should be ranked first, right? I also think this one is stronger, but everyone is a family anyway, and it doesn't matter who is before or after. Are all the people from the Zhou family so powerful? I'm afraid that the Zhou family will become the number one force on our Earth in the future. This is too strong. The 6 major families feel nothing in front of the Zhou family. That Zhou himself doesn't know how strong he is, but unfortunately there is no golden apple. Otherwise, we can see how strong Zhou himself is. Brothers. Like this, do you know how many Zhou has? Zhou did nothing, but his name was completely popular in the Federation. Many people were talking about Mingxiu and others, but Zhou himself was the most talked about. Although he didn't do anything, it was precisely because he didn't do anything that people wanted to know what kind of existence he was with so many strong people. But the strange thing is that all the golden apples have been picked, but the battle of the Rubik's Cube is not over, and you can still continue to enter the Rubik's Cube. The dimensional realm of different dimensions is really not that simple. Just picking the golden apple will not win the final victory. Zhou had expected it, and it was not surprising. Do you want to know why it's not over? The complex-looking tracer who had been standing by the side suddenly said. You know? Zhou looked at Xuanji. Of course, it's just that I'm afraid that after I say it, you don't dare to go through the barrier. Xuanji said with a pouted mouth. Tell me about it. Zhou looked at Xuanji with interest. The golden fruit tree is not the end. Xuanji said. That's strange, since the golden fruit tree is not the end. Why does the Rubik's Cube automatically end the battle after picking the golden apple? Zhou asked. Where do you think that is? It's not the rubbish dimensional field here in your Earth universe, but the dimensional field of another dimension. Xuanji continued with some disdain. In the lake of sinking, there is no teleportation array, the only one. The way to get out of there is to pick the golden fruit. You ignorant humans, do you really think that there are only those guys on the list in the other dimension? In fact, those guys are just the unpopular guys in the different dimension, who can pick the golden fruit. There are too many strong people. The reason why the golden fruit is still left is to keep it for the real exploration of the sinking lake, but it has been picked up by you ignorant human beings. Now unless you can really clear the customs, otherwise it is impossible to leave the lake of sinking. It sounds like the other dimension doesn't know much about the lake of sinking. What you said, the other dimension just knew about it not long ago. Zhou said lightly. Xuanji didn't deny it, but just curled his lips and said, even if the lake of sinking is in another dimension, it is a famous existence. There are many people who know it, but not many people who really dare to explore there. Why? Zhou asked, curiously. Because that is where the tomb of the gods died, said Xuanji. I can't believe that there are gods in different dimensions. Zhou smiled. Those creatures in different dimensions are no different from gods and demons to humans, and many races in different dimensions themselves have races such as ghosts and immortals. In their kind of place, there is also the concept of God, which makes Zhou feel a little surprised. The gods of different dimensions and the gods of your human beings are completely two different concepts. 4. You humans, gods are just a kind of spiritual belief, not real, and in different dimensions, gods are just a race, and it's not the ethereal thing you imagined by humans. Since Xuanji became a teacher, he felt uncomfortable watching Zhou, and his words were more piercing than before. Then the tomb of the gods is the place where the gods bury their clansmen? In this case, the gods must know very well there. Why don't they go through the barrier themselves? Zhou asked the doubts in his heart. If the Protoss is not dead, how can it Be called the Tomb of the Gods? Xuanji explained the matter roughly. The Protoss was originally a very powerful race. In the different dimension, and it was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the immortal race. But suddenly one day, the birthplace of the Protoss was suddenly destroyed, and the Protoss also disappeared, and now almost no Protoss has survived. There is still no accurate statement as to how the Protoss was destroyed. The most accepted statement is that it was destroyed by the Immortal Clan, but the Immortal Clan has never acknowledged the matter, so no one can determine the real situation. Many races in different dimensions know that there was an incomparably magnificent mountain in the past. The mountain is almost comparable to a world, capable of accommodating all things in life, and there are countless magical things in it. But in that night, the sacred mountain disappeared, and the original location of the sacred mountain turned into an unfathomable lake. Later, many strong people from various ethnic groups entered it, trying to find out the secret of the gods being destroyed overnight. There is no return, and no creature can come out of it at all. The sinking place, which means the sinking place of the sacred mountain, also means sinking all things, and no creature dares to enter it. If it wasn't for this time, the Rubik's Cube started the battle in the sinking land, I am afraid that the powerhouses of different dimensions would not dare to enter it. The understanding of different dimensions of the sinking land is not much more than that of humans. After they have gone through the previous level analysis, they only want to understand that the golden fruit is just a prop to leave the sinking place, not the real key in the sinking place. Even the powerhouses of the apocalypse level, he is also unwilling to venture into the sinking land casually, otherwise it will be the turn of human beings to pick the golden fruit. Now that you know the real secret of the sinking land, do you still dare to go through the barrier? Xuanji looked at Zhou Wen and provoked. When you say that, I really don't dare. Zhou Wen smiled. Humph. Trace is a little bit angry, but I know that it is really difficult for Zhou Wen to go through the barrier now. Even those apocalyptic bosses in different dimensions dare not take risks easily, and let Zhou Wen, a human being, go through the barrier in a situation where he is almost certain to die. As long as his brain is fine, he will definitely not choose to go now. Do you dare? Zhou Wen asked rhetorically. What if I don't dare? I'm not someone's teacher. Xuanji said angrily. That's right, as your teacher, I'll teach you something today. Zhou Wen said. You want to go to the sinking land now? Xuanji stared at Zhou Wen with wide eyes, as if looking at a fool. Yeah, if you can be your teacher, you naturally have to teach something you can't. Otherwise, how can you be your teacher? Zhou Wen said with a smile. Of course, he didn't really want to teach traces, and he wouldn't risk his own life because of this. The reason why he chose to go through the level now is because he saw something in the sinking land. Zhou Wen didn't pay too much attention to the land of sinking before, but this time when Mingxiu and the others went through the barrier, Zhou Wen watched it very seriously, especially when Mingxiu broke through the barrier. Zhou Wen was a little worried in his heart. Although he had already taught Mingxiu and the others how to clear the customs and pick up the golden apples. Even if he was 100% sure, he would still be somewhat concerned. So Zhou Wen looked at it very seriously. And because of this, he saw something that he thought could not exist in a different dimension. It was a small hand pattern, just above the golden fruit tree. It was a mark for downloading a copy of the mobile phone. It was a little surprising that there were also small hand marks in different dimensions. The origin of the mobile phone is more mysterious than Zhou Wen imagined, and even different dimensions have its mark, so Zhou Wen can't imagine the existence of the person who made the mobile phone. Originally, after Qingjin broke through, Zhou Wen wanted to go up and take a photo of the little hand pattern, but Zhong Zia and Lu Yun took the lead. But it doesn't matter, as long as you download the little hand pattern and try to pass the level in the game, with experience, he can still come out unscathed. Of course, there is a more important reason why Zhou Wen is so confident. He found that Wang Zisig is stronger than he imagined, which is also his confidence and guarantee. I don't know whether to call you ignorant or fearless. If you want to ask for death, I won't stop you, and don't blame me if you die. I didn't force you to go. In Xuanji's opinion, if Zhou Wen really went like this, it's basically the same as dying. Zhou Wen didn't say much, just walked towards the Rubik's Cube. It's been a long time since I tried to enter the Rubik's Cube. Zhou Wen stood on the Rubik's Cube and felt a little emotional. If he could choose, he would rather play games than take risks on his own. It's just that the meaning of the dimension field is different this time. If it can be downloaded, it will be of great help to understand different dimensions in the future. As the Rubik's Cube lit up, Zhou Wen's figure also disappeared above the Rubik's Cube. It's Zhou Wen. The host, Su Yi, saw Zhou Wen's figure appearing in the lake of mist, and immediately called out. This sound of Zhou Wen seemed to have great magic power, attracting everyone's attention. Because of Ming Xiu and others, people in the entire Federation now want to know what this Zhou Wen looks like and what kind of person he is. They are too curious. The first impression is not amazing, and many people are a little disappointed. Zhou Wen seems to be quiet and beautiful, but he is not as wild as Zhong Zia, who is full of manly charm. Nor is he as noble as a child of God, nor is he even as youthful as Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan. Zhou Wen gives the impression that he is an ordinary person who is relatively straight and handsome. If he insists on saying some advantages, he seems to have a good figure. His slender and strong figure is very streamlined, not the kind of particularly exaggerated muscles. Nonsense. And Tianzua slapped the table with a slap, his face very ugly. In the past, Ming Xiu and the others didn't even need to go through the level. There were still golden fruits at that time, so there would not be too much risk, but now the golden fruits have been picked. And no one knows what will happen when they enter it now, and how to get out from it is a problem. With a little achievement, it will start to float. How can you do big things in the future? And Tianzua was annoyed, and his tone was naturally very bad. Overseer, don't need to worry too much, there are Feng Qiuyan and the others exploring the way. Master Wen should have a bottom line, otherwise he won't go. And Sheng comforted from the side. Who is his brother? Those things are also worthy of being brothers? And Tianzua became even more angry. Are those idiots called pathfinders? Pig and dog friends. And Sheng didn't dare to answer any more, and muttered in a low voice that he could only hear, you deserve it. What did you say? And Tianzua glared at him fiercely. I said that young Master Wen is your own brother. Those two guys are too shameless to pretend to be. And Sheng said quickly and indignantly. Who is his own brother? I and Tianzua will have that kind of idiot brother? And Tianzua snorted coldly, and continued, go and get the individual combat uniform that I recently researched. What do you want to do, Overseer? And Sheng was taken aback. Don't do anything, can't I take it out and see? And Tianzua said coldly, Sheng, you've been talking more and more recently, do I still need your approval for my order? Overseer, how dare I, I'll go get it right now. And Xing saluted and backed out, but he was praying secretly in his heart, Master Wen, don't let anything happen, or the fun will be big, maybe it's worth it lose one. Zhou Wen was suspended above the lake, feeling that his body was being suppressed by a strange force. This kind of feeling is not unfamiliar. When he was still weak, he once came to a different dimension. The different dimension is full of this kind of power. Creatures below the mythical level have no room to survive in the different dimension, even seeing this world clearly. Impossible to look like humans on Earth can see the appearance of the sinking lake. That is because the Rubik's Cube broadcast screen has blocked the interference of this kind of power, and there is no such benefit in it. However, at Zhou Wen's current level, such power naturally cannot help him. Because of the existence of tracing, Zhou Wen did not use other identities, and some things were not easy to use. After a little pondering, he directly summoned a companion pet. The companion pet that Zhou Wen summoned was a demon baby who had just woken up from a deep sleep not long ago. The last time Zhou Wen dug up the power bank of the mysterious mobile phone in the ancient well, and also found a skeleton. The skeleton wore a purple crystal pendant. The magic baby swallowed the purple crystal and entered an evolutionary state, and has been unable to summon it. It was also when Zhou Wen was teaching Ming Xiu and the others recently that he sensed that he had regained a spiritual connection with the demon baby. The evolved devil baby has reached the natural disaster level. Magic baby, natural disaster, evolvable, fate, son of dimension. Soul of life, supreme. True demon. Wheel of fortune, one turn. Fear, the great demon king, S grade. Natural disaster domain, demon domain, heavenly. Level. New world, the demon realm. Strength, 1000. Speed, 1000. Physical fitness, 1000. Vitality, 1000. Talent skills, magic sword, sky bell. Swana. Associated state, none. The attributes of Emperor Xuandi's natural disaster peak are all 999, which has already surprised Zhou Wen, thinking that it is the peak of natural disaster creatures, and it is impossible to have higher attributes. However, the demon baby has evolved to be at the celestial level, and it still has all 1000 attributes, which is a little more than Xuandi. More importantly, the demon baby has a new ability in a new world, and I don't know what it is used for. According to previous experience, it is inferred that the devil infants possessed the natural disaster domain when they were at the fear level, so the new world abilities possessed by the devil infants of the natural disaster level now are probably the abilities only possessed by the apocalypse level. Zhou Wen dared to come in to take pictures, and the magic baby is also an important confidence. The image of the demon baby hasn't changed much. It still looks like a girl in purple, holding the demon sword in her arms, but Tianling and Swana have disappeared, and she doesn't know where she is hiding. When people saw that Zhou Wen had summoned a companion pet, and it was a companion pet that looked like a human girl, it was very novel. Although the few humans who had successfully passed the level before also used companion pets, all of them appeared in the form of weapons or other armors, and their main combat power was still humans themselves. Zhou Wen directly summoned the companion pet in its original form. It is estimated that he planned to use the companion pet as the main combat power. This is the first time I have seen it. With the emergence of more and more guardians and spokespersons, the role of human companion pets seems to be getting weaker and weaker. Few companion pets can compete with top-level spokespersons. In this case, the probability of companion pets appearing is higher. It is getting lower and lower. Especially the top-level battles that are purely dominated by the companion pet itself are becoming less and less. Many people are looking forward to it and want to know what kind of abilities Zhou Wen's cute and cold-looking humanoid companion pet has. After the demon baby came out, it hovered beside Zhou Wen and glanced at the lake. The demon sword in his arms suddenly jumped out of the scabbard and plunged into the lake. https:// The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second, mobile version reading website. The little magic sword rushed into the lake, and there was almost no waves. After a while, the lake suddenly rippled, and the monster with its belly turned up. As the octopus-like monster died, the mist on the mist lake also dissipated, revealing the clean lake and the island and golden fruit trees not far away. What a great companion pet. I'm going, those people around Zhou Wen are so strong, even the companion pets are so strong. I beg. The source of this companion pet. Can a companion pet be so strong? The first appearance of the magic baby amazed the entire Federation. It has been a long time since I have seen such a powerful companion pet appear. So that people who have some doubts about the ability of the companion pet have some comfort in their hearts. It's just that people are still wondering, without the golden apple, what can Zhou Wen do even if he reaches the golden fruit tree? Do you want to plan back the golden fruit tree? Zhou Wen took the demon baby to the golden fruit tree. There was no other danger in this section of the road, and he went ashore smoothly and came to the golden fruit tree. People are staring at Zhou Wen to see what his plans are. What can he do when the golden apples are gone? The next second, people's eyes widened, and Zhou Wen took out a mobile phone and took a picture of the golden fruit tree. It didn't look like he was going through a barrier, but it looked like a tourist who had arrived at a tourist attraction. Take pictures at sexual attractions. The other dimensional realm, which once made people feel that there are many dangers, suddenly seems to be less dangerous. Is he going to cross the border or travel? People couldn't help but raise such a question in their hearts. Zhou Wen took a few photos of the golden fruit tree. In fact, it was just a pretense. All he really needed was to take a picture of the small hand pattern on the golden fruit tree. As the small hand pattern was photographed, the mobile phone screen also displayed the words "dungeon loading," which made Zhou Wen feel more at ease. Sure enough, the copy can be downloaded. Is the origin of the mobile phone also related to the different dimension? Zhou Wen thought to himself. When he was thinking about things in his heart, he didn't sit still and summoned another companion pet. That is the Emperor Beeman, who has not used it for a long time. The Emperor Beeman, who can reach the threshold of natural disaster grade, is naturally not as powerful as the Devil Baby. However, for some physical work, Emperor Beeman is still very suitable. When people saw the appearance of the majestic Emperor Beeman, they immediately thought of something, and a thought emerged in their hearts: he wouldn't really want to dig up the golden fruit tree, would he? Soon, the doubts in their hearts were answered, because Emperor Beeman really began to dig the roots and dig the tree, and his huge and sharp claws grabbed the roots of the golden fruit tree. Just listening to the sound, Emperor Beeman's powerful claws actually only left a white mark on the root of the tree, which is not considered damage. Zhou Wen was not surprised, and instead ordered Diju and Beeman to dig the soil next to the roots of the tree. Although the digging was not deep this time, there were obvious results. And a little soil was dug out. Damn it, he really wants to root out the golden fruit tree. This is really cruel. Others just pick an apple, he was so good, he didn't even let the tree go. What's the difference between digging someone's ancestral grave? It's too cruel, but I like it. There was a lot of discussion. And the focus was on Diju and Beeman, who was digging the tree. They wanted to know if Diju and Beeman could dig out the golden fruit tree. Zhou Wen, who was playing with his mobile phone on the side, no one paid attention. Zhou Wen was holding the mysterious mobile phone and kept an eye on the progress of downloading the dungeon. Asking Diju and Beeman to dig the tree was just to divert other people's attention. He didn't think that digging out the tree would really be able to clear the dimensional field. The mobile phone has always been the download screen, and Zhou Wen doesn't know when the download will be completed, so he can only pretend to be calm and watch the Emperor Beeman dig a tree. He really didn't want Diju and Beeman to dig too fast. He really wanted to dig out the tree. He didn't know what to do next. Before using the mobile phone copy to find out the situation behind the dimensional field, Zhou Wen would not dare to go back at will. Fortunately, the soil under the golden fruit tree is terrifyingly hard, and the natural disaster level Emperor Beeman is known for his strength. So he can only dig out a small amount of soil each time. The golden fruit tree may have been dug up by its roots. 1 minute and 1 second passed, and people kept staring at the picture, but looking at it. 2 or 3 hours later, it was still the picture of Emperor Beeman digging a tree, and many people who watched it felt sleepy. No, I'll go to sleep for a while, and call me when he's done digging. Looking at the situation, if I want to dig out the tree, it will take at least a few hours. I will also go to sleep for a while. Many people went to bed first. After watching so many human races in a row, and watching the planing of trees for so long, it is no wonder that they are not sleepy. Zhou Wen was also anxious in his heart. After downloading it for so long, it was still the downloading screen. Suddenly, Zhou Wen heard a bang, like a symphony of gold and iron, and was taken aback, and quickly looked at Emperor Beeman, who was plowing a tree. Looking at it, I found something different. Emperor Beeman had dug the soil under the tree to a depth of half a meter, revealing a black object with a completely different color from the soil. The sound of gold and iron symphony was made by Emperor Beeman's claws touching the black object. The people who were still watching the battle were also attracted by the loud noise, and they all saw the black object and wondered what it was. Zhou Wen watched it carefully for a while only to see that the thing was like gold and stone, only a small part was exposed, and most of it should still be buried in the soil. Seeing that there didn't seem to be any threat, Zhou Wen ordered Emperor Beeman to continue digging along the black object. It's not that Zhou Wen didn't want to dig the black object directly. It's really that the hardness of the thing is not under the golden fruit tree. Emperor Beeman's claws can't leave traces on it at all, and it is impossible to forcibly break it. The black object was bigger than Zhou Wen imagined. Emperor Beeman digged down along the black object, and the more he digged, the bigger it seemed. It seemed that all the black objects below the soil were non-gold and non-stone, and there was no edge at all. After digging for several hours, I didn't dig to the edge, and I dug out the golden fruit tree all around. Now I can clearly see that the golden fruit tree is rooted in the black object, and I want to dig out the golden fruit tree. There is no possibility at all unless the black object is smashed. It seems that it is impossible to dig out the roots of the golden fruit tree. The people watching the battle also saw Zhou Wen's current predicament and were waiting for Zhou Wen's next move. https:// The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second, mobile version reading website. Zhou frowned slightly at the black object below, and before he could act, the magic sword in the demon baby's arms flew out automatically. The small magic sword rushed straight to the root of the golden fruit tree, and plunged into it with a puff. The hard golden fruit tree was directly pierced by the magic sword. The magic sword rushed in like a drill and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Only the sound of clack clack came from the drill hole, and the powder splashed out. When did the attack power of the magic sword become so strong? Zhou was surprised. When the demon baby got the magic sword, the power of the magic sword was not so powerful, but now the magic sword has such powerful power that the golden fruit tree that even the Emperor Beeman of the natural disaster level could not hurt was easily pierced by the magic sword. This is still the power of the magic sword itself, not the power of the magic baby being blessed on it. It seems that the power of the magic sword itself can also grow with the growth of the magic baby. Zhou is very envious of the ability of the magic baby. Zhou was only envious, but the people watching the battle were speechless in shock. The destructive power displayed by the magic sword was really unbelievable. Boom! Not long after, a loud noise was heard, and the golden fruit tree, which was originally rooted in the black substance, began to break from the root, and the whole tree collapsed and fell to the ground on one side. When the golden fruit tree fell, a dark hole appeared in its original location, leading vertically downwards, but it was impossible to see the bottom at a glance. The blackness seemed to be a bottomless abyss. Could it be that you really hit the wrong side and found the key to this metadomain? Zhou was surprised. He dug the tree just to delay time. Who would have thought that he would actually find it? It turns out that there is a cave under the golden fruit tree. Zhou has a deep meaning in digging the tree. Professor Gu, what do you think will be in that cave? Sui completely misunderstood Zhou intention, but her point of view is not consistent with the big one. Most people think the same. Everyone thinks that Zhou has long ago judged the existence of a hole in the ground. I don't know, everything is unknown. Professor Gu said solemnly, if there were those aliens as a reference when he passed the level before, then everything Zhou encounters now will be unknown, and the difficulty is the same as before. It's not the same, I just hope he can come back safe and sound. Many people watching the show are staring nervously at the screen. As Professor Gu said, every step Zhou takes now will be a challenge to the unknown, which is even more tense than the battle that has long known the outcome. Zhou glanced at the cave and didn't intend to go in. He was just delaying the time, and he had to wait for the mobile phone copy to be downloaded anyway. He didn't move here, but the demon baby moved, and jumped directly into the bottomless abyss-like hole. Zhou was shocked and wanted to summon the demon baby back, but it was too late. After the magic baby jumped into the burrow, the connection with him was immediately disconnected, and he could only sense the existence of the magic baby, but could not achieve spiritual information transmission with it. After a little thought, Zhou summoned Diju and Beeman back and jumped in. Based on his understanding of the demon baby, she should not be stupid enough to send her to death, and there may not be any imagined danger down there. That stinky boy, he's just a brainless man. And Tian's lungs almost exploded with anger, and he didn't even have the most basic investigation and testing. Even jumping straight down, this is simply killing. And Xing didn't dare to speak beside him, and he didn't know how to explain it for Zhou. Such behavior was really reckless. Hey, I'm still too young to be carried away by the success of The previous few times. I didn't even do the minimum investigation work, so I just jumped down. Professor Gu couldn't help sighing and shaking his head. This time even many of Professor Gu's black fans felt that what he said was reasonable. It seemed that Zhou Wen's choice was indeed too reckless. How do they know that Zhou Wen also has no choice, so he can't let the magic baby go on an adventure by himself? As Zhou Wen jumped into the cave, the picture of the Rubik's Cube fell into darkness, which lasted for a long time before it suddenly became brighter. Because the light was too dazzling, it was difficult for my eyes to accept it. I only felt a dazzling light in front of me, and I could not see anything. After waiting for a while, my eyes gradually got used to the dazzling light, and then I gradually saw the picture clearly. The sight of entering the eye is shocking. It is a huge palace. It is many times larger than the palace of human beings. Every pillar is 100 feet high, and all kinds of equipment are amazing. The first floor is more than 10 meters high. At the end of the steps, there was a throne nearly 100 meters high, on which sat a humanoid creature wrapped in golden armor. The creature looked like a human, but its size was far larger than that of a human. In front of this huge palace and creatures, Zhou Wen and the demon baby were almost as small as ants, and even the humans who watched the battle through the live broadcast inevitably felt incomparably small in their hearts. Suddenly, the golden giant on the throne opened his eyes were as blue as the sea. And above his forehead, there was a golden pupil, 3 eyes staring coldly at Zhou Wen and the demon baby. In front of him, like a god looking down on mortals. Most people only think that this giant wearing golden armor is amazing, like a god and a demon, but the powerhouse from another dimension, who was watching the battle, is trembling and almost screaming. Three-eyed clan. Xuanji's concentration obviously couldn't compare with those old monsters, so he blurted out. What three-eyed clan? Li Xian looked at her and asked. That's the legendary Protoss that disappeared overnight. The golden eye is the proof of the noble blood of the Protoss. I didn't expect that the Protoss was not completely extinct. And a pure-blooded Protoss survived in the world. Looking for traces, he continued complicatedly, Zhou Wen is afraid that he won't be able to come back. The races of different dimensions are nothing special. It's not that Lao Zhou has never killed before. What's so great about a god race? Li Xian said with a pouted lip. What do you know? The golden vertical eyes are the noblest bloodline in the Protoss, a natural powerhouse, possessing unparalleled power, and there are very few existences in the Protoss. It is something that humans can compete with, and Zhou Wen will surely die. Xuanji said with great certainty. Don't you mean to say, that thing is apocalyptic, right? Li Xian asked in a trembling voice. It's more than the apocalypse level. Even in the apocalypse level, the three-eyed clan is the most powerful existence. Back then, it was an existence that could compete with the immortal clan in the peak period. Xuanji sighed. https:// The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second, mobile version reading website. Surely there are survivors of the three-eyed clan. Lord Lu was not very surprised when he saw the three-eyed clan. At the beginning, the Protoss was destroyed together with the Divine Mountain overnight. Even the Immortals who were in full swing did not have such ability. There must be something strange about it. It's just that after so many years, no one has been able to explore the truth. Now that the golden three-eyed clan appeared, the Lord of the Tracks wanted to take this opportunity to understand the truth of the disappearance of the God clan. Other alien forces also think the same way, and they are all paying attention to the Rubik's Cube picture. However, in their opinion, a mere human being is bound to die, and it is impossible to make any waves in front of the three-eyed clan with golden eyes. The only thing they are interested in is how the three-eyed clan will kill Zhou. When, from which they can see that the three-eyed clan still retains some of the strength of the year. The moment Zhou saw the three-eyed clan, he felt like he was being cheated by a child. His first thought was to run for his life immediately, but this temple seemed to be imprisoned by some special power and could not use space skills to leave at all. That's not an ordinary taboo rule, otherwise Shiyu will definitely be able to crack it. According to Zhou Wen's experience, that kind of power should be a very pure power, so pure that other power factors cannot exist in this kind of power, so in this pure power field, unless one's own power can break through this kind of power purity, otherwise no ability can be used. Little baby, you're really a fool this time. Zhou Wen tried to step back, but his body was not restrained. Filling the entire temple, the ubiquitous pure power suppressed all abilities, but had no effect on Zhou Wen's body at all. Even Zhou Wen was amazed by this strange characteristic. It's just that he doesn't have time to study these now. He just wants to stay as far away from the three-eyed clan as possible, even if he can't leave the temple. It's better to stay away from him. The aura emanating from the three-eyed clan made him feel extremely dangerous. Although it was impossible to assess the exact strength level of the three-eyed clan, Zhou Wen had a strong premonition that he should be an apocalyptic existence. He reached out and grabbed the little hand of the demon baby, and wanted to pull her back together, but the demon baby had no intention of retreating at all, standing there without moving, with a pair of eyes staring at the three-eyed clan. Under everyone's attention, the three-eyed clan slowly stood up. When he was sitting there, he already had a very oppressive aura. After standing up, that aura became even more terrifying. Even if he was just watching the live broadcast screen, he felt that he was the king of gods, who dominated everything. A single glance can kill all things. Zhou Wen's heart also mentioned his throat, but when he pulled it hard, the demon baby still didn't move, still looking at the three-eyed clan like that. This child, isn't it? Stupid, it shouldn't be. Zhou Wen thought to himself. No one knows better than Zhou Wen what kind of character the demon baby is. Her favorite thing is to hide in the dark and sneak attacks. Could it be, what plans does the demon baby have? Zhou Wen looked at the three-eyed clan who were slowly walking down the steps, gritted his teeth, and stood there without moving. Little baby, you don't want to kill me. Zhou Wen knew that even if he didn't hide his strength at all, if he fought the three-eyed clan head-on, he would only have a 1% chance of surviving. This 1% chance is still given to Wang Ji Sai, not because his own strength is enough to survive. I should have thought that every time I entered the real dimensional realm, something would happen, and I shouldn't have come. Zhou Wen sighed in his heart, but he could only wait for a miracle to appear. A mere human, is it worth such a noble Protoss to get up and kill him? Could it be that the power of the three-eyed clan has weakened to such a point? It's not just him who thinks so. The alien powerhouses who basically know that the Protoss was once brilliant, all think that the three-eyed clan got up and walked down, and they lost their identity. The golden three-eyed clan is also the pinnacle of combat power in the apocalypse level. To kill creatures under the apocalypse, you don't even need to move your finger, you only need a thought. Even if there are thousands of creatures under the apocalypse, they will all be destroyed. Ash. Seeing The Golden Three-Eyed Clan get up and walk down. Basically, the alien powerhouses think that his strength may be weakened. Otherwise, such behavior is impossible. Ordinary humans don't know the horror of the Golden Three-Eyed Clan, and they are all discussing how Zhou wants to kill the Three-Eyed Clan. I don't know if the Lord of the City will take action in person this time, or let the cute companion pet kill the Golden Giant. In front of the Rubik's Cube. In Guide Mansion, there are also many people discussing this issue. Obviously they are very interested in Zhou Wen. Confidence. All 3 students can make it to the leaderboard at will. How can Zhou Wen be a teacher? Ignorant human beings. Zhou Wen is dead. Xuanji snorted coldly. She was not very convinced about worshipping Zhou Wen as a teacher. So she refused to call her a teacher, but what she said came from the heart. Little girl, don't look at that giant Niu Gao Ma and think he is very strong. Among the monsters that our city lord Zhou has killed, there are many bigger monsters than him. An old man next to him smiled and reminded him to trace 3 or 2 swords? I don't think 3 or 2 swords are needed at all. Xuanji sneered. I also think so. Our city lord Zhou is a godlike figure. For a giant like this, 1 sword should be almost enough, and at most 2 swords. The old man thought that Xuanji agreed with him, and said with a smile. Many townspeople nearby also agreed, thinking that the old man was right. Most of the ordinary people in the Guide Mansion do treat Zhou Wen as a god. In their hearts, Zhou Wen is an invincible existence, and killing a giant should be easy. Laugh, when you see Zhou Wen slapped to death with a slap, I think you can still laugh? Xuanji was too lazy to argue with such an ignorant city dweller, thinking disdainfully in his heart. Is that three-eyed giant strong? Li Xian is not an ordinary person. He can naturally feel that the Three-Eyed Clan is very strong, so he asked Xuanji worriedly. Is it strong? You can be more confident and use a positive tone. Xuanji finally seized the opportunity, and said in a row, the Golden Three-Eyed Clan in their peak period, even in different dimensions, is an unparalleled and powerful existence, almost it's the epitome of invincibility. Xuanji was talking and talking. Her voice suddenly stopped, and the eyes that were still watching the Rubik's Cube screen gradually widened, and they were still expanding when they reached the limit, and the eye sockets were almost unable to wrap her eyeballs. https://the genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second, mobile version reading website. The Golden Three-Eyed Clan slowly walked down the steps and came to Zhou Wen and Mo Ying, and pressed a palm down at the same time. Zhou Wen's heart skipped a beat, and he already had the urge to draw his sword, but the little hand of the demon baby pulled him slightly, as if to tell him not to be nervous. I believe you this time, don't cheat on me, little baby. Zhou Wen suppressed the urge to draw his sword and secretly said in his heart. The people watching the battle watched the Golden Three-Eyed Clan press down with 1 palm, but Zhou Wen didn't move, and all of his heart suddenly came to his throat. But soon, people were surprised to find that the palm of the Golden Three-Eyed Clan did not slap on Zhou Wen and Mo Ying, but stretched out in front of them. The appearance of the Golden Three-Eyed Clan bending over and reaching out does not seem to be provocative, but somewhat like the action of a human man inviting a woman to dance. Seeing this action in the eyes of humans, it just feels a little strange, but in the eyes of the bigwigs of the alien race who have a deep understanding of the Protoss, they are already shocked and dumbfounded. Xuanji's eyes widened for a long time as if he had seen a ghost. Of course, she knew that this action was not an invitation to dance, but it was also an invitation ritual, and it was also a ritual. Unique to the Protoss. Zhou Wen was still looking at the terrifying creature in front of him. He didn't know what he meant. When he was thinking about it, the demon baby pulled his hand slightly harder, motioning him to raise his hand to meet the palm of the golden three-eyed clan. Zhou Wen knew that the demon baby would not harm him, but after a slight hesitation, he took the initiative to reach out to meet the huge palm of the golden three-eyed clan. The golden three-eyed clan saw Zhou Wen's hand stretched out, and a strange color flashed in their eyes, but the strange color just flashed by, the movement did not change, and the palm did not move. Finally, Zhou Wen's palm pressed on the big hand of the golden three-eyed clan, or at the front of one of his fingers. The three-eyed clan was too tall, and one finger was much larger than Zhou Wen's palm. At the moment when the two palms touched, a strange golden glow burst out from the golden three-eyed clan, like innumerable golden threads wrapped around Zhou Wen's palm. For a while, the golden light was shining, making the entire screen a golden light, and it was almost impossible to see the picture inside. The Covenant of God, golden three-eyed race, and a human, how is this possible? Xuanji stared blankly at the dazzling picture of golden light, and his brain was already a little unable to function. The Protoss is a very ancient race in different dimensions, and it is also a very unique existence among many strange life forms. The power of the Protoss has been at its peak since its birth, and unlike ordinary alien races, it can continue to improve its strength level. The only way for the Protoss to continue to improve their own strength is the Covenant of God, which is a ritual or contract that only Protoss can use. Other races of different dimensions cannot use the Covenant of God, not to say how profound the Covenant of God is, but because the Covenant of God requires the special constitution of the Protoss itself to function. Without the special constitution of the Protoss, the Covenant of God will not work. May be achieved. The original physical characteristics of the Protoss are three-eyed giants, but once the Covenant of God is reached, the body of the Protoss will undergo peculiar changes. As the golden light shone, the bodies of the golden three-eyed clan gradually changed, and in a moment they had completely lost their human appearance. And the size is shrinking rapidly. After a while, the golden three-eyed clan disappeared, and only a golden trident with a very special shape remained in Zhou Wen's palm. The golden trident is somewhat similar to the Feng Tian painting halberd. The trident is covered with mysterious and weird patterns, flashing with breathtaking brilliance, as if it is an artifact used by the gods. No, it should be said that this is an artifact, a weapon transformed by the Protoss. Zhou Wen held the golden trident in his hand, feeling the majestic power inside the trident like an endless sea of stars, and the whole person was a little stunned. The power of the golden trident is too strong, so strong that Zhou Wen feels that his power is so insignificant. There is no doubt that the golden three-eyed clan who turned into a golden trident is an apocalyptic existence, and such a powerful existence has actually turned into his weapon. Or it should be said that it was actively used as a weapon of the magic baby, which made Zhou Wen a little unbelievable. He had already overestimated the origin of the magic baby before, but now he has to re-estimate the origin of the magic baby. Zhou Wen could see that the person originally chosen by the golden three-eyed clan should be the demon infant, but because of the choice of the demon infant, the golden three-eyed clan finally concluded a covenant with Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen could see it, but others couldn't. People only saw that the golden giant actually turned into Zhou Wen's weapon, and many people were amazed. Little girl, what am I saying? Our city lord Zhou is a godlike figure. The giant knows the power of city lord Zhou, and he took the initiative to recognize the Lord and become the weapon of our city lord. Zhou. He talked to Xuanji earlier. The old man looked like he should, as if the golden three-eyed clan didn't recognize Zhou Wen as the master, that is, he didn't recognize the goods. Xuanxiu was speechless. She didn't know how to argue, or even had no intention to argue. At this time, she hadn't recovered from the shock. In fact, it was more than just a trace. The powerhouses of the 6 holy clans, immortal clans, ghost clans, spirit clans and other major clans were all dumbfounded at this moment, and they did not relax for a while. When the Protoss was in full swing, the Covenant of God was also used, but most of them were only some low-level Protoss who used the Covenant of God to make covenants with other alien races. According to the different colors of the vertical eyes, the Protoss is divided into 4 grades: green, blue, white, and gold. The green-eyed tribe is the weakest, but it is also a natural disaster grade. The white-eyed clan was born at the apocalyptic level, and it was almost impossible to form a covenant with a foreign clan, let alone the most powerful golden three-eyed clan. Most of the Protoss who make alliances with foreign races are green-eyed and blue-eyed races. Even so, once the green-eyed race is willing to forge alliances with other races, it is also a sweet pastry for bigwigs from all over the world. If it wasn't for the apocalyptic boss, he would rarely be favored by the green-eyed clan. Doomsday-level bosses are of course not fools. Natural disaster-level green-eyed people are useless to them, but after using the Covenant of God, it is a weapon that can grow, and it is also a weapon with high-level intelligence. Ordinary weapons are not the same. Now, a young human being has been recognized by the Golden Three-Eyed Clan, has concluded a covenant of gods, and has become a weapon of young human beings. How can this not surprise them? In the entire history of the Protoss, I am afraid such a thing has never happened. https:// The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second, mobile version reading website. My dear little baby, I really didn't hurt you in vain. Zhou Wen wished he could hug the demon baby and kiss him twice. When he was secretly overjoyed, he suddenly felt the golden trident in his hand tremble. The golden gem on the golden trident glowed slightly, and the tip of the halberd automatically pointed in the direction of the throne. Is this going to put me on the throne? Zhou Wen moved in his heart, holding the trident in one hand and the demon baby in the other, to the throne. The live broadcast of Rubik's Cube is still going on, and both the world and the other dimension are paying attention to Zhou Wen's every move. When Zhou Wen came to the throne and jumped up, the moment he stood on the throne, the huge temple suddenly shook violently. Zhou Wen also wanted to sit on the throne, which would be more imposing, but unfortunately the throne was too big. If he really sat on it, it would only look a bit ridiculous. With the vibration of the temple, the viewing angle of the Rubik's Cube screen slowly zoomed away, the temple became smaller and smaller on the screen, and finally the picture returned to the golden fruit tree that was cut off before, and then continued to zoom away, so that people could look down on the whole islands. Now the whole island is shaking violently, like an earthquake, and the surrounding lake is surging, forming a circle of waves, constantly beating the island. The island itself is constantly rising, and huge cracks have appeared on the island, and it seems that it will collapse at any time. Boom! As feared, the island began to crumble, with crumbling rocks falling from the raised island and rolling into the lake. The island is getting higher and higher, and the collapse is getting more and more serious, but the speed of the collapse is not as fast as the increase. Seeing that the island seems to be a mountain towering above the lake, many collapsed places are exposed before the black substance that Zhou dug up. When the rock outside was completely broken and fell, people finally saw clearly that the black substance was the true face of the island, or that it was not an island at all, but a black mountain. The entire lake was filled with rocks that fell from the mountain peaks. The original lake water was overflowing, and the mountain peaks rose higher and higher, becoming more and more majestic, reaching directly above Yunshao, overlooking the endless sea of clouds all around. And at the top of the mountain, a huge palace slowly emerged. The sacred mountain where the gods disappeared. Xuanji was stunned by this series of changes, but he was stunned when he looked at the black sacred mountain. The mountain passed through layers of clouds and mist, and I don't know how high it rose. It stood high above the clouds. The huge and mysterious palace exuded a strange and soft halo, as if it was a soul independent of the world. Palace. When the mountain stopped shaking, the screen of the Rubik's Cube was pulled back and looked down at the mountain from a relatively close perspective. At this time, people saw that on the mountain, it seemed to be drilled from the ground, and huge figures appeared. Soon people could see clearly that those huge figures were three-eyed giants. Although the newly emerged three-eyed giants are not as tall as the golden three-eyed giants, each one has a sturdy body of more than 100 meters. It's just that most of their vertical eyes are green, and there are also many blue ones, and only a few are silver-like colors. There is not a single golden vertical pupil, like a golden three-eyed giant among those huge figures. There are more and more huge figures, and there are more and more on the mountain. There are too many to count, and they soon spread all over the mountain. The towering mountain is already difficult to accommodate a large number of huge figures, and more green-eyed people appear at the foot of the mountain. I don't know how long it took, and the top of the mountain and the foot of the mountain were already covered with huge figures. The square in front of the temple was even more crowded with white-eyed people. Just when people were shocked by this, countless three-eyed giants suddenly knelt on one knee in the direction of the temple, put one hand on their chest, lowered their heads, and shouted in unison, "Incomparable new king. Thank you for coming." The sound of shouting shook the world, and the whole other dimension could hear the shocking sound of brilliance. The powerhouses of all races in different dimensions are all discolored, while most of the human beings are surprised and happy, even rejoicing. A human being, in a different dimension, is actually worshipped as a king. What a beautiful scenery this is. Before Zhou Wen, everyone thought that different dimensional races were life forms far beyond human beings, and it was impossible for humans to compare with them. If they could get a little favor, they should be grateful. But everything Zhou Wen did today completely subverted the perception of ordinary people. They suddenly discovered that human beings can not only be donated resources by different dimensional races, but also become supreme beings worshipped by countless powerful different dimensional creatures. When a human being was treated like this, the human beings watching the battle have long been stunned. Not only humans stayed, but also many bigwigs from different dimensions. That is the invincible Protoss, the race that once almost reached the top of the different dimension, actually enshrined a human being as the new emperor, which is something they can't imagine. The new emperor is immortal. The gods are immortal. The thousands of gods above the mountain shouted in unison, and their sound shook the whole different dimension. With the shouting that shook the world, the Rubik's Cube screen changed again and switched to the Rubik's Cube leaderboard. There is almost no suspense, the first position has changed, the simple word Zhou Wen These two simple words and a simple name shocked the world and different dimensions at the same time in this short moment. At this time, Zhou Wen's mood was not so happy. When he was worshipping the gods just now, he was really happy. But after the worship was over, the gods who were all over the mountains and plains dissipated like flying ashes, and in the blink of an eye, Zhou Wen and the demon baby were left holding the golden trident. Crap! Only then did Zhou Wen, who was standing on the throne, react and let out a wailing. The Protoss that covered the mountains and plains just now was not the real Protoss at all, it was just a phantom condensed by an unyielding will. When the new king of the Protoss appeared, those unyielding wills were finally released and completely dissipated. They are content and relieved, but now that the whole world knows that Zhou Wen has become the new king of the Protoss, doesn't he have to face the anger of the whole other dimension? Sadly, he was also a bear commander. A human became the king of the god race, but the god race was once one of the most powerful races in the different dimension. How can the old guys in the different dimension endure this? Now Zhou Wen just wants to know if he can leave the mountain and return to Earth. However, the result made Zhou Wen's heart cold. The challenge of the Rubik's Cube was over, but he was not sent back to Earth, but stayed in the temple. https:// The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second, mobile version reading website. Killing demon, what do I do to you? Above the mountain, Zhou Wen asked Mo to summon killing demon, staring at him and asking with a smile. It's not bad. Killer said hesitantly, but he was secretly slandering in his heart. Your sister still has the face to ask what is going on with me. What is going on with me? Don't you have any points in your heart? Is it just not bad? Zhou Wen lowered his face and said solemnly. Killing demon was startled, and quickly put on a smile and said, it's more than good, it's really good. There's nothing to say about good things, it's just reborn parents. Zhou Wen nodded with satisfaction, since you also know that I am really good to you, now is the time for you to behave. What do you want to do? Killer looked at Zhou Wen vigilantly. Let's see where this place is first, Zhou Wen said. This is the sacred mountain of the god race. After killing the demon carefully, his face changed greatly. How could you bring the master to such a place? You don't know. Halfway through speaking, Killer seemed to think of something, and suddenly stopped talking. I don't know what. Zhou Wen looked at the killer and said slowly. It's nothing. Killing demon kept his mouth shut, apparently unwilling to reveal more about the demon infant. You can say nothing, but you'd better find out what's going on right now. Zhou Wen stood the golden trident in front of the killing demon, and continued. This is the only surviving Protoss on the mountain, and it has become my weapon, and I have been left on this sacred mountain by the Rubik's Cube, and I can't go back to Earth. What will happen next? I think you should know better than me. What did you say? This is a weapon transformed by the Golden Protoss. Will the Golden Protoss choose to be your weapon? Killing demon looked incredulous. Of course, he will become my weapon, and Xiao Ying should be credited with it. Zhou Wen said. What does it mean to have the master's credit? I think it's all the master's credit. Killer immediately corrected. No matter who is credited, now I am the holder of this weapon, and now I can only stay in the different dimension, and naturally the little baby can only stay here. Now the whole different dimension knows that I have become the god of the mountain. Master, you have this golden weapon. Idiot, didn't I tell you that the master's existence must not be exposed? How could You take her to the battle of the Rubik's Cube. The demon killer yelled in exasperation. Apart from these, don't you have anything else to say? If not, then wait to die with your master. Zhou Wen interrupted Killing Demon and said expressionlessly. Killing Demon was speechless for a while, and his expression changed for a while, before he sighed again. You really think wrong. Even if I tell you everything about the master, it will still be of no help to your current situation, and even more dangerous. If this is why you exposed the master, then I can only say that you are really stupid. If you don't say it, how do you know it's not helpful to me? Zhou Wen said casually, not in a hurry. Well, what I know is not bad, but I can tell you with certainty that the reason why the mountain and the gods disappeared overnight has a lot to do with the master. Killer said helplessly. Continue. Zhou Wen was secretly happy when he saw that the demon finally let go. Zhou Wen is becoming more and more curious about the origin of the demon baby, but there are very few people who know the origin of the demon baby. Killing the demon must be the one who knows the truth the most, but his mouth is too strict. Even if Zhou Wen uses even if his life was threatened, Killer wouldn't utter a word. It was rare that he would say something about the devil baby. Killer's face was very complicated, and after a while, he said, Let me tell you a story. All ears. Zhou Wen said indifferently. Once upon a time there was a hunter who hunted every day for a living, and one day while he was hunting, he saw a wolf biting a rabbit, and the rabbit was a mother who had just given birth. A few puppies waiting to be fed. When the puppies saw their mother at the edge of the nest, they all crawled out of the nest, trying to find their mother for milk, but they couldn't understand it at all, not only that their mother was already in danger, even they themselves will become the food of hungry wolves. Killing Demon said here, stared at Zhou Wen and asked, if you were a hunter, what would you do now? Kill the wolf and save the rabbit and its child. Zhou Wen replied. Well, if the hunter saves the rabbit and its cubs, then the wolf will starve, and she may be the mother of several wolf cubs. Without food, she and its cubs will starve to death. If you knew this, would you still save that rabbit and those brats? Killer asked again. Yes. Zhou Wen replied directly without hesitation. This is an unsolved problem. From different perspectives, it is wrong whether Zhou Wen saves or not, so he doesn't need to think so much at all, just be himself. Very good, you saved the rabbit and its child, the wolf was eliminated by you, and the wolf cub starved to death. After that, the rabbit had no natural enemies and kept multiplying and increasing in number. The original resources were no longer available. Satisfy the appetite of the rabbits, but can't fill their stomachs, so those rabbits will devour the crops you plant in groups, causing the crops you plant to fail, leaving you with no food to survive the winter. What should you do? Choice? Killer continued to give Zhou Wen problems. So, I made the wrong choice at the beginning. I shouldn't have saved the rabbit. Zhou Wen is not usually a stubborn person. Although he can refute the Killing Demon with some reasons, he did not do that. Changed the way of thinking. Okay, if you don't save the rabbits, then after the wolves hunt the rabbits, they will have enough food, and the wolves will grow up quickly and give birth to more wolves. By then, there will be wolves all over the mountains and plains. It is said that you are going to hunt in the mountains. Even if you live in the mountains, it will be very dangerous. Maybe the wolf pack will rush into your home and tear you up. Is this the result you want? Killing Demon sneered. If it were an ordinary person, they would only blame the problem of killing demons, but Zhou Wen didn't think so, and after a moment of indifference, he said, I can tame that wolf, and at the same time hunt and kill it with the help of the wolf. The number of rabbits, keep the number of rabbits within a certain range, so that the rabbits will not flood, and the wolves will not be a threat to me. Only then did the demon killer nod his head in appreciation, and said, I hope that when you encounter the same thing in the future, you will be able to choose as you do now, instead of doing things according to your whim. Then what? Zhou Wen didn't want to talk about this with killing demon, he just wanted to know what the story of killing demon had to do with demon baby. https:// The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second, mobile version reading website. Then someone rescued the rabbit and raised the wolf, and the world will be a better place from now on. Killing demon said sarcastically. This is the end? Zhou Wen felt that the story should not end yet. Of course. It's not over, wolves are wolves after all, not dogs, but that's not the most terrifying thing. Sometimes a rabbit may not really be a rabbit, that's the most terrifying thing. Killer said with a sneer. You better finish your story. Zhou Wen has probably heard some clues. It's been said, you should be able to think of the next thing. Killing demon glanced at the demon baby, and said. Who is the rabbit? Zhou Wen has probably guessed it. The Protoss is probably the wolf, and the demon baby, or a certain race represented by the demon baby is the hunter, but Zhou Wen is not sure about the rabbit. What do you think? Killer asked back. Immortal? Zhou Wen guessed in his heart, but was not sure. They look as cute as rabbits, but they are actually more terrifying than wolves. Killing demon didn't say it, but it was already a default. After a pause, the killer continued. Now you should understand why I repeatedly stressed that the master must never be exposed, right? Understood, but it has been exposed now, and I have been left in a different dimension and cannot leave. Do you think the Immortals will come here? Zhou Wen asked tentatively. In fact, he is not really incapable of leaving the other dimension. If the Rubik's Cube does not send him back, he can go back himself. Others may not be able to do it, but Zhou Wen, who has the companion pet of Emperor Xian, can easily break the space barrier. It is not difficult to go back. He just wants to get some more information about the demon baby from the demon killer. Now I finally know the origin of the demon baby, which is bigger than Zhou Wen imagined. The demon baby, or the race to which the demon baby belongs, originally could suppress the existence of the immortals and gods. Maybe not, the current immortal clan is no longer the original immortal clan, the rebellious immortal clan is no longer in this world, and the master has become like this again. Maybe no immortal clan can recognize her anymore. Mo pondered and said, but you'd better leave here immediately, not afraid of 10,000, just in case. Do you think this thing can fight against the powerhouses of the immortal race? Zhou Wen said while shaking the golden trident in his hands. It's hard to say. If the rebellion was still there, this thing would not have any threat to her, otherwise the Protoss wouldn't sink for so long. If she wasn't there, then maybe this thing could bluff those guys. Kill, said the devil. Fuck? Zhou Wen frowned slightly. Otherwise, what do you think? Although I have been away from another dimension for a long time, I don't know the current strength of the immortal race, but they can repress the 6 holy races. There is no doubt that there can be only one end of the world level in the clan. You yourself, it's not apocalyptic, It's not easy to fight against an apocalyptic level with the power of this thing. Do you still want to fight with one enemy? Shamo teased. That's right, since that's the case, then let's go back. Zhou ignored the expression of killing the demon and took the demon baby back directly. As the weapon of the demon baby, the killing demon was also directly retracted into the demon sword. Damn bastard, you will be struck by thunder sooner or later. Killing demon realized that he had been tricked by Zhou Wen, a fierce curse in my heart. Zhou Wen naturally couldn't hear his curse, and even if he could hear it, he would never take it to heart. Summoned Emperor Xian to possess the body in the state of soul, and then used the space teleportation power of stealing the heavens and changing the sun, and returned to the earth in an instant. Without the power of Emperor Xian, stealing the heaven and changing the sun cannot break through the space barriers, and can only be teleported in a different dimension, and it is impossible to return to Earth. Not long after Zhou Wen returned to Earth, a terrifying existence came out of the sky and descended on the sacred mountain, but now there is only one empty mountain left in the sacred mountain. The terrifying existence scanned for a long time and found nothing. If I knew this earlier, I shouldn't have been too scruples, but a human kid got the golden three-eyed clan. The terrifying existence frowned slightly, stared at the mountain for a moment, turned and disappeared. Several terrifying beings have descended on the sacred mountain in a row, but seeing the empty sacred mountain, no one is interested in staying here for more, but they can't help but feel a little regretful in their hearts. After a long time, another terrifying creature came to the mountain, and more than one came. It was a woman who looked like a fairy. The clouds and mist under her feet fell on the mountain, and at the same time, she flicked her sleeves. And something flew out of it. When the thing flew out of the cuff, it seemed to be only the size of a projectile, but when it landed in front of the temple, it turned into a huge white jade pillar. The white jade pillar stood in front of the gate of the temple, almost as high as the huge temple, as if it had grown roots, and on top of the white jade pillar, there were black metal chains, entwined one after another. Each metal chain passed through the body of a human man, and tied the human man firmly to the white jade pillar. Old Zhou, you really made a big splash this time. Now in the entire Federation, I'm afraid no one knows your Zhou Wen's name. Seeing Zhou Wen coming back, Li Xian cried out excitedly. I don't want to be so famous, but my strength doesn't allow it. Zhou Wen laughed. Give you a ladder. Do you really dare to climb up? Li Xian punched Zhou Wen and scolded with a smile. Then you have to have the ability to climb up. Zhou Wen turned to look at Xuanji and said, Good boy, do you think I am qualified to teach you now? Yes. Xuanji nodded unexpectedly and replied, with a completely different attitude from before. Previously, Zhou Wen was able to shake off the will of the unnamed god, and he could comfort himself by tracing the trail, thinking that it was the influence of the rules of the earth, making it difficult for the unnamed god to show his true power in space. But now Zhou Wen was able to make the golden three-eyed clan voluntarily make a covenant of God, which is a manifestation of absolute strength. Even an existence like the golden three-eyed clan is willing to be Zhou Wen's weapon. She is Zhou Wen's apprentice, and it seems that there is nothing shameful about her. Zhou Wen saw that his belief in tracing had been shaken, and he was about to say something, but saw that the Rubik's Cube suddenly lit up again. Someone else broke through? Zhou Wen frowned slightly. The valuable things in the Tomb of the Gods had been taken away by him. He didn't understand why. The Rubik's Cube continued to fight. The person who broke through this time was not a human being, but a beast that looked like a lion, but was cast like bronze. Unlike before, this time there was no picture of the mist lake, and the bronze lion appeared directly at the foot of the mountain. It moved its 4 hooves in unison, and it seemed that the wind and fire were rising under its feet, and it rushed to the top of the mountain in a moment. Surprisingly, on the top of the mountain, which was originally thought to be empty, there were actually 2 people there. One is a woman who is indescribably beautiful, and the other is an extremely beautiful man with dragon horns on his head and white hair like ice silk. The man is tied to a white jade pillar, and iron chains pass through his chest. Between the bones, it hurts to look at. Teacher. Zhou Wen saw the man's appearance clearly, and suddenly his body trembled. https:// The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second, mobile version reading website. The human man tied to the pillar was Wang Mingyuan. Zhou Wen's first thought was that he and Wang Mingyuan were beheaded together. The East Window incident was known to the Immortals, because the beautiful woman standing beside the pillar was an immortal, no matter how you looked at it. Before Zhou Wen could think about anything more, the immortal woman slapped Wang Mingyuan with a whip. The invisible whip pulled out a new bloodstain from Wang Mingyuan's tattered clothes that had already been stained with blood. The crystal flesh burst open, and the blood seeped into the tattered clothes. And the hearts of the people who watched it were chilled. Clap clap. Clap clap. The fairy slapped Wang Mingyuan with a whip, causing more and more bloodstains on his body. Wang Mingyuan's complexion did not change, but Zhou Wen's complexion became very ugly. The bronze lion that had passed through the level earlier rushed towards the fairy with a roar, but was whipped back by the fairy, and the seemingly tyrannical bronze beast body was torn apart by the whip, and the magic cube screen disappeared at the same time. Zhou Wen's face was ugly, and he stared at the blackened Rubik's cube without moving for a long time. The mountain is in a different dimension. In addition to entering through the Rubik's cube, creatures from different dimensions can also enter it without going through the Rubik's cube. It wouldn't surprise Zhou Wen that the fairy and Wang Mingyuan appeared there, but the meaning of it made Zhou Wen feel very uneasy. The Immortals found that Wang Mingyuan was eating and crawling, and he could be executed directly, or even imprisoned and tortured slowly. But now they got Wang Mingyuan on the mountain and beat him, so that everyone can see it through the Rubik's cube. Obviously it's not as simple as torturing Wang Mingyuan. Zhou Wen even thought that the purpose of the Immortal clan doing this was to force him to save Wang Mingyuan, and then take the opportunity to get rid of him. Knowing that there is such a possibility is one thing, but if you really want to see Wang Mingyuan being treated like this, Zhou Wen can't do it. Just when Zhou Wen was thinking about how to save Wang Mingyuan, someone was already one step faster than him. The Rubik's cube lit up again. Someone started a new round of breakthroughs, and the person who broke through was Zhong Zia, who had appeared once before and was famous on the leaderboard. Seeing Zhong Zia, Zhou Wen didn't find it strange. His temperament has always been like this, and he seems to be the most rebellious, but he is the one who cares about the teacher Wang Mingyuan the most. Zhong Zia is still the same Zhong Zia. He has grown up, but his original intention has never changed. Zhou Wen couldn't help but smile bitterly. If the Immortal clan is really targeting him, Zhou Wen, and knowing that he has obtained the assistance of the Golden Three-Eyed clan, then there must be a perfect arrangement on the mountain, or there is an apocalyptic town. Zhong Zia, I'm afraid this is going to be a lot of misfortune. Zhou Wen has already planned to use the space teleportation ability to go to the mountain directly, so Zhong Zia can't be sent to death in vain. Zhou, don't rush. When Zhou was about to teleport back, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Turning his head to look, he saw that Jiang Yan was standing not far from the Rubik's Cube without knowing when. Jiang Yan was still so quiet, and he couldn't see any difference from before. It seemed that the years had not left any traces on him. Zhongxia shouldn't go, Zhou wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Jiang Yan's wave. I understand what you mean, this is a bright game, but people have to go. Jiang Yan looked at Zhongxia, who was walking up the mountain, and said, but I think you should believe in Ye, since he has gone, you will not die in vain. The golden three-eyed clan I got is apocalyptic. Zhou pointed out the key point directly. He knew that Zhongxia was very strong, but this game might be aimed at the apocalypse. Far away. You know this. I know, and Ye is also very clear, it is Ye who asked me to tell you, just look at it, if necessary, he will ask us for help, it is not too late to go, let's take a look. First, you with your way, he also has his own way, let him walk around first. Jiang Yan said. Since Zhongxia said so, Zhou had no choice but to hold back his urgency and watch Zhongxia walk up the mountain step by step. After reaching the top of the mountain, I saw that the fairy and Wang Mingyuan were still there. The fairy was still beating Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan had been beaten all over his body, and his clothes had turned into blood-colored beggar clothes. On the square in front of the temple, there are still the torn bodies of the bronze lions. The human beings watching the live broadcast were talking a lot at this time, even cursing with righteous indignation. Many people have recognized Wang Mingyuan, and even those who have never seen Wang Mingyuan's appearance will itch with hatred after listening to the host's introduction. In the eyes of ordinary people, Wang Mingyuan is undoubtedly an adult traitor and the most shameless human traitor. Deserving it, this kind of person should have died a long time ago, and letting him live until now is already an eye-opener. Humph, the traitor really didn't end well, thinking that if you take refuge in a different dimension, you can enjoy the glory and wealth? It's not like you will be killed by those guys in the other dimension. This is the first time I've seen a human being tortured by an alien race so cool. If I pump a few more times, I'll beat him to death. Many people wish they could go up and whip Wang Mingyuan twice, or watch him be beaten to death with their own eyes. Seeing Zhongxia walking to the front of the temple, the fairy who beat Wang Mingyuan finally stopped beating and turned to look at Zhongxia. You shouldn't come. Wang Mingyuan also raised his pale face and said bitterly, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm happy, so I'm here. I'm not happy. I'm leaving, and no one can stop me. Wang Mingyuan walked to the location where he was. You're the president, Ye, who killed a lot of guardians and spokespersons, right? The fairy glanced at Ye and asked, without any emotion or expression. As soon as these words came out, the people watching the live broadcast were shocked, and only then did they know that Zhongxia would be that person. I want to take him away, do you want to stop me? Zhongxia looked at the fairy with a smile and said with a smile on the corner of her mouth as she carried the sword. I won't stop you, but your life has to stay. The fairy still said that expressionlessly. It's very easy to let my life stay. I asked about the sword in my hand. If it agrees, then do whatever you want. He pulled it out from the scabbard and stabbed the beautiful fairy like a rainbow. It was obviously just a straight stabbing sword, without any superfluous changes, but it gave people a wild and tragic Aura. It seems that under his sword, you are either dead or dead, and there is absolutely no room for turning around. This sword technique has already entered the transformation realm. I saw this sword today, and then I know what it is. Professor Goose sighed in admiration. In a blink of an eye, Zhongzia's sword had already stabbed in front of the female fairy. The female fairy swiped her sleeves lightly and brushed it on the sword. The seemingly soft clothes clashed with the sword, and there was a sound of gold and iron. Zhongzia's sword was swayed to the side by the clothes, and his figure also tilted. Zhongzia, who lost her center of gravity, twisted into a strange state in the air, and slashed into the fairy again. Dang dang. The sound of the symphony of gold and iron was incessant. Zhongzia's sword was brushed away by the sleeves again, and subtly changed in the air again and again. From the beginning to the end, it was all offensive, without the slightest evasion or concession. That wild and demonic swordsmanship was terrifying, but no matter how fierce and demonic his offensive was, he was always gently swept away by the fairy, unable to even make her take half a step back. Even the spectators felt a sense of powerless despair in their hearts. What people fear most is not that the enemy is strong, but that there is no hope. Although the fairy has never attacked once, it has already made people feel hopeless. If it were an ordinary person, at this time, he would have been defeated without a fight, and his self-confidence would have been wiped out. Zhongzia is Zhongzia, after all. Under such circumstances, not only did his fighting spirit and self-confidence not weaken at all, but he was even more mad. As expected of Zhongzia, but why does his swordsmanship feel weird? Li Xian admired from the side. Li Xian is an extremely determined person, but he is Zhongzia. In the face of this situation, I am afraid that he will be a little discouraged. A confident person like Zhongzia is either a real genius or a real genius. Madman. Of course. Li Xian also has his self-confidence. He may be discouraged, complain, and annoy, but he will never give up. It's just like Zhongzia, a weirdo who doesn't seem to know what it is to be afraid of despair is also rare in the world. There are many standards for measuring strength in this world, and there are also many standards for measuring swordsmanship. Your sword can be fast enough, ruthless enough, or even slow enough. Zhongzia's swordsmanship seems to have the highest standard of all kinds of swordsmanship, fast enough when it should be fast, slow enough when it should be slow, ruthless enough when it should be ruthless, and very clever when it should be clever. But if you really want to comment on his swordsmanship, none of the words seem to be appropriate enough. Senior Zhongzia's swordsmanship is wild enough. Feng Qiuyan expressed everyone's impression of Zhongzia's swordsmanship. Yes, it's wild, I said. Why? It feels weird. This person's swordsmanship is too wild, it looks very non-standard, many postures and movements are very irregular. But it is very effective, it's like. Li Xian couldn't think of how to describe it. It's like swimming faster than a freestyle champion with a dog planer, Ming Xiu said. Yes, that's how it feels. Li Xian nodded again, and Ming Xiu's words came to his heart. Zhou Wen sighed lightly. At the beginning, Jiang Yan, Zhongzia, and Hui Haifeng studied together with the teacher. The teacher once evaluated the talents of the four of us. How did you evaluate it? Who is the most talented? It must be you, right? Li Xian and others became interested, and they turned to Zhou Wen without watching the battle. Although Xuanji on the side deliberately didn't look at Zhou Wen, he pricked up his ears to listen, and obviously wanted to know what Zhou Wen was going to say next. Zhou Wen shook his head and said, "It's not me who has the highest talent." The teacher said this at the time. He said that in terms of talent, Zhong Zia is born with love and nature. If he believes in something, he can achieve the ultimate. He is single-minded. No matter what he learns, he will learn faster than anyone else, so among the four of us, he is the most talented. Where are you ranked? Xuanji couldn't help asking. This question, Li Xian and others also want to know very much. I'm fourth. Zhou Wen smiled wryly. No, your teacher's vision is too bad. A person like you is only fourth? Xuanji blurted out. In her heart, she had already determined that Zhou Wen had an extremely invincible talent, otherwise, how could a human be able to achieve such a level? Achievement. That's your master. Do you want to respect the teacher and respect the Tao? Li Xian swallowed Xuanji out of loss for words. Zhou Wen continued, Zhong Zia is very affectionate and sexual. Jiang Yan's evaluation is a born ruthless person. Hui Haifeng's evaluation is the most worldly person, and I only got a moderate evaluation. Do you think I am four people? The least talented one among them? Forget about Zhong Zia and Jiang Yan. Hui Haifeng's worldly evaluation is not as good as your moderate, right? Mingxiu asked. Most of the people are secular, and they can become the best among billions of people. They are called the most secular people, but how can they be inferior to the mean? Zhou Wen sighed. The teacher is really accurate in seeing people. Hui Haifeng, later to be the president of the Federation, is indeed the pinnacle of the secular. While speaking, Zhou Wen also kept an eye on the battle. Zhong Zia is undoubtedly the pinnacle of natural disaster-level combat power. His moves don't look so earth-shattering, and there are no glorious effects such as thunder and lightning, but that's not because he's not strong enough, just because all the power is contained within the body, and nothing leaks out. With the previous Zhong Zia, he would never care about such details. That is what Jiang Yan cares about, but now Zhong Zia has done it. It can be seen that many things have the same goal. Maybe the starting point is different, but in the end, we'll reach the same end point. When Zhong Zia's sword was flicked away by the fairy's sleeve again, but this time, the fairy didn't wait for Zhong Zia to continue attacking, but suddenly stretched out the plain hand in the sleeve, reached out and grabbed the blade, gently. With a shake, Zhong Zia's hand holding the sword was shaken loose. With a slight toss, the female fairy grabbed the hilt of the sword, and then stabbed Zhong Zia with a sword. She's imitating Zhong Zia's swordsmanship? Li Xian called out with a strange expression. The female fairy continued to attack Zhong Zia, and every move she used was clearly used by Zhong Zia. The key is not that the tricks are the same, even the wild aura is exactly the same. If you only look at the swordsmanship and not the person, you will think that the person who uses the sword is Zhong Zia. Use Zhong Zia's swordsmanship to deal with Zhong Zia, but let Zhong Zia retreat again and again, and blood marks were drawn on his body by the sword. Xian, look carefully, maybe his way will give you some help. Zhou Wen suddenly said to Li Xian, beside him. Whose way? That fairy? Li Xian asked suspiciously. No, it's Zhong Zia. Zhou Wen shook his head and said. Li Xian looked at the injured Zhong Zia. Zhong Zia obviously had two completely different styles from him, but he did not question Zhou Wen's words, but stared at Zhong Zia closely. There were more and more wounds on Zhong Zia's body, and those wounds did not heal quickly, which was completely different from Li Xian's ability. But Li Xian watched. For a while, but his eyes gradually lit up. Although the swordsmanship used by the fairy is exactly the same as that of Zhong Zia, the method of use has crushed Zhong Zia, or it is not at the same level at all. To solve the same problem, although primary school students' solutions are correct, they are relatively complex, which is a gap in knowledge level. The same is true of Zhong Zia now, but as long as Zhong Zia has seen it once, the same way can no longer hurt him. Every injury on his body makes him grow rapidly. It's easy to say, but there are not many people in this world who can really do it, because what he sees is only the swordsmanship, not the deeper things behind the swordsmanship. However, Zhong Zia can deduce what is involved in the back from the appearance in a very short period of time, and can immediately apply it to herself. This ability is simply abnormal. The female fairy's swordsmanship poses less and less threat to him. Li Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly. My brain is not as good as his, I can't do it to this extent. That's not your focus. Zhou Wen shook his head, but didn't say more. Just when people thought that the most difficult period for Zhong Zia was over, he started to be injured again, and the injury was worse than before. The sword mark almost cut off his arm bone. The female fairy's swordsmanship has undergone different changes, but it is not beyond Zhong Zia's swordsmanship. The same thing, in the hands of different people, will have different ways of using it. It depends on the person, not the thing itself. A tree, in the eyes of farmers, is used for flowering and fruiting. In the eyes of carpenters, it is a wooden bed or a wooden table, and in the eyes of gardeners, it is part of the garden. The same is true of swordsmanship. The same swordsmanship can be given different meanings. The fairy obviously didn't want to kill Zhong Zia directly. What she wanted to crush was Zhong Zia's self-confidence, as well as the self-confidence of human beings. A race can fail or decline. After all, there is still hope of rising one day, but once it loses self-confidence, even if it can survive, it is just an accessory. You will pay for your arrogance. Zhong Zia, who was covered in blood, did not waver in her persistent eyes. I just like the look in your eyes. The fairy just responded indifferently, the sword in her hand still did not stop. One sword after another, the swordsmanship seems to contain all kinds of mysteries between heaven and earth. The same move is used, but it is very different, making Zhong Zia's ability completely useless. Zhong Zia is like a trapped beast. Although it is still extremely fierce, it makes people feel pity. Zhong Zia's heart has not yet moved, but the human beings watching the battle have gradually planted the invincible seed of the fairy in their hearts. If Zhong Zia is defeated like this today, this seed will only become an immortal wall, making it difficult for human beings to find their own racial self-confidence. Do you know what the strongest talent in the world is? Zhong Zia suddenly retreated a distance and said, looking at the female fairy who was not chasing. I don't know. The fairy is not afraid of Zhong Zia running away. There is no teleportation array here, and it is impossible for the Rubik's Cube to teleport any creatures out. Even if Zhong Zia wants to run, where can he run in? Another dimension? The strongest talent in the world is evolution. Any creature can become stronger through its own evolution and adapt to different environments. Do things that you wouldn't otherwise be able to do. Zhong Zia stared at the female fairy with burning eyes, and her body gradually underwent some wonderful changes. Then what? The fairy asked with interest. And my talent is super evolution. When Zhong Zia spoke, the changes in his body suddenly intensified. The wound healed quickly. And it returned to a crystal white state in an instant, and the skin seemed to have fluorescent light flowing, and each hair strand was flowing with fluorescent light. Every setback I have experienced in my life, every blow I have endured, even if it is bruised and bruised, as long as the pain does not kill me, it will eventually become the cornerstone of my evolution, allowing me to forge a ladder to victory. You stay on me. Every wound below will bring you closer and closer to the grave. Zhongzia's eyes became more and more frantic. It doesn't look any different, the fairy said lightly. Zhongzia's body does not seem to have changed differently. He is not like Li Xian. Every time Li Xian is injured, the carapace on his body will change differently, which is a very obvious sign of evolution. This is not the case with Zhongzia. His body is no different from before. He still has 2 hands, 2 legs, and 1 head. In Li Xian's view, Zhongzia's level of evolution is not enough. My evolution is here. Zhongzia's eyes seemed to be burning with flames, and she pointed to her head. As soon as the words fell, Zhongzia's body moved again, rushed towards the fairy again, and punched the delicate face of the fairy. The female fairy stared at Zhongzia coldly, and when Zhongzia's fist was about to reach her, she waved the sword in her hand again. The sword was like a startling rainbow, and it came first, slashing on Zhongzia's fist. There was no sound of the collision between the fist and the blade, and the blade did not cut on Zhongzia's fist. Like an unpredictable prophet, Zhongzia's fist that seemed to be bombarding with all her strength was retracted, but the other fist suddenly released force, and from another incredible angle, it slammed into the face of the fairy. A strange color flashed in the fairy's eyes. Before that, no matter what kind of trick Zhongzia used, she could see through it at a glance, but this time, she didn't even see Zhongzia's fake fists. This can only show one problem: Zhongzia's realm has approached her level, so that she can no longer look down from a higher level. For the first time, the female fairy chose to dodge, took a step sideways, and avoided Zhongzia's fist. The female fairy gave in, and Zhongzia's offensive poured out like a flash flood, so that the female fairy had no chance to fight back, and could only keep retreating and dodging. The human beings watching the battle suddenly seemed to have been beaten with blood, and the hearts that had almost been desperate just now became active again. Interesting. The fairy did not seem to feel the pressure at all, and followed Zhongzia with interest. The trajectory of Zhongzia's shot became more and more difficult to understand. The fairy looked at it for a while, as if thinking of something, then narrowed her eyes and said, "If that's the case, then let you evolve more thoroughly. Let me see, you the so-called super-evolution, to what extent can it evolve?" While speaking, the female fairy stopped all movements and stood there no longer to avoid Zhongzia's attack. Zhongzia's fist was less than 10 centimeters away from the fairy's face, but without any obstruction, Zhongzia's fist seemed to freeze, stopped there, and stopped moving. His whole person seemed to be frozen in the air, like a frozen picture. Such a picture once made the spectators think that the live broadcast was stuck, but soon people found out that it was not that the live broadcast was stuck, but that Zhongzia was frozen in the air. My new world is in front of you, let's continue your evolution. The fairy looked at Zhongzia calmly, not taking the opportunity to kill Zhongzia. Zhongzia stared at the fairy like a flame, as if it was about to burn, but his body was completely unable to move in the air. The glimmer of hope that originally rose in people's hearts was defeated in an instant. Only at this moment did people realize that the hope they had previously thought was just an illusion. The female fairy had never used her real power to fight Zhongxia. Rather than fighting, it would be better to say that the female fairy was simply playing a game. This kind of blow made the hearts of many people sink into the bottomless abyss in an instant. The fighting power shown by the two is not on the same level at all. If the fairy really wanted to kill Zhongxia, Zhongxia would have died long ago. How many times? Even Zhang Chuanqiu, Xiao Luchuan, and other top-level combat powers among human beings frowned when they saw this scene. And their faces were very bad. The gap between the natural disaster level and the apocalypse level is too big. If you don't enter the apocalypse level, humans are still just lambs to be slaughtered in front of the powerhouses of different dimensions. Zhang Chuanqiu sighed. The villain died of talking too much. That fairy is too arrogant. Maybe Zhong Xia will make her regret what she has done now. Xiao Luchuan said through gritted teeth. Zhang Chuanqiu didn't speak. Just stared at the Rubik's Cube screen. Zhou Wen also stared at the Rubik's Cube screen. It was the first time that he saw clearly the power of the end of the world. That kind of power has surpassed the natural disaster level's understanding of the power level, and he couldn't analyze it for a while. What does it belong to? Strength. However, the word New World mentioned by the fairy made Zhou Wen confirm that the New World ability possessed by the magic baby was undoubtedly the ability of the end of the world. The natural disaster level has the ability of the apocalypse level, but the physical quality is not up to the apocalypse level. Is such a demon baby capable of fighting the apocalypse level? Zhou Wen pondered in his heart, but could not get the answer. Is the gap between the natural disaster level and the apocalypse level really that big? Can't you even move in front of the apocalypse level? Li Xian said a little disheartened. The ability Zhongxia showed made Li Xian feel inferior, but such Zhongxia was just a bug played by cats in front of the fairy. Shooting to death made Li Xian feel sad. No, he's moving, just very slowly, Jiang Yan said calmly. When everyone heard Jiang Yan's words, they couldn't help but look carefully, and they found that Zhongxia was indeed moving, but the movement was so slow that it could hardly be seen by the naked eye, even slower than a snail crawling. It is as close as the end of the world. Zhongxia is only 10 centimeters away from the female fairy, but it is like a distance of 108,000 miles. It is not that his speed has slowed down, but the space between them has changed. Zhou Wen had already noticed, and have seen some doorways. Sun Trace on the side suddenly said, "You are right, that female fairy is the supreme powerhouse of the immortal race, known as the Heavenly Immortal. Even in the end of the world level, she is a very powerful existence. Her new world is called Tianwai Sky. In her new world, your heaven is in heaven, and she is outside heaven. No matter how close you are to her, there is a distance between heaven and earth. Only she can hurt people, but people cannot hurt her." When Xuanji talked to Zhou Wen this time, although she did not use the title of teacher or the like, she no longer had the contempt she used to speak. It can be seen that in her heart, she seemed to have some recognition for Zhou Wen. What the hell kind of power is this? Doesn't it mean that they are not in the same world at all, and Zhongxia has no possibility of hurting her at all? Li Xian said depressedly. The battle between the natural disaster level and the apocalypse level is inherently unfair. Xuanji said, if it wasn't for the fact that the foreign immortal was interested in Zhongxia's abilities that day, he would have died a long time ago. The battle is doomed to win or lose. That's not necessarily the case. Jiang Yan stared at Zhong Zia, who was at an absolute disadvantage, and said slowly, "That person is not a man who will easily admit defeat." "What if you don't admit defeat? In the face of absolute strength, all skills are just embroidered legs," Xuanji said. Boom. The words of the trace were only finished, and suddenly I heard a loud noise from the Rubik's Cube screen. I saw Zhong Zia's long hair flying up, and her eyes turned bloody, like a burning bloody flame. The body is also abnormally congested, and the skin seems to be covered with a layer of blood, and the whole person seems to be enveloped in a mist-like blood halo. As the blood on his body became stronger and stronger, his body began to move, as if the power of the new world was failing him. Tian Weishan's power has failed. Li Xian was surprised and delighted. It's not that the power of Tian Weishan has failed, but Zhong Zia's speed is getting faster, so fast that he can travel across the world in an instant, even if it is so close to the horizon, it can't be blocked. Zhou Wen was also very happy in his heart. "You are too long-winded. I told you long ago, those powers that can't kill me will become the stepping stones for me. To step on the peak of victory, use your blood and bones to forge my victory, swallow what you planted yourself. Bad consequences." Zhong Zia's voice was as cold as ice, but her blood-red eyes were as fierce as fire. And the blood on her body rose like a volcanic eruption. At this moment, his body completely regained its mobility. And the power of heaven and earth seemed to have lost its effect on him. Zhong Zia's whole body is like a hell ghost burning with blood flames, with a fist swaying blood flames, madly swinging towards the face of the fairy, violent like a blood-colored thunderbolt, and the distance of less than 10 centimeters is about to turn 2. We're going to turn defeat into victory. Li Xian was ecstatic in his heart. The hundreds of millions of human beings watching the battle were also as happy as him. Their excitement was uncontrollable, and there was an urge to follow Zhong Zia, to throw a fist. A new world, a world beyond the sky, an apocalyptic level, in front of humans who can evolve infinitely. They are all scum, and they will all be hammered to death. Bang! The next second, Zhong Zia's body suddenly sank, and a plain hand clapped on top of Zhong Zia's head, directly slapping him into the hard rocky ground, twisting his body and limbs into a strange angle. The blood flames burning on Zhong Zia's body also collapsed in an instant, and almost all the bones in the whole body were shattered. By this palm, after struggling almost, desperately trying to get up, but only slightly raised his head and fell down. Again. Super evolution, is that all it takes? The fairy was a little disappointed and stopped looking at Zhong Zia, as if she just patted an ant to death. At this moment, the picture of the Rubik's Cube turned black, like a bottomless abyss, swallowing the confidence and dignity of all human beings, making those who were still rejoicing just now seem to be enchanted. Their faces are ugly, and some overwhelmed, a little dazed, and more extremely chilling. There will be no more miracles. Zhong Zia just lost. The fairy gave Zhong Zia all the conditions for growth, but Zhong Zia was still slapped to death, like a dignified bug. Zhong Zia is dead? Zhou Wen was there for a long time without regaining his senses. Although in this era, human life is sometimes not so precious, and partings can be seen almost every day, but Zhou Wen never thought that one day Zhong Zia would die. Seriously, Zhou Wen and Zhong Zia didn't meet for a long time, but Zhong Zia really died, but Zhou Wen had a strange feeling. It feels like when parents, siblings, and siblings are usually together, you don't feel that there is any special deep feeling, and sometimes even feel that the other party is particularly annoying, but if something happens to the other party, some kind of inexplicable Emotions will burst out, even. Difficult to restrain. Don't be impulsive. In fact, the words I just said were not what Zhong Zia asked me to convey to you. What he really said was that if he loses, don't go to anyone else, wait for the opportunity, and wait until the strong enough that day. Jiang Yan said while pressing Zhou Wen's shoulder. When will we wait? Zhou Wen muttered to himself. I know that you have a powerful different dimensional weapon, maybe that weapon has the power to fight against the outer immortals, but Zhong Zia's defeat has already explained a problem. External forces are external forces after all. If your own strength cannot reach at that level, when facing the endworld level, you are your fatal weakness. Jiang Yan said slowly, you still need to be patient, at least when you have to make sure that you can survive, otherwise, even if you go, it will be impossible to take revenge for Zhong Zia. It is even more impossible to save the teacher, but it is just an extra life. Zhou Wen is a very rational person, and he understands Jiang Yan's words. Zhong Zia's ability is already very strong, and the heavenly immortals have given him enough opportunities to grow his ability to the point where he can even compete with the power of the new world, but he still lost so tragically after all. The lack of her own level is Zhong Zia's Achilles heel, and it also applies to Zhou Wen. Fear level. It's really too low. Thinking like this, Zhou Wen's eyes became more and more firm. Without saying a word, Zhou Wen suddenly used space teleportation and left the ancient city of Guide. However, Zhou Wen did not go to Shinshan, nor to the Rubik's Cube, but came to the outside of Cheesy Mountain. Yes, Jiang Yan is right, if he is a weakness, then he will not be able to save Wang Mingyuan, let alone avenge Zhong Zia, so he has to break through the current level. The apocalypse level is too far away, but Zhou Wen is only one step away from being promoted to the real natural disaster level. As long as he promotes the demon god's bloodline catalog obtained from Kizishin to the natural disaster level, he can truly be promoted to the natural disaster level. But if he wants to get the core of the domain from Kizishin even in the game, he can't do it now, but there is a shortcut, that is Lord Emperor. On the Black Mountain wall, the little flower was still delicate and beautiful, and it looked a little weak, as if a gust of wind could blow it off. You are finally here. It seemed that Zhou Wen would come, and Lord Emperor was not surprised by Zhou Wen's appearance. How can the demon god's bloodline catalog be promoted to the natural disaster level? Zhou Wen didn't have the mood to go around with Lord Emperor, and directly stated his purpose. It's very simple. As long as I want, the demon god's bloodline catalog can be promoted to the natural disaster level at any time. Lord Emperor said with a smile. Say your terms. Zhou Wen was ready to pay the price. What I want, you know very well. Lord D said lightly. Impossible. Of course Zhou Wen knew very well that Lord Emperor had always wanted to use his strength to get out of trouble, so he refused to come to Cheesy Mountain. Then it's equally impossible for you. Lord Emperor said calmly. This is the last time I will come to Kizishin. Give me an acceptable condition, or go my own way from now on. Zhou Wen is prepared to pay a price, but that price is definitely not to let Lord D get out of trouble. What a naive child, do you think Lu belongs to your family? Lord D teased. Of course Zhou Wen knew. It's not that he said that if he wants to sever ties with Lord Emperor, he can really not communicate with each other. I want to kill Tian Weixin, or be killed by her. If I can't come back, all the roads have nothing to do with me. Zhou Wen said calmly. You are not her opponent, even if you Have the golden three-eyed clan. The golden three-eyed clan is very strong, but you are too weak. Lord D said. That's why I came to find you. Zhou Wen said. You're threatening me with your own life, don't you think? It's ridiculous? Why should I care about your life and death? Do you really think that no one can help me out of trouble except you? Lord D's voice was cold down. Yes, that's what I think. Zhou Wen said bluntly. Lord Emperor seemed to be stunned. He didn't expect Zhou Wen to be so straightforward, and after a while he suddenly smiled. Although I really want to say that you are nothing at all, but it's a pity, just like you said, only you can help me out. This time, Zhou Wen was stunned for a moment. Although he had guessed so early on, he did not expect Lord Emperor to admit it so straightforwardly. However, your role is only limited to before the Earth is completely lifted. Now the Earth can support up to 2 years, so your role is only 2 years. Lord D said. Even for a second, I won't give it to you. Zhou Wen didn't know whether what Lord Emperor said was true or not, and even if it was true, he would not release Lord Emperor in advance. Giggle. I don't know if it was an angry smile. Lord Emperor's laughing flower branches trembled, and the little flower bent down with a smile. Okay, if you want the core of the domain, I can give it to you, but it depends on whether you have the guts to gamble with me. Lord D was still smiling happily, as if he was not angry at all. Betting what? Zhou Wen asked. I bet you won't regret it. Lord Emperor said meaningfully. Regret what? Zhou Wen asked with a frown. I regret going to kill Tian Weixin. Lord Emperor said. I will never regret it. Zhou Wen didn't expect that Lord Emperor was going to bet on this, and after pondering for a while, he said firmly. Of course he could wait, but Wang Mingyuan couldn't wait any longer. Zhou Wen didn't want to see the people he cared about die again, even if it was unpredictable. But even if he died in battle, he would not regret it. Then make a contract with me. If you regret it, one thing on your body will belong to me. Lord D said with a smile. What? Zhou Wen asked. I don't know, it may be your life, it may be your eyes, it may be your soul, no matter what it is, you can't refuse it, right? If you want to get something, you have to pay the price. If you don't want anything don't want to take any risk, then you can leave now. Lord Emperor said coldly. Okay. Zhou Wen knew that betting with Lord Emperor was tantamount to making a deal with the devil. But now he really can't wait any longer, and even if he loses, he will never regret his choice. Then make a contract with me. Lord D slowly said the contract and let Zhou Wen repeat it. After Zhou Wen heard the contents of the contract clearly, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that there was no problem, so he read it again. Very good, that's what you want, the core of the domain you want is there. The flower path of the little flower turned, and a petal fell with it. After the petals fell, a figure appeared. Out of thin air, in front of Zhou Wen, a beautiful woman. The woman was suspended in the air with a blank face, unable to move her body. After seeing Zhou Wen in front of her, her eyes were full of astonishment. Zhou Wen is no stranger to the woman in front of her. And Tian's sister is quiet, and from a certain point of view, she is also his sister. Of course, neither Jing nor Zhou Wen have admitted this relationship. What do you mean? Zhou Wen turned his eyes to the little flower and asked, coldly. Don't you want the core domain of Qizishan? The core domain of Qizishan is on her, and she is the core of the living domain. Lord D said jokingly. What does it mean to her? Zhou Wen's face darkened. She was cultivated by me, and the only domain core that can match her is naturally the domain core of Qizishan. Now she has used Qizishan's domain core to advance to the natural disaster level. What do you mean by me? Lord Emperor said. With a smile. You didn't give me the domain core. Is this a violation of the contract? Zhou Wen said coldly. How could I violate the contract? If you need me to give it to you in person, I can strip the core of the domain from her body and give it to you. Lord Emperor smiled even more happily, but there is no core of the domain. She naturally can no longer be a natural disaster grade. And it is impossible to be promoted to a natural disaster in the future, except for this domain core. There is no second domain core in the world to match her. Do you think this will make me regret it? Zhou Wen said blankly. It has nothing to do with the contract if you don't regret it now, just to let you understand a truth. There is no good thing in this world that falls from the sky. You are not willing to pay the price, but you want to get those precious things. How can there be such a thing in the world? It's a good thing. Lord D said with a smile. Young people should keep in mind that the world doesn't revolve around you. It's not that you can do whatever you want. Whatever you want, you have to pay the corresponding price. Those benefits that don't cost you may cost you more. How do you choose now? Do you want me to personally take out the core of the domain for you? Lord D smiled happily. How could Zhou Wen not know the truth of what Lord Emperor said, since he wanted to seek skin from the tiger? He was ready to pay the price, but he didn't expect it to be like this. But even so, Zhou Wen doesn't regret coming here, nor does he regret betting with Lord Emperor. His eyes turned to Jing, who was suspended in the air and unable to move. In fact, before today, Zhou Wen had not looked at Jing carefully because he had never cared about this person. Quietly looked at Zhou Wen with a complicated look. From the conversation between Zhou Wen and Lord Emperor, she already understood what was going on. Jing originally thought that he had a great opportunity, but he didn't expect it to be like this in the end. And he couldn't help but feel a little disheartened. She worked hard to prove that she was no worse than Zhou Wen, but the distance between the two was getting bigger and bigger. After meeting Lord Emperor, she thought that she finally had a chance to catch up or even surpass Zhou Wen, but she didn't expect that she was just a bargaining chip between Lord Emperor and Zhou Wen. Maybe not even the chips, because the chips still have a chance to win, but she doesn't have any chance. As long as Zhou Wen says a word, she will be directly deprived of her current achievements. And Jing now has a deep understanding of what Lord Emperor said just now. That's something that doesn't belong to me, take it away. And Jing looked at Zhou Wen and said suddenly. She doesn't need Zhou Wen's mercy, let alone Zhou Wen let her. She would rather start over, otherwise it would be meaningless even if she succeeds. If she accepts Zhou Wen's mercy, then she is not qualified to say anything beyond Zhou Wen. Giggle, did you hear that? She is willing to sacrifice herself for you. What a good sister. How do you choose? Do you want me to take out her domain core and give it to you now? There was an indescribable sense of disgust in his ears. Of course I want the core of the domain. Zhou Wen said calmly, but do you dare to make a bet with me? Oh, you want to bet with me? Xiaohua's bud turned to Zhou Wen, looking at him with interest. Yes, do you dare? Zhou Wen asked. You don't need to perform your clumsy aggressive tactics. I can tell you clearly now, no matter what kind of bet. I will accept it, even if it is an unfair bet. You can say it directly, how to bet. The Emperor said with a smile. My gambling method is fair, and I want to bet my luck with you. Although Lord Emperor said clearly that she would also accept an unfair bet, Zhou Wen did not intend to propose such a bet. Because Zhou Wen is very clear that his knowledge and that of Lord Emperor are not on the same level. Even if he believes that he will win the gambling method, he may not really win, and he may lose even worse. Are you sure you want to gamble with me? You probably forgot that for me, even if it's only in a million chance, as long as I want to, it's 100%. I suggest you still bet on something with a better chance of winning, such as you can bet that you are a man, or that I will not die today, so that your chances of winning will be bigger. Lord Emperor persuaded with a heartfelt persuasion. No, since it's a bet, it must be absolutely fair. I'll bet luck with you. If you don't win, her domain core doesn't count. Give me another domain core. If I lose, the core of her field is still yours, the previous bet is still valid, and it will be as you wish. I will help you out of trouble now. Zhou Wen shook his head. That's what you want. How do you gamble on luck? Lord D was really interested at this time, and she wanted to know how Zhou Wen would gamble. I'm going to bet with you, who will live longer with you. Zhou Wen didn't have any hesitation, and directly told the gambling method he thought up. After listening to Zhou Wen's gambling method, Lord Emperor immediately understood Zhou Wen's intention, and said contemptuously, You want to bet that I will live longer than you, right? No, I'll bet I outlive you. Zhou Wen said. Lord Emperor couldn't help but startled slightly, because Zhou Wen's gambling method was impossible to win at all. If Lord Emperor is willing, she can kill Zhou Wen completely, then she will win the bet, so this is a self-defeating bet. What kind of person is Lord Emperor? Just after a little pondering, he immediately understood Zhou Wen's thoughts, and his voice became cold. Do you really think I won't kill you? You'd better not challenge my patience is very limited. You can kill me, but if you kill me, you won't win, you will still lose the bet. Zhou Wen said lightly. Why can't I win even after killing you? Lord D was also a little curious. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't understand why she still lost after killing Zhou Wen. You kill me and win this bet, then you won't be able to win another bet, you can only win one of two bets. If you don't kill me, both bets will be lost. It is possible to win, do you want to win one game or two games? Zhou Wen said slowly. Are you betting your life on me? To win two games? Lord D's voice was a little cold. And Jing also looked at Zhou Wen in shock. Zhou Wen didn't need to do this at all. He could directly take her domain core. However, Zhou Wen used his life to bet on the second domain core instead of her domain core, which made Jing unacceptable for a while. Why do you do this? Is it because of me? And Jing looked at Zhou Wen blankly, his expression becoming more and more complicated. I'm betting that someone like you cannot accept such an imperfect result. Zhou Wen said calmly. I didn't expect you to know me quite well, but I can absolutely not kill you. The bet is still in progress, and I don't need to give you the core of the domain, and the result will still be my victory. Lord D said. Of course you can also choose this, but if I don't get the domain core, the first bet is not valid, and I have said before that if you don't win, you will give me another domain core, right? The bet, it's still going on, which means you haven't won yet. Zhou Wen Dao. Do you think such a language trap can restrain me? Lord Emperor said disdainfully. No, I just believe that you Don't want a meaningless victory, and you care more about another bet. What if I just want to win like this? Lord Emperor said. I will go to the mountain now. Zhou said without hesitation. Lord Emperor was silent. As Zhou said, Zhou did not get the core of the domain to go to the mountain, and the chance of surviving was almost zero. Such a victory was really meaningless to her. What Lord Emperor wants is not Zhou life, but to win the bet. You're right, I want to win, but not like this. Lord D seemed to have no interest in continuing the conversation. The flower shook and a petal fell. The wall of Cheesy Mountain seemed to be separated from both sides like a gate, and a strange light flew out of it and rushed straight towards Zhou, who was standing outside the mountain. Zhou stretched out his hand and grabbed the streamer, and saw that it was a purple multifaceted crystal. Inside it was like electricity, like fog, and it seemed to have infinite changes. Get out. Zhou heard the voice of Lord Emperor, and when he looked up at the mountain wall, he found that the mountain wall had been closed, and the little flower had disappeared. Why? There was a quiet voice behind him, and he turned to look at Jing, and saw that she was staring at him strangely. Why? Zhou said casually. Why don't you take my domain core? Why risk your life? Jing asked, biting her lip. We're a family, aren't we? Zhou turned around and left. I still have something to do, so I'll go first. Family? Looking at Zhou, who had torn apart the space and disappeared when he turned around, quietly stood there, not moving for a long time. Although Zhou didn't care about quietness, he had already accepted Ouyang Lan and Tianzua in his heart. Needless to say, Ouyang Lan has always been good to Zhou. As for Tianzua, although he basically never gave Zhou any good looks, Zhou knew very well in his heart. If it wasn't for Tianzua's orders, Xing would not have done so much for him. Zhou himself has a character of being soft and not hard. And Tianzua has done so many things for him, it is not a last resort, and he is not willing to let Jing end up like that. Directly teleported back to the ancient city of Guide, I thought to immediately absorb the core of the domain to be promoted to the natural disaster level, but I heard another bad news. Jiang Yan is also finished? Zhou stared blankly at Li Xian, who reported the letter, and did not regain his senses for a long time. He said there were some things he had to do. The chance that Zhong Zia desperately exchanged made him see the fatal weakness outside the ferry, so he had to try anyway. Also, before he left, he asked me to tell you that if he lost, he knew that you would definitely go again, and he knew that no matter what he said, nothing could stop you. Li Xian sighed and said, if he says you must go, then study the battle between him and Tian Weixin several times, and go when you are sure. Is he dead? Zhou asked angrily. Jiang Yan clearly advised him not to go before, but he went so quickly. I don't know. You can see for yourself. Li Xian played the recorded battle video. The video starts when Jiang Yan climbs the sacred mountain. There is another white jade pillar in front of the temple gate, with Zhong Zia locked on it. It's just that, unlike Wang Mingyuan, who is obviously still alive, Zhong Zia's limbs and head are drooping, and it is only because of the support of the iron chain that penetrates her body that she does not fall, and she doesn't know whether to live or die. The battle between Jiang Yan and Tian Weixin was not complicated, it could even be said to be simple. He was defeated faster than Zhong Zia, he was defeated with just one move, and fell to the ground without knowing his life or death. Zhou knew that this was not because Jiang Yan was weaker than Zhong Zia. On the contrary, Jiang Yan was a greater threat to Tian Weixian, so he made Tian Weixian take it seriously from the beginning. Zhou watched the battle between Jiang Yan and Tian Weixian many times. Although it was just a trick, Zhou saw a lot of things. Jiang Yan, who is wearing the Guardian armor, is highly integrated with the Guardian and has reached the peak state of natural disaster level, but unlike Zhong Zia, Jiang Yan does not have super evolution ability, so he cannot crack like Zhong Zia. The power of heaven and earth. Jiang Yan used another method, which only belongs to Jiang Yan's method. If Zhong Zia's ability is the enemy of the world, then Jiang Yan's power is to assimilate the world. All power can be used for one's own use. In the outer world, Jiang Yan is also in the process of assimilating and absorbing the outer world. By the time he walked in front of Tian Weixian, Jiang Yan's strength and ability had almost reached the same height as Tian Weixian. Rather than saying that the blow was a duel between Jiang Yan and Tian Weixian, it was better to say that it was a battle between two Tian Weixians, with the same power and the same technique, but Jiang Yan still hadn't survived a single move. Zhou Wen's whole body trembled as he watched. Jiang Yan's battle was simply going away with the determination to die. He was not trying to defeat Tian Weixian, but to let Zhou Wen see clearly the power essence of Tian Weixian. The power displayed by the celestial immortals is only an appearance. If you are just watching the battle, it is difficult to see the real mystery. Jiang Yan used the power and ability of the outer immortals, but clearly showed the secrets of it. This is not a battle, or it should be called analysis. Jiang Yan used his own life to analyze the power essence of the heavenly immortal. After reading it, Zhou Wen didn't say a word, went back to his room, summoned the demon baby and the golden trident to guard outside the lair, and took out the core of the domain. With the operation of the demon god's bloodline catalog, the purple domain core gradually merged into Zhou Wen's body. The demon god's bloodline catalog is a very strange exercise that can simulate the power of any kind of monster, which is very rare among all types of exercises. The demon god's bloodline catalog has the same taste as Jiang Yan's ability, but it is not as direct as Jiang Yan's ability, and there are more restrictions. It is not direct, and there are many restrictions, which does not mean that it is weak. In fact, if there are restrictions, it means that there is a higher possibility. The demon god bloodline catalog also has its advantages. Boom. Zhou Wen felt that a wonderful change was taking place inside his body, so it would be no exaggeration to describe the change as reborn. The blood vessels in the whole body boiled like magma, as if to melt the whole body. Legend has it that when a monster reaches a certain level, it will transform into a human form. This process is called transformation. Now Zhou Wen's body changes are similar to it, and the structure of the entire body seems to have changed. Of course, Zhou Wen does not need to be transformed into a human form, and his body shape has not changed in appearance, but his body has more possibilities. Finally, a new natural disaster field was formed, and the bloodline catalog of the demon god was successfully promoted to the natural disaster level. Zhou Wenjing wanted to carefully understand the bloodline catalog of the demon god who was promoted to the natural disaster level, but his body suddenly ushered in more drastic changes. The Sutra of Fascinating Immortals, which had not moved for a long time, finally broke out again, and the 8 kinds of exercises that condensed into the field of natural disasters, like 8 cisterns, continued to send various energies to Sutra of Fascinating Immortals. No, to be precise, it should be the energy drawn from the Lost Immortal Sutra. An indescribable feeling of comfort invaded every nerve of Zhou Wen, and it seemed as if he was about to ascend to an immortal. If someone saw Zhou Wen at this time, they would be startled. Zhou Wen, who was sitting cross-legged, was not surrounded by thunder and lightning, and there was no colorful energy flow. He just opened his eyes were blurred, and he seemed to have wandered too far. There was a little sweat on the skin, but the cheeks were pink and heart-pounding. At first glance, it seemed that the 28-year-old Huichuan girl was dreaming of spring, and there was an ambiguous smile on the corner of her mouth. It's just Zhou Wen's own feeling, but it's not as pleasant as it looks on the outside. On the devastated earth, magma erupted and flooded the sky, and a deity stood high above the clouds, looking down at the prehistoric land. His eyes were as indifferent as water, as if he was not looking at the earth on earth, but a lifeless sand table. The way of heaven is my way, and the way of Tao is natural. In the dark, there seems to be a voice echoing on the body of the god, and as the mood of the god changes, the entire earth is vicissitudes. All things grow and wither, the earth rises and falls, the ocean rises and falls, and one era after another is constantly changing in the long river of history. That is unimaginable divine power. And what God thinks is what all things change. Zhou Wen's body was kneaded uncontrollably in that divine power. It was water for a while, stone for a while, and grass for a while. When Zhou Wenjing was horrified by the unstoppable divine power, he saw that the god in the sky had become another one. It was a god like light and electricity. The body rippling, the world turned into darkness. There must be light. Divine sense was rippling. So there is light in the dark world. Have a tree. So the empty world has trees. Have a cloud. So there are clouds above the empty sky. All things in the world were born out of thin air in that thought, and the originally dark and empty world gradually became colorful. One god after another keeps emerging. There are 8 gods in total, and each god shows unimaginable power, which is a power that mortals can only look up at, making Zhou Wen feel as small as an ant. Those gods Zhou Wen have never seen before, but from the divine power emanating from them, it can be judged that they should be the 8 types of exercises that they have cultivated. It's just that the realm they show is far from what Zhou Wen can achieve now. After the 8 gods were displayed one by one, the heaven and the earth returned to the wild scene of the flood, but on the devastated earth, there was a weak human back. Because there was only one back, Zhou Wen couldn't see who it was. It looked like a young girl. She seemed to be moving forward, faltering with every step, and seemed to fall down at any time. Step by step, the girl did not know how many times she fell, and finally she was unable to stand up again in front of a lake. And her hand stretched out in the direction of the lake, and she could not get what she wished to die, even if her wish was only to drink a sip of water. Sacred Tao has no joy, human Tao is inherently sad. A voice sounded beside Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen turned to look, but saw a woman whose face could not be clearly seen standing side by side with him. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, Zhou Wen knew who she was right away, and that was the woman Wang Ji sighed. Zhou Wen opened his mouth to ask, but he couldn't speak. When it's time to make a choice, how do you choose between the divine way and the human way? The woman didn't look at Zhou Wen, but stared at the place where the sky and the earth meet in the distance. The 8 gods appeared in the sky one by one, and the girl stood up again and continued to move forward, but the lake in front of her had disappeared, and as far as she could see, there was nothing, just dilapidated like the end of the world. The earth. Who? Who are you? Zhou asked again. But this time he made a sound. The woman didn't answer, just smiled slightly. The world shattered with a wave. The 8 gods and the girl disappeared, and Zhou woke up from the dreamlike world. The power of the 8 exercises has all been integrated by the Sutra of Losing Immortals, and Zhou suddenly realized that he still had the same problem just now. Now is a critical period for condensing the field of natural disasters. Originally, the 8 exercises were simulated by the Sutra of Losing Immortals. Zhou himself did not possess the physique required by these 8 exercises. At this point, he can truly possess the power of the 8 natural disaster fields at the same time by combining the power of the 8 exercises with the Sutra of Fascinating Immortals. Zhou is already very familiar with these 8 powers, and at the same time, he has already understood the future of the 8 powers in a fantasy-like state. Having such 8 natural disaster fields at the same time, not to mention a human being, even though supreme beings in different dimensions, are unattainable things. But keeping these 8 powers means losing the opportunity to condense their own natural disaster field. There are 2 roads, one is bright and the other is full of unknowns. Are you trying to tell me that you are my other way? Zhou did not hesitate, and ran the Immortal Sutra directly. The surging power rushed towards his brain instantly, and the field of natural disasters began to condense. Remember for a second, if Shinto is compared to the peak of debut, then humanism is the history of the growth of a weak chicken. Peak is a benefit that is really in the hands, and whether the future can be expected is uncertain after all. Life is not a game, there are too many accidents, and there is no chance to start over. No one knows whether there will be a day to grow up. In reality, most people fall on the road like a girl in an illusion. Zhou knew in his heart that the woman seemed to have given him a choice between the divine and the human, but in fact, she did not really give him a choice. Both the divine and the human have their own shortcomings. What the woman really wanted to tell him was the third way, Godhead humanity. Integrating Shinto and humanity, based on the realm of the gods, but like a human being, he is constantly seeking breakthroughs. Is this your way? Zhou didn't know where the woman came from, or what kind of experience she had, but just looking at the realm of the divine and humane, that woman might be just like what Zhou saw in his dreams. He is a great figure, like a pilgrimage of all ethnic groups. Your way is glorious, but it's not my way after all. I'm not at the height of yours. Even if I have such a state of mind, I can't make a difference. Zhou did not choose the divine personality suggested by the woman, and in the end he still chose pure humanity, without even the slightest hesitation. Only after reading all the mountains can you say that there are no mountains in the world. And you have the right to say that there are no flowers to catch your eyes when you have picked hundreds of flowers. If you have never experienced anything, how dare you say that you have no worries? Humanity has tasted the ups and downs of the world, read all the world states, and if it is still a teenager, after it is prosperous, it can be called a humanistic godhead. In the heart, the Sutra of Losing Immortals is constantly running, and the strange power overlaps layer by layer, turning into a strange force field. In the depths of his soul, there seemed to be a woman's sigh, whether it was sadness or disappointment. Boom! The fear level that had bound Zhou for a long time was finally broken. The whole person seemed to be reborn, and the world seemed to widen abruptly in his eyes. People walk the human way, God has a divine way. I am not a god, but I have broken the divine way. Zhou stood up and took out his mobile phone. To observe his attributes. Zhou Wen, natural disaster grade. Fate, King's Sigh. Soul of Life, Killer. Wheel of Fortune, Not. Engraved, 1 turn. Fear, disqualified, Super S level. The field of natural disasters, the human world, heaven. Strength, 1000. After reading the information, Zhou Wen knew that he had already stood at the true peak of the natural disaster grade. With the same 1000 valued attributes as the devil infant, and the appearance of the natural disaster field was at the heaven level. With such an attribute, it can be said that there are no opponents in the natural disaster grade. But Zhou Wen has no idea whether there is a chance to survive a blow from the heavenly immortals. Fortunately, Zhou Wen is not fighting alone. He also has a golden trident, a demon baby, and a number of companion pets. And Zhou Wen has another important guarantee, that is, the copy of the mountain that has been downloaded in the mysterious mobile phone. Zhou Wen Ming has already taken away the most important three-eyed golden Protoss in the mountain, but the battle of the Rubik's Cube has not ended, which is a very important issue in itself. If you can figure out why the battle of the Rubik's Cube is not over, for Zhou Wen, it may be the key to whether he can successfully rescue Wang Mingyuan. Open the copy of the mountain, the misty lake and the golden fruit tree are still there. Control the blood-colored villain to come to the golden fruit tree, and pick a golden fruit. Sure enough, as previously judged, as long as you have the golden fruit, you can leave the dungeon of the mountain at any time. It's a pity that the golden fruit in the game cannot be brought to reality. These things have no practical significance for Zhou Wen. Summoning the demon baby, knocking down the golden fruit tree, revealing the entrance of the temple, and entering the temple buried at the bottom of the lake, but did not see the three-eyed golden Protoss, and the entire temple was empty. There is no three-eyed golden Protoss in the dungeon, which is strange. It seems that the real customs clearance thing in the dungeon is not the golden trident, so what is it? Zhou Wen searched carefully in the temple. The temple is extremely huge, and everything is many times larger than what humans use. Stone seats, stone pillars, stone carvings, and the entire carvings are made of black stones. Other than that, nothing else has been found. I looked around the entire temple inside and out, but still found nothing. Zhou Wen is not surprised. If it was so easy to find out, the sacred mountain in the real world would have been turned upside down by the Immortals long ago, and something had been found by them long ago. The battle of the Rubik's Cube has not ended, which means that the Immortals have not found anything, not even the powerhouses of the end of the world, and it is normal that Zhou Wen can't find them. Except for the monsters and golden fruit trees in the Mist Lake, there is no living thing in the entire dungeon, and there is no danger in the temple. What is the meaning of such a dungeon? Zhou Wen frowned and thought. Suddenly, Zhou Wen's eyes lit up, and he quickly left the exit of the temple, hovering in the air to watch the entire island. Could it be, the real thing that passes this game dungeon, is this sacred mountain? Zhou Wen looked at it for a while and muttered to himself. The sacred mountain in the game did not rise out of the lake like in reality, it was still under the lake, and there was nothing in the temple. The only thing that could be regarded as a treasure was the sacred mountain itself. But no matter in the game or in reality, the sacred mountain is an unparalleled huge existence. I am afraid it is not only tens of thousands. Big smiley face. Remember 1 second, the height of the meter, coupled with the material of the mountain itself, is extremely hard and heavy, and it is difficult for ordinary natural disasters to hurt it. Wanting to uproot such a sacred mountain is probably more difficult than destroying a planet. Even the powerhouses of the apocalypse level will not be able to do it, even Zhou Wen, needless to say. If it could be taken away, the heavenly immortals would have already done it, so how could they leave such a sacred mountain here? Zhou Wen didn't give up, and got into the temple in the belly of the mountain, carefully observing every inch of black stone in the temple, hoping to find some clues. In the carpet-like search, Zhou Wen finally found out. It turns out that it is. No wonder that the battle of the Rubik's Cube is not over. It turns out that I have done one less thing. Zhou Wen looked at the relief behind the black stone pedestal in front of him, and suddenly realized. The reliefs are mysterious and weird, with some weird beasts in the statues, and a strange beast in the middle. Faces the front. It usually has 3 eyes like the Protoss, but at the pupil in the middle of the 3 eyes, UU reading www.bukanchu. The com is hollowed out. Zhou Wen took a look and found that the shape, position, and spacing of the 3 holes exactly matched the golden trident. These 3 holes should correspond to the golden trident. If the guess is correct, the golden trident must be inserted in order to open a certain organ, or end the battle of the Rubik's Cube. But after Zhou Wen got the golden trident, he didn't do this step, so the battle of Rubik's Cube never ended. However, there is no 3-eyed golden Protoss in the game, and there is no golden trident, so how do you pass the level? Zhou Wen thought for a while, but didn't understand. The golden trident can't be brought into the game, and Zhou Wen has no way to experiment. In reality, he can try it, but he doesn't know what will happen. No other clues could be found. Zhou Wen could only give up and called Li Xian over. Li Xian, if I can't come back this time, there is nothing else to worry about. My dad can take care of himself, and Yer has someone to take care of. When it comes to you, I'm a little worried. There is one thing you have to promise me, Zhou Wenjing said. Dear, this chapter is over, I wish you a happy reading. Big smiley face. If you can't worry about it, just come back and do it yourself, and don't chatter there. Li Xian snorted coldly. Zhou Wen smiled. Who the fuck doesn't want to come back as a club, but in case I can't come back, the ancient city of Guide can be defended if you can. If you can't, you don't have to force it, you have to live. If you know you want to live, do whatever it takes for me to come back. We agreed to build the city together. Now the city is here, and I am here. Your motherfucker must return here. Li Xian stared at Zhou Wen and said. In case. Zhou Wen wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Li Xian. There is no emergency, it is easy to abandon the city, where can we go? Li Xian asked rhetorically. Zhou Wen was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. That's right, where can we go back? Just understand, come back to me, you will be in the city. Li Xian's tone was relaxed, but his promise was as heavy as a mountain. Okay. Zhou Wen stared at Li Xian for a moment, nodded in response, turned and walked out. As soon as he walked out of the courtyard gate, he saw a slender figure standing beside the stone road, leaning against the ancient wall, and looking at Zhou Wen with a pair of eyes. Yuji. Zhou Wen was slightly startled when he saw Zhang Yuji. Going? Zhang Yuji looked at Zhou Wen and said. Zhou Wen nodded slightly and said nothing. In fact, he didn't know what to say. Can you not go? Zhang Yuji asked again. If you don't do some things, your heart will be blocked for a lifetime. Zhou Wen said. Zhang Yuji stared at Zhou Wen and didn't speak. After a while, he suddenly walked up to Zhou Wen, hugged Zhou Wen with open arms, and said in his ear, come back. After all, without waiting for Zhou Wen to answer, he let go of his hand and turned away. Zhou Wen stared blankly at Zhang Yuji's figure. When he reached the corner, Zhang Yuji suddenly turned around and smiled brightly. When you come back, let's go to Longhu Mountain to see. Watching the beautiful figure turn around the corner and disappear, Zhou Wen didn't understand why Zhang Yuji asked him to visit Longhu Mountain. After just thinking for a while, Zhou Wen put all his thoughts behind him and walked towards the location of the Rubik's Cube. Originally he wanted to go to Luoyang, look at Ouyang Lan, look at his father, who doesn't communicate very much. But in the end, Zhou Wen still didn't go. He is a person who doesn't like parting. If he really can't come back, he hopes that he will be forgotten soon and no longer care about. The Rubik's Cube has always displayed the picture of the sacred mountain. Wang Mingyuan, Zhongxia, and Jiang Yan were respectively locked on the white jade pillars in front of the temple. Professor Gu, according to what you see, if the emperor goes to battle, is it possible to defeat the heavenly immortal? Sui said on the live broadcast. She has always trusted human sovereign, and firmly believes that human sovereign is the strongest human being. If it was before, she would definitely not have asked such a question, but heavenly immortal is too strong, so strong that it makes people desperate, even if it is like human sovereign. Even a strong person can't give her enough sense of security. Apocalyptic level, that is the gap that human beings can't bridge at present. Professor Gu did not answer Sui directly, but the meaning was obvious. Although the people watching the live broadcast were very upset about this sentence, they had to admit in their hearts that there was nothing wrong with what Professor Gu said. From the current point of view, there is no apocalyptic existence among humans at all, and no one even knows how to reach the threshold of the apocalypse. Even the existences like Zhongxia and Jiang Yan, who did their best and their lives, were as vulnerable as children in front of Tian Weixian, and the gap in strength made people desperate. Sui also lost interest in speaking for a while, causing the live broadcast to be quiet. As a professional host, she shouldn't have let this happen, but now she really doesn't want to talk. And she feels powerless. Suddenly, the still-like Rubik's Cube screen suddenly moved, and a figure appeared on the mountain. Zhou Wen? Sui could not help exclaiming when she saw the figure on the screen clearly. After 2 consecutive strong defeats among the human beings, Zhou Wen actually appeared on the mountain at this time, which made people have a very bad premonition. How could it be chosen at such a time? Professor Gu couldn't help frowning. Everyone knows very well that among the current human beings, I am afraid that there is no existence that can compete with the outer immortals. The 2 battles between Jiang Yan and Zhongxia have made everyone realize this clearly. Now rushing to fight with the outer immortals is not a good choice, no matter how you look at it. It's too impulsive. It's too impulsive, whether it's Zhongxia or Jiang Yan, as long as you can wait 2 more years, even if it's only 1 year, such a talented person is likely to grow up to fight against the gods. But now, it's all sacrificed in vain. Now Zhou Wen is going again, it's too young, too impulsive, Professor Gu really felt sorry for this time and even a little angry that iron was not steel. Indeed, as he said, if he waited for a year or 2, Zhou Wen might have full confidence in defeating the heavenly immortals, but at that time, what's the point of winning? Do the right thing at the right time. Once something is missed, it will never be repeated in a lifetime. Zhou Wen walked up the mountain step by step, and before reaching the temple, he stared at Zhongxia, Jiang Yan, and Wang Mingyuan, who were tied to the white jade pillars. Seeing Zhongxia, and Jiang Yan, clearly, Zhou Wen's heart sank. By watching the Rubik's Cube, it is not possible to accurately judge whether the two have completely cut off their vitality, so Zhou Wen still has a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping that they still have a glimmer of life. But now after close observation, Zhou Wen's heart is cold. They have indeed completely cut off their vitality, and there is no chance of life anymore. As for Wang Mingyuan, there is still vitality in his body, and he is not weak, and the injury is not as serious as he imagined. You are finally here. The voice of Tian Weixian came, and at the same time he walked out of the temple. The debts you owe always have to be collected, Zhou Wen said, looking at Tian Weixian. What do you want to ask? Tian Weixian asked lightly. Blood is paid for by blood. Zhou Wen's eyes were like a blade, staring at the immortals outside the sky, and he walked forward step by step. The stars appeared outside him, and the moment was like a sky full of stars. As Zhou Wen moved forward, the stars in the sky turned into straight meteors and charged towards the outer immortals. The dense lightsabers swept through the void like a torrent, overlapping together and smashing towards the outer immortals. There is no extreme speed, and there is no infinite change, pure force. Suppression. A human being competes with an apocalyptic immortal? Is this possible? The human beings watching the battle were full of doubts. The two battles between Zhong Zia and Jiang Yan and the celestial immortals have made everyone clearly aware of the gap between humans and celestial immortals. Whether it was Zhong Zia or Jiang Yan, at the beginning of the battle, there was a huge gap in strength between them and Tian Weixian, and it was almost an insurmountable gap. Zhou Wen is going to fight with the heavenly immortals. No matter how you look at it, it is not a wise move. Ignorant human beings. The immortals outside the sky are as motionless as mountains, and the thousands of sword lights are only less than 1 meter away from her, but they seem to be frozen. No, it shouldn't be said to be frozen. Those sword lights are still moving, but they are moving too slowly, so slow that they cannot be detected by the naked eye. It is only 1 meter away, and it is difficult to travel 1,000th in 10,000 years. Everyone seemed to freeze with the sword light, and even their breathing seemed to stop. Zhong Zia and Jiang Yan used different methods to break through the power of the outer world, so what method will Zhou Wen use to break through the power that is beyond human reach? Without Zhong Zia's wildness, nor Jiang Yan's success, or even deliberate changes, there is still only the endless sword light. More and more sword light is gathered in front of the heavenly immortals. Sand becomes a sea, and rocks are piled up into mountains. Is this a breakthrough with absolute power? Is this really feasible? Professor Gu explained in a questioning tone. Obviously he did not agree with this method. It may be a feasible way to seek qualitative change through quantitative change. Su Yi's tone was not so firm. In fact, everyone knows very well that in terms of the characteristics of Tian Weixian, just accumulating power is useless at all. Luo Yanghong and Tianzhua, who has always liked speaking to hurt people, looked at the Rubik's Cube without saying a word. And Xing turned to look at Tianzhua, wondering why Tianzhua didn't get angry. This time Zhou Wen was more adventurous than any time before. Is it weird? Tianzhua said lightly, looking at the screen. Yes, Master Wen is very dangerous this time. If he loses, I'm afraid he won't even have a chance to escape. It is rare for Xing to speak so honestly. It's because he has no chance to lose, so it's meaningless to say anything. Tianzhua said. Then shouldn't you be more angry? Xing asked suspiciously. And Tianzhua smiled, man, there are always things that you know you can't do, but you have to do. Such a man is like my brother and Tianzhua. And Xing almost thought there was something wrong with his ears. He couldn't imagine that those two words would come out of Tianzhua's mouth. Is this all you have? Tian Weixian dismissed the increasing number of sword lights in front of him. The difference in levels cannot be changed by accumulating strength. You are not even better than those two arrogant guys. It seems that the fate of human beings will end here. Tian Weixian was no longer in the mood to watch Zhou Wen's poor performance. With a slight movement of his fingers, he would break through the sword light and give Zhou Wen a gift. Fatal blow. But at the moment Tian Weixian raised his finger, the sword light that seemed to be still at first suddenly moved. From extremely quiet to extremely moving, the sword light violently bombarded Tian Weixian at a speed that was indistinguishable to the naked eye, like a galaxy pouring out. Boom! The sword light rioted, and Tian Weixian's body flew out of the sword light and slammed into the wall of the main hall. The endless sword stream blasted and exploded, instantly turning the entire picture into a shattered stream of sword light, making it impossible to see anything for a while. After all the rays of light dissipated, people could clearly see the heavenly immortals embedded in the walls of the temple by the sword light. The armor on his body was torn, and there were shallow bloodstains on his face, and blood was still overflowing from the corners of his mouth. Oh my God! Heavenly Immortal is injured. Someone exclaimed, almost unable to believe his eyes. Such a powerful celestial being was actually traumatized by Zhou Wen. After watching the two previous battles of Tian Weixian, I am afraid that this kind of scene can only be seen in a dream. Zhou Wen, you did a great job. Sui exclaimed excitedly. People also seemed to see a glimmer of hope. The figure standing quietly in front of the temple seemed to let mankind see the dawn in despair. What kind of power is that? Tian Weixian's body was stuck in the wall, staring at Zhou Wen, and asked. The power of the world. Zhou Wen replied lightly. Hearing this sentence in the ears of heaven and earth, it seemed that Zhou Wen was responding to his ridicule to mankind, but Zhou Wen didn't mean that. The power of the human world, he said, was the human world in the field of natural disasters that he obtained after he was promoted to natural disasters. Zhou Wen's human realm is very simple. To describe it with Zhou Wen's own logic, there are actually only two words true. The world is real, there are no false fantasies, only cruel reality. All rules other than the rules of the human world are completely illusory, not based on people's hearts, and do not think that happiness, anger, sadness, and joy are transferred. To put it simply, all the rules other than the rules of the human world have no effect in the realm of the human world. The power of the outer world does not belong to the human world, and naturally cannot play any role in the human world. It's just that even Zhou Wen didn't think that the power of the human realm would be so easy to use, that even the powerhouses of the apocalypse level could not break through the restrictions of the human realm. The power of the human world is good, then let me see what kind of power there is in the human world. Tian Weixian's body slowly escaped from the wall. With her movements, the wounds on her body healed quickly. The armor is also strangely restored as before. Boom! Tian Weixian just got rid of it. Zhou Wen appeared in front of Tian Weixian like a teleportation, punched her chest, and slammed her into the depression of the wall again. The storm-like offensive poured down, and the shining fists frantically bombarded the body of Tian Weixian. The light explosion kept shining, and the silky movements and the punching feeling of the flesh made the people watching it with joy. Many people couldn't help but get excited. The celestial immortal, who was like an invincible god, was pressed and rubbed by Zhou Wen, and the blood of those who looked directly was boiling. Before the start of this battle, no one thought it would be like this, and no one thought that Tian Weixian would be completely abused by Zhou Wen, and it seemed that he didn't even have the strength to fight back. It's too brutal. Zhou Wen is too strong. Sui called out regardless of his image, and his voice was a little torn. Nice job. Professor Gu also clenched his fists excitedly. In the overseer's mansion, and Tian's brows were always wrinkled, looking at the picture in silence. Boom. Under Zhou Wen's frantic bombardment, the walls of the temple finally couldn't bear to be smashed through, and the body of Tian Weixian was blasted into the temple like a sandbag, and gravel and dust splashed everywhere. Maybe, it's really possible. And Xing stared at the screen, clenching his fists. Unconsciously, his palms sweating nervously. Off topic, I thought that no one had read it, and I wanted to secretly finish writing the ending, but I didn't expect that so many friends were still insisting. Thank you, I can't express my heartfelt emotion. I have to work hard to restore my state and finish writing this book. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the pupils of the people who were staring at the picture suddenly contracted, and their eyes widened involuntarily. I saw that the outer immortal slowly walked out of the temple that day. The armor on her body was still as bright as new, her face was flawless, and even glowed with light, and there was no trace of injury at all. It was as if Zhou Wen's previous stormy attack had nothing to do with her. It's fake, it didn't hurt? Some people couldn't believe it and comforted themselves. I'm not injured in this way. How strong is the physique of Tian Weixian? Some people have a look of despair. Professor Gu analyzed with disappointment. From the analysis of the current situation, Tian Weixian has an unparalleled self-healing ability, and the damage Zhou Wen has caused her is not as fast as her self-healing speed. I am afraid it will be a hard fight. Already? With the people's discussion, Tian Weixian finally came out of the temple, stared at Zhou Wen and said slowly, do you know the real difference between the end of the world and the natural disaster? It's just having a new world, Zhou Wen said. I didn't expect you to know the new world. Tian Weixian's eyes were indifferent, staring at Zhou Wen. And continued, yes, the difference between the apocalypse level and the natural disaster is whether there is a new world. But do you know what the new world is? The people watching the battle pricked up their ears. The apocalypse level is too far away for human beings, and no human beings know what kind of realm it is. Now, it is better to hear a few words than to know nothing. It's just a power, Zhou Wen said indifferently. It's just a kind of power. It's really a big tone. The ignorant is fearless. The so-called natural disaster is just a disaster. After the disaster, the world remains the same. The end times are different. It is the power to destroy the old world and build a new world. It is the reshaping of order. Creation is the master. And it is the supreme being that controls everything. As the tone of the voice became more and more frenzied, the armor on Tian Weixian fluttered, as if there was an invisible force gushing out like a volcanic eruption. Zhou Wen's face changed slightly, because he could feel that the power of the human realm had lost its restraint on the Immortals. Do not. Not only is the restraint effect lost, the entire human realm is being destroyed, and it is collapsing and collapsing like a decaying palace. Under the end of the world, everything is illusory. What natural disasters are just dust in my eyes. All the old orders will be destroyed and a new world that belongs to me will be established. You can't really hurt me, but I can easily destroy you. So proud of the power. Tian Weixian slowly raised his finger, pointed to Zhou Wen and continued, you, after all, are just a tiny speck of dust. After all, a light from the fingertips passed through time and space in an instant, landed on Zhou Wen's forehead, and penetrated it instantly. Seeing this scene, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. In the battle of life and death in their view, Tian Weixian did not use her true power at all, but was just playing. Today, the gods who have displayed the power of the new world are like straight gods, making people unattainable, making it difficult for people to have the courage to fight against them, leaving only deep despair and fear. Don't enter the apocalypse, after all, it's just dust. Those words didn't kill people, but they sent people's hearts into the 18 layers of hell. The end of the world. Where did the end of the world come from? What about the dust? One flower, one world, one leaf and one Bodhi, even if it's just a speck of dust, there are thousands of gestures. You don't even understand this. It seems that the end of the world level of different dimensions is just like this. The refreshing voice was abrupt. The appearance of, but it was like a Daigo empowerment, and the people who were self-pity were suddenly awakened. He suddenly looked up at the screen, and was pleasantly surprised to find that Zhou Wen, who originally thought he was shot in the head by Tian Weixian, did not know when. He appeared behind Tian Weixian, jumped high, and stretched his right arm back to the limit, like a drawn bowstring. The fist exploded like an arrow. The Zhou Wen that had been penetrated by the finger of the outer fairy before had dissipated like smoke at this time, and it was just a prosthesis. Bang! The fist bombarded the back of Tian Weixian's head, directly smashing Tian Weixian's body forward, and then rolled out a few hundred meters before it stopped. Tian Weixian is still not injured, but his face has become extremely ugly. She was beaten by Zhou Wen before, and it can be said that she was playing and did not show her real strength at all. But this time was completely different. Although she was not injured, she lost all face. Haha, what kind of clothes are you pretending to be? The old world and the new world will torture you to death. Li Xian laughed. Coach is worthy of being a coach, I need to take a note. Feng Chuyan thoughtfully opened the notebook and wrote something on it. The strength of the coach may not be as good as that of the celestial immortal, but his skills and realm are definitely better than that. Mingxiu praised. This punch swept away the previous haze, and also made Ouyang Lan, who was watching the battle in front of the Rubik's Cube, let out a long sigh. Immortals outside the sky flew up, and the dust on the armor dissipated automatically, and once again changed from the gray-headed image back to the appearance of the aloof god. Only this time, when people looked at her, they were not as awe and fearful as before. Looking at Zhou Wen, the look in Tian Weixian's eyes was uncertain. In her new world, the natural disaster grade should have completely lost the use of the power of order, but Zhou Wen was completely unaffected. She had never seen such a situation. How does Tian Weixian know that Zhou Wen is not an ordinary natural disaster grade? The 8 natural disaster fields are combined into one, helping the mysterious Immortal Sutra to break through to the natural disaster level. How can the formed human realm be an ordinary natural disaster field? Of course, the human realm cannot compete head-on with the power of the new world, but the power of the new world cannot completely destroy the human realm. At this time, Zhou completely restrained the realm of the human world and became one with the body. In the new world of the outer immortal, he still maintained his own power. It's kind of interesting. Tian Weixian suppressed the anger in his heart, looked at Zhou pretending to be calm and said, "You have some merits, but unfortunately in the face of absolute power, all skills are not juggling of clowns, even if the deity is deity. Standing here and letting you use all your skills, you won't be able to hurt the deity in the slightest." That's not necessarily true. As Zhou spoke, he slowly pulled out two swords, and at the same time his body underwent strange changes. The mysterious crystal-like armor quickly covered Zhou's body, abyss-like black, as if it could absorb all light, and the armor, tightly wrapped around the muscles, outlined his slender and sturdy body like a god and demon emperor. That's the emperor. Zhou is the emperor. Suyi's expression changed from bewilderment to shock, then from shock to surprise, then from surprise to shock, and finally screamed, and that voice was heard by all those watching the live broadcast. Human ears echoed, deafening. Xianjian? Tian Weixian's expression changed slightly when he saw the two swords in Zhou's hands. He was not sure whether there was the immortal sword in Zhou's hands among the two swords, but these two swords made him feel a little uneasy. Zhou didn't know what the immortal sword Tian Weixian was talking about, but he was able to defeat Shi Quan Jianxian and Kuang Jiangxian by relying on the slaughtering immortal sword. The two swords, Ju Xian and Killing Immortal, seemed to have a strong restraining effect on the immortals, and may be able to really hurt the heavenly immortals. As for Zhou's armor, it was the companion pet of Emperor Xian. Emperor Xian was born by absorbing the companion eggs of the Big Dipper. He had a body similar to that of Emperor Ziwei, but it was a little different. The strength of his attributes was second only to the demon infant, and he was almost indistinguishable from Di Ting. Moreover, Emperor Xian has an advantage that hearing does not have. His accompanying form is a soul, which can be integrated with Zhou, allowing Zhou to obtain all his strength and abilities, and enhancing his physique, which is also easier to play. The earring form of truth listening can only give Zhou its abilities, and Emperor Xian is better in this regard. After being called by Sui like this, even people who didn't recognize Zhou as the emperor, all stared at Zhou in astonishment, trying to see if what Sui was shouting was true or false. Soon, people were sure that Zhou was the emperor. I didn't expect that the emperor would be Zhou. This is too young. I thought he would be an immortal hermit. I should have thought that there are so many strong people among humans, and it must be one of these people, but I didn't expect it to be Zhou. I have long seen that Zhou has the appearance of an emperor. Roll. In the Wang family courtyard, Wang Lu closed his eyes and put his hands close to his chest, praying silently in his heart. She didn't dare to watch the battle in front of the Rubik's Cube, and she didn't dare to watch the live broadcast, because her heart couldn't bear the unknown result. Being in a different dimension, once the battle is defeated, there is only one dead end, and there is no chance to escape and come back. It turns out that he is a human emperor, which is even more interesting. In the unknown underwater ancient city, Yu Du, who was dressed like snow, sat on a chair-sized shell, held his cheeks, and looked at the Rubik's Cube with interest. Zhou's eyes seemed to be flickering with a strange light. Under the spotlight, Zhou's double swords came out, and the whole person disappeared out of thin air. The figure of Tian Weixian also disappeared suddenly, and then he heard the sound of breaking the air, but he couldn't see the existence of the figure at all. Only occasionally there is a power burst out of thin air, showing a strange explosion of light in the picture. After achieving the realm of the human world, the power of the other 8 exercises has been completely integrated with. Zhou Wen's body, just like his hands and feet, can be used freely, and it has reached a higher level. There is no limit to the teleportation of the demon space, and it can also be killed in an instant, with almost no pause in the middle. Shiryu has become an instinct, allowing Zhou Wen to feel all the actions of the other party and analyze all the strengths, weaknesses of the other party. The Great Burning. Heaven domain strengthens itself, and the chaos first orders external forces to bless itself. The bloodlines of the demon gods have no way to change, and the realm of the emperor sacrifice to the sky makes Zhou Wen stronger and stronger. Reversing the unpredictable gods and ghosts of the universe, the beginningless sword domain made the 2 immortal swords even more unstoppable. These are no longer domains, but turned into a kind of talent or instinct. There is only one real domain, and that is the human world. All the humans watching the battle, including the powerhouses like Zhang Chuanqiu and Xiao Luchuan, couldn't see exactly how far the battle was going, and couldn't see who had the upper hand. This kind of battle has exceeded the limit that humans can understand. Only a few doomsday-level powerhouses of different dimensions can see the truth of the battle. Just because they could see clearly, those bigwigs of different dimension races were even more astonished. There is no doubt that Zhou Wen is only a natural disaster grade. A natural disaster grade can actually fight against the apocalypse grade to this extent, which has never happened in another dimension. No matter how powerful the natural disaster grade is, it is as vulnerable as dust in front of the natural disaster grade. Those who claim to have killed the apocalypse-level natural disaster powerhouse actually have special reasons, and they are not really killing the apocalypse in a positive and fair battle. To put it bluntly, those natural disasters are just chess pieces, and the real chess players behind them are still the doomsday-level bosses. The nature of this battle is completely different. Zhou Wen is a genuine natural disaster, and the heavenly immortal has not been constrained by any external force, and is at its peak. Even among the apocalyptic powerhouses, Tian Weixin is by no means an ordinary salted fish. Zhou Wen used the body of a natural disaster to win the battle against the outer immortals. Although the outer immortals had the upper hand, it was enough to shock those bigwigs in different dimensions. Is the potential of human beings really so terrifying? If that human being is also at the end of the world? At this moment, a thought arose in their hearts: human beings must be extinct, and they must not be left, not even a single survivor. Zhou Wen was caught in a hard battle. He had exhausted all his skills. With the blessing of Xuandi and other companion pets, he was barely able to compete with Tian Weixin, but he was only barely able to deal with Tian Weixin. The power of the new world is too strong. Zhou Wen had to sigh that the gap between the end world level and the natural disaster level is too great. This is also thanks to Zhong Zia and Jiang Yan's previous sacrifices. If they hadn't let Zhou Wen see clearly the nature of the power of Tian Weixin, I'm afraid they can't even compete with them. There is a sky outside the sky, and the new world of the outer immortal seems to be intertwined with countless spaces. Every time Zhou Wen thinks that his immortal sword is killing the outer immortal, he will find that the immortal he has cut is just a bubble, and the immortal is still far away from him, in further space. On the contrary, Zhou Wen himself could only be forced to constantly change his attacking methods. Once he used a move that he had used a second time, he would immediately be caught by Tian Weixin and counterattack. Even if it is ever-changing, there will always be an end. When Zhou Wen swung his sword in the Ere again, a palm suddenly appeared in front of him, making him unavoidable. He could only cross his swords to block the palm, and the whole person was bombarded by a giant hammer. Bang! Zhou Wen's legs made deep marks on the ground of the god stone in the square, and he forcibly stopped after retreating for a few hundred meters. His entire calf sank into the slate, and in front of him were two deep trenches plowed, and the two swords in his hand trembled. It's useless, you and the deity are not at the same level at all. No matter how hard you try, you can only die in vain. Celestial Immortal fluttered in the air, looking down at Zhou Wen on the ground, like a goddess who couldn't be defeated. In fact, most of the humans watching the battle did not understand what happened. In their opinion, Zhou Wen and Tian Weixian suddenly disappeared for less than a second, and then Zhou Wen appeared on the square in a daze, and then listened to the invincible declaration of the Immortals. Could it be that even the Emperor can't hold on to defeat for a second in front of Tian Weixian? People shuddered in their hearts. Apocalyptic level, it's really strong. Zhou Wen looked at the heavenly Immortals in the sky and said with admiration, "Since the gap is known, your time has come, it's time to go." Tian Weixian pressed down with a palm. It was obviously just a slender hand, but the size of a palm. It was not as big as Zhou Wen's hand, but in the eyes of the world, it was only a hand. Covering the sky, like the ubiquitous punishment, contains the power to destroy the world. Under one day, only one palm. Zhou Wen looked up at the sky, and as far as he could see, he could only see the palm between that square inch, as if everything in the world had been shrouded in that slender jade hand. The real hand covers the sky and comes from outside the sky, and even the sky is played between the palms of its hands. Nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape. Even the spectators, just through the TV screen, can feel the unparalleled sense of oppression of that palm, as if it was a hand of God that crushed itself like an ant. Zhou Wen's heart was like iron, and he suddenly swung his left hand, inserting the immortal sword in his hand on the ground, and holding the hilt of the slaughter immortal sword with both hands. Both swords have their own characteristics and can exert different abilities, but now they need to condense all the power to fight for the life, and they can no longer disperse the power, so they can only discard one sword and fight with only one sword. Holding the sword of immortal slaughter in both hands, the power in the body rushed into the sword of immortal slaughter like a tsunami. Zhou Wen is very clear that with his own strength, confronting the unparalleled blow of the heaven and beyond is tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg. That is the real power of the end times, the power that can destroy a world, no matter how powerful. The natural disaster level power is, it is still in the world has been destroyed, and the natural disaster is nothing. Only by breaking the world can there be a chance of life. Under the air pressure like the sky and the earth, Zhou Wen looked at the jade hand like the sky, but his expression was as calm as the ancient well. Years of practice have already tempered Zhou Wen's Xinqing to be as tough as an iron stone. Even in the face of death, the pros and cons can be clearly defined. Scenes of past practice flashed in my mind, the constant of first order of chaos, the cleverness of steal the heaven and change the sun, the pure of Qi practice, the strangeness of Little Prajna Sutra, the Book of Tao Ju, the fantasy of the Chronicle of Demons, the inverse of Ancient Emperor Sutra, and the truth of inheritance of demon gods. Those Zhou Wen tried his best to realize what he wanted, but they were cut off by him one by one. 50 avenues. 49 Tianyin, the one that escaped, this one is my way, and the way of people. Zhou Wen's current situation is getting hotter and hotter. To be born as a human being, he does not need the 4 elements to be empty, nor does he need the unity of heaven and man. No need to see through the red dust. People are people. Since they were born in the world, they should live as self, not for heaven, not for earth, but only for self. As Tian Weixian's palm pressed down, the entire temple was rattling, and the wall of the indelible divine stone was cracked with deep scars, like giant pythons intertwined. The entire sacred mountain is shaking, as if it will collapse at any time under the huge pressure of the palm. The power to destroy the world, the people watching were trembling with fear, and their eyes were fixed on Zhou Wen, who was still standing with his sword. At this time, Zhou Wen's figure and the sword in his hand seemed too small under that palm, so small that it was almost negligible. Whether you are Zhou Wen or human sovereign, in the eyes of this deity, it's just a passing cloud of smoke. One side is born and the other is destroyed. Under the sky, life and death are all within my palm. It came from all directions, echoing for a long time, destroying people's souls. Bang! The huge pillar of divine stone on the outer edge of the temple, which was like a pillar, supporting the sky, crumbled one by one under the palm of his hand, like rotten sawdust. Beyond the three realms, not in the five elements, the immortals outside the sky are lawless. Zhou Wen lowered the sword in his hand, looked up at God, and said slowly in his mouth, "Yes, if you can understand the real gap between you and the deity, you can rest your eyes even if you die." Tian Weixian said lightly, and continued to press down with his palm, and he was about to crush Zhou Wen under his palm. "Unfortunately, that's just your delusion, it's sad and sighing. If there is a sky outside the sky, then it's not the outside world. What if you jumped out of the three realms, and not in the five elements? I'll let you know that you are still among people." While speaking, Zhou Wen held the immortal slaughter sword in both hands, and slashed out against the sky. With the rise of the slaughter sword, Zhou Wen's body and sword were emitting light, which was not intense, but dazzling. Like a phoenix that was reborn from ashes and was transforming, with the emergence of light, Zhou Wen and the sword were both transforming and burning. When the sword ripped apart the space and met the palm of Tian Weixian, Zhou Wen's body and sword body seemed to have completely lightened, becoming a blazing white light and shadow. The sword and the palm intersected. There was no dazzling light explosion, no shock wave that ripped everything apart, no sparks splashed around in imagination, and no sky collapsed. The blade slashed on the flesh like that, splitting the flesh on the palm, and blood flowed down the blade. No. Impossible. Tian Weixian's face was distorted, and his eyes were full of horror. And inconceivable. The power of the apocalypse level, under the full force of a blow, was broken by Zhou Wen's sword. She couldn't accept it, no matter what, there would be such a ridiculous thing. Tian Weixian's 5 fingers shrunk sharply, holding the sword body, allowing the flesh and blood of the 5 fingers to be cut. The blade of the sword sinks into the phalanx, and blood splatters in the palm. With her other hand, she once again used extraterrestrial power to kill Zhou Wen on the spot. Zhou Wen had been prepared for a long time and was about to forcibly summon the demon baby and let the demon baby help him resist this fatal blow. But before Zhou Wen summoned the demon baby, she saw Tian Weixian's palm suddenly stopped, and her pupils shrank strangely, as if she had encountered something unexpected and extremely terrifying. Zhou Wen's gaze passed by Tian Weixian's cheek and saw a familiar face appearing behind. Tian Weixian. Teacher. Zhou Wen was slightly startled. The man in white behind Tian Weixian was Wang Mingyuan. At this time, Mingyuan's expression was calm and full of energy, and he couldn't see the appearance of Checkmate, who was seriously injured. He hangs behind Tian Weixian, one palm is pressed on Tian Weixian's head, and his 5 fingers are like hooks, piercing into her skull. Although he couldn't see anything, Zhou Wen could feel that the power of Tian Weixian was passing by rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, Zhou Wen could no longer feel the power coming from Tian Weixian's hand holding the blade. Zhou Wen stared blankly at Tian Weixian and Wang Mingyuan behind her, and saw that Tian Weixian's vitality was almost cut off, and the whole person was hanging like a willow branch in the wind. Fall into the dust. You. Like a dying old man, Tian Weixian, who couldn't even speak completely, said 2 words of you weakly, and his head suddenly exploded like a watermelon. Wang Mingyuan's 5 fingers were stained with blood, and he looked at the headless corpse that fell from the sky, as if he was looking at garbage. Zhou Wen, you did a good job. Wang Mingyuan took out a white handkerchief, wiped the blood from his 5 fingers, and let the white handkerchief float in the wind, then smiled at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen's eyes turned to the dilapidated temple, and after seeing the situation there, his face changed greatly. Zhong Zia and Jiang Yan, who were imprisoned on the stone pillar, had now turned into 2 mummified corpses, with their skin and flesh shriveled, a bit like dried bacon. Zhou Wen looked gloomy and looked at Wang Mingyuan. He hoped that Wang Mingyuan could give him an explanation, and hoped that the truth was not what he thought. Wang Mingyuan sighed lightly and said, to do what must be done, some sacrifices are inevitable. As soon as these words came out, Zhou Wen only felt that the whole person was like falling into an ice cellar, and his body could not control the slight shaking. They came here because of you. Zhou Wen's voice trembled uncontrollably. So, I want them to die even more valuable. Wang Mingyuan said. From the very beginning, you were plotting against them? Zhou Wen asked Wang Mingyuan, still holding a glimmer of hope. It's not just them, including you, all the students I accept are because you have the talent I need. Wang Mingyuan's confession left Zhou Wen speechless. Zhou Wen looked at Wang Mingyuan in silence. Jiang Yan regarded Wang Mingyuan as a life mentor, and Zhong Zia regarded Wang Mingyuan as a father-like existence. Even Zhou Wen himself regarded Wang Mingyuan as a good teacher worthy of respect. But it never occurred to me that Wang Mingyuan had been plotting against these students from the very beginning. If you want to do extraordinary things, you must use extraordinary means. I have no other choice. Wang Mingyuan said lightly. What about Zhong Zia? And Jiang Yan? Do they have no other choice? But they chose you. Zhou Wen looked at Wang Mingyuan and said coldly. They chose me, and I chose the whole world, which is not contradictory. Wang Mingyuan said. Teacher, this is the last time I call you this. I hope you will not regret your choice in the future. Zhou Wen said and turned to leave. You can go and leave those 2 swords behind. Wang Mingyuan stopped Zhou Wen. What if I say no? Zhou Wen stopped, but didn't look back. I have already lost 2 disciples, and I don't want to lose the 3rd one. Wang Mingyuan sighed. Zhou Wen ignored Wang Mingyuan, walked to the Jew Immortal sword, and pulled out the Jew Immortal sword that was stuck on the ground. Bang! Wang Mingyuan waved his sleeve. Lightly, a force surged towards Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen swung his sword out with his backhand, slashing above the surging power of the undercurrent, but it seemed to be slashing above the spring. The powerful force was completely absorbed, and then burst out, forcibly blasting Zhou Wen out. In the air, Zhou Wen only felt the shock of the hand holding the sword of immortal slaughter, and the sword of immortal slaughter escaped uncontrollably. When Zhou Wen stabilized his figure and looked again, he saw that both the immortal Ju sword and the sword of slaughtering immortal were already in Wang Mingyuan's hands. Zhou Wen gathered his strength, and his fists exploded with infinite power, slamming into Wang Mingyuan, but Wang Mingyuan, who was close at hand, seemed to be in another world. No matter how violent his fists were, he couldn't hurt a corner of Wang Mingyuan's clothes. That is the power of the outer immortal, but it is not entirely. It is even more bizarre than the power of the outer immortal. Zhou Wen knew very well that he could not defeat Wang Mingyuan today. Because the current Wang Mingyuan is not just Wang Mingyuan, he not only possesses the power of the heavenly immortal, but also the shadow of Jiang Yan and Zhong Zia, and even more. Jiang Yan can use external forces for his own use, and Zhong Zia can stimulate his own evolution infinitely. Such talents and abilities are now used by Wang Mingyuan, and he has absorbed the power of Tian Weixin and successfully promoted to the apocalyptic level. Not to mention Zhou Wen, even in a different dimension, it is difficult to say whether anyone can defeat him. Wang Mingyuan ignored Zhou Wen, moved his hand slightly, and the immortal Ju sword and killing immortal sword rose up, and two other swords flew out of Wang Mingyuan's sleeves. The shapes of the four-handed swords are different, but they feel a mysterious connection. In the next second, the four swords converged toward one place, and the moment they collided, they merged into one, turning into a sword hanging under Wang Mingyuan's feet. If we can see each other again, everything will end. Wang Mingyuan glanced at Zhou Wen, turned around and walked away. The sword, shadow and white, disappeared in the sky in a blink of an eye. Zhou Wen looked at Wang Mingyuan's disappearing direction with a complicated expression, and in the end he could only laugh bitterly and walked towards the bones of Zhong Zia and Jiang Yan. We go home. Zhou Wen left the mountain with two skeletons in his arms, not knowing what it was like. Back in the ancient city of Guide, Zhou Wen buried the bodies of Zhong Zia and Jiang Yan on a hillside outside the city. Looking at the tombstones of the two, he didn't know what to say. Damn, Wang Mingyuan is really not a thing. I have never seen such a shameless person. You fought for him, but he still wants to plot against you. He is simply not human. Zhong Zia and Jiang Yan died. So unworthy. It's gone. Li Xian said angrily from the side. That's their own choice, at least when they died. They were calm in their hearts. Zhou Wen said slowly. Damn it, do you know what the outside world is saying now? Li Xian hesitated. Even if Zhou Wen didn't know, he could guess what people would talk about. It doesn't matter what you say, it is impossible for the dead to be resurrected. Zhou Wen was in no mood to pay attention to what outsiders said. Well said, dead people are the most worthless. Why don't you think about how to save your own life? A hoarse voice like a broken gong came. Zhou Wen and Li Xian turned their heads and saw an old man walking over with a strange smile. Jing Daoxian? What are you doing here? Zhou Wen looked at the old man and asked with a frown. I am here, of course, to save your lives. Jing Daoxian said with a half-smile. You should save your own life first. Li Xian said coldly. Jing Daoxian didn't care, walked to the tombstone, glanced at it and said, It's a pity. What a pity? Zhou Wen asked. It's a pity that their power was not used by me, otherwise the king of different dimensions would not be Wang Mingyuan, but me. Jing Daoxian sighed. What do you mean? Li Xian frowned. Boy, are you really stupid? Or fake? What did Wang Mingyuan do so much for? He has the ability to evolve infinitely and transform the power of all things for himself, plus the power of the heavenly immortal, to help him advance to the end of the world. What else could it be for? Look at it, if he doesn't die, he will soon become the king, who controls the entire other dimension. Jing Daoxian pouted. Zhou Wen had already thought about it for a long time, but Li Xian opened his mouth in surprise, and said after a while, "You said that, Wang Mingyuan wants to kill himself and become a demon, and to use a demon to control a demon. It sounds quite tragic. Hey, I'm afraid that in the end he will become the most deadly devil himself." Jing Daoxian sneered. What do you mean? Zhou Wen frowned. What do you mean, hee. I am afraid that what Wang Mingyuan hates most is not those monsters in different dimensions, but human beings. Jing Dao Shenguai said with a smile. Why? Li Xian asked in confusion. What do you think is the biggest disaster for mankind after the advent of the different dimension? Jing Daoxian asked back with a smile. Of course it's those terrifying different dimensional creatures, Li Xian said. As a matter of course. It's too young. Jing Daoxian pouted. Stop pretending there, what else could it be if it wasn't an alien creature? Li Xian replied unconvinced. Jing Daoxian glanced at Li Xian, narrowed his eyes and said, if your relatives are killed in a war between the two countries, do you think it is more difficult to accept that this relative is killed by the enemy, or betrayed and killed by one's own people? Li Xian was shocked. You mean that Wang Mingyuan was betrayed by his own people? Hey, it's worse than that. Jing Daoxian sneered. Since ancient times, in every major disaster, the most desperate thing is not the disaster itself, the human heart is often more cruel than the disaster. Zhou Wen, who had been silent all the time, suddenly thought of the question Wang Mingyuan asked their brothers and sisters. If the person you love the most is insulted, and you don't have the strength to compete with the enemy, should you choose to go all out, or endure the humiliation and burden, and join the enemy and wait for an opportunity to take revenge? At first, Zhou Wen thought that the enemy, Wang Mingyuan said, was a different dimensional creature. Now it seems that if Jing Daoxian hadn't fooled them, maybe the enemy Wang Mingyuan said was not a different dimensional creature. You old fellow, can you stop talking and hide half of what you're talking about, and finish it straight up if you have something to say? Li Xian's curiosity was aroused. I also want to make it clear, but unfortunately I don't know. Jing Daoxian said slowly. After a long time. You don't know anything, you are fooling around here. Li Xian said angrily. Wang Mingyuan is a man of great depth, and even I have to admire. 3 points. I don't know much about him, but according to my investigation, he was married and had children. Have you ever listened to him? I mentioned it. Jing Daoxian wasn't angry, he still said slowly. This is impossible. Wang Mingyuan has never been married, let alone has no children. Everyone knows this. Li Xian immediately retorted. Believe it or not, I have not cooperated with him once or twice, and the investigation has only revealed so much. It can be said with certainty that he had a wife and children, but now they are gone. Jing Daoxian said lightly. Without waiting for Li Xian to say anything, Jing Daoxian continued, actually, it doesn't matter whether it is true or false, you will know the result soon. Zhou Wen understood what Jing Daoxian meant. If Wang Mingyuan once had relatives and was harmed by humans, as Jing Daoxian said, then once Wang Mingyuan became the master of a different dimension, he would definitely return to Earth to do something What do you want? To cooperate with? Zhou Wen stared at Jing Daoxian. Wang Mingyuan's strength is afraid that no one can match him. If he wants to restrict him, there is only one way to go. Jing Daoxian said word by word, chess. Mountain. Hearing the 3 words Qizishan, Zhou Wen couldn't help but move in his heart. At the beginning, he had 2 bets with Lord Emperor, one of which was proposed by Zhou Wen, and the 2 bet that Zhou Wen would live longer than Lord Emperor, and this bet is still in progress. Another bet was that Zhou Wen would regret killing Tian Weixin. Now it seems that Zhou Wen lost this bet. He really regretted killing Tian Weixin. Lord D was able to predict the result at that time, which shows that she may have seen through the situation set by Wang Mingyuan long ago. Zhou Wen wanted to ask Lord Emperor why Wang Mingyuan did this, but he didn't go. The first bet Zhou Wen has already lost. Now go to see Lord D. Lord Emperor can kill him and directly win the second losing contract. So now Cheesy Mountain is undoubtedly the most dangerous place for Zhou Wen. Jing Daoxian actually mentioned Qizishan, which made Zhou Wen have countless thoughts. Why Chess Piece Mountain? Zhou Wen stared at Jing Daoxian and asked. Because there is likely to be the answer that everyone wants, the answer about different dimensions. Jing Daoxian continued, if you are careful enough, you should be able to see that there is a very clear watershed. In ancient mythology, that is before the Shang dynasty. After the negotiation. What's the difference? Li Xian didn't understand what Jing Daoxian meant. Young man, read more books when you have time. Jing Daoxian said contemptuously, in the mythology before the Shang dynasty, whether it was Pangu, Nuwa, or the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the relationship between humans and gods was equal. On the other hand, the status of human beings has plummeted, and even the emperor of the world calls himself the Son of Heaven. To put it nicely, it means that he is ordered by the heavens, and he is destined to return. To put it uglier, it is the spokesperson appointed by the gods, and he is nothing more than a dog's leg. There is no king. What does this have to do with different dimensions? Li Xian was still puzzled. All the different dimensional fields on the earth, except Qizishan, have you met before Zhou? Jing Daoxian asked back. Zhou Wen and Li Xian were both stunned. They didn't seem to have seen the different dimensional field before. Zhou. The different dimensional fields on the earth can all be linked to myths and legends, but have you ever seen other dimensional fields related to the great powers of Pangu, Nuwa, Hou-Yi, and Quafu? The contact, all the way to Shang, seems to have been cut into 2 pieces by a knife. Jing Daoxian's eyes were frantic. The root of everything lies in Shang, and Cheesy Mountain is the root of Shang. Only here can we solve the problem. By unlocking all the mysteries, we may be able to get what we want. After talking for a long time, you are just a baseless speculation. Li Xian pouted and continued, I remember that in Feng Qiuyan's hometown, there is a different dimension domain related to the ancestor Fuxi. There is also a different dimensional domain of the Emperor Suiren. These are myths before the Shang dynasty. Suiren is a human being, not a myth. As for Fuxi, I'm afraid there are innumerable connections with the Cheesy Mountain. Jing Daoxian said. You're a bit of a joke. Do you really think I have no culture? Fuxi has a fart relationship with Qizishan. Li Xian said disdainfully. Then tell me, who started the war to destroy the merchants? Jing Daoxian asked back. Nwa. What is the relationship between Nuwa and Fuxi? Jing Daoxian asked again. It's like siblings, right? Li Xian said uncertainly. When it comes to brothers and sisters, or husband and wife, no matter what kind of relationship it is, it can show that the relationship between the two is not simple, and all ancient myths end in Shang, and the only thing that can be linked with ancient myths is Shang. Why is this? Jing Dao Xian Jingrong said, if you break Cheesy Mountain, maybe you can get the answer. Although Jing Dao Xian is not a lotus-speaking type, and his speech is not pleasant, but everything he said is very tempting, and even put forward the inference that Qizishan may be related to Earth's companion pet. At the end of the conversation, Zhou Wen just said to think about it, and did not give Jing Dao Xian an accurate answer. Jing Dao Xian seemed to be confident, as if he had decided that Zhou Wen would definitely cooperate with him. After leaving Zhou Wen with the contact information, he staggered away like that. Old Zhou, you said that the old guy Jing Dao Xian is fooling us? This is a bit unreliable. Is the place in Qizishan really related to the companion pet of the earth? Just because there is in the watershed of ancient mythology, it is too far-fetched to believe that Qizishan is related to the companion pet of the earth. After Jing Daoxian left, Li Xian whispered. A person like Jing Daoxian, since he dares to go to Qizishan to take risks, he must have some confidence. He must have something to say. Zhou Wen also knew that the old guy Jing Daoxian must have no good intentions, no matter Qizishan and Earth are associated with each other. It doesn't matter if they are pets, Jing Daoxian just wants to use them. However, Zhou Wen also had his own considerations, so he did not directly reject Jing Daoxian. He definitely wants to go to Cheesy Mountain. Even if he doesn't go, Lord D will definitely not let him go. If he can bring Jing Daoxian to go with him, it is not certain who will be the cannon fodder for whom. What do I think? This is unreliable. Even if Jing Daoxian is right, Cheesy Mountain is a watershed of ancient mythology, and it may not be related to Earth's companion pets. Moreover, Cheesy Mountain is only a watershed of Eastern mythology. Other areas. How to explain those myths of? Li Xian pondered. There is no watershed in the myths of other regions. From the source, the myths of other regions have been the supremacy of theocracy. From the very beginning, God is the master, so there is no watershed at all. Zhou Wen thought for a while and said. Li Xian thought about it carefully, and it really is the case. The world's major mythological systems are basically the supremacy of theocracy, and there is no human being at all. In short, I think that old guy is unreliable, and the things about Wang Mingyuan are probably not reliable. Li Xian said. It's true or not? There will be results in the future, but I have to go to Cheesy Mountain. Zhou Wen and Li Xian talked about Cheesy Mountain again, and Li Xian also understood why Zhou Wen must go to Cheesy Mountain. There are such perverted creatures on the earth. Isn't it more terrifying than the apocalypse in another dimension? Li Xian was taken aback when he heard the omnipotent power of wishing by Lord Emperor. At least from my own feeling, she will definitely not be weaker than Tian Weixin. Zhou Wen sighed. Then what are you going to do? Isn't this going to die? Li Xian shouted. Even if I don't go, she won't let me go. I can feel that after the bet. I have an inexplicable connection with her, and I can't escape. Zhou Wen smiled bitterly. Fuck. Li Xian was speechless. Not long after returning to the ancient city, Zhou Wen had a message on his mobile phone. Seeing who and the content of the message clearly, Zhou Wen couldn't help but be startled. Xiao Wenwen, I'm back in Luoyang. I have time to visit Luoyang. I haven't had a good chat with you for a long time. The sender was Zhou Wen's father, Zhou Lingfeng. Zhou Wen replied with a message and set off to settle in Luoyang. Maybe. He hasn't seen Zhou Lingfeng for a long time, and he just happened to go to Luoyang to see her. Luoyang in March was still a little cold, the wind was blowing on the face, and there was a chill. Like a knife. In front of the Yin family's mansion, a man in a white military uniform and a maid stood in front of the door, his face expressionless. Behind him stood a smiling man, and in front was a little girl as beautiful as a doll. Seeing Zhou Wen, the little girl didn't say anything. She shook off the man who held her hand, ran straight to Zhou Wen, threw herself into Zhou Wen's arms, and hugged his neck tightly. Yer. Zhou Wen picked up Yer and gently stroked her little head. The originally impetuous mood seemed to have calmed down a lot. Master Wen. And Xing greeted with a smile. Before Zhou Wen answered, he heard in Tianzhua say indifferently, Uncle Zhou and Mother are waiting for you to eat inside. Zhou Wen nodded to Xing, and carried Yer into the Yin family's mansion. Ouyang Lan seems to be the same as before, but it seems that Zhou Lingfeng has not seen him for so long, and he seems to be a lot older than before. Although it seems that it is still as elegant and casual as before, there are many white hairs on the temples. Ouyang Lan greeted Zhou Wen affectionately to sit down, and Jing sat aside, looking at each other. Neither of them said anything. Zhou Wen's mood now is completely different from when he first arrived in Luoyang, and he was very comfortable eating this meal. He no longer cares about the thoughts and opinions of others. He has his own principles. In his heart, he should treat kindness with kindness, and he should hold his fists with evil intentions, and he does not need to complain and feel self-pity. Xiao Wenwen, come with me for a cup of tea and chat. Our father and son haven't talked quietly for a long time. After dinner, Zhou Lingfeng called Zhou Wen, and the two came to the small garden in the backyard. A pot of tea, 2 people, under the deserted moonlight, the tea gas rose. Have you been to Shi Yuan store? Zhou Lingfeng picked up the teacup and took a sip. After putting down the teacup, he suddenly said something Zhou Wen unexpectedly said. How do you know? Zhou Wen asked in surprise. Zhou Lingfeng didn't answer, but continued, have you seen that silver-haired companion pet? How do you feel? What does it feel like? Zhou Wen felt that Zhou Lingfeng's question was really clueless, and he didn't know which aspect he was referring to. My companion pet, is it all right? Zhou Lingfeng asked again with a smile. Puff. Zhou Wen just took a sip of tea in his mouth and spit it out as soon as he ordered it. He stared at Zhou Lingfeng with wide eyes, and said in disbelief, what did you say? Is that silver-haired companion pet your companion pet? He never dreamed that Zhou Lingfeng would say such a thing. In fact, even if he heard it with his own ears, he still couldn't believe it. What? I have a companion pet, is this difficult for people to accept? Zhou Lingfeng said with a half-smile. It's not difficult to accept a companion pet, but that companion pet. Zhou Wen didn't know how to organize his language for a while. He is indeed a little different. He can be said to be my companion pet or not. Zhou Lingfeng said calmly. What the hell is going on? Isn't that silver-haired companion pet the old principal, that is your current father-in-law? Zhou Wen was full of doubts now. You're right, he is indeed the old father-in-law who tried to get rid of me. Zhou Lingfeng nodded. What's going on? Zhou Wen became more and more confused. It's a long story. I have to tell you a story, a touching love story. Zhou Lingfeng took a sip of tea, seeming to be caught up in memories, but also a little nostalgic and proud. Are you sure that what you just told was an evocative and touching love story? Not a modern tea art story? Zhou Wen looked at Zhou Lingfeng, who was moved by himself after telling the story, and looked extremely strange. Zhou Lingfeng's story is complicated, but it is very simple to sum up. A story about a scumbag who has a wife and a scumbag who has a childhood sweetheart, fiancé. When Zhou Lingfeng was telling the story, his eyes were moved to tears, but Zhou Wen felt his three views collapsed, no matter how he listened to it, and he almost couldn't hold back and strangled Zhou Lingfeng several times in the middle. Zhou Lingfeng's wife and Ouyang Lan are good girlfriends, and Ouyang Lan and the one from the Yin family are already engaged. It turned out that because Zhou Lingfeng and his wife were invited to be their guests, they played for a while, and they attended their wedding. As a result, something went wrong. The scumbag seeks out his daughter-in-law's best friend and elopes with the bride before the wedding. The scumbag is pregnant with a wild man's child and comes back to marry her fiancé. Zhou Wen felt that his nerves were hammered again and again, and he stared blankly at Zhou Lingfeng, opened his mouth, but did not close it for a long time. So, and Tianzhua and I are really half-brothers? Zhou Wen's voice was a little off. His mother passed away a long time ago, and it is impossible to guarantee that he was not pissed to death by this dog and man. Cough, Xiao Wenwen, you are a good kid, but your emotional intelligence is too low. Zhou Lingfeng coughed lightly, and then said something that completely shattered Zhou Wen's three views. Why can't you be the same father? What about the brother of the same mother? Pfft. This time Zhou Wen really couldn't hold back at all, and a sip of tea was sprayed on Zhou Lingfeng's face. Zhou Lingfeng didn't care, picked up the towel and wiped his face and continued. The situation at that time was a bit complicated. If Lanlan's second child was a boy, he would have to take on some old accounts from the previous generation of the Anjia family, and the situation was very bad. Can I let our son suffer from such a loss? It happened that your mother had just given birth to a girl. So, you mean, Quiet is my mother's child, and I'm the fucking Quiet? Zhou Wen's worldview has been smashed into slag, and his words are incoherent. Although what you said is not very accurate, it is probably the case. Zhou Lingfeng nodded and said, there is no doubt about the Yin family? Zhou Wen couldn't believe it. Within family's ability, will know nothing about this. In the adult world, many things are difficult to talk about. The Yin family had internal and external troubles at the time and needed someone to inherit the family business. That old man also needed an heir, but he didn't have that ability. Zhou Lingfeng said while drinking tea. Zhou Wen was speechless for a while, before he said, Lan. Aunt. Does she know? Zhou Lingfeng shook his head. She didn't know that I secretly replaced you. She always thought that Jingjing was her own, and you will be rotten in your stomach from now on. You can't tell anyone. Let alone let Xiaojing know. Zhou Wen is now in a mess, and even a little dazed for a while, wondering if he is dreaming. Why did you tell me this all of a sudden? Zhou Wen asked with a complicated look. What you're doing now is too dangerous. It's hard to say whether you can come back alive in the future. I can't let you die without knowing who your biological mother is, right? Zhou Lingfeng sighed. What about the silver-haired companion pet? Zhou Wen asked again. I told you about your grandfather digging up that mobile phone in the ancient well, but there was another thing that was dug out with the mobile phone, which was a Silver companion egg. Zhou Lingfeng fell into memory again. Among. After Zhou Lingfeng's narration, Zhou Wen knew the full version of the whole story. At the beginning, Grandpa Zhou Wen dug up a box containing a mobile phone and a silver companion egg, and brought it home that day. At that time, mobile phones were already very popular, and the mobile phone could not be turned on. No one knew what the companion egg was at that time. They just thought it was a strange egg, so they didn't care much, and put it on the table at home. Zhou Lingfeng was still young at the time, so he played with the companion eggs in the box as a ball. I don't know what Zhou Lingfeng did at that time, but he hatched the companion eggs, and the silver companion pet became Zhou Lingfeng's companion pet. At that time, Zhou Lingfeng was only a few years old, and he had never practiced at all. It was a miracle that he could withstand the energy supply for hatching companion pets. However, Zhou Lingfeng still had a serious illness and was in a coma for several days, without waking up. During that time, Zhou Wen's grandfather took Zhou Lingfeng around to see a doctor, but he didn't see why. It was Zhou Wen's grandfather who thought of something. He took the rest of the box and mobile phone to find someone for identification. He wanted to know where the thing came from. Maybe he could figure out the origin of the silver companion egg, so as to save Zhou Lingfeng. The person that Grandpa Zhou Wen was looking for was Ouyang Ting, who was still young at the time. Although Ouyang Ting was very young at that time, he was already quite accomplished in archaeology. After his identification, the box containing the mobile phone should have belonged to the Shang and Zhou dynasties. However, such a thing as a mobile phone did not exist at all in the business period. How could it appear in a box during the business week? Originally thought that it was put in by future generations, but after research, all the test results show that the mobile phone has gone through thousands of years with the box and has been handed down from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Since then, Ouyang Ting has been researching in this direction, hoping to solve the mystery. Zhou Lingfeng recovered after a while, but because his energy was too weak, he couldn't activate the silver-haired companion pet and summon him. It was not until the outbreak of another dimension Ouyang Ting also researched something, that Zhou Lingfeng was able to summon the silver-haired companion pet. Different from ordinary companion pets, according to Zhou Lingfeng, when the silver-haired companion pet first came out, it was a child of the same size as Zhou Lingfeng, and it looked very innocent and cute. As Zhou Lingfeng grew up, the silver-haired companion pet also grew up little by little, which surprised Ouyang Ting and others. After the appearance of different dimensions, some people also got companion pets, but it is completely different from Zhou Lingfeng's companion pet. The silver-haired companion pet has too many peculiarities. The reason why Zhou Lingfeng learned the languages and ancient languages of various countries is actually the same as Ouyang Ting, who wants to unlock the box and mobile phone, as well as the secrets of the silver-haired companion pet. A mobile phone handed down from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, this is simply impossible, but it still happened like this. Zhou Lingfeng has been to countless relics of the Shang and Zhou dynasties, and he has read many ancient books and materials, and the results show without exception that there is no way that there was a mobile phone during the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Could it be that time travel really exists? Zhou Lingfeng and Ouyang Ting had similar doubts at the time, but they quickly denied the idea. If time travel really exists, even if it is a very small probability, it can't be just this one time. In the endless years, there must be more people and things that cross. However, it turns out that apart from this mobile phone, there is no real physical evidence for other suspected travel events, and many of them have been confirmed to be fake. Until one day, the silver-haired companion pet suddenly awakened. Chess Mountain? Zhou Wen frowned after hearing Zhou Lingfeng's remarks. At the beginning, Zhou Lingfeng took the silver-haired companion pet and traveled almost all over the East, and the silver-haired companion pet was just a growing ignorant companion pet. Until Zhou Lingfeng went to Cheesy Mountain, he just stood in front of the mountain and didn't go deep into it. The silver-haired companion pet suddenly awakened some unknown knowledge and memories. Those knowledge and memories seemed to be deeply embedded in his genes, just waiting for a certain opportunity to wake up. Zhou Lingfeng felt that something was wrong. He immediately exited without entering the mountain at all, and fled away from a distance. Even so, a lot of weird things happened after that. The silver-haired companion pet seemed to have a different soul, completely different from the previous character. If it wasn't for the companion pet that couldn't hurt its owner, Zhou Lingfeng would have already died in the hands of that silver-haired companion pet. In order to save his life, Zhou Lingfeng found Ouyang again, and with Ouyang's help, he transferred the silver-haired companion pet to Ouyang. Unexpectedly, Ouyang also had several near misses, and finally imprisoned the silver-haired companion pet in the Shiyuan store. However, as far as Zhou Lingfeng knew, in the few years when Ouyang owned the silver-haired companion pet, his personality also became very strange, and he often disappeared without a trace, and it would last for a few months or even a year or two. As for where Ouyang has been during that time, Zhou Lingfeng is not very clear, but once Ouyang sent a message to Zhou Lingfeng, his tone was very excited, as if he had made a major discovery. It's just that the content of the message was a little hard to understand, and Zhou Lingfeng didn't understand what it meant. Later, Ouyang disappeared for a while, and when he reappeared, he returned to normal, and he never mentioned that incident again. The silver-haired companion pet was also suppressed in the Shiyuan shop. What exactly is the message that the old principal sent you? Zhou Wen asked Zhou Lingfeng. I'm getting close to the truth, and I will soon be able to know the ultimate secret of mankind. Zhou Lingfeng said. The truth, the ultimate secret of mankind, and then? Zhou Wen asked. No, that's all. I sent a message to ask, but Ouyang didn't reply to me. Zhou Lingfeng sighed. The two chatted about something related to Ouyang and the silver-haired companion pet, but they were all to no avail. And Zhou Lingfeng couldn't provide any more useful information. After leaving Anjia, Zhou Wen always felt that something was wrong. But he couldn't tell what was wrong. Zhou Lingfeng seemed to reveal everything without reservation, but for some reason, Zhou Wen still felt that Zhou Lingfeng's words seemed a little wrong. What's wrong? Zhou Wen recalled it carefully, but couldn't think of what was wrong, but subconsciously felt that Zhou Lingfeng's tone seemed a little strange. It seems that if you want to know the truth, you still have to start with the silver-haired companion pet. Zhou Wen planned to go to the West Dollar store again to see the silver-haired companion pet. Mobile phones, silver-haired companion pets, Kizishin, and Lord Emperor, what kind of connection is there? Maybe only the silver-haired companion pet and Lord Emperor can give him the answer. The last time I went to the Shiyuan store, Zhou Wen was still cautious, but this time, he didn't bother at all, and he came to the place where the silver-haired companion pet was imprisoned. Zhou Wen had just appeared in the secret room, and the silver-haired companion pet, who seemed to be asleep with his eyes closed, seemed to be aware of it. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at where Zhou Wen was. Here. The silver-haired companion pet's tone was strange, as if he had expected Zhou Wen to come. What the hell are You? Zhou asked, looking at the silver-haired companion pet. It's just a companion pet. The silver-haired companion pet replied. Lightly. Whose companion pet? Zhou naturally couldn't believe such nonsense. The silver-haired companion pet said last time that he was just a fear-level companion pet. If you want to know the answer, you can try to open it. The silver-haired companion pet pointed to the metal block connected to the chain. Zhou has always guessed whether the password left by the old principal was used to open the metal block, but he didn't dare to try it before. If you want me to open it, at least give me a reason to open it. Zhou stared at the silver-haired companion pet and said. Life or death, is this a choice? The silver-haired companion pet said scornfully. What do you mean? Zhou frowned. You have left a mark of her wish on you. If you want to live, it is your only chance. The silver-haired companion pet said lightly. Who is she? Zhou was shocked. He already understood who the silver-haired companion pet was talking about, but he still had to determine the answer. With an existence like you that can compete with the end of the world, who else can leave a wish imprint on you? Except for her, there is no second person in this world who can do it. The silver-haired companion pet said slowly. Who is she? Zhou asked again word by word. The silver-haired companion pet looked at Zhou with a half-smile but not a smile. Using your human name, her name should be Nuwa. Zhou was suddenly shocked and inexplicable. He never thought that the silver-haired companion pet would give him such an answer. Nuwa, what a great existence in Eastern mythology. Pangu created the world and Nuwa created man, which can be said to be the source of human mythology. Could it be that Lord Emperor is the legendary mother and daughter of mankind? Zhou heart trembled, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed possible. The battle of conferring gods to destroy Shang and Xingzhou was started by Nuwa. If it is said that Cheesy Mountain is related to Nuwa, it seems to make sense. Go on. Zhou stared at the silver-haired companion pet. He was eager to know more. Zhou felt that he seemed to be very close to the truth of everything. Open it and you can know everything. The silver-haired companion pet no longer revealed any information. Since you know that I can compete with the apocalypse level, you must have seen the battle between me and the outer immortals. Zhou said. You don't need to threaten me. Even if you can kill the apocalyptic existence, you can't kill me. The silver-haired companion pet heard the threat in Zhou words, but didn't seem to care at all. Are you sure? Zhou eyes became cold. No matter how strong the silver-haired companion pet was, it would not be stronger than the end-world level. What's more, how could he be trapped in such a place if he was really strong to that extent? Of course I'm sure that unless the earth is destroyed, no one can kill me. The silver-haired companion pet was indifferent and didn't take Zhou threat to heart at all. What do you mean? Zhou heard the overtones of the silver-haired companion pet, and couldn't believe it. Because I am the earth companion pet. The silver-haired companion pet's words were like lightning strikes, making Zhou stay there. https:// The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second, mobile version. Reading website. Are you an earth companion pet? Zhou didn't quite believe what the silver-haired companion pet said. Not to mention the birth of planetary companion pets, even those natural disasters, will cause catastrophe. The birth of planetary companion pets will bring great disasters to the planet itself, and may even destroy the entire planet. As the silver-haired companion pet said, "How could he be born silently and be dug out of an ancient well casually?" It turned out to be not exactly now. The silver-haired companion pet said. "What do you mean?" Zhou frowned. He really didn't understand what he said. "Theoretically, I should be, but unfortunately something went wrong. Another companion pet was born on Earth, so now I'm not exactly." The silver-haired companion pet sighed. "I've never heard of such a thing." Zhou really couldn't believe what the silver-haired companion pet said. "You won't believe me no matter how I explain it, but as long as you open it, you will naturally know all the truth," the silver-haired companion pet said. Going around and back to the starting point again, this gave Zhou a headache. Looking at the metal block, Zhou frowned and said, "Nothing." The silver-haired companion pet didn't rush, but just looked at Zhou like that, as if he believed that Zhou would open the metal block. Zhou thought about it again, and finally decided to open the metal block. It has reached the point where it is now, and if he does not open it now, after he goes to Cheesy Mountain, he is afraid that he will not have a chance in the future. The truth is right in front of you. If you don't move forward, how can you get the truth? Sometimes you can't back down from the risk. It's good that you finally have a decision. The silver-haired companion pet saw through Zhou thoughts and said with a smile, "How can I open it?" Now that he has made a decision, Zhou no longer talks nonsense. "You can think of it as a password box as long as you know the password, you can open it," said the silver-haired companion pet. Zhou didn't know if the password was the password of the metal block, so he entered the password left by the old principal in accordance with the method mentioned by the silver-haired companion pet. Click. After the password was entered, the metal block suddenly cracked a gap. The metal block was originally integrated, and there was no gap at all, but now it cracked neatly, and then divided into 4 pieces, slowly spreading out, revealing the space inside. When the metal block was completely opened, Zhou saw everything inside clearly. His face couldn't help but look a little ugly, and turned to look at the silver-haired companion pet. The silver-haired companion pet also seemed to be very surprised. His eyes were a little stunned, and his face changed from surprise to disbelief, and then from disbelief to anger. "Bastard, that bastard lied to me, he dared to dare." The silver-haired companion pet seemed extremely angry. The silver hair on his head is windless and automatic, and its roots stand upright, and the silver light on his body is dazzling. The body only exerted a little force, and the sound of clicking was heard incessantly, and the metal chains trapping him were broken inch by inch. If Zhou hadn't already isolated this space, such a big movement would have attracted the people from Shiyuan's store long ago. "The acting is good," Zhou said coldly, staring at the silver-haired companion pet. "Acting? I spend most of my life here. Acting with you? Playing your 8th-generation ancestor." The silver-haired companion cursed furiously. What the hell is going on? Zhou didn't seem to be acting like he was acting, and he was indeed extremely angry, and that kind of grievance didn't seem to be pretending. "That bastard said that if I put something like that in it, as long as I break free, the things inside will be automatically destroyed, and only a password can be used to open it." The silver-haired companion pet became angrier as he spoke, his eyes filled with resentment. "It's like tearing up the living." Zhou looked weird. If it was really like what the silver-haired companion pet said, then he was too miserable. In order not to destroy the contents of the metal block, he was trapped here for decades. But there was nothing in it at all. Who is that person you're talking about? Zhou is a little curious now. What kind of talent can he deceive a guy who claims to be a companion pet on Earth? Into this. Who else is there other than that bastard augmenting? The silver-haired companion pet gritted his teeth, and every word seemed to be squeezed out of his teeth. Zhou had already guessed some, but he was a little surprised to hear the name of the silver-haired companion pet. It's unbelievable that the old principal has such a skill. Zhou muttered to himself. Where is that bastard augmenting? I'm going to kill him. The silver-haired companion pet asked, staring at Zhou with blood-red eyes. It should be in the temple. Zhou thought about it and said, Where is the temple? The silver-haired companion pet asked with a frown. Don't you know the temple? It's the holy place established on Earth by another dimension. Zhou explained the origin of the temple. Impossible. Hearing the time when the temple was established, the silver-haired companion pet suddenly interrupted Zhou. What's impossible? Zhou wondered. At that point in time, let alone the 5 clans of different dimensions, even the immortal clan in the peak period could not open up such an area on the Earth. The silver-haired companion pet said. How do you know? It's impossible? Zhou asked rhetorically. Where are you on Earth? Is it a place where cats and dogs can run wild? That's. The silver-haired companion pet stopped suddenly. But what? Zhou asked. Anyway, those idiots would never have opened up such a place on Earth at that point in time, even if they exhausted their entire power of different dimensions. The silver-haired companion pet obviously didn't want to tell those secrets. Zhou was a little funny too. Hear it, and he didn't know who was deceived by an empty box for decades, and said others were idiots. I see. The temple. So that's it. The silver-haired companion pet suddenly screamed through gritted teeth. Without waiting for Zhou to ask him anything, the silver-haired companion pet suddenly jumped up, only to hear a rumbling sound. The entire building and the underground secret room were penetrated, and the silver-haired companion pet turned into a silver streamer and disappeared. In a flash. Zhou hurriedly chased out, and at his current speed, even without teleporting, he could easily catch up with the silver-haired companion pet. What surprised Zhou was that the silver-haired companion pet didn't seem to lie to him before, and the power of the silver-haired companion pet was probably the fear level, at most the peak of the fear level. Zhou did not stop the silver-haired companion pet, because he could see that the direction the silver-haired companion pet was going was the direction of the Holy Land. What surprised Zhou was that with the flight of the silver-haired companion pet, his speed became faster and faster, and he soon broke through the fear level. Zhou can clearly feel that the energy of the silver-haired companion pet is increasing at an incredible speed. What surprised Zhou even more was that where the silver-haired companion pet flew, various plants grew rapidly, and even the dead flowers, plants, and trees were revived in an instant, as if spring had come to the Earth in an instant. Is this guy really an Earth companion pet like he said? Zhou seemed to be beginning to believe what the silver-haired companion pet said before. https:// The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. The speed of the silver-haired companion pet is getting faster and faster. When he reaches the place where the Holy Land is, the energy fluctuations in his body are no less than the natural disaster grade. Zhou watched helplessly As the silver-haired companion pet ripped apart the space and penetrated directly into the Holy Land, without using devices such as the piercing formation. If it was changed to the previous one, Zhou would not be able to do it to this extent, that is, after being promoted to natural disaster, after integrating the 8 abilities into one, he could act as casually as a silver-haired companion pet. The Holy Land and Zhou did not change much when they came before. The silver-haired companion pet ignored the various taboos in the Holy Land, hung in the air just glanced, and flew in one direction. The Sun Temple, which is as magnificent as the Palace of the Gods, is no different from what Zhou had seen before. It's just that he came all the way, but he didn't even see a single person. Those saints didn't know where they went, not even a single person. Get out of here. The silver-haired companion pet looked at the Sun Temple and shouted coldly. Although his voice was not loud, it seemed to be able to penetrate the heavens and the earth, straight into the heart, and Zhou on the side felt the roar of his brain shaken by the sound. But the Temple of the Sun was still dead. Silent, and there was no sound at all. The silver-haired companion pet is no nonsense, there is a flash of silver in his eyes, and he does not see any movement. The almost indestructible Sun Temple is rapidly decaying, and countless young shoots grow out of the palace. With the rapid growth of those buds, the Temple of the Sun also shattered and shattered, the palaces collapsed, and the hard divine stone also turned into debris. In just a moment, the Temple of the Sun, which had stood for an unknown number of years, seemed to have completely disintegrated into pieces, and the lush branches occupied the original location of the Temple of the Sun. At first glance, it seems like an ancient jungle, completely unimaginable. There used to be a sacred palace. At this point, there is still no half-figure in sight. The silver-haired companion pet snorted coldly and walked in the other direction. The innate temple, the temple of the emperor. Zhou watched helplessly as the silver-haired companion pet destroyed the temples. Those mysterious and strange temples seemed to be as vulnerable as tofu in front of silver-haired companion pets, even worse than tofu, they just turn into fertilizer at a glance. This guy's power is really weird. Zhou was secretly surprised. What surprised him even more was that the entire Holy Land was like a dead city. The 5 connecting temples were destroyed, and not a single living thing was seen. Even if the 5 races of different dimensions are inconvenient to interfere, where did those saints go? And what about the Holy Spirit? Zhou was full of doubts. Boom. The last track. Temple has also become a botanical paradise, and still no half-living creatures have been seen. Damn bastard. The silver-haired companion pet scolded angrily. What the hell is going on? They seem to know that you will come. Zhou couldn't help asking, this was too bizarre. That old man Ouyang is really calculating. The silver-haired companion pet snorted coldly. What do you mean? Zhou frowned and asked. Are you an idiot? I still don't understand. Everything is planned by the old guy Ouyang. What a holy place, but it's just a den of spies. The silver-haired companion pet snorted coldly. That old guy beat him. The abacus is good, but unfortunately he underestimated Lao Tzu's ability to recover. As long as he is still on this earth, I can get him out. You mean Ouyang made this holy land? Zhou couldn't believe what he understood. Who else could it be except him? I thought that I could get something like that with the help of the power of another dimension. It's just a daydream. With the silver-haired companion pet, everything in the entire Holy Land recovered, and all kinds of plants grew. Wildly. The space collapsed. The sky seemed to be cracked, shattered like transparent glass, revealing the normal scenery on Earth. Only then did Zhou Wen discover that the so-called Holy Land was actually an island at sea, which was completely different from what he had thought before. The Holy Land was set up by the old principle. How is this possible? Zhou Wen was overwhelmed in his heart, and he couldn't believe it. Back then, the old principle was once kidnapped by the Holy Land. In order to rescue him, Zhou Wen and the Yin family spent a lot of effort. But thinking about it in reverse, the silver-haired companion pet was trapped by the old principle. Who else could have expected the silver-haired companion pet to get out of trouble and leave the Holy Land first? The silver-haired companion pet ignored Zhou Wen's thoughts, and the silver light in his eyes seemed to have some kind of strange connection with the earth. After a while, the silver companion pet's expression became more and more ugly. It's weird, what's going on? Could it be that the old thing is no longer in this world? The silver-haired companion pet muttered to himself, his face becoming more and more ugly. Zhou Wen pondered for a long time, looked at the silver-haired companion pet, and asked, "Are you sure that the Holy Land was created by augmenting? Humph, other than the people who have received my power, who else can help those guys in different dimensions to open up such a space on Earth?" The silver-haired companion pet said proudly. "Boy, what's your relationship with that old thing?" The silver-haired companion pet suddenly stared at Zhou Wen and asked. Zhou Wen didn't know how to answer for a while. In the past, Ting was just an old principal who was good to Zhou Wen. But since Zhou Lingfeng told the story of destroying the three views, Zhou Wen realized that Ting seemed to be his grandfather. It's a relative. Zhou Wen didn't want to hide it either. The silver-haired companion pet looked at Zhou Wen up and down, and said coldly, "Nonsense, the blood on your body is clearly that of the unsatisfactory waste wood. What does it have to do with that old guy?" "Who are you talking about?" Zhou Wen asked, with a frown. "Apart from that unsatisfactory thing, Zhou Lingfeng, who else is there? Your eyebrows and eyes are 7 points similar to his, and you will be angry when you see him." "Yes, Zhou Lingfeng is my father. Why did he offend you?" Zhou Wen asked quickly. "Offend me? He's not qualified enough to mention him. If it wasn't for him, how could I be reduced to this level?" The silver-haired companion pet became more and more angry. Zhou Wen scolded him from the silver-haired companion pet, and then he probably knew what happened after Zhou Lingfeng got the silver-haired companion pet. In the words of the silver-haired companion pet, Zhou Lingfeng is a waste, and the mud can't support the wall. He obviously has the most powerful companion pet on the planet, but he doesn't want to make progress. In the end, he even forcibly stripped off the silver-haired companion pet and gave it to Ting, giving others a great opportunity. https:// The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second, mobile version reading website. Although the silver-haired companion pet said Zhou Lingfeng was very unbearable, Zhou Wen didn't think so. Sometimes it's harder to give up than to persist, and what the silver-haired companion pet said is only one-sided, so the truth is, only they themselves know. "What's your relationship with Kizishin?" Zhou Wen interrupted the silver-haired companion pet's complaint and asked a question he really wanted to know. If Lord D is really Nuwa, and the silver-haired companion pet is a companion pet bred by the earth, then what is the relationship between the silver-haired companion pet that suddenly awakens when approaching Cheesy Mountain and Nuwa? Is it really like what Jing Daoxian said, Cheesy Mountain is the beginning of myth? Why? Should I tell you? The silver-haired companion pet snorted coldly. You owe me an answer, don't you? Zhou Wen said. The silver-haired companion pet did not refute this time. He said that Zhou Wen could know all the answers as long as he opened the metal block, but in the end he got nothing. Speaking of which, we are all calculated by others. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. Maybe we can cooperate. The silver-haired companion pet looked at Zhou Wen and said, your strength is barely enough, maybe you can help a little. Busy. How to cooperate? Zhou Wen did not refute. If his strength was not enough, how could the silver-haired companion pet cooperate with him? But now Zhou Wen is not in the mood to care about these, and now he just wants to know as much as possible. Prevent the Earth's companion pet from being born. The answer from the silver-haired companion pet was somewhat unexpected to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen thought he wanted to find Ouyang Ting, but it turned out to be this. But on second thought, Zhou Wen already understood the general idea. Since the silver-haired companion pet was the previous Earth companion pet, and now the Earth has given birth to a new companion pet, it is naturally a bit of an obstacle for him. It is not surprising that the silver-haired companion pet wants to take back what belongs to him. This time, the silver-haired companion pet did not wait for Zhou Wen to ask, and explained himself, I want to take back what belongs to me, and if you don't prevent the Earth companion pet from being born, then when it is born, that is, when the Earth is destroyed, that is, the end of mankind, so we have a common goal, cooperation is the best choice. The Earth companion pet you're talking about isn't in Cheesy Mountain, right? Zhou Wen narrowed his eyes and asked. Where else can it be? Said the silver-haired companion pet. Have you forgotten that the Nuwa you mentioned left a wish mark on me? If I go to Cheesy Mountain, there is only one way out. Zhou Wen wanted to extract more useful information from the silver-haired companion pet. Do you think she can't kill you if you don't go anywhere? It's so naive, she has left a wish mark on you. As long as she is willing, even if you go to the sky, you can't escape death. The silver-haired companion pet seemed to think what, looked Zhou Wen up and down and said, it's a little strange, you have left a mark on you, and she didn't attack you, it's a little strange. Then talk about her. Zhou Wen said. There's nothing to say, either she's dead or I'm dead. Without her, I wouldn't have ended up like this. The silver-haired companion said bitterly. Zhou Wen thought it was a little funny that this silver-haired companion pet pushed everything on others. For a while, he said how he would be without Ouyang Ting, then he said how he would be without Zhou Lingfeng, and now he said how he would be without Nuwa. Looking at Zhou Wen's expression, the silver-haired companion pet knew what he was thinking, and suddenly said angrily, Boy, if you were me, I'm afraid you would be worse than me. The silver-haired companion pet got angry and told the general story of the matter. After listening to Zhou Wen, he really felt a little sympathetic to the silver-haired companion pet. He was really not miserable. In the entire universe, every planet is a companion egg. Zhou Wen has long known this, but where do these planetary companion eggs in the universe come from? This question has never been answered. According to the silver-haired companion pet, he didn't know where he came from. When he was conscious, he was dug out by someone. A planetary companion egg that has just been born and has not yet started to hatch, is forcibly dug out, which is simply unimaginable. But someone did it. That person was the Nuwa mentioned by the silver-haired companion pet, and the Lord Emperor that Zhou Wen suspected. Because the silver-haired companion pet at that time had just given birth to consciousness, he was still ignorant and didn't understand anything at all, so he didn't know who the woman was. It wasn't until I woke up later that I could think about the general process of what happened. Nuwa didn't know what method she used. Toting him out, just to breed a new companion pet on Earth. As for why she did this, the silver-haired companion pet still doesn't understand. He just remembered that the woman had descended from the sky in a huge ship, breaking the earth and digging out the oval shape. A big ship? The image of a big ship suddenly appeared in Zhou Wen's mind. There are legends about the Great Flood and myths all over the world, and among the information Zhou Wen has obtained over the years, there is a story of how a boat descended from the sky to save mankind from the Great Flood. There is also the image of the anchor and the woman's head, which makes the image in Zhou Wen's mind more clearly outlined. Could it be that the original flood was caused by Nuwa's boat entering the underground world to dig out the Earth's companion eggs? Zhou Wen gradually linked all the information together. It's just that Zhou Wen hasn't figured out why, in the myth of the Great Flood, there are legends of large ships saving mankind in other areas, but there is no such record in the Eastern mythology. In the Eastern myth of the Great Flood, there is only the legend of the Great You controlling the flood, but there is no story of the great ship saving mankind. If Cheesy Mountain is the birthplace of Earth's companion pets, then shouldn't there be more legends about ships in the East? Before she gets out of trouble, you and I will work together to kill her. You have to live. I will take back what belongs to me, and each will take what they need. The silver-haired companion pet suggested again. Since you know the wish mark on me, how can you go to Cheesy Mountain? Zhou Wen said. I naturally have a way, otherwise how can I cooperate with you? The silver-haired companion pet seemed to be confident, turned around and left. Come with me. Zhou Wen flew with the silver-haired companion pet. At this time, the energy fluctuations on the silver-haired companion pet had completely disappeared, and it was no longer possible to tell what level his power level had reached. Just looking at his speed, it seems that he is no longer weaker than the apocalyptic powerhouses such as Tian Weixin. For a moment, the silver-haired companion pet fell in one place. Zhou Wen stared at it, but was a little surprised. How could it be here? Zhou Wen was surprised, and the place where the silver-haired companion pet brought him turned out to be the ancient city of Guide. https:// The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second, mobile version reading URL. People come and go near the ancient city of Guide. Since Zhou Wen's identity as the emperor was exposed, more and more people flock to the ancient city of Guide. Many ordinary people in the vicinity who are attached to other forces are now dragging their families and bringing their families to the ancient city of Guide, hoping to settle here. It's just that it is not as easy as before to enter the ancient city of Guide. Many people had to stay outside the ancient city of Guide, which made the periphery of the ancient city of Guide very lively. Various tents and temporary camps were everywhere, and even a market was formed. Seeing Zhou Wen's appearance, everyone was watching from a distance, but no one dared to speak up. Interesting, it seems that they are quite in awe of you. The silver-haired companion pet said mockingly. Now this city belongs to me. Zhou Wen said. That's really interesting. The silver-haired companion pet said meaningfully, and had already walked into the ancient city. Zhou Wen also walked in with him. After entering the ancient city, everyone he met would salute Zhou Wen and call the city Lord, and some even called Zhou Wen Lord Human Emperor. You deserve to call yourself the Emperor? The silver-haired companion pet couldn't help but sneered. It's just a nickname. There are many nicknames such as gods, saints, and Buddhas, and the emperor is nothing, Zhou Wen said. Unexpectedly, the silver-haired companion pet heard Zhou Wen say this, and immediately sneered and said, "What? Holy Buddha, how can those things be compared with the emperor?" "How do you say this?" Zhou Wen asked with interest. The silver-haired companion pet seems to have a very high evaluation of human beings, and even believes that the gods and holy Buddhas cannot be compared with humans. The silver-haired companion pet snorted and said nothing, just kept walking. "Where are we going?" Zhou Wen wanted to give out more information, intentionally or not. "You'll know when you arrive." The silver-haired companion pet didn't explain anything. Soon, one person and one pet came to a strange building. Vulcan Terrace? Zhou Wen looked a little weird. The Vulcan Terrace can be said to be the core of the ancient city of Guide. A stone knife is inserted on the platform. Just shaking the stone knife will cause huge changes in the different dimensional field of the ancient city of Guide. Even Lord Emperor had an attempt at the stone knife, and wanted to borrow Zhou Wen's hand to get the stone knife, but he never succeeded. Now that the silver-haired companion pet is here again, in all likelihood, it is also for the stone knife. As expected by Zhou Wen, after the silver-haired companion pet walked onto the Vulcan platform, he went straight to the furnace cauldron with the stone knife inserted, and stared at the stone knife. "If you want to move it, you'd better speak clearly first." Zhou Wen stood in front of the silver-haired companion pet. "If the stone knife is moved, there will be a big change. And the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in the ancient city of Guide cannot be risked casually. It's not that I want to move it, but you want to move it." The silver-haired companion pet pouted and said, "Can it remove the wish mark on me?" Zhou Wen asked, with a frown. "No." The answer from the silver-haired companion pet was beyond Zhou Wen's expectations, but he continued, "But it can temporarily prevent Nu Hua from triggering the wish mark on you. Do you know what will happen if you pull out the stone knife?" Zhou Wen asked. Tentatively. "Nothing will happen." The silver-haired companion pet answered without hesitation. "It seems that you have no sincerity to cooperate with me." Zhou Wen's face turned cold. "I once tried to draw a stone knife, but just shaking a little bit caused a change in the field of different dimensions, but you told me that nothing would happen if I said no, I won't. What do you think you are? Is it worth me to deceive?" The silver-haired companion said proudly, "With me, nothing will happen." "What is the origin of this stone knife?" Zhou Wen asked suspiciously. "You call yourself the emperor, don't you even know the emperor's stone knife?" The silver-haired companion teased. "Human sovereign stone knife?" Zhou Wen really hadn't heard of the human sovereign stone knife. The seed of human civilization is born from this knife. The silver-haired companion pet explained casually. Zhou Wen looked at the stone knife in the furnace with some surprise. And the evaluation of the silver-haired companion pet can be said to be very high. Zhou Wen probably also knows one thing. The beginning of human civilization was about the use of tools and fire, but if it is said that stone tools are the earliest artificial tools, there is still some controversy. Don't talk nonsense, only with this sword. To protect the body can resist Nu Hua's wish mark. Do you want to pull it out or not? The silver-haired companion said impatiently. Zhou Wen thought for a moment, and stopped talking nonsense. He walked to the stone furnace and reached out to hold the handle of the stone knife. In the past, to shake the stone knife, Zhou Wen Had to use the power of the ancient emperor scriptures, but now it doesn't have to be so troublesome. With just a little force, the stone knife swayed a little. What surprised Zhou was that this time the stone knife was shaken more than when he pulled it out before, but nothing unusual happened. You are very cautious, and you have the same morality as your unhappy Lao Tzu. The silver-haired companion pet saw that Zhou just tried it out, and didn't really pull out the stone knife, and snorted coldly. Zhou didn't care, and slowly pulled out a thread again, still no response. As expected of the companion pet on earth, Zhou praised the companion pet with silver hair. The silver-haired companion pet didn't appreciate it very much, and just snorted coldly, pulling out the stone knife little by little. As the silver-haired companion pet said, there is no sign of any changes in the ancient city of Guide. Most of the stone knife had been pulled out. Just when Zhou wanted to completely pull out the stone knife, he suddenly heard a whistling sound, and a figure broke through the air and came to the Vulcan platform. The figure was full of long gray hair and tattered clothes. It was the humanoid alien creature who had been guarding here before Zhou entered the ancient city of Guide. At this moment, the human-shaped alien creature had hair and beard, red eyes, and stared at Zhou who drew the knife, but he did not jump up immediately, but stood there motionless and stared at Zhou not knowing what he was thinking. Zhang Yuji's voice came from under the Vulcan platform, and he rushed up quickly, ran to the side of the humanoid alien, and tried to appease him. Zhou was able to enter the ancient city of Guide, thanks to Zhang Yuji's ability to control the humanoid alien creature, but at this time, it seems that Zhang Yuji's control over him seems to have a very small effect. Under Zhang Yuji's appeasement, the alien humanoid still stared at Zhou as if it would violently kill at any time. Zhou had long thought of this uneasy factor, but he had no other choice. The Battle of Qizishan is feared to be 10,000 times more dangerous than the battle with Tian Weixin, so you must be prepared. Moreover, after the battle with the outer Immortals, Zhou realized the trump card of being in the world, and he also had the confidence to defeat the human-shaped alien creatures. The silver-haired companion pet just watched from the sidelines, and did not express anything. Zhou looked at the humanoid creature, but the strength in his hand did not stop, and he pulled out the stone knife inch by inch. 7017K dear. Click in and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new one who scored full marks has found a beautiful wife at the end. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https://data and bookmarks and computer station sync, no ads and fresh reading. The stone knife is very rough, not so much a knife as a roughly polished stone bar. The side close to the blade is fairly smooth, but the side of the blade is extremely rough, even pitted. That is to say, because the handle of the knife is held too much, it looks very smooth and feels a little pulpy. At the moment when the stone knife was pulled out, Zhang Yuji's appeasement seemed to have completely failed. The humanoid creature rushed up, tearing the air in an instant, and came to Zhou with a burst of air in an instant, and reached out to grab the stone knife. Zhou was about to fight back against the humanoid monster, but suddenly saw a flash of silver light, and vines grew from the foot of the humanoid creature, like ropes, tying the humanoid monster into a zongzi. The humanoid monster almost touched the finger of the stone knife, and it stretched out like that, but could no longer move forward a little bit. Zhou looked at the silver-haired companion pet, and the silver-haired companion pet said lightly, "I said, nothing will happen." The humanoid roared at Zhou. But no matter how hard he struggled, it was difficult to break free from the shackles of those vines. It turns out that the ability of the Earth's companion pet is the life system? Zhou muttered to himself while looking at the vines. Fart, how can you understand Lao Tzu's ability? What kind of power is this? It's just arbitrary. The silver-haired companion pet said angrily, as if he had been greatly insulted. Zhang Yuji looked at the silver-haired companion pet in surprise. She has been with humanoids for the longest time. No one knows more than her how terrible the power of humanoids is. The silver-haired companion pet can subdue it without moving her fingers. Ben was enough to surprise her. It's just that none of Zhou Wen's words shocked her, and she never thought that what she saw in front of her would be a companion pet on Earth. What are you looking at? Your broken ability is ineffective against Lao Tzu, don't waste your expression there. The silver-haired companion gave Zhang Yuji a cold look. Zhou Wen, is he really an Earth companion pet? You actually got an Earth companion pet? Zhang Yuji said in surprise. What kind of eyes do you have? He's worthy of it. The silver-haired companion pet seemed to feel a little inappropriate, and then changed his mind and said, that kid is just Lao Tzu's follower. Yuji, go back first. And I'll tell you in detail later. Zhou Wen said to Zhang Yuji. Can you not hurt him? Zhang Yuji hesitated, looking at the humanoid creature, and said, as long as it's within my control, I won't hurt him. Zhou Wen knew that Zhang Yuji's ability was very special, not simply to control mutant creatures, she also gave her feelings and treated mutant creatures as family members. Zhou Wen had no intention of killing the humanoid creature. This humanoid creature was very special, and he wanted to find out the origin of the humanoid creature. That's great. Zhang Yuji tried to convince the humanoid to leave with her, but at this time her abilities were completely useless against the humanoid. And the humanoid ignored her at all, just struggling desperately, with only the stone knife in Zhou Wen's hand in his eyes. He can't die. The silver-haired companion pet said coldly. Zhang Yuji was completely relieved after this, and tried to appease the silver-haired companion pet, but after it was still ineffective, he left the Vulcan platform first under Zhou Wen's persuasion. I got the stone knife, but I didn't feel that the connection with that person was cut off. Zhou Wen said while looking at the silver-haired companion pet. It's not that easy, what do you think of as a wish mark? Then it doesn't belong. The silver-haired companion stopped before he finished speaking, and seemed to realize that he had said too much. Since you want to cooperate with me and hide everything from me, how can you cooperate? Zhou Wen said with a sullen face. It's useless to tell you some things, and you may not believe it. Instead, it's not good for you or me. The silver-haired companion pet pointed at the humanoid and said, this guy is a bit weird. If I read it correctly, he was supposed to be human. Is he human? Zhou Wen knew that the silver-haired companion pet was changing the subject, but was still shocked by what he said. It's not wrong, he was definitely a human before, and it's not uncommon for a human to be alienated, but it's very strange to be so completely alienated like him, unless. The silver-haired companion pet pondered the humanoid monster. Unless what? Zhou Wen asked. Unless he voluntarily gave up the bottom line of human existence and went to that place. The silver-haired companion pet looked a little weird. If you talk to me like this again, our cooperation will end here. Zhou Wen said with a gloomy face. Unless he has entered that ship, only their Tsanha completely transform humans into alien creatures. The silver-haired companion paused for a while, then curled his lips and said, I also want to explain to you, but I don't. If you don't fully understand it, how can you explain it clearly? If you want to know the truth, then ask Niwa yourself. A lot of nonsense. How do you use the stone knife? Zhou Wen could sense a strange power contained in the stone knife, but this power could not cut off the connection between the wishmark and Lord Emperor. Give me the knife. The silver-haired companion pet reached out and said. Zhou Wen glanced at the silver-haired companion pet, and then threw the stone knife to him. You are a bit more courageous than you, and you are not considered pure waste. The silver-haired companion pet looked at the stone knife and said without looking up, not knowing whether to praise or ridicule. Without waiting for Zhou Wen to say anything, the silver-haired companion pet suddenly held the stone knife upside down and stabbed the stone knife into his chest fiercely. Zhou Wen was stunned. The stone knife directly penetrated the chest of the silver-haired companion pet. It seemed to be in the center of the heart, and the blade came out from behind. What are you doing? Zhou Wen stared at the silver-haired companion pet and asked with a frown. It's still not enough to rely on this human emperor stone knife. Stop talking nonsense. Let's see if it's successful or not. I will believe you humans again. The silver-haired companion pet looked at his chest and whispered. Where the stone knife was close to his chest, a silver flame was rising, as if leaking out of his body, burning his flesh and blood. Come on, pull out the knife. The silver-haired companion pet released the handle of the knife, opened his hands, looked up at Zhou Wen, and silver light bloomed in his eyes. Zhou Wen finally understood what he was going to do. Companion pets can't cancel the contract with humans on their own, and the contract on the silver-haired companion pet may not be completely released. Now, he is going to use the stone knife to cut off his contract with humans, but this is obviously not enough, so he can only choose to use this opportunity to complete a new contract to replace the previous one. That is to say, if it can be successful, the silver-haired companion pet will become Zhou Wen's companion pet. That's what you want. Zhou Wen reached out and held the handle of the stone knife again, trying his best to pull it out. Dear, click in and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new one who scored full marks has found a beautiful wife at the end. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https://data and bookmarks and computer station sync, no ads and fresh reading. As the stone knife was pulled out, the silver-haired companion pet's body was suspended in the air, its limbs were thrown back, and its chest was pulled forward to protrude, if it were a sacrifice of a living human being. Silver flame spewed out and rushed towards Zhou Wen's body along the stone knife, instantly wrapping it in it. Companion pets who have already signed a contract can no longer sign contracts with others, but with the stone knife as the medium, a new contract is being formed between the two. On the chest where Zhou Wen's heart was, a silver pattern gradually appeared. The body of the silver-haired companion pet gradually dissipated in the silver flames, until it disappeared completely, and the silver pattern on Zhou Wen's chest was shining brightly. Zhou Wen lowered his head to see exactly what the pattern on his chest was, but saw that the pattern suddenly disappeared without Zhou Wen's control. In the next second, Zhou Wen's whole body suddenly burst into silver light, his black hair quickly turned silver, and even his eyes were covered with silver. Who the hell stipulates that companion pets can only make wedding dresses for humans and be human slaves? What are humans? Lao Tzu is the master of everything. In Zhou Wen's mind, the Will of the silver-haired companion pet roared wildly. Why? Zhou Wen's consciousness has not been fully occupied, but he is not flustered, just calmly communicated with the will of the silver-haired companion pet. Why? Don't you understand? It's a stupid guy, occupying your body. I can have absolute self, and no one can dominate lousy. The silver-haired companion taunted, thank you for contributing to lousy. The body of this body, I am very satisfied with this body, the natural disaster level can actually erupt with the power of the end of the world, it is worthy of being a favored race. That's why you chose me, not someone else. Zhou Wen said calmly. I've been tricked twice in a row, and I don't have the patience to play any more development games. This time I will make it one step at a time. You don't have to resent why Ling Feng made me so miserable. The father's debt is repaid. It's your life. The silver-haired companion pet seemed to be in a very happy mood, and his words were not half concealed like before. Didn't you say he's a waste? Why did he cheat on you again? Zhou Wen continued to ask. Feeling that Zhou Wen's willpower seemed to be getting weaker and weaker, the silver-haired companion said complacently, that trash can't do anything else, he is very deceitful, he has been delaying his cultivation, so that I can't evolve, and I'm still fucking lousy, let me forcibly stripping it out will hurt lousy's vitality. But it doesn't matter now. What he owes Lao Tzu will take it all back from you this time. So what you said before about Nuwa and the like are all lying to me? Zhou Wen asked again. Is there any need for Lao Tzu to lie to you about this little thing? That woman did come in a boat and forcibly dug Lao Tzu out of the center of the earth, but it's a pity, after that, she was already dead. Silver Hair, the companion pet snorted coldly. Dead? Zhou Wen couldn't help but stunned, since she is dead, who is the one Inquisition? Zhou Wen never imagined that it would be such a result. It's not Nuwa, who else could it be? The silver-haired companion pet's explanation confused Zhou Wen instead. What do you mean, the woman who came in the boat and Nuwa are not the same person? The one in the mountain of chess pieces is Nuwa. And the one who came in the boat is another woman? Who is Nuwa? Who is the woman? Zhou Wen quickly figured out what the silver-haired companion pet meant. I also really want to know who that woman is. She came in a boat, broke the world, shattered another dimension with her own power, and forcibly dug out the eggs of the planet. It is an unparalleled ability to shock the world. When Chong mentioned that woman, there was a bit of admiration. Broken a different dimension? Isn't she an immortal? How could a different dimension be broken? Zhou Wen heard something wrong in his words. According to the information obtained by Zhou Wen, it is inferred that the woman who came by the boat should be the supreme existence of the immortal race. But listening to the tone of the silver-haired companion pet, it doesn't seem to be the case. A fairy clan is nothing, and it deserves to be named after her. The silver-haired companion said disdainfully, because of her arrival, the whole different dimension was almost shattered, and a mere immortal clan is nothing. Go, your body is for my use, and you will become the master of the whole world in the future. That is also your glory. The silver-haired companion pet devoured it wildly, completely swallowing Zhou Wen's consciousness. I was looking forward to seeing that day, but unfortunately you can't. Zhou Wen said lightly. It's not what you said. The silver-haired companion pet didn't finish his words, and suddenly found that Zhou Wen's seemingly weak consciousness suddenly turned from weak to strong. No matter how he swallowed it, he couldn't make Zhou Wen's Consciousness. Completely erased. Good boy, it's no wonder that you can fight against the apocalypse as a natural disaster, and your will is almost not like a human being. It turns out that you were also thinking about Lao Tzu. But unfortunately, you are still too tender. Lao Tzu is a companion pet on the earth. On this earth, there is no any life can compete with Lao Tzu's will. The silver-haired companion pet's thoughts became stronger and stronger, as if the whole Earth's will was injecting energy into him. The will is as tenacious as Zhou Wen, and he also feels an unparalleled huge pressure, and his consciousness is eroded by a little bit of oppression. This body belongs to Lao Tzu. The consciousness of the silver-haired companion pet roared wildly. But the next second, the crazy roar of the silver-haired companion pet stopped abruptly. In Zhou Wen's consciousness, there was suddenly another will. Zhou Wen finally activated Wang Ji's Sai, and the strange woman's consciousness revived. How is it possible? The silver-haired companion pet's consciousness seemed to be shaking violently, as if something had happened that made him extremely frightened. Impossible, impossible, you are not dead, how is it possible? The silver-haired companion pet felt the strange consciousness, and the panic had broken through the limit of its own psychology. Destroy. The woman who is like the king of the world, doesn't even look at the silver-haired companion pet, just spit out a word. The silver of Zhou Wen's whole body faded like a tide in an instant, and the consciousness of the silver-haired companion pet also disappeared in the wailing of extreme fear. Zhou Wen's eyes returned to clarity, and he lowered his head and stared at his chest, only to see that all the silver was condensed on his heart, where it gathered into a silver pattern. Could it be that the Sai of Wang Ji, transformed by the fascinating Immortal Sutra, is the woman mentioned by the silver-haired companion pet? It's a pity that more useful information could not be extracted from the silver-haired companion pet. Zhou Wen's mood was a little complicated. He never thought that the final answer was already on him. I habitually took out my mobile phone, and then watched my own data. And sure enough, I saw a new companion pet in the companion pet column. End of this chapter, dear, click in and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who give full marks to the new ones have found a beautiful wife at the end. The new revision and upgrade. Address of the mobile station, https:// data and bookmarks and computer station sync, no ads and fresh reading. Prisoner, doomsday level, remains. Fate, all beings. Soul of life, all beings. Wheel of fortune, all beings, S rank. Fearing, all beings. The field of natural disasters, sentient beings, heaven. New world, all beings. Strength, 1013. Speed, 1014. Physical fitness. 1052, vitality, 1000. Talent skills, none. Associated state, soul. Zhou Wen was stunned when he saw the attributes of the silver-haired companion pet. Not because he is too strong, but because he is too weak, a dignified apocalyptic companion pet has only such a few attributes. It's just that the natural disaster level Xuandi and Di Ting have almost the same attributes as him. Except for the new world that the end of the world level should have, there is no outstanding performance. What is even more surprising is that his fate, soul, wheel of fortune, fear, domain and new world are all the same, and there is no change. Anyway, it's an apocalyptic companion pet, so why is it that way? Zhou Wen summoned the prisoner. The silver light flickered, and the silver-haired companion pet appeared in front of Zhou Wen again, still with disheveled hair and disheveled clothes. It's just that the current silver-haired companion pet has lost its gleam in his eyes, like a marionette, and only knows to follow Zhou Wen's orders. It seems that the silver-haired companion pet has lost its ego. Zhou Wen is slightly disappointed. He originally hoped to get some useful information from him, but it seems impossible. Fortunately, his companion state is a soul, and he can use his abilities for me. Zhou Wen ordered the prisoner to turn into a soul state, attached to him. The silver light merged into Zhou Wen's body. Zhou Wen's hair and pupils turned silver, and his hair became even more strangely long, almost hanging down to his heels. And the armor on his body also seemed to be plated with silver. What's the use of this new world of sentient beings? I hope it doesn't disappoint me. Zhou Wen felt the power brought to him by the prisoner. After Zhou Wen's 8 laws were unified, his understanding of power was far from the ordinary natural disaster level, which was not inferior to the apocalypse level, or even higher. After carefully comprehending for a moment, Zhou Wen showed joy on his face. The power of all beings is beyond Zhou Wen's expectations. Although the prisoner's ability is very simple, it is very useful. If one word was used to describe the abilities of all beings, Zhou Wen felt that it was enough to add the word equality after all beings. Within the scope of the power of the new world of sentient beings, whether it is gods, saints, Buddhas, or demons, ghosts, and monsters, they are all equal and have the right to die. Yes, it is power, not to kill the enemy, but to give him the power to die. This kind of power has no substantial lethality. It sounds like it is not very powerful, but if you think about it carefully, you will know that this is a very abnormal ability. When Zhou Wen was fighting with Tian Weixian showed a very terrifying self-healing ability. The damage Zhou Wen caused her was not as fast as her self-healing speed. But after possessing all sentient beings, the wounds caused by Zhou Wen can no longer heal on their own, and even a strong person with resurrection ability will not be resurrected. With Zhou Wen's own realm of the world, it can be said to be a perfect match for the following grams. Although my own quality is a little worse, this ability is so useless. Now Zhou Wendao completely believed the prisoner's previous statement. He should have been dug up in advance. Otherwise, his attributes would not be so bad, and he would not be a remnant. It's a pity, I don't know how strong the complete Earth companion pet will be. Zhou Wen regretted secretly. What makes Zhou Wen even more delighted is that the power of the new world of sentient beings can affect the wish mark that Lord Emperor left on him. But it can only have an impact, but it cannot really be erased. Zhou Wen didn't know whether this influence could completely isolate the connection between Lord Emperor and him, but it was better than having no means of defense at all. It seems that if you want to completely remove the wish mark, Cheesy Mountain must be taken. Zhou Wen thought to himself. The safest way is to go to Cheesy Mountain after being promoted to the end of the world level. However, in addition to killing the apocalyptic alien creatures and gaining their power, Zhou Wen has not thought of a second way to advance to the end of the world. But how many apocalyptic alien creatures are there on Earth? Which one is Zhou Wen able to kill? Zhou Wen suspected that there were places on Earth where there were apocalyptic creatures. There were Laojun Mountain and Xiaofua Temple, and the most likely one was Cheesy Mountain. There is also an apocalyptic level that Zhou Wen can basically determine, which is Tian. Of course, Zhou Wen couldn't kill Tian even if he wanted to kill her, he couldn't find her, and he was more likely not Tian's opponent. Glancing at the still trapped humanoid creature, Zhou Wen put away the stone knife. lifted him up, and locked him in a palace. It is very likely that he is a human who has boarded that big ship, and he may be able to find some clues from him in the future. But before that, Zhou must find someone who is good at stealing soul information, because his thinking is confused, and he can't ask anything. Let Zhang Yuji try to appease the humanoid creature. After several attempts, he found that as long as the stone knife did not appear near him, Zhang Yuji's ability was still very effective for him. What does this stone knife have to do with him? Zhou didn't quite understand for a while. The origin of the stone knife itself is very problematic. It stands to reason that the stone knife of the emperor should be related to the Suiren family. But the stone knife is on the Vulcan Terrace. The Vulcan Terrace is called the Vulcan Terrace. What is the use of this knife? Zhou held the stone knife for research. There is indeed a masculine power in the knife, red as fire, but the power that is really inspired is not the fire element. The power of ordinary stone knives cannot be released at all, no matter how much vitality Zhou injects. The stone knives cannot release even an inch of knives. A stone knife that can only be used in close combat, and its true capabilities can only be tested in actual combat. Another dimension world. A mountain burning. Like the sun, the temperature of the mountain is afraid that even steel can melt in an instant. But on such a mountain, there is an incomparably majestic palace made of gold. This is the place where the sun race is located, one of the strongest races in different dimensions, with a number of doomsday-level powerhouses. In the past, if other clans came to the mountain where the sun did not set, even the apocalypse-level powerhouse would not have overstepped, fell at the foot of the mountain, and walked up to the temple of the sun step by step. But today, there is a white figure suspended in the sky above the mountain, looking down at the temple of the sun. Wang Mingyuan, do you want to court death? Several ancient voices came from within the temple of the sun. The flames that enveloped the entire mountain that never sets the sun rose wildly with the voices, as if they were about to burn the entire world to ashes. Generally, death or surrender, this is the choice you need to make. Wang Mingyuan said lightly. End of this chapter, dear. Click in and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new one who scored full marks has found a beautiful wife at the end. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https://data and bookmarks and computer station sync, no ads and fresh reading. Wang Mingyuan, you still dare to appear? A golden armored god radiating brilliance like the sun will rush out of the Sun Temple, come to Wang Mingyuan, point at Wang Mingyuan and say coldly, the Immortals failed to ask for you. Your life, you are trying to keep your life in my mountain where the sun never sets. If you don't surrender to me, this will be the last sunset on the mountain where the sun never sets. Wang Mingyuan ignored the golden armor and said lightly. Such a tone immediately angered the golden-armored general of the Sun clan. Without a second nonsense, he directly bloomed with infinite divine light and radiated towards Wang Mingyuan. The ubiquitous light instantly turns the whole world into golden light, and the brilliant golden light penetrates everything, destroys everything, and burns everything. Even the space is melted under the sun's divine light, and the golden light is like the end of the world. The terrifying divine light of the sun shone on Wang Mingyuan's body, but he had no intention of dodging or resisting the divine light of the sun. He just stood motionless in the air. The golden light fell on Wang Mingyuan like water falling on a sponge, blending into his body without causing any waves. The golden armor god will be horrified. The divine light of the sun at the end of the world can burn the sky and destroy the earth, but it can't hurt Wang Mingyuan in the slightest. This is something he could not imagine before. Under the shock and anger, the golden armor god will frantically burst into the sunlight, all the beams condensed into an aurora, like a golden lightning spear, instantly pierced through Wang Mingyuan's body. However, Wang Mingyuan was still just hanging so calmly, quietly looking at the golden armored general. The golden beam of light that penetrated his body was hot enough to melt any immortal existence in the world, but it couldn't hurt him half. As if the body was a ghost that did not exist in the world at all, the golden beams could not hurt his body at all. Jin Jiashan narrowed his pupils, because he felt that his power of the end of the world was leaking wildly. And in the blink of an eye, most of the sun beams he had condensed had disappeared. Bitch! How dare you! Several roars came from the Sun Temple, several golden lights shot out, and golden figures rose into the sky. The 4 apocalyptic powerhouses of the Sun Clan came out, surrounded Wang Mingyuan from different directions, and the rays of the sun irritated Wang Mingyuan, wanting to completely obliterate him. Heaven and earth seemed to have turned into a red-hot melting pot. The entire area where the sun never sets sacred mountain is turned into a golden field of light. Like an incomparably huge golden sun, illuminating the entire different dimension. It's just that the divine light of the sun, which is enough to destroy everything, pierced into Wang Mingyuan's body, but it was like a rock sinking into the sea, without the slightest wave. Instead, a golden brilliance rose above Wang Mingyuan's body. Strength. Impossible, how could this be? For Sun Clan bosses were all terrified, completely unimaginable, that there are people in this world who can fight 4 against 1, not only not being hurt by their divine light of the sun, but also the power to devour the divine light of the sun. Submit or destroy? Wang Mingyuan didn't have the slightest joy on his face, he just asked so calmly. His body was already close to perfection. The abilities of Sword Immortal Nether, Zhongxia, Jiang Yan, and Immortal Heaven were all in one, changing Wang Mingyuan's physique in an unparalleled way. There was almost no power in the world that could hurt him. The 4 big bosses of the Sun Clan felt that the power in their bodies rushed to Wang Mingyuan like a tide. In their hearts, there was a deep sense of shock and powerlessness. In their eyes, Wang Mingyuan's thin figure was even more unattainable than the majestic mountain where the sun never sets. They all wanted to retreat, but found that the power of the body was leaking uncontrollably and could not be stopped at all. This is your own choice, then destroy it. Following Wang Mingyuan's calm words, the divine light of the sun on his body expanded like a balloon. A silent golden brilliance filled the whole world, as if the sound was melted, a dead silence. After a while, the golden brilliance faded, and Wang Mingyuan remained the same as before, as if nothing had happened. However, the sun never set sacred mountain and the Sun Temple, as well as all the Sun Clan people, including the 4 apocalyptic bosses of the Sun Clan, have disappeared. The location where the sun never set sacred mountain was originally turned into a golden scorching void, as if it were a huge void furnace. Zhou Wen leaned on the sofa, holding the phone and brushing the copy attentively. The copy of Chess Piece Mountain, which was downloaded by Zhou Wen on his mobile phone quite early, but until now, it has still not been able to clear the customs. Now Zhou Wen just wants to rush through the copy of Kizishan before going to Kizishan in reality. In the past, Chess Piece Mountain was like a land of gods and demons. To Zhou Wen, It was commonplace to die in it thousands of times. Every time I entered it, I was careful, but death was still unavoidable. This time, Zhou was a lot easier, and he almost pushed forward with the momentum of destroying the dead until he came to the territory of the 4 demon generals. Originally Zhou thought that although the 4 demon generals were powerful, they still did not reach the level of the apocalypse, that is, the top natural disasters. With his current strength, it was not a massacre. The result surprised Zhou slightly. The 4 demons were holding the Qingyun sword, the primordial umbrella, the jasper pipa, and the purple gold flower fox mink. The 4 different powers formed a strange realm like an enchantment. Zhou slashed with all his strength, but he was not able to break through that strange field. This made Zhou interested. He didn't use it in the human world. He just used various techniques to fight the 4 demon generals. For a while it was indistinguishable, and it didn't take any advantage. The 4 devil generals are already so powerful, how powerful will the ultimate boss of Kizushin be? Who will this boss be? Zhou speculated secretly in his heart. The 9-tailed demon fox has already appeared, which means that the mythical Daji cannot be the final boss of Kizushin. Of course, King Zhou cannot be the final boss, because he has already gone to another dimension and seems to be imprisoned there. Lord Emperor? Zhou can't be sure, because there is nothing related to Lord Emperor in the mobile phone copy. The power of the 4 magic generals is very strange and has its own characteristics, but Zhou power is even more unpredictable. In the case of not using it in the world, he finally cracked it. After killing one of the magic generals, the remaining 3, the demon general's strength was greatly reduced, and he was easily beheaded by Zhou. Jingle. Jingle. The 4 demons dropped the exploded thing to the ground, almost covering the ground. Zhou saw that there was a companion egg in it, and when he was about to pick it up, the entire cave suddenly shook. And the mountain wall on one side cracked, and the darkness was deep, like the open mouth of hell. End of this chapter. Dear, click in and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new one who scored full marks has found a beautiful wife at the end. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https://data and bookmarks and computer station sync, no ads and fresh reading. Seeing this, Zhou hurriedly picked up the companion egg on the ground. As for the large piece of vitality crystal, it was useless for Zhou, and he was lazy to pick it up. The mountain wall cracked more and more, and soon a dark bottomless cave appeared. Zhou launched his division to probe inward, but found that the vitality inside seemed to be depleted, and he could not feel any fluctuations in vitality. Until the mountain wall came to a standstill, nothing changed. Summon the demon-armored tiger soul general, let him explore the road ahead and enter along the cave. The vitality in the cave seemed to be drained, and even a trace of chi could not be sensed, and no alien creature appeared. The tortuous cave meandered inward for several miles, and the scene inside suddenly became clear. Zhou and the demon-armored tiger soul general came to a huge natural cave. Like the passage outside, the vitality here has also been exhausted, and if there is no grass in the big cave, there is no vitality. Only in the center of the cave is a stone 3 or 4 meters high. The appearance of the stone is a bit strange, with a pointed top and a round bottom, like a pointed stone pillar. The whole body is translucent, and the color is gray. You can faintly see within the stone platform, there seem to be faint dots flickering, like a heart beating regularly. What is this? Zhou circled around the stone a few times, but he didn't see a name. Ordering the demon-armored tiger soul general to attack, it is also a natural disaster-grade demon-armored tiger soul general, and the attack could not damage it in the slightest. This is so interesting. Is this thing an item or a variant creature? Zhou was a little unsure for a while. Summoned Emperor Xian and the prisoner, the power of these two top companion pets, still could not shake the stone pillar. Zhou realized that the hardness of this thing was far beyond imagination, so he summoned Emperor Xian and the prisoner back and attached them to himself. The power rushed to the palm frantically. Zhou broke out. The strongest power in the world, and the palm slashed towards the stone pillar like a blade. With a bang, a trace of about 3 centimeters deep was left on the stone pillar. Zhou was suddenly taken aback. This is the power that can cut even the end of the world, and it only left such a shallow scar on the stone pillar. What the hell is this? Zhou did not receive a reminder to attack the alien creature, and became even more curious in his heart. The continuous attack fell on the stone pillar, and the stone pillar was cut open inch by inch, and sweat dripped from Zhou's forehead. Continuously mobilizing such a power in the human world, as strong as Zhou, is also a bit difficult. As the stone skin was cut open a little bit, the light inside gradually became clear. After working for a long time, I finally heard a ding sound. The power in the human world seemed to be chopped on something with a harder texture, and there was not even a trace of it. Leave. Wiping off the stone dust on the outside, Zhou saw that there was a milky white fluorescent jade-like thing inside, and that shining thing was it, and it felt as warm as suet white jade. Along the milky white dividing line, Zhou slowly peeled off the translucent stone skin on the outside, and after working for a long time, he finally saw the complete appearance of the milky white jade. This is Sun Monkey. Zhou looked at the milky white jade that was mostly exposed, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. The appearance of the milky white jade is clearly the appearance of a curled-up monkey. Could this be the legendary Lingming stone monkey? Zhou still remembered the mythical story he heard when he was a child. Sun Wukong broke out of the stone, known as one of the 4 monkeys in the mixed world, named Lingming stone monkey. But thinking about it, it seems unlikely that Zhou had seen the 4 monkeys in the world at the beginning, and this thing is not the same as that Lingming stone monkey. After a little thought, Zhou thought of another possibility. Among the mythological figures related to Shang, there is indeed such a monkey, Yuan Hong, the head of the 7 monsters of Meishan, who was cultivated from the white ape. That is a terrifying existence that can fight against Erlang God. He is invincible with 8 or 9 profound arts, and it is almost the ceiling of physical combat power. If it really is a white ape, it should also be a boss. How could it become such a stone? Zhou was puzzled. There is nothing else here, and the jade monkey can't cut it open. It can only exit the cave and explore other places. There are a lot of natural disaster grades in the copy of Kizishin, and there are also existences that are not inferior to the 4 demon generals. But they have not found the existence of the end times. After going through the entire Chess Piece Mountain dungeon, there were no more discoveries that satisfied Zhou, and no hints for customs clearance. Strange, is there anything else I haven't discovered? Zhou turned around several times. Except for the jade monkey, there was no other strangeness that could not be cracked. Old Zhou, that old guy is here again. Li Xian interrupted Zhou Wen, who was addicted to the game. Who? Zhou Wen didn't react for a while. Who else is there except Jing Daoxian? Li Xian pouted and said, apart from that old guy, and your senior brother Lu Yun. Zhou Wen thought for a while, followed Li Xian out, and saw Jing Daoxian and Lu Yun in the living room. Little junior brother, long time no see, have you missed your senior brother? Lu Yun said with a smile. I really thought about it. Zhou Wen sighed. Of the few senior brothers, Lu Yun and Hui Haifeng are the only ones left. Thinking of Zhong Zia and Jiang Yan, Zhou Wen still cannot accept the fact that they are dead. Hearing Zhou Wen say this, Lu Yun felt a little embarrassed, sighed, and said, you don't have to care too much, people will inevitably die. After all. I know. Zhou Wen nodded, looked at Jing Daoxian, and asked, what's the matter with me? What did you think about what you said last time? The day after tomorrow is the best chance to enter Cheesy Mountain. If you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to enter the mountain again. Jing Daoxian said. Why the day after tomorrow? Zhou Wen didn't understand what Jing Daoxian meant. You don't have to act stupid in front of me. You don't know that little flower on the mountain wall, right? I've been watching it secretly for many years. There is only one day every year when it will disappear. Jing Daoxian's words surprised Zhou Wen. What does it mean? To disappear? Where did it go? Leaving Cheesy Mountain, it is unknown where we went. We will definitely come back in 24 hours, so we only have 24 hours. Whether we can break Cheesy Mountain or not, we must come out. Jing Daoxian said. Zhou Wen frowned and said nothing. This kind of thing can't deceive people. Since Jing Daoxian said so, there must be something. If it is true, as Jing Daoxian said, then this is really an opportunity. The prisoner also said that the Earth Companion pet is in Cheesy Mountain, but it was not found in the copy, so I am afraid he can only go to Cheesy Mountain in reality. End of this chapter. Dear, click in and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new one who scored full marks has found a beautiful wife at the end. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https://data and bookmarks and computer station sync, no ads and fresh reading. In the mountains surrounded by clouds and fog, a river of blood slowly flowed out, dipping the nearby land into a crimson color. Human sovereign. When the soldiers stationed outside the blood river saw Zhou Wen, they all spontaneously gave military salutes. Call me Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen couldn't help frowning slightly when he looked at the soldiers. Their exposed skin had many abscesses. Even half of someone's face was covered with tattered blood blisters, looking extremely disgusting. What's going on? Zhou Wen asked, staring at the officer beside him. The officer smiled bitterly and said, Master Wen, this river of blood seems harmless, but after staying here for a long time, the body will have this kind of abscess. The longer you stay, the more rotten it will become. If you find a cure, you can't bandage it. The more you bandage it, the worse it will rot. Why didn't you withdraw? Zhou Wen asked. I don't dare to go without an order, and I can't go. There is something behind me that I have to guard. The officer said firmly. Zhou Wen was a little moved. Who was not afraid of death, but these soldiers knew that they were facing death, but they still persevered. It was hard to imagine how they resisted the pressure and stayed. Take off your shirt. Zhou Wen looked at the officer and said. Isn't that appropriate? The officer quickly refused. He doesn't want to, so are you willing? Zhou Wen asked again, looking at the soldier beside him. The soldier looked strange and seemed to be struggling, but finally shook his head. Zhou Wen stopped talking, walked directly to the soldier, reached out and grabbed his clothes. The soldier wanted to step back, but was held back by Zhou Wen, hesitated for a moment, did not struggle anymore, and was lifted by Zhou Wen's shirt. Shockingly, most of his chest and back were covered with blood blisters, many of which had ruptured, and pus and blood slowly leaked out. Aren't you afraid of death? Zhou Wen looked at the soldier and asked. I'm afraid. The soldier took a long time to answer. Then why don't you leave? Zhou Wen asked again. Where else can I go? If I persist for one more day, my family will be able to live a good life for one more day. Even if it is an extra hour and a minute, I don't want the same thing to happen to my family. The soldier held back tears. Said. From his words, the helpless despair can be heard. As more and more bands are broken in the dimensional field, the living space of human beings has been compressed more and more severely. Ordinary people can still live a peaceful life at home, because some people are paying the price of blood and tears, even their lives. Live well, there will be a day of reunion. Zhou Wen reached out and patted the soldier's shoulder. The abscesses on the soldier's body immediately recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only this soldier, but the entire soldiers guarding the blood river, the abscesses on their bodies are rapidly fading. These abscesses are not injuries, nor are they poisonous, nor are they common bacterial infections, but the blood vessels are polluted. Therefore, ordinary power cannot heal at all. Even the healing holy light of natural disaster grade cannot heal such an injury. The entire family was helpless about this, and only Zhou Wen, who possessed the power of the demon god's bloodline catalog, could clear their contaminated bloodlines. In modern terms, there is something wrong with their genes, which cannot be treated at all, and will be inherited. After a while, the abscesses on everyone had disappeared, and the soldiers and officers were back to normal. Master Wen. The officers and soldiers couldn't be more excited. Zhou Wen stopped the officer from speaking, his eyes swept over the soldiers. No matter how difficult it is, you must live, your relatives are waiting for you to go back. After speaking, Zhou Wen turned and walked towards the blood river, and rushed into the blood mist with the other two. The officers and soldiers saluted in the direction of Zhou Wen's departure, and they were still unwilling to let go until the figure completely disappeared in the blood mist. This era is like this, the survival of the fittest is the law of nature, and no one can change it. Jing Daoxian said lightly. Nature does not stipulate who must die. Zhou Wen retorted. Hey, have you ever thought that even if you can change their fate and let them live, then his life is equivalent to depriving other lives of life? If a person who should have died survives, then if you live one more day, you need to eat some life that didn't need to die. Are you really compassionate? Jing Daoxian sneered. Do you want to say that humans are the original sin of this world? Zhou Wen said lightly, maybe you are right, but for me, it doesn't matter whether humans are good or bad, I just want to let myself care. I don't know how to be compassionate, I'm not a saint, and I don't have a lofty vision. I just want the people in front of me to live well. Hey! You are getting more and more angry with me, so I'll send you a message for free. Jing Daoxian paused, and then continued, Wang Mingyuan once entered Cheesy Mountain, and at the time he's not alone. Who else? Zhou. Wen frowned and asked, because he probably guessed who Jing Daoxian wanted to say. Ouyang Ting. Jing Daoxian stared at Zhou Wen and said slowly. Oh. Zhou Wen was not surprised, because he had already thought of this possibility. Aren't you curious when they entered Cheesy Mountain and what they did in it? Jing Daoxian said seductively. I'm afraid you don't know either. Zhou Wen said indifferently. This kind of aggressive method is still useful for young people. An old man like me is not so angry. Jing Daoxian said so, but then said, but I can tell you that I also went in at that time, and besides, in addition to the three of us, there is another person who you will definitely be interested in. Who? Zhou Wen was a little surprised. This time he really couldn't guess who it was. Your father, Zhou Lingfeng. Jing Daoxian's words surprised Zhou Wen. He remembered that Zhou Lingfeng had told him that he had never entered Cheesy Mountain, but after approaching Cheesy Mountain, he withdrew because the prisoner had changed. Now Jing Daoxian suddenly told him that Zhou Lingfeng had also entered Cheesy Mountain, and he went with Jing Daoxian, Wang Mingyuan, and Ouyang Ting, which made Zhou Wen doubtful for a while, wondering whether he should believe Jing Daoxian. I know you don't believe it, so I'm afraid you won't believe what I'm going to say next. Jing Daoxian smiled strangely, making Zhou Wen feel a little hairy. What are you trying to say? Zhou Wen said coldly. Have you met your mother? Jing Daoxian didn't answer directly, but asked instead. Zhou Wen opened his mouth and suddenly realized that everything about his mother was what Zhou Lingfeng said. He didn't seem to have seen his mother, or even had any memory of what her mother looked like. It's just that Zhou Lingfeng told his mother how it was, but Zhou Wen himself didn't remember it. What do you mean? Zhou Wen stopped and asked Jing Daoxian. When Zhou Lingfeng came out of Cheesy Mountain, he was holding a baby in his arms. Jing Daoxian's words were like an earthquake, which shocked Zhou Wen beyond words. End of this chapter. Dear, click in and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who give full marks to the new ones have found a beautiful wife at the end. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https:// data and bookmarks and computer station sync, no ads and fresh reading. What's the origin of that baby? Zhou Wen asked, with a complicated look. Then I don't know. Anyway, I didn't bring the baby with you when I entered Cheesy Mountain. Jing Daoxian laughed. So, little junior brother, you are most likely not human? Lu Yun said, looking at Zhou Wen with wide eyes. You are not human, Zhou Wen said depressedly. Zhou Wen is very clear that Jing Daoxian is saying this now, because he wants to make his determination to enter Cheesy Mountain. It is hard to say whether it is true or not. Even if it is true, the baby that Zhou Lingfeng carried out is likely to be quiet, not Zhou Wen. Of course, this also has a premise, that is, Zhou Lingfeng did not lie, and he and Jing were indeed exchanged. But Zhou Wen thought about it again and felt that something was wrong. In the past, the old principal Ouyang Ting often praised him as a genius, and even said that there are two kinds of geniuses in the world, one is other geniuses, and the other is Zhou Wen. But at that time, although Zhou Wen was indeed very talented, he was not as good as this. Now that Ouyang Ting and Zhou Lingfeng entered Cheesy Mountain together, and Ouyang Ting also knew that Zhou Lingfeng took a baby out of Cheesy Mountain, the old principal's praise of Zhou Wen's words was a bit intriguing. What is the truth? Zhou Wen only felt confusing. not sure which one was the truth. You don't need to say this, since I promised you to enter Cheesy Mountain together, I won't go back on it. Zhou Wen said, pretending to be indifferent. It's up to me to talk or not to listen to you. Jing Daoxian stopped talking and walked ahead to lead the way. The road of Jing Daoxiandai was completely different from the way Zhou Wen usually entered Cheesy Mountain. It bypassed the mountain wall with small flowers and came to a ditch. The three of them got into the ditch like mice, and went in along a square narrow passage, and could only crawl on all fours. During the game, Zhou Wen had already flipped through the copy of Kizishin many times, and he was a little surprised that he didn't know there was such a secret way to enter Kizishin. It seems that the real chess piece mountain is indeed very different from the game copy. Zhou Wen muttered to himself, this situation has never happened in other dungeons. At most, there are some subtle differences. It seems that Cheesy Mountain is really different from other dimensional fields. Because he didn't go to the front wall, Zhou Wen didn't know if Xiaohua left as Jing Daoxian said. Jing Daoxian had warned in advance that no abilities could be used in this section of the road, and all the fluctuations of his own vitality must be restrained, so the three of them climbed very slowly. After more than an hour, the three talents finally climbed out of the passage. The exit to the sea was a pond made of stone and jade. It seems that the passage they climbed in should be the sewer of the pool. Zhou Wen looked around. In the game dungeon, he had never seen this place, which made him wonder if there was another dungeon in Kizishin. Why is this pond so weird? Lu Yun looked at the pond and found some problems. He pointed to the edge of the jade pond and said, why are there so many small containers there? So small containers shouldn't be used for showers, right? Hey, silly grandson, I usually ask you to read more books, but you want to read those messy things. Haven't you even heard of Jiuqi and Rulin? Jing Daoxian sighed. This is the legendary wine pond? Lu Yun said in disbelief, why didn't I smell the smell of wine, but instead, there was a faint smell of blood along the way. Hey, are you really just holding those ordinary wine and meat when you are a wine pond and meat forest? Jing Daoxian sneered. What else could it be if it's not ordinary wine and meat? Lu Yun asked inexplicably. Think for yourself. Jing Daoxian climbed out of the wine pond as he spoke, looking around, as if searching for something. Soon Jing Daoxian walked towards a stone wall, stretched out his hand and pushed it. The stone wall slowly opened, revealing a semi-artificial and semi-natural passage. Under the leadership of Jing Daoxian, the three entered the passage, and while they were walking, Lu Yun suddenly vomited out with a wow. Zhou Wen's expression was also a little ugly. On both sides of the passage, there were mummified corpses, each of which looked like moldy and hairy bacon, densely packed like a dense forest. Could this be the legendary meat forest, that wine pool? Lu Yun muttered to himself halfway, and then spit it out with a wow. The demise of Shangtong is not without reason. After a while, Lu Yunkai wiped the stains on his mouth and said. Jing Daoxian ignored Lu Yun and just walked forward slowly. After passing through the passage, there is a huge stone room. In the center of the stone room is a metal utensil that is several meters high. It looks like a furnace and a tripod, and itis covered with black sludge. This should be the torture tool of the cannon branding, right? Zhou Wen looked at the metal tool and said. You can also call it an alchemy furnace. Jing Daoxian squinted his eyes and said, the ancients were obsessed with the art of alchemy. and believed that if you want to live long, you must increase your lifespan, and the best way to increase your lifespan is naturally to supplement the shape. That is to say, the so-called punishment of gun branding is just an excuse. They are using people to make alchemy? Zhou couldn't imagine what a ridiculous and ignorant era it was. These places are not in the game copy, and they overlap with history, which is completely different from the game copy of pure myth and legend. Where are we going? Zhou asked with a frown when he saw Jing Daoxian bypassing the metal utensils and walking towards the stone gate on the other side. After entering Cheesy Mountain for so long, I didn't even see a single alien creature, which seemed a little wrong. It's coming soon. Jing Daoxian pushed open the stone door and walked in without explaining too much. Zhou glanced at Lu Yun and saw that he was also indifferent. Obviously he didn't know much more than Zhou. Now that he has come here, there is no reason to retreat now, so he has to follow along with Lu Yun. Senior brother. Are you really the grandson of Jing Daoxian? Zhou said to Lu Yun, who was beside him. It should be. Lu Yun smiled bitterly. I heard that the old guy was an enemy of the entire Federation for a woman. I didn't hear that he was married. How could he have a son and a grandson? Although Zhou lowered his voice, Jing Daoxian in front of him again, how could he not hear it? In fact, he also said this to Jing Daoxian. In such a dangerous place in Qizishan, Jing Daoxian even brought Lu Yun here, which made him very doubtful whether Lu Yun was also trapped by the old guy Jing Daoxian. If you really want to be a grandson, you are still such a single seedling. Who would be willing to bring such a ghost place? It's here. Jing Daoxian ignored Zhou and stopped in front. Zhou and Lu Yun looked along Jing Daoxian and saw a temple-like building in front of them. It was entirely made of stone. The stone gate was also open, and a jade statue carved from white jade could be seen inside. 7017K dear, click in and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new one who scored full marks has found a beautiful wife at the end. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station. https://data and bookmarks and computer station sync, no ads and fresh reading. The jade statue carved a woman, beautiful, but not glamorous, with a dignified manner, and her whole body seemed to exude a holy brilliance. Although the stone temple has no name, Zhou and Lu Yun have already guessed that the jade statue is likely to be the legendary Nuwa. The battle between Shang and Zhou, or in other words, the beginning of the battle between man and God is here, the temple of Nuwa. Jing Daoxian also confirmed the speculation in their hearts. How come there is no alien creature in this place? Lu Yun also asked with some doubts. I can't see it doesn't mean I don't have it. Jing Daoxian stared at the statue of Nuwa and said, the four of us had different encounters here at the beginning. What happened? Zhou looked at the stone temple and saw that there was only such a room in it. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but the statue of Nuwa. Nuwa temple doesn't seem to be dangerous, but it is actually the strangest place in the world. Jing Daoxian came to the front of the temple, but did not go in, and said with a sneer, 4 people entered the Nuwa temple, but they saw a different landscape. You mean that Nuwa temple is actually an entrance to a different space, and everyone who walks in will reach a different space? Zhou pondered. It can also be explained this way, but it's not that simple. Jing Daoxian paused, and then continued, after I came out of the Hua temple. I stayed here for a long time, only to see Ouyang Ting and Zhou Lingfeng separate, but not seeing Wang Mingyuan and Zhou Lingfeng holding a baby in his arms. Ouyang Ting is nothing special. What did you see in Hua temple? Zhou Wen looked at Jing Daoxian and asked. It's nothing, just got one thing, and you are familiar with that thing. Jing Daoxian narrowed his eyes and said. Lost Immortal Sutra? Zhou Wen's heart moved. That's right, it's the Book of Lost Immortals. After I got it, I tried every means to decipher the secrets in it, but instead of being successful, I let myself suffer. And I also gave it to different people. The results were all the same. No one was able to practice the Lost Immortal Sutra. But everyone was bad luck, and then I had an idea. Jing Daoxian said and looked at Zhou Wen. His eyes were a little weird. You gave me the Lost Immortal Sutra, and it really was a premeditated plan. You suspect that I am the baby my father took out from the Nuwa temple? Zhou Wen said calmly. Yes, it has also been proved that only you can master the Lost Immortal Sutra. Jing Daoxian seems to have determined that Zhou Wen is the baby. So, in Nuwa temple, you not only got the mysterious scripture immortal, but also saw other things. Zhou Wen looked at Jing Daoxian and said slowly. Why do you say that? Jing Daoxian asked with interest. If you only got the Sutra of Losing Immortals and nothing more precious, how could you give it to me so easily? You gave me the Sutra of Fascinating Immortals because you wanted to use the power of me and the Sutra to get that more precious thing. Precious things. Zhou Wen said. Yes, what you said is right. I did see something more precious, but if you want to get something like that, you have to master the Book of Lost Immortals, and you are the only one who can master the Book of Lost Immortals. Jing Daoxian readily admitted Zhou Wen's guess. Since that's the case, you must have figured out a way to let me in. So let's hear it. Zhou Wen didn't ask what the thing was. Everyone enters the Nuwa temple, and the places they go to are different. If you want to get you to where I went, there is only one way. Jing Daoxian's eyes flickered, that is to make the two of us one person. Oh, how can we be alone? Zhou Wen continued to ask calmly. It used to be very easy. After you cultivate into the Lost Immortal Sutra, I will take your body and ability as my own. Unfortunately, this method is no longer available. If you really fight, I may not be able to beat you, old man. So shameless the words came out of Jing Daoxian's mouth, but it seemed to be a matter of course. I'm so sorry for making it more difficult for you. Zhou Wen teased. It's nothing, living people can't let urine suffocate to death, there is still a way. Jing Daoxian smiled, forcibly cultivating the Sutra of Fascinating Immortals. Not only was it unsuccessful, but also caused great hidden dangers to my body. We can say these things. Over the years, I have been dragging my half-disabled body in a race against the god of death, and although I survived, half of my foot has always been within the gate of hell. So I thought of a way to solve the physical problem and let you and I enter the Nuwa temple together. Jing Daoxian. What way? Zhou Wendao was really curious. I can attach to your companion pet, so that you and I are the same as one. Jing Daoxian said. Is that okay? Zhou Wen was surprised. For me, nothing is impossible in this world. Jing Daoxian said lightly, but there was no more pride in his tone. Don't worry, it's only a temporary attachment. After leaving the Nuwa temple, you and I will go our separate ways. And we will have nothing to do in the future. Jing Daoxian was afraid that Zhou Wen would be afraid. and added another sentence. It doesn't matter, I'm very interested to see how you want to attach to my companion. Pet. Zhou Wen thought and summoned a low-level vigorous ant companion pet. Although there is an immortal character in my name, it is not a real immortal, and not all companion pets can be attached. Jing Daoxian said, slowly took out a companion egg and handed it to Zhou Wen. This companion, you hatch the egg first, and I can only cling to it. Zhou Wen looked at the companion egg and saw that it was a fist-sized companion egg, with a body like a black crystal, with a black light spinning inside, like a black hole that devoured everything. What kind of companion egg is this? Zhou Wen scanned the companion egg and found nothing unusual. Jing Daoxian did not manipulate the companion egg. A special natural disaster grade companion egg. After you hatch, you will naturally know why. I can only attach to it. Jing Daoxian said. Zhou Wen took the companion egg and glanced at Lu Yun. After we go in, what will you do, senior brother? He doesn't need to go in, he just needs to stay here to respond. If we encounter an accident inside and can't come out for 24 hours, let him go out and find someone to save us. Jing Daoxian smiled. Who will come to save us? Zhou Wen heard something in Jing Daoxian's words. Maybe Ouyang Ting, maybe Zhou Lingfeng, maybe even Wang Mingyuan, who knows, maybe some people don't want us to die inside. Jing Daoxian said indifferently, time is running out, let's start. Zhou Wen glanced at Jing Daoxian, and with a thought, injected vitality into the companion egg in his hand, and hatched it directly. After the companion egg absorbed the vitality, it suddenly bloomed with black light, turned into a black light swirl, and merged into Zhou Wen's body, condensing into a strange pattern on his forehead. End of this chapter. Dear, click in and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who give full marks to the new ones have found a beautiful wife at the end. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https://data and bookmarks and computer station sync, no ads and fresh reading. Zhou Wen thought about it, and a companion pet was summoned by him. It was a black humanoid companion pet, with black clothes, black hat, black shoes, and black gauze mask. Only the hair was particularly long, and it was white, and the tail of the hair was burning with white light. Super Broom Star, Natural Disaster Grade, Evolvable. Fate. Hell Unlucky Ghost. Soul of Life, Decaying God. Wheel of Fortune, the 5 decays of Great Heaven and Man Fear. Possessed by Despair, S grade. Natural Disaster Domain, 100% Unlucky Domain, Heavenly Level. Strength, 400. Speed, 400. Physical Fitness, 400. Vitality, 400. Talent Skills, none. Associated Status, Permanently Passive. Zhou Wen saw the information about the companion pet, frowned immediately, and looked at Jing Daoxian, who gave him the companion egg. Obviously, what Jing Daoxian said before is not credible. Super Broomstar has no ability to easily possess it. These abilities all point in one direction, which is to make Zhou Wen unlucky. And the last companion state is very strange. Zhou Wen has never seen such a companion state before. It means permanent passive. I'm afraid that means, even if he doesn't summon the Super Broomstar, the Super Broomstar's ability will always work. That's right, I lied to you again. Jing Daoxian smiled and rushed into the gate of Nuwa Temple, without waiting for Zhou Wen to do anything. Zhou Wen didn't do it, he had other plans in his mind. Nuwa Temple does have multiple spaces, and he didn't lie about that. Zhou Wen muttered to himself as Jing Daoxian's body disappeared like a sinking water. What's going on? Lu Yun was still confused. Asked. Puzzled. This companion pet will increase people's bad luck, and even if it is not summoned, it will still work. It seems that your old man is using me as a beacon. Zhou Wen said calmly. He has never trusted Jing Daoxian from the beginning, and he has long thought of the possibility of Jing Daoxian playing tricks on the companion eggs. Maybe for others, the super broom star is a trouble, and it is very difficult to solve, but for Zhou Wen, it is not a problem at all. Using the companion pet synthesis function of the mobile phone, you can directly wash off these abilities of the super broom star. Don't be too easy. What light? Lu Yun didn't understand what Zhou Wen meant. I'll talk to you later. Zhou Wen recalled the super broom star to his body, then took out his mobile phone and called up the interface for synthesizing companion pets. Let's wash the super broom star first. Zhou Wen plans to use the lowest level companion pet and the super broom star to synthesize. Even if it can't be washed in one round, it only takes a few more rounds to get its life and soul, wheel of fortune, etc. are all washed differently, or even exploded directly. Such an unfortunate companion pet. The success rate of synthesis must be pitifully low, and the possibility of exploding at the first synthesis is very high. Zhou Wen thought about clicking on the companion pet that needed to be synthesized. Who knew that at this moment, he sneezed unexpectedly, closed his eyes, and shook uncontrollably. Zhou Wen suddenly felt bad. When he opened his eyes and looked at the screen of his mobile phone, he found that he had entered the synthesis screen. In less than a second, Zhou Wen thought of something, and hurriedly checked his companion pet, and he found that the demon Armored Tiger Soul General was gone. Your sister? Zhou Wen cursed in a low voice. It's all this time, why? Are you still playing with your mobile phone? Don't you think about how to solve the problem of companion pets? Otherwise, you can transfer that companion pet to me first, or let me kill your companion pet. Lu Yun said. It's useless now. Zhou Wen shook his head and smiled bitterly. This thing is now combined with the demon Armored Tiger Soul General. The ghost knows what will happen, and can only hope that the demon Armored Tiger Soul General is harder than the Super Broom Star's life, covering all his abilities. What does Ming Dang mean? Lu Yun scratched his cheeks anxiously. If I guess correctly, there must be a multiple-choice question waiting for me in the Nuwa Temple, and it's still one of two choices. As long as I choose the wrong one, your old man will be able to choose the right one. Zhou Wen, after a pause, he continued, but there is one thing I don't understand. If he just wants to use me to get rid of a wrong answer, he can choose anyone else. There is no need to deceive me. So this choice is probably only me. If you can choose, no one else can choose. I still choose a fart. This is the situation, you should leave quickly. Lu Yun said. It doesn't matter, I also need an answer, this is also an opportunity for me. Zhou Wen said while looking at the screen of his phone. The synthesis has ended, and the companion pets that appear on the screen are still the same as the Demon Armor and Tiger Soul General. There is almost no change, but there are some subtle black patterns on the outside of the armor, and a white halo burns on the edges. Demon Armored Tiger Soul General, Natural Disaster Grade, Evolvable. Fate, Super Ferocious. Soul of Life, Super Tiger Soul Magic Pattern. Wheel of Fortune, Super Evil. Fear, Super Demon Knight, Super S Grade. Natural Disaster Domain, Super Heaven Defying Life, Heavenly Level. Strength, 999. Speed. 999. Physical fitness, 999. Vitality, 999. Talent skills, Super Steel Furnace, Super Rampage, Super Magic Stone Curse, Superhuman and Riding 1, Super Armor Sunder Gun, Super Evil Manning, Super Poor Mountain and Bad Water, Super Killer, Super Crazy. Shooting, Super Kill. Associated status, permanently passive. This data directly stunned Zhou Wen. It can be described as a miracle that a synthetic companion pet can achieve such an attribute value. After all, the two companion pets used for synthesis can only be regarded as superior natural disaster-grade companion pets, not the real top ones. If it is said that the companion pets such as Di Ting and Xuandi are combined with the magic armor and tiger soul, it is normal to get such an attribute. Two companion pets with a maximum of 400 attributes, combined with 99 attribute values, have nothing to do with luck. What's even more frightening is that all abilities have been added with the word super, which shows that all the original abilities have been improved. Fortunately, none of the abilities related to bad luck have been inherited. It's just that this is always passive and super master. Zhou Wen didn't know if his life was hard enough and whether he could bear it. You stay here and wait, I'll go in and have a look. Seeing that Lu Yun wanted to persuade him to leave, Zhou Wen interrupted Lu Yun and walked directly into the Nuwa temple. Although the master is terrible, Zhou Wen is not afraid. For so long, the master has not caused any substantial damage to Zhou Wen, and he has also studied the reasons. The so-called master, what exactly is it? In order to study this issue, Zhou Wen collected a lot of information, and also asked some other people who have Kazhu, companion pets. The result of the research is that the master is actually the master's fate, which will make the master's fate very bad. In severe cases, the fate will not only fail to play a positive role, but may even have a negative effect, making the master's fate worse. Bad luck and even death are possible. It is normal for ordinary people to not be able to withstand the master, but Zhou Wen's fate is different. That is Wang Ji Sai. Originally, it was not Zhou Wen's fate. It was formed after absorbing the immortal sutra. Ku, also the woman in the fairy tale. Zhou Wen deduced that the reason why he had carried the demon-armored tiger soul for so long and had not suffered any damage was because Wang Zisig had carried everything. And the demon-armored tiger soul general could not overcome her. Dear, click in and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new one who scored full marks has found a beautiful wife at the end. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https://data and bookmarks. And computer station sync, no ads and fresh reading. The rippling air like water slid across Zhou Wen's skin, but the scene in front of him did not change. The Nuwa temple is still the Nuwa temple, and the jade statue of Nuwa still stands in the center of the stone house. Zhou Wen, who was standing inside the door, turned to look out the door, but saw that it had become a stone wall, let alone a way out. There was no door. Zhou Wen used Shiyu to scan the entire stone house, but found nothing. Except for the jade statue of Nuwa, there was nothing special in the entire stone house, and no trace of Jing Daoxian was found. There should be multiple spaces, but according to Jing Daoxian, it should not be multiple spaces of the same space. After Jing Daoxian enters, the place he arrives may not be the Nuwa temple. Zhou Wen stared at the jade statue of Nuwa and thought, Jing Daoxian got such a super broom star on me and wants me to be a beacon, then there must be a choice. Where is this choice? Zhou Wen walked to the statue of Nuwa Jade, and circled around the statue of Nuwa. Lock up. Although the jade statue is not a thing, it does not have the slightest vitality and energy fluctuations. It does not seem to have a universe inside. Zhou Wen frowned. Time is limited, and Zhou Wen has no time to waste. Since he can't find the abnormality, he can only use stupid methods. With a thought, the human realm immediately covered the entire stone house. Before Zhou Wen could use brute force, the jade statue of Nuwa in the human realm changed. I saw that the jade statue of Nuwa turned into fly ash and disappeared into the air inch by inch. Zhou Wen was slightly startled, and immediately understood what had happened. In the realm of the human world, only the rules of the human world can remain, and the forces outside the human world will be eliminated. That is to say, this jade statue of Nuwa does not belong to the human world. When, after the statue of Nuwa Jade completely dissipated, something fell out from the inside of the statue of Nuwa. Zhou Wen took a closer look and was stunned. It was a key made of jade, and it was very large, half a foot long. As the jade key was picked up by Zhou Wen, there was a clicking sound behind him. Turn around and look. I saw that the stone wall that came in was shrinking to both sides, and the entrance was reopened. But outside the entrance is not in front of the Nuwa temple, but a natural stone cave. Zhou Wen summoned several companion pets and searched into the cave, but found no danger. So Zhou Wen also walked into the cave. The cave was not deep, and it didn't take long for it to come to the end. There was a larger cave with stone pillars standing up, and each pillar was connected to a chain. The place where those chains gathered was a beautiful woman sitting there. The beautiful woman was looking at Zhou Wen with a harmless appearance. Zhou Wen saw her appearance clearly, but was shocked, because the appearance of this woman was exactly the same as that of Nuwa. If this is the case, Zhou Wen would not be so surprised. After all, there are many immortals in mythology. It is normal for a great god like Nuwa to exist in the dimensional realm. But Zhou Wen sensed the breath of the woman, and it turned out to be a human being, and she was still a very pure human being, so she couldn't feel the breath of an alien creature. For a pure human being to live from the age of myths to the present, it is somewhat incredible. You're finally here. The woman didn't seem surprised when she saw Zhou Wen, and said with a smile. You are, Emperor, Big Ren. Zhou Wen's face changed slightly when he heard the woman's voice. The voice he was familiar with was the voice of Lord Emperor. What do you think? The woman smiled. Are you Nuwa? Zhou Wen asked again. No. The woman unexpectedly denied it. You're not Nuwa? This time, Zhou Wen was a little surprised. Although he never trusted Jing Daoxian, no matter from which point of analysis, Lord Emperor should be Nuwa, and Nuwa's jade looks exactly like her. Of course not. The woman had a half-smile expression on her face. Do you think I look like your mother? What do you mean? Nuwa is my mother? I'm really the baby my dad took out from here. My dad and Nuwa. The woman just said a word, but Zhou Wen's heart was turned upside down. Haha. The woman smiled, leaning back and forth. What are you laughing at? Zhou Wen frowned. You're really a cute little fool. You are thinking about all kinds of messy things in your mind. It's not wrong that your mother is Nuwa, but Zhou Lingfeng is not your biological father. He just adopted you. The woman smiled and looked at Zhou Wen. Said. Zhou Wen instantly felt that his brain was not enough. The woman said that he was Nuo's child, but not Zhou Lingfeng's child. Zhou Lingfeng said that he was Ouyang Lan's child. For a while, Zhou Wen couldn't figure out what was going on and who he should believe. Why do you say I'm Nuo's shield? Zhou Wen asked, with a frown. If you can come here, it proves that you are Nuo's child. No one can come here except her child, the woman said. This is not evidence. Zhou Wen shook his head. Since you can't accept it, then tell me some evidence that you can accept. You have practiced the Sutra of Losing Immortals, right? The woman said. Yes, this is also evidence? Zhou Wen said. Of course, except for Nuo's children, no one can practice the Faithful Immortal Sutra, which was originally reserved for her children. It is impossible for other people to practice it. The woman said. Is there no accident? Zhou Wen still didn't quite believe it. There can be no accident, because the Sutra of Losing Immortals is something that does not belong to this world, and only you who do not belong to this world can cultivate. The woman's words surprised Zhou Wen again. What do you mean? Didn't you just say that I am Nuo's child, so how come I don't belong to this world now? Zhou Wen couldn't understand what the woman said. It was a contradiction. At all. This is not contradictory. You are Nuo's child, but you do not belong to this world. The woman said slowly. So, Nuo is not from this world? Zhou Wen asked. No, Nuo is, you are not. The woman shook her head. These words completely confused Zhou Wen, and he couldn't understand the woman's thinking at all. What do you think Nuo is? The woman asked, suddenly. This sentence suddenly moved Zhou Wen's heart. Don't you mean to say that Nuo is not alone at all, she is the earth itself? It's not too stupid, Nuo is the earth itself that nurtures all things. The woman smiled. In this way, all human beings, even all creatures on earth, are children of Nuo. Zhou Wen pouted. Not the same. The woman shook her head. What's the difference? Zhou Wen asked. Because you are the core life nurtured by the earth, in your own words, you are the companion pet of the earth. The woman said word by word. The woman's words made Zhou Wen completely dumbfounded, and he didn't speak for a while. End of this chapter. Dear, click in and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new one who scored full marks has found a beautiful wife at the end. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https://data and bookmarks and computer station sync. No ads and fresh reading. Even if I am a companion pet on Earth, so what? Zhou Wen already had his own thoughts in his mind, looking at the woman and asked. How? Since you are here, it means I can leave. Lord D said. I don't remember saying that it will save you from trouble. Zhou Wen frowned. Lord Emperor showed a playful smile. I don't remember that I said I needed you to save me. You don't need me to save you? Zhou Wen was a little surprised. When this emperor is invincible, you are not even an egg. If I can't save myself, what's the use of asking you? Lord Emperor said lightly. In that case, why are you still here? Zhou Wen pouted and teased. Of course I'm waiting for you. I made an agreement with her that I can only leave when you come here and give you the things. Lord D said. She? Nuo? Zhou Wen felt that something was wrong. The emperor just said that Nuo is actually the earth itself, not an ordinary individual life. How can she make an agreement with the earth? If it is not Nuwa who agreed with Lord Emperor, then there is only one possibility left. The person who agreed with Lord Emperor is the woman who came to Earth in a boat and dug up the prisoners. But who is that woman? Who is the Emperor? According to Zhou Wen's own guess, among the woman and the Emperor, there must be one of the immortal clan, the immortal Emperor who once reigned in a different dimension. According to various indications, it is more likely that Lord Emperor is that immortal race. If the Emperor is the Emperor of the immortal race, then where did the woman who came by the boat come from? Why did she dig out the Earth Companion pet? Why did she breed new Earth Companion pets? And why did she leave things for the new Earth Companion pets, and let Lord D guard it here? All kinds of questions make Zhou Wen unable to get the real answer, and now the only person who can solve his doubts is the Lord Emperor in front of him. I don't know. Who knew that a word from Lord Emperor made all of Zhou Wen's expectations come to nothing? How could you not know who she is? Zhou Wen asked reluctantly. This Emperor claims to be invincible in the world. Before the dimensional ban was broken, I broke through the dimensional barrier and came to the universe where you are. I originally thought that no one in the world could match me. Lord Emperor sighed and said, but when I came to Earth and wanted to solve everything completely, she appeared, driving a huge ship through the air and blocking me. If such an existence really exists in the world, it is impossible for me not to know it, but I have never heard of such a person's existence. You mean, she doesn't belong to our world at all, nor does she belong to your different dimension? Zhou Wen was even more shocked. Maybe. Lord D continued, I fought her, but I lost. That was my first defeat since I was born. This is a bit exaggerated. Could it be that you are invincible from birth? Zhou Wen slandered in his heart, but did not say it. Lord Emperor saw through Zhou Wen's thoughts at a glance, and said lightly, I was born in the end of the world. Zhou Wen was speechless for a moment. Born into the apocalypse, what a simple and arrogant answer. A being born in the apocalypse is indeed not easy to lose. Then what? Zhou Wen quickly changed the subject, which made him feel a little sad. He has worked hard to cultivate so far, but it is nothing but a small natural disaster, even worse than when he was born. Seeing Zhou Wen's suffocating appearance, Mr. D was very happy, and said with a smile, you don't have to belittle yourself. If Zhou Lingfeng hadn't taken you away, when you were born, in all likelihood, you could barely count the end of the world. Why was Zhou Lingfeng able to take the baby away? Zhou Wen has always been unable to figure out this question, not to mention that the woman is so terrifying, even Lord Emperor, who is guarding here, can't let Zhou Lingfeng take the baby away. I don't know, originally I thought no one could take you away, but Zhou Lingfeng took you away. Lord D smiled, if you want to know the answer, I'm afraid you can only commit suicide and go to another world to find her. To answer. That woman died? Zhou Wen was taken aback. Of course, she defeated me, but her life remained. Lord D said lightly, in fact, I suspect that she was injured before the battle with me, and died completely shortly after the battle with me. In order to abide by the agreement with her, I will stay here until I hand things over to you. What is it? Zhou Wen finally couldn't help but ask this question. Lord Emperor didn't answer this time, just stood up, only to hear the sound of clicking, and the chains that bound her were broken one by one. In a blink of an eye, she regained her freedom. Zhou Wen still suspected that Lord Emperor was lying to him, but now it seems that Lord Emperor wants to get out of trouble, and he really doesn't need his help. I told you a long time ago that all I need is you, the heart of your own villain. You are too timid and afraid of death. Lord D said and took 2 steps forward, pointing at the person who was sitting just now. The location. Said, what she asked me to give you, is it? Only then did Zhou Wen discover that the place where Lord Emperor was sitting was a jade-like box with an ancient keyhole on the front of the box. What's inside? Zhou Wen asked. I don't know, I promised her that you can only take things out by yourself. Lord D glanced at Zhou Wen and said, didn't you already have the key? You'll know if you open it yourself. You can't open it. When Zhou Wen was thinking about whether to open the box, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Turning his head to look, he saw Jing Daoxian stumbled over from the passage. It seemed that his condition was very bad. There was blood all over his body, his gray hair was scattered, but his eyes were very firm, as if he was sending light. You're not dead yet? Lord D seemed a little surprised when he saw Jing Daoxian, but he was only a little surprised. Yi Wang Yi dare not accept me as an old man. I want to die, but I can't die. Jing Daoxian walked step by step, and he couldn't feel the fluctuation of his vitality at all, but there seemed to be an invisible momentum that permeated the air, like a mountain. Boy, don't listen to her nonsense. If you open the box, she will really get out of trouble, and no one will be able to restrain her. Jing Daoxian said to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen looked at Lord Emperor. And then at Jing Daoxian. He didn't know whose words were worth believing for a while. In fact, Zhou Wen felt that neither of them was trustworthy. If he had to choose one, he would rather believe more Lord Emperor. End of this chapter, dear. Click in and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who give full marks to the new ones have found a beautiful wife at the end. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https://data and bookmarks and computer station sync. No ads and fresh reading. Zhou Wen, isn't it obvious enough now? If she really has the ability to get out of trouble, how can I let the old man continue to live? Jing Daoxian continued. I have to admit that what Jing Daoxian said did make some sense. If Lord D was as strong and free as she said, how could she tolerate Jing Daoxian's wanton nonsense in front of her? Zhou Wen looked at Lord D and wanted to hear what kind of explanation she had. Zhou Wen is not in a hurry to make a decision. The current situation is very favorable to him. Maybe this is the opportunity to dig out the truth. Lord Emperor didn't seem to want to explain to Zhou Wen. He just looked at Jing Daoxian and said, you took your life to come here just to tell him that this box can't be opened? Not a single word of these words is explaining, but it is more powerful than any explanation. Jing Daoxian came here at the risk of death, and even before entering the Nuwa temple, he wanted to use the super broom to star-pit Zhou Wen. He would never just stop Zhou Wen from opening the box. If that's the case, he doesn't have to invite Zhou Wen to Qizishan at all. I came here with purpose, but what I did was not in that box. Jing Daoxian said slowly without a strange expression on his face. That's interesting. What are you here for? Lord D looked at Jing Daoxian with interest. You. Jing Daoxian's answer surprised not only Lord Emperor, but even Zhou Wen. You mean, I'm a companion pet on Earth? Lord D laughed. Cough, you can't be wrong, she is the real Earth companion pet. The box is what suppresses her. If you open the box, she will get out of trouble. What kind of impact will the planet's companion pet have on the planet? Zhou Wen, you should know better than me. Jing Daoxian said to Zhou Wen. In such a short time, Zhou Wen heard two versions about the Earth companion pet. One version said that he was the Earth companion pet. Now Jing Daoxian said that Lord D is the Earth companion pet. Who is lying? Lord Emperor didn't mean to argue, just looked at the two people with a smile, like a bystander watching the show. You said she was a companion pet on Earth, what evidence is there? Zhou Wen naturally couldn't listen to Jing Daoxian's words. Jing Daoxian sat down against the wall, panting and said, Zhou Wen, think about it carefully, on this Earth, who can control everything on the Earth and satisfy all wishes, even those in different dimensions, do the powerhouses of the end of the world have such abilities? When Jing Daoxian speaks, every sentence can really grasp the point. Which is what Zhou Wen has always suspected. Lord Emperor can do whatever he wants on the Earth with only the power of desire. This ability can no longer be summed up in two words: powerful. Is it just these? Zhou Wen didn't think that just like this, he could confirm that Lord Emperor was the companion pet on Earth. Jing Daoxian coughed, and the blood came out of his mouth. After a while, he continued, I don't know if she told you, only you can come here. The four of us entered Nuwa back then temple, although they went to different spaces, they should have seen her in the end. Of course, I can only say that I have seen her, and I also got it from her. Whether Wang Mingyuan and the others have seen her, I am just guessing. Believe it or not, it's up to you to judge. Is what he said true? Zhou Wen looked at Lord Emperor and asked. Lord Emperor did say that only Zhou Wen can come here, but now Jing Daoxian has also come in, which is a problem in itself. If Jing Daoxian has really been here before, it can only show that what Lord Emperor said is even more unbelievable. I said he has never been here, do you believe it? Lord D said with a smile. But he's here now. You told me that only Earth companion pets can get here. Zhou Wen said. That was before you got the key. Now that you are here, there are naturally no restrictions. But even so, he was able to come here alive, which really surprised me. Lord D said lightly. The two held their own opinions, and Zhou Wen couldn't judge for a while who was more credible. But who is more credible? For Zhou Wen, it is not a multiple-choice question, he does not need to make a choice. Jing Daoxian, you said she was a companion pet on Earth. You came for her. Now that you see her, what are you going to do? Zhou Wen looked at Jing Daoxian and said. Naturally, I made a contract with her and let her use it for me. Jing Daoxian said. How to make a contract? Your current situation doesn't seem to be very good. Are you sure you can beat her? Zhou Wen didn't think Jing Daoxian had that kind of ability. Not to mention that Jing Daoxian was already injured. Even if he wasn't injured, how could he possibly beat Lord Emperor? I can't do it now, but you can. Jing Daoxian coughed and said, don't be deceived by her appearance, she is very weak now, and she is definitely not your opponent. Remember I told you. This day every year, that little flower will disappear and leave Cheesy Mountain. This is definitely not a lie. After that little flower leaves, she will no longer have the omnipotent power. She is very weak now. This is our only chance. More, you have to decide as soon as possible. Really? Zhou Wen looked at Lord Emperor. What do you think? Lord D still looked at them with such a smile, that is, he didn't stop them from talking. And he didn't mean to justify. Think about it, has she ever told you that she is an immortal? But she is obviously a human being, so how could she be an immortal? Jing Daoxian continued. Why? Zhou Wen looked at Lord Emperor, and he was also puzzled by this question. Everyone can see that Lord Emperor's body is 100% human. She said that she is an immortal. No one would believe such an obvious lie. But with Lord Emperor's scheming, would she use such an obvious lie? Are you questioning this, Emperor? Lord Emperor pouted, seemingly disdainfully. I just want to know the truth. Zhou Wen said. The truth is in front of you. Open the box and you will naturally be able to understand the truth of everything. Lord D said indifferently. Even if you don't believe me, you can subdue her first, and then open the box. Jing Daoxian said again. This is a good idea. Zhou Wen looked at Lord Emperor, and slowly pulled out the human sovereign stone sword hanging from his waist. At this point, there must be a conclusion after all. After hearing so many words from the two of them, Zhou Wen already has his own judgment in his heart. Indeed, as Jing Daoxian said, his time is running out and he must make a decision. The human sovereign stone knife broke through the air and slashed out with a humming sound. 7017K dear, click in and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new one who scored full marks has found a beautiful wife at the end. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https://data and bookmarks and computer station sync, no ads and fresh reading. The human sovereign stone knife slashed at Lord Emperor with terrifying power. When Lord Emperor didn't dodge, but when the Emperor's stone knife slashed in front of her, it seemed to slash on an invisible metal wall. Not only did he fail to hit Lord Emperor, but Zhou Wen's hand holding the knife was trembling. Feeling numb, the Emperor's stone knife almost dropped. Jing Daoxian, what are you still doing, still not helping? Zhou Wen shouted, holding the handle of the knife with both hands, and slashed at Lord D again. Dang dang. Dang dang. The continuous violent slashes did not even touch the corners of Lord Emperor's clothes, they were all blocked by invisible barriers. Jing Daoxian's eyes flashed with joy. And at the same time as he summoned the companion pet, his body also burst into flames, and pressed his palm on the invisible barrier with an afterimage. Jing Daoxian slapped his palms continuously, leaving one after another overlapping blood handprints on the invisible barrier, which was the blood flowing from his body. Attack the place where the blood marks are, Jing Daoxian said while slapping. Zhou Wen didn't hesitate, and the human sovereign stone knife slashed towards the bloody fingerprints left by Jing Daoxian. Strange to say, the invisible barrier stained with blood seems to have softened a lot. Although the human sovereign stone sword still failed to split the invisible barrier, Zhou Wen could feel that the human sovereign stone sword seemed to have cut into something. Stop the knife and wait for me. Jing Daoxian called again. The moment Zhou Wen drew his sword, Jing Daoxian pressed the position where Zhou Wen had just cut again, and the blood smeared in the invisible place, but it turned into a bloodstain. The outline of the blood died. You can see that there is indeed a knife mark several centimeters deep. Jing Daoxian retreated with a single blow. Zhou Wen chopped to the same position again, and split the knife mark a little more. The two cooperated like this. The invisible barrier was split a little bit, and the blade of the Emperor's stone knife was getting closer and closer to Lord Emperor. Lord Emperor watched the two of them act like this, but he didn't do anything. He just said coldly, "Zhou Lingfeng really can't teach anything good. You are just like him, you are a poor shameless villain." Zhou Wen remained silent, still cooperating with Jing Daoxian's mad slash. After dozens of consecutive blows, he seemed to hear the sound of glass breaking, and the invisible barrier was completely split. Zhou Wen and Jing Daoxian rushed towards Lord Emperor. "Don't listen to her nonsense, take her into a contract while she doesn't have the ability to resist now." Jing Daoxian shot blood like rain, and threw it at Lord D. "No wonder this old guy always looks like a sick ghost. Every time he fights, he sheds so much blood. It's a miracle that he didn't die." Zhou Wen secretly slandered, but the human emperor stone knife in his hand did not stop, and violently slashed at Lord Emperor. In the next second, both Jing Daoxian and Zhou Wen's expressions changed drastically. The blood thrown out by Jing Daoxian and Zhou Wen's human sovereign stone sword fell on Lord Emperor, but it seemed to be hit by a phantom and passed through her body without causing any damage. The disintegration of the demons, the sea of blood has no end. Jing Daoxian roared violently, and the blood of the body gushed out from the pores of the whole body, covering the entire cave, dyeing everything blood red. Jing Daoxian's own body has become like a dry bone, but it is not dry. Every inch of muscle seems to contain an unimaginable terrifying explosive force, like a devil who has been dead for thousands of years crawling out of hell. "Caught you." Jing Daoxian's zombie-like face showing frenzy. I saw the figure of Lord Emperor disappeared in the blood, and above the jade box, the figure of Lord Emperor appeared again. She was still locked by the chain, sitting on the jade box. The blood beads stained on her white clothes and beautiful face, forming a strange and coquettish picture. Finally successful. Jing Daoxian was ecstatic. And with his palm shot, the blood in the cave seemed to come alive, like thousands of blood-colored bugs, flocking to the locked place. The Emperor Zhou Wen stepped aside and watched all this coldly. "Boy, you must be knowledgeable and interesting. When the old man becomes the #1 person in the universe, you will have a good fortune," Jing Daoxian said in a hoarse voice when he saw that Zhou Wen did not react. Zhou Wen didn't speak. Just watched from the sidelines. Such a ruthless person, such a ruthless heart. In the bloodworm package, the voice of Lord Emperor came, but it was still so unhurried. Zhou Wen didn't know if Lord D was talking about him or Jing Daoxian. "If your husband is not ruthless, how can he stand in the world?" Jing Daoxian said, walking towards Lord Emperor step by step. Every step he took, he seemed to be walking against the mountain, and the blood rushed towards Lord Emperor even more frantically. Although human beings themselves are derivatives of Earth's companion pets, they can only be regarded as scraps. They don't have the qualifications to cultivate the faithful Immortal Sutra. You can transform the fascinating Immortal Sutra and cultivate it to such a degree that you don't know how many you have killed. Man. He has taken so many lives, and he has endured unimaginable pain. He is indeed a ruthless man. Lord D changed the subject and said indifferently, "It's just you, or is it you? Haven't you heard a sentence? The princes and generals have a kind of seed? They are both human beings. Why is the Earth companion pet superior to others? Why can he practice the Sutra of Fascinating Immortals, and I can't practice it? I don't believe in the old man in my life. Evil, but I have to practice it. It is even stronger than the original version of the Lost Immortal Sutra." Jing Daoxian approached step by step. The blood had completely wrapped Lord Emperor's body in it, and it looked like a ball of blood. Poor man, what you practiced is still not the immortal sutra, but you are just deceiving yourself. Lord Emperor said indifferently. It doesn't matter what it is, the important thing is that I will be stronger, and you belong to me now. Jing Daoxian finally walked in front of Lord D and patted the blood ball with one hand. With the palm of Jing Daoxian, the blood spheres like a reservoir found a vent, and poured down along the palm, pouring into Lord Emperor's body. The blood cell disappeared instantly, and Jing Daoxian's palm pressed on the top of Lord Emperor's head, forming a bloody red dot on Lord Emperor's forehead. Zhou Lingfeng is right, that little flower is the source of power of the earth, and you are the key to obtain the source of power. Staring at the blood spots on Lord D's forehead, the ferocity and immortal Jing Dao's eyes became more and more intense. So it is, I said, how could you possibly know so much? It turns out to be the shameless person, Zhou Lingfeng. Lord D sighed, I should have thought that only he has been here, but I didn't expect that he was so shameless to this extent. I dare not come, but let you come here to die. Now what you say is useless, I have to decide this power. Jing Daoxian's palm exerted force, and the blood spots on Lord Emperor's forehead became more and more hideous, turning into bloodlines, which flowed to Lord Emperor's whole body along the blood vessels. It was like a dense blood-colored spider web spreading outward. If my strength is still 1/10,000,000th, how can you be so presumptuous? Well, do you still have to lose to her after all? Lord D sighed and slowly closed his eyes. With this sigh, Lord Emperor's body underwent a strange change, the skin cracked like dry soil, and pieces fell. Puff! Jing Daoxian spat out a mouthful of black blood, and the people also stepped back, looking in horror at Lord Emperor, whose body seemed to be cracked like a mud statue. The blood that Jing Daoxian injected into the Emperor's body fell together with the dry and cracked skin, and was no longer under the control of Jing Daoxian. Inside the cracked and peeling shell, a body that looks like a fairy in jade is reborn, exuding an unparalleled fairy spirit, which does not belong to the world. Even if you just look at it, it will make people gradually filthy, as if is a blasphemous existence. The chains that locked Lord Emperor also fell to the ground one by one along with the mud shell. I still lost after all. Lord D sighed to himself without looking at Jing Daoxian, who was about to run out of fuel. Cough cough. Zhou Lingfeng lied to me. Or you lied to Zhou Lingfeng. Jing Daoxian, who had lost all the blood in his body, had only one breath left, even coughing, but he couldn't even cough up blood. The only humans who have seen my real body are the two of you. Lord D said lightly. So, speaking of, I also lost, not wrong. Jing Daoxian said, the vitality of the body quickly dissipated, and soon there was no breath. Lord Emperor stared at Zhou Wen with sharp eyes like a blade. Ahem, don't get me wrong, Lord D, I already knew that Jing Daoxian was not your opponent, so I tricked him into showing his true colors. Zhou Wen coughed lightly. You're not a good thing either. Lord D snorted coldly. Master Emperor, you lied to me too, didn't you? Everyone, don't talk to each other, Zhou Wen said. Lord D glanced at Zhou Wen and said coldly, I didn't expect that I would lose to your father and son, and everything belongs to you, but there will be opportunities in the future, and I will get along well with your father and son. Zhou Wen couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. He probably already guessed some clues. The things that Lord Emperor said are basically the truth. But they lied to Zhou Wen at the key point. Lord Emperor is obviously an immortal, why does he have the shell of a human body? Zhou Wen always suspected this question at that time. Later, I finally figured it out, and now I can basically be sure that the original judgment was not wrong. The reason why Lord Emperor has a human body must be because only humans can possess or use the contents in the box. If Zhou Wen had opened the box before, most of the contents inside would have been taken away by Lord Emperor. Now that there is no human body, Lord Emperor loses the qualification to get the contents of the box, and the threat to Zhou Wen is much smaller. However, it is inferred from what Lord Emperor said that the truth of the matter should be more complicated than Zhou Wen thought before. It is very likely that the woman who came by the boat was also involved. Maybe the human body of Lord Emperor was made by the woman, and there was some agreement between the two people. A character like you, Lord Emperor, is naturally a promise. Since you said that we will settle accounts with our father and son in the future, you shouldn't embarrass me today, right? Zhou Wen was unwilling to fight to the death with Lord Emperor now. Are you trying to talk nonsense again? Lord D was obviously in a bad mood. Zhou Wen smiled and said no more, took out the key and inserted it into the keyhole of the jade box, turning the key gently. Lord Emperor and Zhou Wen were both stunned, because Zhou Wen used force several times, but the key did not move. You really used the key to open this box? Zhou Wen looked at Lord Emperor. Lord Emperor's face was a little weird, so Zhou Wen took out the key, watched it for a while in his hand, and then returned it to Zhou Wen to try again. The result was still the same. No matter how hard Zhou Wen tried, the key could not open the jade box at all. How can it be impossible? Lord Emperor looked incredulous. It seems that I can't help you, so I'll give this back to you. Zhou Wen threw the key to Lord Emperor. In fact, Zhou Wen had guessed for a long time that he might not be able to open this jade box, because he was not the companion pet of Earth, as the Emperor said. If he was a companion pet on Earth, how could the prisoner not feel it at the beginning? After all, he was once a companion pet on Earth, so it was impossible not to notice it at all. It's impossible, you are the companion pet on Earth, you should be able to open it, unless, impossible, if you weren't the baby taken away by Zhou Lingfeng, how could it be possible to practice the Sutra of Fascinating Immortals? Lord Emperor obviously figured it out. Joints, but not fully figured out. Zhou Wen had already figured it out. Zhou Lingfeng didn't lie to him. He and Jing had indeed exchanged, if nothing else, and Jing is the companion pet of the Earth. What Zhou Wen can't understand is what method Zhou Lingfeng used to be able to hide from the sky and cross the sea, and even the existence of Lord Emperor has not found any clues. What a good Zhou Lingfeng! In order not to let me get out of trouble, I really took great pains. Lord D seemed to have figured out everything, gnashing his teeth in hatred. Birth is the end of the world, and he is almost invincible in his life. The only defeat is at the hands of an unimaginable person, and that person also died because of it. Now it has been calculated by a mere human being, which makes Lord Emperor feel a great shame. Lord Emperor, what's going on? One person is short and two are long. Say it and let's analyze it together. I'm still at a loss. Zhou Wen asked, pretending not to know. You are the dead ghost that Zhou Lingfeng was looking for, so what qualifications do you have to speak sarcastically here? Lord Emperor said coldly. You mean, my father asked me to die for the Earth companion pet? Zhou Wen was surprised. It's really stupid and hopelessly stupid to call you a father now. If you are really the son of that shameless man of Zhou Lingfeng, how could he make you a scapegoat and hide the true Earth companion? Pet. Lord Emperor looked at Zhou Wen as if he were looking at an idiot. It's just that I don't understand why you are not a companion pet on Earth, but you can practice the Sutra of Fascinating Immortals. This is impossible. Lord D looked up and down at Zhou Wen, and she still didn't understand this question. Why is it impossible? Didn't you say it all? Earth's companion pet is a human being, and I am also a human being. Didn't Jing Daoxian also practice the Sutra of Losing Immortals? Zhou Wen said. He's also worthy of being called the Fascinating Immortal Sutra? Lord D said disdainfully, it's also a stone. Can granite be compared to diamond? Maybe I am the stone that is more like a diamond? Zhou Wen said. Let's go, this is a shame I have never had in my life, but even if there is no Earth companion to take things away, it will be a matter of time before the ban is broken. It will only take a year at most. This thing will be born naturally, and my oath will be break it. I will see how Zhou Lingfeng will stop me then. Lord D sat back on the box, closed his eyes, and ignored Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen saw that Lord Emperor ignored him, glanced at Jing Daoxian's body, and said, I took his body with me. Seeing that Lord Emperor still ignored his intentions, Zhou Wen picked up Jing Daoxian's body and walked out. After the death of the person and the debt, he is already a dead person, so there is nothing to worry about. Lu Yun is still waiting outside. After all, this is his only relative. Bring his body to Lu Yun and let him be buried. After leaving the Nuwa temple, I saw Lu Yun still guarding the door. When Lu Yun saw Jing Daoxian's body, his expression changed. Zhou Wenjing wanted to return the corpse to Lu Yun and explain what happened, but suddenly felt the corpse in his hand move. Zhou Wen was startled and threw the body on the ground. I saw a crack on the back of the shriveled corpse, and something was squirming inside, tearing the gap a little bit, and drilling out from it. First a finger, then the entire palm, an arm drilled out of it, then the head and body. A young and reduced version of Jing Daoxian, with a delicate baby-like body, drilled out from the inside, and there was only a weird empty skin sac in the ground. You're not dead? Zhou Wen looked at the juvenile version of Jing Daoxian in surprise. I am lost in the immortal scriptures, and even a mere immortal clan can't be confused. How can it be called the word fascinated immortals? Naturally, my old man is not so easy to die. Jing Daoxian not only became a teenager, but his voice also changed. Young, like a child who hasn't changed. His voice, the tone of his voice doesn't match him at all, and it sounds weird. Jing Daoxian deserves to be Jing Daoxian. Zhou Wen couldn't help but secretly admired that none of the old guys who were able to traverse the Federation back then were fuel-efficient lamps. Only now did Zhou Wen understand why Jing Daoxian had to bring Lu Yun here to guard the gate. No matter how he looked at it before, it was a superfluous move. But now it seems to be really scheming. End of this chapter. Zhou Wen, now it seems that we are the ones who can really become partners. Jing Daoxian's youthful voice made Zhou Wen very uncomfortable. Us? Zhou Wen never thought that he and Jing Daoxian would become partners, not before, nor will they be in the future. Don't you understand? After all, you are just a scapegoat that Zhou Lingfeng looked for. He replaced the Earth companion pet with you. If it wasn't for me to make the fairy lose her human body, what do you think would happen? Jing Daoxian said. She will take the contents of the box, and most likely kill the original owner of me. Zhou Wen replied. That's right, Zhou Lingfeng is using you as a tool, and I was tricked by him. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. Don't you think we are the best partners now? Jing Daoxian said. Zhou Wen suddenly smiled and said, You seem to be very afraid of my father. As far as I know, his fighting ability is not strong. With your strength, if you want to trouble him, why drag me? So, you were deceived so badly by him. He never treated you sincerely, and has no feelings for you. Do you really think Zhou Lingfeng is such a simple person? If he is really that simple, do you think he can be a girl? Can he take away the Earth Companion pet in Hua Temple? Can he design you to replace the Earth Companion pet? Besides, there is probably Ouyang Ting behind him. Jing Daoxian snorted coldly. In the end, Zhou Lingfeng and Ouyang Ting they are all people, they are all conspirators. And Wang Mingyuan still has a bit of humanity. Zhou Wen disagreed with Jing Daoxian's remarks, but he was also a little surprised that Jing Daoxian's evaluation of Wang Mingyuan was even higher than that of Zhou Lingfeng and Ouyang Ting. I hope it will be a friend rather than an enemy in the future. Zhou Wen was not in the mood to entangle with Jing Daoxian anymore. After saying goodbye to Lu Yun, he left alone. There is Lord Emperor in Cheesy Mountain. Unless the Earth Companion pets come by themselves, it is useless for anyone else to come. Zhou Wen now just wants to see Zhou Lingfeng and ask him clearly why he does so many things. Zhou Lingfeng seemed to have long expected that Zhou Wen would come to him, and before Zhou Wen went to Luoyang, he was already waiting for Zhou Wen in the ancient city of Guide. Have you seen Mr. Emperor? Zhou Lingfeng leaned on the wooden chair in the pavilion, admiring the afterglow of the sunset. The first sentence surprised Zhou Wen. I see. Zhou Wen nodded slightly, then asked, Isn't Jing the baby you picked up from the Nuwa Temple? Yes. Zhou Lingfeng nodded. Am I your biological son? Zhou Wen asked again. Like a fake replacement. Zhou Lingfeng laughed. Is Ouyang Lan really my biological mother? Zhou Wen asked again. Of course, how could I lie to my son? Zhou Lingfeng sighed. Since I'm your own son, why do you want me to take risks instead of an Jing? Zhou Wen was not afraid of taking risks, but he needed Zhou Lingfeng to give him an explanation. It's not that I asked you to replace Quiet, but you have come this far yourself. Zhou Lingfeng said. What do you mean? Zhou Wen frowned and asked. I didn't give you the mobile phone, and I didn't expect you to activate it, much less that you could practice the Sutra of Fascinating Immortals. Zhou Lingfeng sighed. I originally wanted you to live a peaceful life, but it was you who chose to go on this road. Isn't this your arrangement? If you hadn't exchanged silence for me, how could Jing Daoxian give me the Sutra of Losing Immortals? Zhou Wen pouted. It's normal for him to give you the Fascinating Immortal Sutra, but you shouldn't have practiced the Fascinating Immortal Sutra, but you practiced it. Zhou Lingfeng paused and continued, this should be the influence of that mobile phone, right? In fact, I still haven't figured out why you can activate that phone. In theory, that phone can only be used quietly, and I have tried many times before, but I haven't been able to activate that phone. Because she's a companion pet on Earth? No, because it was specially prepared for her by her mother. Isn't her mother Nuwa or Earth? Of course not. Why do you think the prisoners were dug up? Zhou Lingfeng sighed, since you have already been to the Nuwa Temple, Lord Emperor should have lost his qualifications. It is time to tell you. We'll start from the beginning. The story Zhou Lingfeng told was very simple. A mother gave birth to a baby, but the baby was about to die because of a congenital defect. In order to prolong the life of the baby, the mother tried her best, even sacrificing her own life, came to a special planet, dug out the life originally conceived in the planet, replaced it with her own child, and maintained the energy of the special planet. The life of his own daughter. In order to do all this, she almost exhausted her life and could no longer accompany her daughter to grow up. She originally wanted to leave some things for her daughter, but because of an accident, some important things were lost. The original layout has not been completely completed. This happened to be known by 4 people, so they went to the place arranged by the mother, wanting to get the things she left. As a result, all 4 of them got something, and what one of them got was the child. What the other 3 got, that person doesn't know. In fact, the other 3 want to know what that person got, and have been inquiring about each other's situation for years. The person who got the child is the weakest and most useless among the 4, but he knows that he cannot let the other 3 get the child, because once the child wakes up, it will be the end of the earth, but the other 3 may not will care about these. In order to get the power, they may do anything. In order to save the child, the man had to think of a way to exchange his own child for the child, so that the other 3 who were observing secretly were not sure whether the child was useful or not, so they could only continue to observe secretly, without completely tearing their faces. If there is no accident, the 3 people will slowly discover that the child is not the child they imagined, and will naturally give up. But who knew that there was an accident? The child himself convinced the 3 of them that he was the child of that woman. According to what you said, Lord D has also seen Jing Jing. Why didn't she find Jing Jing as a companion pet on Earth? Zhou Wen asked doubts. Because she didn't know that the Earth companion pet was the woman's child, and she didn't know that the child was so weak that she should have died long ago. Everyone thought that the Earth companion pet should be strong, but she never thought that the Earth companion pet was actually very weak. She survived by relying on the special energy of the Earth. She is not much different from ordinary humans. As long as she is not awakened, no one can tell the difference between her and ordinary humans. Zhou Lingfeng sighed. Fortunately, there was an accident. The mother's layout was not completely successful. The mobile phone she left to the child and the companion pet on Earth, that was the child's first companion pet, were accidentally lost. If she really followed her layout, the Earth would have been finished long ago. So, is it true that Grandpa found the mobile phone and the companion egg? Zhou Wen was a little surprised. He originally thought that even these were external statements. Of course it's true. If you didn't get the Earth's companion eggs, you wouldn't be able to find Cheesy Mountain, let alone go into it to explore and find those things, and discover those secrets. Zhou Lingfeng continued, for so many years, I only know the well path. When Xian got the Sutra of Losing Immortals, what did my father-in-law and Wang Mingyuan get? I still haven't figured it out. But they must have gotten more than me and Jing Daoxian, because only the 2 of them saw the ship, and they got the ship's things. You and Ouyang. What's the matter with you and Aunt Lon? Zhou Wen couldn't think of anything else to ask for a while, and asked another question. He had always wanted to figure out. I didn't tell you, it's a beautiful love story. Zhou Lingfeng laughed. But Zhou Wen wanted to say that this love story was too unrighteous, and he couldn't say it in the end. I know what you're thinking. Zhou Lingfeng pouted and said, then let me tell you another story. There used to be a big family with talented people from generation to generation, but in the latest generation, none of the boys in the family can make it. Not a prodigal, but an ordinary person with mediocre qualifications. It's okay to replace it with an ordinary family or an ordinary era. At most, it's okay to lose the family property. But in that kind of environment, if the family really loses, there is no way to survive, and their enemies will eat the entire family, and not even the scum will be left. Fortunately, there is no such thing as a perfect road, and that family gave birth to a girl with an extraordinary talent that no one else can match. But she is a girl, and it is difficult for her to inherit the family business. What era is this, and sons are more important than women? Zhou Wen pouted. He didn't like this story at all. The times are changing. The concept is changing, but the essence has not changed. When a girl has a husband and her own children, do you think she will plan more for her husband and small family, or will she plan more for the family? You know, at that time, there were strong enemies around. I don't know how many people wanted to fight that house. God knows how many men approached the girl, for the girl herself or for something else. Zhou Lingfeng continued, so the girl's parents thought of a way to raise the girl as a boy. Wait, don't you mean that Aunt Lan's first husband, the one from the Yin family, is a woman? Zhou Wen suddenly understood and asked with wide eyes. What do you think? Zhou Lingfeng laughed. Zhou Wen's shock couldn't be further added. He never imagined that this would be the case. No wonder, Zhou Lingfeng said before, that the one from the Yin family was infertile. After Zhou Lingfeng left, Zhou Wen had been digesting the news. Almost all mysteries have been answered, and now there is only one important question left. When the Quiet Mother came by boat, what happened to prevent her plan from being successfully completed? So much so that the mobile phone and the companion pet that the prisoner transformed into were lost, and were dug out of the ancient well by Zhou Wen's grandfather. Could it be related to the battle of conferred gods in Shang and Zhou? Zhou Wen thought to himself, from all the information he had obtained so far, the battle of conferred gods was an inflection point. Maybe that was why Jing's mother lost her phone. The battle of conferred god was started by Nuwa, but in fact, Nuwa did not exist at all. Nuwa was the body of the earth. The statue of Nuwa in Nuwa Temple is the image of the human shell of Lord D. In other words, it was Lord Emperor who led the god-conferred war in myths and legends, and there seemed to be some kind of bet between Lord God and Jing's mother, and Zhou Wen had to link the two together. Is it because of Lord D that made Jing's mother's plan unsuccessful and lost her mobile phone and companion eggs? Zhou Wen thought to himself. If Jing's mother's plan is completely successful, Jing will have a mobile phone and prisoners at the beginning, and can also practice the mysterious Immortal Sutra, and Jing's growth rate will be beyond imagination. Without these, quiet and ordinary people are not too different, not particularly outstanding, which is why she is born with insufficiency. It is useless to imagine now. Zhou Wen intends to be promoted to the end of the world as soon as possible in order to deal with the catastrophe that may happen next. In less than a year, Lord Emperor will be born. Zhou Wen doesn't know what Wang Mingyuan wants to do. These are all big troubles. With Zhou Wen's current strength, it is not enough to cope with such a situation. Although Zhou Lingfeng didn't know what Ouyang Ting and Wang Mingyuan wanted to do, Zhou Lingfeng's statement coincided with Jing Daoxian's. Perhaps what Wang Mingyuan hated most was not alien creatures, but human beings. If Wang Mingyuan really becomes the king of different dimensions, no one can predict what will happen at that time. How can I be promoted to the end of the world? There are only a few places Zhou Wen can think of, or enter the starry sky to find a new dimension field. See if you can find the apocalyptic dimensional realm. Zhou Wen didn't have time to do this kind of needle in a haystack, so he planned to start with Laojun Mountain. Turning on the phone, Zhou Wen chose to enter the copy of Laojun Mountain. The copy of Laojun Mountain is strange and unpredictable, with strange, forbidden powers. It is very difficult for ordinary people to even enter the mountain gate, let alone explore the dimensional realm. These taboos have little effect on Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen walked into Laojun Mountain and began to explore. Laojun Mountain Dungeon. The white crane at the head of the bridge was still there. Zhou Wen's thoughts moved slightly, and a sword chi killed the white crane. Slaying the naive crane, a natural disaster-level creature, the Taoist law will be destroyed, and Laojun Mountain will be broken. With the prompt in the game, the golden top of Laojun Mountain was suddenly covered by blood clouds, and the sea of clouds in the sky rolled, like a sea of blood, pressing the top, turning the entire Laojun Mountain into blood. In just an instant, the villain condensed by Zhou Wen's blood died on the spot inexplicably. He didn't even know how he died, and the game screen went black. Zhou Wen was not surprised, but delighted. With his current strength, he didn't even know how he died, indicating that Leo Junshin's copy is likely to have something of the end of the world. Entering the dungeon again, this time before killing the innocent crane, Zhou Wen opened the realm of the world. But as Leo Junshin broke the seal, the game screen suddenly went black again, and he died without knowing what happened. Is the broken Laojun Mountain so terrifying? Zhou Wen was a little stunned. He was an existence that could fight against apocalyptic powerhouses. How could he not even have a chance to fight in Laojun Mountain, so he died directly? I tried a few more times, but the result was the same. As long as I killed the innocent crane and let Leo Junshin break the seal, he would die. Inexplicably, Zhou Wen tried not to kill the innocent crane, and rushed directly into the Taoist temple in Jinding. The innocent crane chased after him, but he couldn't catch up with Zhou Wen's speed at all. In the Taoist temple, Zhou Wen saw many other dimensional creatures that looked like small animals, but the levels were relatively low, not as good as the naive cranes of the natural disaster level. Until Zhou Wen came to a small courtyard, a tree with a crooked neck was planted in the corner of the small courtyard, and a green ox was tied to the tree. The green ox was lying on the ground and sleeping soundly. When Zhou Wen broke in, Qingniu was awakened. Immediately, broke free from the reins, and ran towards Zhou Wen. A natural disaster? Zhou Wen was slightly disappointed when he saw the power of the green ox. Originally thought that this green bull would be the mount of the legendary Taisheng Laojun, maybe it might be an apocalyptic existence, but now it seems that Zhou Wen thinks too much. Zhou Wen didn't fight with the green bull either, and after using his speed to get rid of it, he continued to search the entire golden summit of Laojun Mountain. However, Zhou Wen was a little disappointed. Except for the green ox and the innocent crane, the other dimensional creatures were relatively weak, even the fear level was very few. And some of them turned out to be the lowest mortal level creatures. It seems that Leo Junshin's real secret is after the seal is broken. Zhou Wen thought and killed a small animal. As expected, as long as any small animal is killed, the Taoist law will naturally be destroyed, causing Laojun Mountain to break the seal, but Zhou Wen is also killed again. Zhou Wen also tried various companion pets to protect himself, but the results were not of much use. No ability such as smashing evil could avoid a bizarre death. What the hell is this? Zhou Wen. Is now very clear that Liu Junchen, after breaking the seal, is absolutely incapable of fighting, and he can only find the corresponding method of cracking. Having died so many times, Zhou Wen also had some guesses in his heart. Even if Liu Junchen has apocalypse-level powerhouses, they can't be strong enough to kill me in seconds. It can only be a special kind of power. This kind of power ignores the level and power gap and can directly kill the target. And this kind of power, only it will be triggered after I kill a creature. Could this power be the ability to exchange one life for another? As long as I kill a life, it will inevitably die. Zhou Wen thought to himself. Thinking of this, Zhou Wen decided to try again. This time, instead of killing those creatures with his own hands, he summoned Emperor Xian to kill the innocent cranes. Sure enough, Zhou Wen didn't kill the innocent crane with his own hands. After Lao Junshan broke the seal, the game did not go black again. It's done. Seeing Emperor Xian's sudden death, Zhou Wen thought he had escaped the catastrophe, but soon wanted to vomit blood in a depressed mood. After Emperor Xian died, the blood-colored villain also died very quickly, just a little later than before. What kind of bullshit rule, this is even sitting together? Zhou Wen angrily almost dropped his phone. It was definitely useless to drop the phone, and Zhou Wen calmed down soon because he had another idea. 7017K dear, click in and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new one who scored full marks has found a beautiful wife at the end. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https://data and bookmarks and computer station sync, no ads and fresh reading. After entering the game again, Zhou Wen summoned a lot of companion pets, Emperor Beeman, Banana Fairy, Soul Doctor, etc. and let them each be responsible for a creature in Laojun Mountain. With Zhou Wen's order, all the creatures in Laojun Mountain were killed at the same time, and no one was left alive. So many companion pets need to die, so I should be able to delay it for a while. Zhou Wen thought to himself. The imagination is beautiful, but the reality is very skinny. Those companion pets that killed the life of Laojun Mountain were destroyed in an instant. Zhou Wen, the initiator, was also punished immediately, and the game screen went black again. That's fine. Zhou Wen was a little depressed. However, he still has a backup plan. There are only 4 companion pets that have not been tried yet: Prisoner, Demon Baby, Listening Truth, and Demon Armor Tiger Soul General. Since the evolution of truth, listening, it has always been in the form of earrings, and has never been summoned to fight. However, the ability to listen to the truth has always assisted Zhou Wen. Since he failed to keep him, it would be useless, even if he was summoned. After all, the prisoner is an apocalyptic level, and it is Zhou Wen's last trump card. It is not too late to use him after trying it once. As for the magic baby, because she has been with her for too long and has deep feelings, even in the game, she is unwilling to watch her die again and again, and it is not easy to use it. The Demon Armored Tiger Soul General has just been promoted to the Super Master. Zhou Wen is afraid that it will be bad luck to get him out, so he doesn't need it at all. Forget it, let's see how strong the Demon Armored Tiger Soul General is after growing up. Zhou Wen summoned the Demon Armored Tiger Soul General. Killing Laojun Mountain again, Zhou Wen didn't bother to run inside anymore, and directly let the demon-armored tiger soul general attack the innocent crane. Black-purple armor covers the whole body and mount, the outer ring of black-purple flames rises and sways, and also has a white light edge. It looks both textured and very fashionable, with a mysterious temperament of a peerless big boss. It's really depressing, such a spoiled pet looks cooler than me. Zhou couldn't figure out how this thing got to this day step by step. Among the 3 unsolved mysteries of companion pets, there is a place for the devil-armored tiger soul general, and the other 2 unsolved mysteries are the origin of the devil baby and the appearance of truth listening. The innocent crane rushed forward, only to see the demon-armored tiger soul general with a horizontal spear, pointing at the sky with one hand. Bang! The innocent crane's body was directly penetrated by the spear, and fell to the ground to death. Is it so strong now that you don't need to accumulate strength? What a sin! When Zhou Wenjing sighed to himself, he saw the body of the demon armor and tiger soul lit up. With the unsealing of Laojun Mountain, blood shrouded the top of the mountain, and the body of the demon armor and tiger soul also burned with a strange flame. From the black at the beginning, it gradually turned into purple, and then continued to turn from purple to light. The flame became brighter and brighter, and it came out from the gaps in the armor, like lines of electricity coiling around his body. He's so fucking handsome. Even Zhou Wen was a little jealous. But to Zhou Wen's delight, the demon-armored tiger soul general was not immediately wiped out. In fact, not only has this guy not been obliterated, but the aura in his body has become more and more terrifying. After a while, the aura has surpassed that of an apocalyptic prisoner. Of course, the prisoner is the scum in the apocalypse level, and surpassing him is not too surprising. Let's go, let's see what's different about Laojun Mountain after the seal is broken. Zhou Wen ordered the demon-armored tiger soul general to open the way in front, and then go into the courtyard after crossing the bridge. Blood shrouded the entire Laojun Mountain, dyeing everything a blood-red color. Even the little white rabbit who was grazing in the yard was all blood red at this time. The little white rabbit had red eyes originally, but now it was even more red, as if it could drip blood. Bang! From the eyes of the little white rabbit, 2 rays of blood shot out, shooting straight at Zhou Wen like a laser. The power fluctuations were so strong that they reached the level of natural disasters. Although the bloodlight was easily defeated, it still surprised Zhou Wen. Originally, the little white rabbit was only a mortal-level little thing. After Laojun Mountain was broken, this thing turned into a natural disaster level. This span is too big. Even the mortal-level little white rabbit has become a natural disaster. How terrifying other creatures are, it is unimaginable. While Zhou Wen was still thinking, the demon-armored tiger soul general had already rushed up and killed the little white rabbit with one shot. Kill the natural disaster-level creature demonized rabbit and discover the dimensional crystal. The dimensional crystals are useless to Zhou Wen, and there is no need to look at them. One person and one pet. Continue to move forward. Soon, I encountered some demonized creatures, all of which were natural disaster grades, and demonized rabbits were only human level, and there were also celestial level ones everywhere. If an ordinary natural disaster level human comes here, even if you bring 17 or 8 natural disaster companion pets, it is estimated that you can only die. Fortunately, Zhou Wen is not an ordinary natural disaster grade, and the demon-armored tiger soul will become stronger and stronger with each battle. With little effort for Zhou Wen, he will kill all the demonized creatures he encounters. It's a pity that they came all the way, and did not find the creatures of the end of the world. The strongest is the top natural disaster, and it is only an existence that can compete with the level of Emperor Xian. Before Laojun Mountain was broken, only the naive crane and the green ox were natural disaster grades. If there is an apocalypse after the breaking of the seal, it is estimated that the naive crane and the green ox will be the naive crane and the green ox. The naive crane has been killed. That's it. Zhou Wen directed the demon Armor Tiger Soul General towards the small courtyard where the blue ox was. Before entering the small courtyard, I saw that the crooked neck tree in the small courtyard had turned blood red, and the crown of the tree with sparsely elongated leaves was now full of blood-red flowers. From the outside of the wall, it looks like a big, bloody umbrella covering most of the yard. Walking into the courtyard, I immediately saw the green cow, but at this moment I almost didn't recognize it. The green ox had turned blood-colored, and its body stood upright, standing like a human, and its body had also changed into a human-like form. Except for the ox's head, the rest of the body looked like a high muscle bulge, more than 2 feet tall. Muscular hunk. This thing has become the Bull Demon King? No matter how Zhou Wen sees this green bull, it looks like the legendary Bull Demon King. Without waiting for Zhou Wen to take a closer look, the demonized Qing Miao raised his head to the sky and let out a strange moo. Unprepared, Zhou Wen was instantly killed by the sound waves, and the game screen went black. Apocalyptic level. Definitely the apocalyptic level. And it's not an ordinary apocalyptic level. Zhou Wen was excited. Although he did not deliberately take precautions, the human realm was still open all the time, coupled with the body's defense instinct, the general apocalypse would not be able to kill him like this. Finally it settled. Zhou Wen excitedly started the game again with blood dripping, but this time Zhou Wen had more eyes. Since Qingyao can become apocalyptic level, then the innocent crane, which is also a natural disaster level, should also be able to do it. In this way, Lao Junction has 2 apocalyptic level creatures to kill, and promotion to the apocalypse is just around the corner. So, after entering the game again, Zhou Wen did not choose to kill the innocent crane to break the seal, but after throwing off the innocent crane, he killed a small animal, casually, causing Lao Junction to break the seal. End of this chapter. Read the latest chapter of I Just Want to Play the Game Quietly, please pay attention. This time Zhou Wen had experience. When Lao Junshan broke the seal, he was already fully armed, Emperor Xian and the prisoners were directly attached to him in the state of souls, and the realm of the human world was also full of firepower. Sure enough, after Laojun Mountain was broken, the heavenly crane also roared, and a mutation occurred in the blood. The bird-headed human body, full of blood feathers turned into feather armor, turned into a half-human, half-bird monster. The breath of the innocent crane also instantly rose like an erupting volcano, and it was just the fierce momentum that made people unable to look directly. In the next second, a blood feather sword emerged from the half-human, half-bird monster transformed by the innocent crane, shrouding Zhou Wen and the demon-armored tiger general like a torrential rain. Zhou Wen's thoughts moved, and countless sword pellets appeared, facing the sword of blood feathers in the sky. Countless sword lights collided and exploded in the air, and the shock wave generated by the explosion killed all the demonized small animals around. Strangely enough, such power is enough to destroy a continent, and it turns out to be destroying a planet. But this power was not able to destroy the buildings in Laojun Mountain, and the aftermath of the power was also trapped within the scope of Laojun Mountain. Under the continuous impact of the sword of blood feather, Zhou Wen retreated step by step, but his strength still did not reach the end of the apocalypse level, and it was not comparable to the innocent crane who was promoted to the end of the world. In the world, seeing that the blood-feather sword flow was about to drown Zhou Wen slashed out with one hand, and the terrifying power slashed out from his palm, like scissors, splitting the sword curtain formed by the blood-feather sword in two, slashing towards the innocent crane. The innocent crane figure flashed and disappeared instantly, avoiding Zhou Wen's presence in the world. When it reappeared, it was already behind Zhou Wen. The ability to teleport in space, Zhou Wen is not inferior to anyone, and his body shape also disappears. One person and one crane are rapidly moving and fighting in Laojun Mountain, and ordinary people can't see anything at all except for the shock wave generated by the collision of forces. Bang! After a loud bang, Zhou Wen's figure flew back upside down, and after landing on the ground, he propped himself on the ground with one hand, and his body slipped back more than 10 meters before stopping. On the other side, the figure of the innocent crane also appeared, and it landed firmly on the ground. The innocent crane roared in the sky, and a strange force instantly enveloped Laojun Mountain, which finally opened up the power of a new world. Zhou Wen suddenly felt as if his body was bound by some kind of force, completely unable to move. But it was only a momentary thing. With the dual blessings of the realm of the world and the prisoners, there was hardly any kind of forbidden power that could restrain Zhou Wen. The innocent crane thought that Zhou Wen had been imprisoned by its new world power, and directly turned into a stream of light, rushing towards Zhou Wen's heart. The moment the innocent crane came to Zhou Wen slapped it on the bird's head. With a bang, the innocent crane's head hit the ground, smashing the ground into a big hole. Next was Zhou Wen's stormy offensive, punch after punch. The power in the world continued to explode, smashing the bird's head into the ground. Again and again. Bird feathers flew, and demon blood splattered. The skull of the innocent crane was broken a little bit, and finally it was smashed by Zhou Wen. Kill the apocalyptic creature, the innocent devil crane, and discover the dimensional crystal. Several dimensional crystals burst out, but there were no companion eggs or anything else, which made Zhou Wen slightly depressed. But fortunately, the innocent magic crane is the end of the world, and after brushing it a few more times, there will always be companion eggs, domain cores, or other things. Up to now, Zhou Wen has not figured out what the end of the world promotion item is. After killing the innocent demon crane, Zhou Wen took the demon armor and tiger soul to clean up Laojun Mountain, and then went to the small courtyard where Qingniu was. It was exactly the same scene as the last time I saw it. The blood-red magic tree, the half-human, half-cow, was greeted by the terrifying sonic attack as soon as it entered. With the last experience, Zhou Wen defended with all his strength, and abruptly resisted the sonic attack of the demon bull. The demon-armored tiger soul raised the flames in its body frantically, and before the sound waves of the demon ox had ended, it went backwards and rushed away. Bang! The demon bull waved his fist and collided with the spear tip of the demon-armored tiger soul general. And even sent the demon-armored tiger soul general, the man and the horse, flying backwards, slammed into the wall, and collapsed the wall. A large piece. In the world. Zhou Wen slashed wildly with one palm, and the invisible force, like a blade, ripped apart the space and slashed towards the face of the demon bull. Bang! The power capable of slashing the outer immortals was unexpectedly smashed by the demonic bull, shattering like glass. What a powerful force, what a terrifying body. There are such powerful creatures on the earth, What are you afraid of? Invasion from different dimensions? Zhou Wen sighed in his heart, but after thinking about it, if these creatures really broke the ban, they would not be able to do so at that time. It is still unknown whether it will help mankind, but it may become a nightmare for mankind. Using space teleportation to fight with the demonic bull, the demon-armored tiger general charged forward to contain the demonic bull's attack. Fortunately, although the demonic cow has a strong body, it does not have the space ability of an innocent crane, and it can't touch Zhou Wen even if it hurts for a while. The demon armor tiger soul will be beaten again and again, stand up again and again, and the armor that was shattered and shattered will also be reborn in nirvana, in the flames, and quickly return to its original state. Every time the armor is repaired, the demon armor and tiger soul will become stronger, but it is still not the opponent of the demon bull. Zhou Wen, who took the opportunity to sneak attack, slashed at the demon bull again and again in the human world, but was unable to sever its flesh, and the flesh was unimaginably powerful. It seemed that Zhou Wen and the demon-armored tiger general were angry. The demon bull grabbed the nose ring on his nose with a big hand, and pulled it violently, tearing his nostrils, and tearing the nose ring off. Just flew out. After the nose ring was released, it disappeared from Zhou Wen's sight immediately, and then the game screen went black again. What's that? Zhou Wen was secretly shocked. If it was in reality, he wouldn't even know how he died. Without entering the game again immediately, Zhou Wen searched the internet for myths and legends about Qingniu. In many myths and legends about Taishang Laojun, Qingniu is his mount, and after Zhou Wen checked the nose ring, he felt that it was very similar to the legendary Taishang Laojun's magic weapon, King Kong Shua. Legend has it that when Taishang Laojun turned Hu into a Buddha, he already had such a treasure by his side. In Journey to the West, Sun Wukong, who couldn't even hurt the demon sword, was stunned by this thing. Having probably figured out the ability of the nose ring, Zhou Wen entered the game again. After killing the innocent devil crane, there was still no useful thing, and he fought the devil cow again. After the demon bull offered the nose ring, Zhou Wen immediately teleported non-stop to prevent being hit by the nose ring. The nose ring is definitely very powerful, as if the positioning is installed. No matter how Zhou Wen teleports, the nose ring can catch up. As long as Zhou Wen's teleport stops, it will immediately smash his head. This is not a problem for Zhou Wen. He has been in a teleport state to fight the demon bull. While avoiding the nose ring, he attacked the demon bull, trying to find out the weakness of its body. The weakness has not yet been found. The mutation happened again, and the demon bull, who had been completely provoked, took back the nose ring. It grabbed the nose ring with both hands, and aimed the ring of the nose ring at Zhou Wen and the demon-armored tiger soul general. The next second, Zhou Wen only felt that the world was spinning, and for some reason, the game screen went black again. End of this chapter. Read the latest chapter of I Just Want to Play the Game. Quietly, please pay attention. Zhou Wen tried a few more times, and the results were similar. As long as the demon cow pointed his nose ring at them, even if you had supernatural powers, the screen would be blacked out on the spot. Even the demon infant was taken out, but it was still useless. The demon infant's demon sword, sky-covering bell, and other items were restrained by the nose ring. Zhou Wen had to put down the game first and check the information related to King Kong Shua again. In Journey to the West, Zhou Wen also saw some descriptions of the ability of Vajra carving. This thing can actually capture all kinds of magic weapons in the world. It is useless. For any immortal and holy Buddha to come, one said is accurate. The real magic bull nose ring seems to be more fierce than the King Kong Zhua, described in Journey to the West. It can not only set magic weapons, but also directly set people and companion pets. However, in the book Journey to the West, Zhou Wen also found a way to restrain the diamond. In the words of Taisheng Laojun in the book, without a banana fan, even he could not restrain the diamond. Banana fan Zhou Wen really has, his banana immortal is the incarnation of banana fan, but the current level is too low. Even if the attributes are comparable, the level difference is too big, so Zhou Wen plans to upgrade banana immortal first to see if there is a chance to break it. Drop the bull nose ring. Fortunately, the devil can't kill it, and the innocent crane can be killed at will. Zhou Wen can only brush the innocent crane over and over again, hoping to reveal something useful. I have to say that there is a real problem with the explosion rate of apocalyptic creatures. A lot of dimensional crystals have exploded, and useful things have never been seen. Those dimensional crystals can also be used as rations for Emperor Beeman, and improve the attributes of other companion pets, which are of little use. Fortunately, there is no time limit for Lao Junction Dungeon, and it can be refreshed indefinitely. Otherwise, if you want to get useful things, you don't know what year and month you have to wait during the period of Zhou Wen's full dungeon to improve the level of Banana Immortal. The ban on the dimensional field on Earth has become more and more powerful. Most of the human beings have been transferred to the dimensional field. There are more alien creatures outside than humans, and it is almost the opposite. Who is the master of the Earth? Zhou Wen was a little worried about how long humans could last. Once those terrifying dimensional fields are completely broken, dimensional creatures such as demon bulls rush out of the dimensional fields, and no one among human beings can match them. Raising the level of Banana Immortal started very smoothly, and soon she was upgraded to the heaven of the limit of natural disasters, and her attributes were considered to be full, but compared to companion pets like Xuandi and Di Ting, it was still a lot worse. Only 400 points, not as scary as 999. Taking Banana Fairy to fight the Demon Bull again, I don't know if it's because the Banana Fairy's level attribute is too low, or because there is a gap between reality and the book. The Banana Fan can't restrain the Demon Bull's nose ring, and Zhou Wen died tragically in the game again. Old Zhou, have you heard of it? Someone discovered the Pantao Garden dimensional domain, where eating one panda peach can increase your lifespan by 3 years, and some people discovered the ginseng fruit tree dimension domain. Eating a piece of Panda Garden will keep you forever young. Li Xian was talking about various rumors from the outside world recently. All kinds of news were flying all over the sky, and news of the emergence of new dimension fields was everywhere. A lot of news is getting more and more mysterious, and I don't know which sentence is true and which is false. I said, "Are you listening?" Li Xian said depressedly, seeing that Zhou Wen had been playing games with his head down. "I'm listening. Those are just rumors. We don't know if they're true or not. There's no need to waste time to verify them one by one," Zhou Wen said. "I don't dare to say anything else. The dimensional field of the ginseng fruit tree is absolutely true. A friend of mine went in, but he couldn't eat the ginseng fruit. One of his companions ate it. He heard that his white hair turned black. I'm 20 years younger in a blink of an eye," Li Xian said, foaming. "You want to go?" Zhou Wen looked up at Li Xian. "Hey, it's really boring to stay in the city all the time. It's better to go out for a walk." Li Xian scratched his head and said after seeing through his mind. Then go for a walk. It's good to relax. Zhou has not made any progress here, and he is also a little depressed. I said earlier, and I wasted so much saliva, so I'll prepare now. Li Xian went out to make arrangements, and then went out with Zhou. The Wuzhuang Temple, a tourist attraction in Yimen Town, Guiyang County, has been shrouded in mysterious power since the arrival of the dimensional domain, and human beings can no longer enter it. Until a while ago, the gate of Wuzhuang Temple suddenly opened, and there were thousands of rays of light blooming inside, and the colorful colors were brighter than the sun, which lasted for 7 days and 7 nights before dissipating. Afterwards, someone entered the Wuzhuang Temple and found a ginseng fruit tree inside. Legend has it that a person got the ginseng fruit, and after eating it, he immediately turned from an old man into a young man in his 20s. Since then, the originally deserted Wuzhuang Guanxian has become a crowded place. It's just that there are not many people who can come out alive from the Wuzhuang Temple, and none of those who came out can be rejuvenated. Now, in front of the Wuzhuang Temple, the desertedness of the past has returned, and occasionally a few people appear outside the temple. And after entering, there is no trace. On this day, 2 men and a girl came to the door of Wuzhuangwen. It was Zhou Wen and Li Xian, and the demon baby was sitting on Zhou Wen's shoulders. The immortal mansion of immortality is the same as heaven and the Tao of longevity. Li Xian looked at the couplets on both sides of the gate and couldn't help but read them out. When the emperor came, what if he wanted to enter Wuzhuang Temple to ask for the immortal ginseng fruit? A voice came from beside him. Zhou Wen and Li Xian turned to look and saw 2 men walking towards the door. Spring and autumn and summer Luchuan. Aren't you here for the ginseng fruit? Li Xian said with a pouted mouth. Naturally. Zhang Chuanqiu said with a smile. Since we have a fate to meet, why not form a team? Fate, don't you just stay here and wait for us to come? Li Xian seemed to understand something, and then said, damn, this news shouldn't be revealed to me by you, right? I remember, that guy and your Zhang family have always been unclear. I just want to share this fruit of immortality with the 2 of you. Now if someone can break this 5-house view, I'm afraid it's only the emperor of my human race. Zhang Chuanqiu didn't mean to hide it, he readily accepted it. Down. Then what do I want you to do? Why share it with you? Li Xian said. There are good things to share with good friends. Xiao Luchuan said, not to mention, it is not easy for you to find ginseng fruit trees in Wuzhuang Temple without us leading the way. Those things do not grow in ordinary fruit trees in the yard. Listen to what you said, doesn't the ginseng fruit tree still grow to the sky? Li Xian didn't care and teased. Naturally it can't grow in the sky, but it grows underground. Zhang Chuanqiu said with a smile. End of this chapter. Read the latest chapter of I Just Want to Play the Game Quietly, please pay attention. How to cooperate. Zhou Wen didn't want to waste time. Since Zhang Chuanqiu was familiar with the 5 villages, it was not impossible to cooperate. The rules in Wuzhuang Temple only allow each person to pick 1 ginseng fruit, and we don't ask for anything else, just 1 ginseng fruit per person. Zhang Chuanqiu said. Okay. Zhou Wen didn't talk. Nonsense. He raised his mobile phone and patted the plaque of Wuzhuangwen. He just saw a small hand pattern there, and just happened to download a copy of the game. The 4 of them hit it off, and under the leadership of Zhang Chuanqiu and Xiao Luchuan, they entered the Wuzhuang temple together. Old Joe, do you think these two guys are gay? The Xiao family and the Zhang family are so far apart, these two goods are often stuck together, and I don't know what the hell is going on. Li Xian said to Zhou Wen secretly. How do I know this? Maybe they are in similar situations as Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu, and their fates are compatible, so they can improve faster together. Zhou Wen was not interested in knowing the gossip of Zhang Chuanqiu and Xiao Luchuan, and replied casually. Strong sacrifice hxjxs.com Red sacrifice. I'm afraid they are really that, in case they have any thoughts on me? Li Xian made a frightened expression. Brother Li, please rest assured, don't say that I am not interested in men. Even if I am interested, I will not choose Brother Li. Zhang Chuanqiu suddenly turned around and said to Li Xian with a slight smile. The descendants of the King of Heroes really have two brushes. Li Xian was slightly surprised. He and Zhou Wen used a special skill to talk, and it was impossible for others to hear them. Zhang Chuanqiu was able to hear the conversation between them. The Wuzhuang temple is simple and quiet, with exotic flowers and plants everywhere, and 10 scenes in one step, which has the meaning of winding paths leading to seclusion. There was no trace of alien creatures found here, which made Zhou Wen and Li Xian a little puzzled why most of those who entered the Wuzhuang temple failed to come out, and the place did not look as dangerous as they imagined. Don't think that Wuzhuangwen is not dangerous just because there are no alien creatures here. It's easy to get in and out, but once you get in, it's not that easy to find your way out. Zhang Chuanqiu answered their questions. Confused. The two looked at the way they had come, but they didn't see any difference. The owner of Wuzhuangwen is known as the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, and he is not inferior to Sanqing. Although it is only a myth and legend, it is enough to explain the danger of Wuzhuangwen. In order to explore the mystery of Wuzhuangwen, our two families have many people are lost here. Xiao Luchuan said. Reality is not a game, and Zhou Wen didn't want to cause more trouble, so he followed Zhang Chuanqiu's instructions and walked inside together. There were tall walls and portals in front, and before entering the courtyard, Zhang Chuanqiu reminded. This is the first difficulty of the Wuzhuang temple. After entering the courtyard, we will all be tied to the pillars, and each of us must accept 30 after the whipping of the whip. You can enter the main hall only after you have survived these 30 whips. Isn't this the same as the plot in Journey to the West? Sun Monkey can survive the 30 lashes, and we naturally have no problem. Li Xian was most afraid of being beaten. He heard that he would get 30 lashes, so he was not worried at all. Although both of them are powerful people, we need to pay attention to one thing. The whip is a bit weird. When it is whipped, it not only hurts the body, but also has the effect of mental whiplash. Zhang Chuanqiu paused and said. It's over. After flogging this level, after entering the main hall, you will be punished by the oil pan. That oil is not ordinary oil, and can penetrate into the body. If the external defense of the body is relatively high, and the internal organs are not protected, it will be fried. It's tender on the outside and burnt on the inside. I don't dare to say anything else. I'm an expert on torture, don't worry. Li Xian said disapprovingly. Seeing that Li Xian and Zhou Wen didn't care, Zhang Chuanqiu and Xiao Luchuan didn't say anything else, thinking that after they tried it, they would naturally know it was amazing. The fork connected through the portal, it's like wearing a special space channel, and when I came out, I found myself tied to an eaves pillar. The 4 people were tied to an immobile post, and a pitch-black whip flew out of thin air and swung towards the first person. Clap clap. Clap clap. The whip hit Xiao Luchuan. Although he had already put on the companion pet armor, the armor that was still pulled was cracked. Looking at Xiao Luchuan's expression, the taste should be very uncomfortable, but he endured 30 whips without screaming. After 30 lashes, the rope that bound him disappeared automatically. Next was Zhang Chuanqiu. Zhang Chuanqiu also received 30 whips, and he was also beaten, but he didn't say a word. This time HX*J*X*X C*OM Zhang. See, the two were treating their injuries while watching Li Xian being tortured. Although these 30 whips were not fatal to them, the pain like beating the soul was definitely not something normal human beings could endure. Snapped. As soon as the whip went down, Li Xian, who was still smiling, suddenly shrank his pupils and widened his eyes. Zhang Chuanqiu and Xiao Luchuan thought that there would be more exciting pictures in the future, but who knew that Li Xian's expression became more and more relaxed after the whip came down, and the scars left by the whip on his body also recovered in an instant. Li Xian's self-healing ability is the first among humans. Zhang Chuanqiu praised. After 30 whippings, Li Xian walked over with a smile. What kind of whipping is this? It's just that. Zhang Chuanqiu and Xiao Luchuan looked at each other and smiled wryly. Young people today are really surprising. The two looked at Zhou Wen again, wondering how Zhou Wen would behave under the 30 whips. Even if you know that these 30 whips will definitely not have much impact on Zhou Wen, it is a rare scene to see the emperor being tied and beaten, and I'm afraid I won't have a chance to watch it again in the future. Xiao Luchuan took out his mobile phone and wanted to shoot a video with Zhou Wen. If there is a chance to post it on the internet in the future, he will think about the title, Brother Xia hangs and beats the emperor. Anyway, others don't know who pulled the whip. Anyway, he shot the video. He can arrange it as he wants. But in the next second, the three of them all widened their eyes. The 7-star whip circled around Zhou Wen, but it didn't beat Zhou Wen. It flew back to the wall and hung it on its own. The rope on Zhou Wen also disappeared. Damn it, what's the situation? Why don't you fight? Li Xian suddenly called out. He was also waiting to watch the excitement. Why didn't he fight? How do you say Sun Monkey's words? If you have something to do, the disciple should take it. Zhou Wen laughed. Is there such a thing? Li Xian was full of question marks. Zhang Chuanqiu and Xiao Luchuan looked at Li Xian as if they were looking at an idiot, and turned around and walked towards the hall without saying a word. Control the big Zhou Wen also followed, and Li Xian only then reacted and shouted, I'm going, you still take advantage of me, you are a monkey, your whole family is a monkey. Like I just want to play the game quietly, please collect it. I just want to play the game quietly and update the fastest. A large pot is supported in the hall, the firewood below is burning vigorously, and the oil in the pot is boiling and bubbling. Zhou Wen, Li Xian and Zhang Chuanqiu stood in front of the oil pan, while Xia Luchuan was fried in the oil pan. Xiao Luchuan was surrounded by profound light and was struggling with the hot oil. His head left outside was dripping with sweat, with a constipated expression on his face. After frying for half an hour, Xiao Luchuan came out of the frying pan. Zhang Chuanqiu was also thrown into the frying pan by a mysterious force, only to see purple light rising from his body, sitting cross-legged in the frying pan, and easily survived the torture of frying. When it was Li Xian's turn, Li Xian directly used the oil pan as a bathtub. At that time, Li Xian was trained by various tortures. The punishment of whipping and frying was nothing to him at all. When it was Zhou Wen's turn, Zhou Wen was not thrown into the frying pan and was released directly. It's not fair. Li Xian shouted, "What kind of shit is this? Why don't you use whipping or frying? You have to believe that good people have a safe life." Zhou Wen smiled. "Who do you call the villain?" Li Xian was depressed. Zhang Chuanqiu and Xiao Luchuan looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. In a place like Wuzhuangwan, there are no good people and bad people. Zhou Wen doesn't need to be punished. He must have his unique ability to make the power of Wuzhuangwan invalid, which is not ordinary. The emperor is worthy of being the emperor. Zhang Chuanqiu sighed. The four passed through the main hall and came to the backyard. Under the leadership of Zhang Chuanqiu, they came to a separate compound. There was indeed a big tree growing in the yard, with a crown like a sky-covering banner, and leaves like black iron. The fruit tree of life is the same as the legend in Journey to the West. Gold and iron are hard to hurt. Special tools are required to knock down the ginseng fruit. It cannot be picked by brute force alone. Moreover, the fruit escapes when it sees the soil, so it must be caught with a jade plate, can't let it hit the ground. We have to find the golden hammer that hit the fruit first, and we need to work hard to find this. Zhang Chuanqiu said. It's just a fruit. As long as the strength is strong enough, how can it not be defeated? If you can't defeat it, it is because you are not strong enough. Let me try it. The connection between the ginseng fruit and the branch. When the ginseng fruit was unharmed, Li Xian did not believe in evil, so he used his milk-feeding strength to slash several times. What kind of broken fruit is this? Li Xian was depressed again. We have tried all kinds of methods, except to find the golden striker. We really can't beat it. Zhang Chuanqiu said and turned to look at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen, do you want to try it? If you can beat it, it also saves us looking for the Gene Jade. We have been looking for it for a while, but we still can't find where the Gene Jade is. It's fine to try. Zhou Wen took the jade plate handed over by Zhang Chuanqiu and flew to a fruit. Legend has it that a ginseng fruit takes 9,000 years to mature, smelling it can live for 360 years. And eating one can live for 47,000 years. Zhou Wen smelled it, but didn't smell any fragrance. It seems that the legends are not completely accurate. After counting, there were a total of 72 fruits on the tree, and without hesitation, he placed the jade plate under the fruits, reached out to grab a ginseng fruit, and then pulled it down hard. Who knew that Zhou Wen's hand only touched the ginseng fruit, and the ginseng fruit fell right away and was easily picked up by Zhou Wen. Zhang Chuanqiu and Xiao Luchuan both widened their eyes. Zhang Chuanqiu just said that casually, and doesn't think Zhou Wen can really take it off. But now the situation is a little more subtle. Zhou Wen not only picked it down, but also looks quite relaxed. Zhou Wen flew to another ginseng fruit, reached out and picked another one. This time, Zhang Chuanqiu and Xiao Luchuan opened their mouths wide. Even if they got the golden hammer, each of them could only pick one. Zhou Wen just picked two of them empty-handed, which is no different from picking pears and apples. Zhou Wen threw the jade plate with two ginseng fruits to Zhang Chuanqiu, and then moved again without waiting for them to say anything. It seemed that the autumn wind swept the leaves, but in just a moment, he picked all the ginseng fruits left on the tree, and the ginseng fruits disappeared in his hands, and he did not know where they were placed. This time, I would like to thank Brother Zhang and Brother Xia for leading the way. If we have the opportunity to cooperate again in the future, we will go first. After that, he took Li Xian and strode away. Zhang Chuanqiu and Xiao Luchuan didn't recover for a while, before Xiao Luchuan said, "Is this motherfucker still human? It's just a beast." I had some concerns about moving my family to the ancient city of Guide. Now it seems that I should act as soon as possible. I am afraid that only this person can deal with the big changes after the earth is completely broken. Zhang Chuanqiu said solemnly. It doesn't matter if our family arrives, anyway, the Xiao family has already existed in name. Only, it doesn't matter where they move. Xiao Luchuan smiled. Back at home, Zhou Wen took out the ginseng fruit and placed it in front of Li Xian. Li Xian picked one up and stuffed it into his mouth. The fruit, which was as hard as iron when it grew on the tree, now melts in the mouth and turns into a sweet juice that flows into the belly. Li Xiangang cried out really sweet, and saw white smoke coming out of the pores all over his body, and after a while, his whole body was wrapped in water vapor. After a lot of time, the water vapor completely dissipated, and Li Xian's whole body was as crystal clear as jade. It actually has such an effect? Zhou Wen was a little surprised, pointed to the remaining ginseng fruit and said, "Eat a few more and see if you can directly advance to the end of the world." Who knew? That Li Xian shook his head and said, "It's not the power that came from his own cultivation. It's always a building without foundations. There may be trouble in the future, so eating one is enough." Zhou Wen was a little surprised. He never thought that Li Xian would have such a realization. You put away the rest of the ginseng fruit first, and you might use it later. Li Xian smiled and said, "You can try one too." Zhou Wen ate one, only to feel extremely sweet, and a clear current swept through his body. Although his vitality increased, he did not directly advance, like Li Xian. It seems that it's not that easy to advance to the end of the world. But if you eat too much, it's not impossible. Zhou Wen thought about it and planned to play Wu Zhuangwen again in the game, to see if there was ginseng fruit in the game. But before that, he called Feng Qiuyan, Ming Xiu, Qin Zhen, Zhang Yuji, and others over, and each shared a ginseng fruit. After everyone ate it, they were all promoted to one level. This ginseng fruit is very magical, no matter the level is high or low. Eating one can advance to a realm. Eating in the world will become hell. Eating in hell will change into heaven. And if you eat it at the mortal level, it will only become a legend. Everyone was feasting. Zhou Wen put away the remaining ginseng fruit and did not let them eat more. As Li Xian said, although these external forces were good, they lacked tempering right way. Back in his room, Zhou Wen took out his mobile phone, dripped blood into the copy of Wu Zhuangwen, and soon came to the ginseng fruit tree again, and there were indeed 72 ginseng fruits hanging on the tree. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version. Update fastest URL. Zhou Wen opened the realm of the world, picked a ginseng fruit from the tree, and then summoned the plantain fairy again, and let the plantain fairy eat the ginseng fruit. Zhou Wen has already eaten ginseng fruit, and this thing is not very useful to him, and there is no way for him to continue to improve. The devil. Baby doesn't eat these things at all. After thinking about it, let the banana fairy eat it and try it. If it can go further, maybe there is a chance to restrain the devil's nose ring. All attributes of banana fairy plus 100. After eating a ginseng fruit, the attributes of the plantain fairy suddenly increased greatly, which made Zhou Wen Overjoyed. No hesitation at the moment, the ginseng fruit was picked one by one and let the banana fairy eat it. All attributes of banana fairy plus 85. All attributes of banana fairy plus 79. Although the effect of each ginseng fruit is decreasing, the attributes have been increasing. After eating 64 in a blink of an eye, the full attributes of the plantain fairy have reached 998, only the last point did not reach the limit of 999. After eating a few more, the attributes did not increase at all. Zhou has a slight obsessive-compulsive disorder. Seeing that the last attribute can't go up, he always feels a little awkward. Anyway, the copy of Wu Zhuangwen is already in the game. And there will be opportunities to play ginseng fruit in the future, so continue to feed one by one. A little attribute is as difficult as reaching the sky, and when the 70th is eaten, it still has not risen to the last point. It was meaningless to save two, and they were fed to the banana fairy. Finally, after eating the 72nd, all of the banana fairy's attributes reached 999. You have to eat 72 to reach the full value. Zhou was still happy, knowing that ginseng fruit has this effect, and he can raise other companion pet levels in the future. Fantasizing about taking a group of natural disaster 999 babies to play dungeons in the future. That scene made Zhou mouth turn up. But after refreshing the dungeon next, Zhou was a little depressed. The refresh time of Wu Zhuangwen ginseng fruit has been as long as a year. If you want to get another 999 natural disaster pet, you have to wait for a year. Better than nothing. Zhou wasn't in a hurry to arrive, just brush it slowly in the future, something is better than nothing. The legendary ginseng fruit can only be eaten once in 9,000 years. A year is not a long time in comparison. I don't know if the banana fairy of natural disaster 999 can have some effect on the demon bull's nose ring. Zhou opened the Laojun Mountain dungeon again, and took the demon armor and tiger soul to kill the banana fairy all the way. The innocent magic crane is really stingy to the extreme, and every time it explodes some dimensional crystals, none of the real good things explode. Finally came to the demon bull again. After a while of fighting, the demon bull grabbed the nose ring with both hands again, and was about to take a picture of Zhou. Zhou grabbed the banana fan with one hand, and slammed it hard at the magic cow. Banana fairy's natural disaster area is called Yinyang Realm, and with the strongest skill, immeasurable wind, under this fan, the invisible and invisible weather turns into a tornado that rolls towards the demon bull. Originally, with just one photo of the nose ring, Zhou and the demon-armored tiger soul would definitely die. They couldn't hold on for even a second. This time, they didn't kill them immediately. It lasted for a second or two before the game screen went black. The banana fan really has a restraining effect on the bull nose ring, but because the difference between the two is a large level, the restraint effect is relatively general. If it is also at the end of the world, it is estimated that it will be much easier to break the bull nose ring. Zhou Wenqin is happy, if crazy. Although it can only be delayed for more than 1 second, there are already various possibilities. As long as the demon bull is killed within this second or more, the nose ring will naturally be no threat. As for the promotion of Banana Immortal to the Doomsday level, Zhou didn't even dare to think about it, even he himself couldn't be promoted to the Doomsday rank, let alone Banana Immortal. Zhou turned on the mad brush mode, brushing Leo Junction dungeon again and again, constantly looking for the possibility of killing the demon bull. while Zhou Wen was rushing through the dungeons, the Zhang family and the Xia family actually sent someone to contact Li Xian, wanting to move the family to the ancient city of Guide. These two guys have deep roots, but they didn't expect that they wanted to give up their ancestral business to the ancient city of Guide, which surprised Zhou Wen and Li Xian. However, their relationship with the two families has always been good, not to mention that Zhang Yuji and Xia Xianyue are still in the ancient city of Guide, and this matter went very smoothly. After discussing various details, both of them are gradually moving towards the ancient city of Guide. Brother Zhang, I still want to hear your own reasons. When sending Zhang Chuanqiu away, Zhou Wen suddenly asked. Even if you don't ask me, I would like to find a chance to chat with you about this matter. Zhang Chuanqiu paused, then said again, you also know that the one in our family who used to be known as the King of Heroes, and that Jing Daoxian has a very deep origin. I've heard of this. Zhou Wen nodded. The ancestor of my family had to hurt his lover, the one that Jing Daoxian liked. For that woman, Jing Daoxian almost slaughtered the top officials of the Federation at that time. Zhang Chuanqiu hesitated before continuing, I'm afraid this will happen again. You mean that Wang Mingyuan has experienced the same thing? Zhou Wen had heard some from Jing Daoxian, and although he had already had some guesses, he was still a little surprised to hear it at this time. It's a little different. Zhang Chuanqiu sighed, our Zhang family also accidentally learned something about Wang Mingyuan. His wife and daughter are likely to die in the war. You mean that his wife and daughter were not killed by alien creatures, but were killed by humans? Zhou Wen heard the meaning of the word war. Zhang Chuanqiu nodded, the details are unknown. The ancestor of my family guessed that it might have been killed by mistake during the chaotic period. Could it be that the person who killed his wife and daughter was so strong that even Wang Mingyuan couldn't take revenge? Zhou Wen frowned. No, those people are not strong, and they have already died. They died miserably. It should be Wang Mingyuan's actions. Zhang Chuanqiu shook his head. Then why? Zhou Wen didn't understand, since Wang Mingyuan's revenge has been avenged, why is the Zhang family still so worried? Back then, my ancestors met Wang Mingyuan and played a game of chess with him. Do you know how my ancestors commented on him later? Zhang Chuanqiu said with a complicated expression. Zhou Wen didn't speak, just looked at Zhang Chuanqiu and waited for him to continue. This person is extremely stubborn. He has his own way in his heart, and he is not a man of heart. If he cannot become a hero who changes the world in the future, he must become the devil who destroys the world. Zhang Chuanqiu sighed. Zhou Wen understood the meaning of the words, and said with some annoyance, does it mean that no matter what it is, will he change the order of the world? In human hearts, I am afraid that they will not keep the way of the world. If such people establish a new order, they must be bloody means. Zhang Chuanqiu left after saying that. Zhou Wen couldn't calm down for a long time, and after he completely calmed down, he set off for Luoyang. End of this chapter. Master Wen, you're back. Seeing Zhou Wen and Xing greeted him with a smile. Asheng, isn't Tianzhua here? Zhou Wen asked. The overseer is in his office, do you have something to do with the overseer? And Xing was a little surprised, these two people never dealt with each other, how could Zhou Wen take the initiative to find and Tianzhua? I want to talk to him about something. Zhou Wen wanted them to move to Guide City, even if it wasn't for the sake of settling down, for Zhou Lingfeng and Ouyang Lan, it would be safer to Go to the ancient city of Guide. I'll take you there. And Xing hurriedly led the way, leading Zhou Wen to Tian's office. What's the matter with me? And Tian's face was cold, he never had a good face. Towards Zhou Wen. I'm here this time, because I hope the Yin family can relocate to the ancient city of Guide. Zhou Wen looked at Tian's with a complicated expression. He still can't accept the fact that Tian's is his big brother. Are you worried about Wang Mingyuan? And Tian's immediately understood Zhou Wen's thoughts. Yes, I heard that Wang Mingyuan's wife and daughter are likely to die in the war. His home is here. If he comes back, Luoyang will probably be his first target. Zhou Wen explained. I understand what you mean, but the Yin family can't leave. And Tian's expression softened a lot. Why? Zhou Wen asked, with a frown. Beyond Jia's decades of research and layout are all in Luoyang. The current Luoyang city, or the entire Luoyang area, is our achievement. After leaving Luoyang, everything will have to start all over again, and there is no time. And Tian's said. Zhou Wen didn't understand what Tian's meant, and Xing quickly added, we have been engaged in the research of converting dimensional energy into technological weapons, and now most of the dimensional fields in the entire Luoyang area are used by us as energy pools to guide them. The dimensional energy is converted into an energy pool. Once a war occurs, the entire Luoyang area will become a war machine that integrates offense and defense. It can be said that Luoyang today is a huge war fortress. If there is such a day, someone needs to stand up and protect it. Earth. Home, this is also a last-ditch effort. Zhou Wen was a little surprised to hear that he was able to guide the power of the dimensional field into his own use. Such a method is really amazing, but he just doesn't know how far Tian's and the others have researched, and whether they can fight against the apocalyptic powerhouse. Bring Uncle Zhou, the Empress Dowager, Shaojing, Yer, and some Anjia's family members to the ancient city of Guide. And Tian's said thoughtfully. Someone like him, being able to say such things, already means that he recognizes Zhou Wen. Otherwise, how could he entrust the most important person to Zhou Wen? I still have something to do, so I won't go to see Aunt Lan and the others. Bring this to them for me. Zhou Wen saw the firmness in Tian's eyes and did not persuade him any more. He just kept some ginseng fruits and asked Xing to arrange Zhou Lingfeng and the others. Go to the ancient city of Guide. After leaving Anjia, Zhou Wen went to Wang Lu again. Why are you here? Seeing Zhou Wen, Wang Lu was a little surprised. This place in Luoyang is not safe. If you don't dislike it, the Wang family will move to the ancient city of Guide. Zhou Wen said directly. Okay. Wang Lu didn't ask why it was not safe, and immediately agreed. You can try this. Zhou Wen handed a ginseng fruit to Wang Lu. Is this the famous ginseng fruit that was passed down a while ago? Wang Lu took the ginseng fruit and looked at it with some curiosity. Yeah, if an average person eats it, they can immediately improve to a realm. If they are only half a step away from being promoted to the natural disaster level, they can also be directly promoted to the natural disaster level by eating one. Zhou Wen said. It's more suitable for you to use such a precious thing. Wang Lu wanted to return the ginseng fruit to Zhou Wen. I still have a lot here, and this thing is useless to me. Zhou Wen paused, then said, I will ask Xing to help arrange the Wang family's relocation to the ancient city of Guide. If there is anything you need to tell him, I'll go to the moon first to see if I can bring Wang Chan back. After all, Zhou Wen left the Wang family. After Zhou Wen left, Wang Lu looked at the ginseng fruit he was holding, and instead of eating it, he put it on a plate and placed it in a glass cabinet. On the moon, Wang Chan almost jumped up with joy when she saw Zhou Wen. She was almost suffocated on this moon, and she couldn't even see a person. How could she bear it? At her age. Zhou Wen also gave her a ginseng fruit, and Wang Chan finished the first few bites, feeling delicious, and asked Zhou Wen for 2 more. Zhou Wen didn't care, and gave her 2 more. Who knew that? Wang Chan didn't eat any more, but ran to the moon god and gave 2 ginseng fruits to the moon god. Are you here to take Wang Chan away? Luna asked Zhou Wen. Yes, if possible, can you please move to the ancient city of Guide together? Zhou Wen said. Wang Chan's fate can't be changed, but it's probably under control. Now you can take her back. After a pause, Luna said, I won't go. If the moon dies, the world will be gone. There is no need for the moon god. Zhou Wen persuaded a few more words, and told Luna that if Luna couldn't leave the moon because of some restrictions, he would find a way to help Luna leave. I've accepted your wishes, I really don't need them anymore. Sometimes living is not necessarily the best choice. Luna still rejected Zhou Wen's kindness and did not intend to leave. Zhou Wen had to take Wang Chan back to the ancient city of Da, and then find a way to communicate with Luna later. With the large-scale breaking of the ban in the dimensional field, the connection between human beings in various places has become more and more difficult. And the Earth has become a paradise for dimensional creatures. In addition to inviting relatives and friends to relocate to the ancient city of Guide during this time, Zhou Wen was constantly brushing the dungeons. He had a hunch that Wang Mingyuan might be coming back soon. Li Xian also brought his family over, but he didn't see Li Mabai's figure. Li Xian complained to Zhou Wen very angrily. That guy Li Mabai didn't know what to do, he was just a stone in the pit, smelly and hard. He, Li Xian, didn't care about him anymore. He didn't even know the interest, didn't take Li Xian seriously at all, and didn't plan to come to the ancient city of Guide to join Li Xian. Some people are born proud. Zhou Wen said with a smile. He also thought of some other people. After rounds of battles, Zhou Wen finally found the weakness of the demon bull. It is impossible to break the powerful body of the demon bull from the outside, and only from the inside can the demon bull be severely damaged. While the demon bull was attacking with sonic waves, Zhou Wen abruptly condensed the power in the human world to the extreme, penetrated into the demon bull's body like a needle, and immediately inflicted heavy damage on the demon bull. It sounds easy, but to do this, you must first have a banana fan that can restrain the nose ring and hold the nose ring. It is necessary to find a way to use the sonic attack within that point and a few seconds, and to prevent the magic cow from having a chance to shut up. The sonic attack will be shot into its body in the human world. To do this, Zhou Wen paid the price of death thousands of times. Boom! The demon bull's body fell to the ground, and something exploded at the same time. This is... Zhou Wen saw those things clearly, and his eyes suddenly lit up. https://The Genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second, mobile version reading website. In that thing, there is a black circle, which is the nose ring of the demon bull. Zhou Wen was overjoyed. Although the apocalyptic demon bull is powerful, it has not yet reached an unmatched level. The reason why it is so difficult to kill is mostly because of this nose ring. Now that the nose ring has exploded, it is much more useful than the devil cow companion egg. Zhou quickly picked up the nose ring. Get the New World item King Kong Zhua. Looking at the prompt in the game, Zhou was overjoyed again. The 3 words New World must be related to the end of the world. Maybe this is the key to his promotion. To the end of the world. Insufficient level. Can't use. Insufficient level. Can't use. Zhou tried to inject vitality into King Kong Zhua, but who knew that the game kept prompting that it could not be used. This made Zhou a little depressed. If you can't bring things into the body, you won't be able to bring them into the game, but if you stay in the game, as long as the dungeon refreshes things, it's bad. After thinking about it, Zhou could only summon the demon baby to see if she could use the diamond carving. Although she is not at the end of the world, she has a new world. After the demon baby came out, he immediately saw King Kong Zhua, stretched out his hand, and King Kong Zhua reached her hand, put it on her wrist, and automatically reduced to a suitable size. Then I saw the game prompt, and there was another King Kong Zhua in the magic baby's skills. That's fine. Zhou was immediately depressed. A good treasure was taken away by the demon baby, but he didn't get anything. Fortunately, this thing is similar on the demon infant as it is on him, and Zhou went to check the other things that the demon bull exploded. 2 apocalyptic dimensional crystals, 1 domain core, and no companion eggs. Zhou directly summoned Emperor Beeman and let it absorb the dimensional crystal and the domain core. This foodie was directly promoted to the heavenly rank in a short time, with all attributes reaching 400. 400 is already the limit of ordinary natural disasters. It is very difficult to reach the 999 attribute. Even if it is an evolutionary companion pet, not everyone can reach the 999 attribute. Dropping blood to refresh the dungeon. As a result, the Laojun Mountain dungeon can only be refreshed once a month, and it will take a month to refresh the magic cow again. There was no hope for the Laojun Mountain dungeon. So Zhou changed his strategy and went to another dungeon of the little Buddhist temple. The three-faced Buddha is also at the end of life level in all likelihood, and if he kills him, there is also hope of promotion to the end time. The little Buddha temple is very strange, but for Zhou, most of the taboos of dungeons are of no use to him today, and it can be said that there are no taboos. Just like the punishment taboos of Wu Zhuangwen, it will not fall on Zhou at all. There are very few taboos that can directly kill Zhou, and Lao Junshan's life-for-life taboo is one of them. Before coming to the three-faced Buddha, the three-faced Buddha did not react at all, and did not take the initiative to attack Zhou, nor was it triggered by Zhou. Zhou directly slashed out a sword, and the sword energy fell to the top of the front of the three-faced Buddha. Boom! The dark golden light on the three-faced Buddha shone brightly, blocking Zhou's sword energy, and then the entire small Buddhist temple shook. The main hall was blown up by the body of the three-faced Buddha. The huge and strange Buddha body stood on the ruins of the main hall, like a supreme Buddha. Zhou was as small as an ant in front of him. I saw him face Zhou sideways, the blood and tears on his face, just glanced at Zhou, and suddenly an invisible force rose up, as if to tear Zhou's body into pieces from the inside. The human realm was activated. The prisoner and Emperor Xian were possessed at the same time, and the prisoner's new world power was also activated by Zhou. The invisible power was immediately blocked and could no longer erode Zhou's body. Seeing this, the three-faced Buddha pointed the other Side of the face at Zhou Wen. The face was kind, and smiled at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen only felt that his mind became confused in an instant, and he had the urge to fly towards the three-faced Buddha. But it only took a moment for it to return to normal. The two attacks failed, and the three-faced Buddha finally glanced at Zhou Wen with a straight face. This time Zhou Wen only felt that there was a bottomless abyss in his eyes, as if he was going to be sucked into it. Suddenly, I saw that the face of the three-faced Buddha suddenly changed greatly, and the huge body like a giant in the cloud leaned forward. As his body leaned forward, the Buddha's body was still shrinking rapidly. It turned out that the demon baby crawled out from behind Zhou Wen, a pair of chubby little hands holding a black ring, and was aiming at the three-faced Buddha with the diamond. I saw that there seemed to be a void in the ring, and it turned the three-faced Buddha sucked in. After inhaling the three-faced Buddha, King Kongzhua flew off his hands, floating in the air with irregular rotation and flickering, and there seemed to be layers of shattering void inside, like a big bang in the universe. After a long time, King Kongzhua calmed down and fell back into the hands of the magic baby, and then saw the game prompt. Kill the Trinity Buddha, a creature of the end of the world. Discover dimensional crystals, and discover world fragments. The magic baby's little hand shook, and two things fell out of the ring, a dimensional crystal, and a handful of strange things. That thing is between vapor, solid, and liquid. It seems to be a combination of three forms, and it seems to be constantly changing. Sometimes it looks like a dark gold crystal, and sometimes it looks like a dark gold cloud. Sometimes it looks like a cloud of dark gold liquid. Sometimes the three forms appear at the same time, as if there are endless changes, looking strange and mysterious. Zhou Wen reached out to grab it, but felt that his palm didn't touch anything, but the thing was there and never moved, as if it was just a phantom. It seems that this is the thing that has been promoted to the end of the world. Zhou Wen was not surprised, but happy, once again condensed the power of the world, and reached out to grab the fragment of the world. This time, Zhou Wen finally felt that his fingers caught the real thing, and grasped the weird world fragment in his hand. To run the fascinating Immortal Sutra, it is necessary to absorb the fragments of the world into the body. Suddenly, Zhou Wen only felt a heat in his ears, and it was the earrings transformed by the listening that were flashing dark golden light. Zhou Wen suddenly understood something and hesitated for a moment, but the fragment of the world was handed over to Di Ting. The fragments of the world just collided with the earrings transformed by truth listening, and they immediately merged into them. They disappeared in a blink of an eye, and the light on the earrings became weird. Listen to the fusion. World fragment. Evolving. The game prompt jumped out again. Working for someone else again. Zhou Wen reluctantly quit the dungeon and wanted to refresh the dungeon again, but received another reminder that it would take a month to refresh. Where does this make me go to promote the end of the world? Fortunately, I already know what is needed for promotion to the end of the world. I only need to get the appropriate fragments of the end of the world. It is not difficult to be promoted to the end of the world, but I am a fan of the immortal scriptures. Is it suitable? Where can I find such a world fragment? Zhou Wen thought to himself. https:// The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second, mobile version reading URL. Zhou Wen has already visited several of the dungeons in the game that may appear in the apocalypse. Except Kizishin. Failed to find the boss, Leo Junction and Shafwa Temple failed to refresh. It seems that we need to add some new dungeons. Zhou Wen was thinking about where to get some new dungeons. Nowadays, the earth is full of forbidden Dimensional fields, and all kinds of news are flying all over the sky, and creatures such as dragons and vampires can often be seen. Some people have even seen the arrival of angels, demons rampant, elves dancing, and so on. However, Zhou analyzed, and the possibility of those places having an apocalyptic level was very small. What really made Zhou more concerned was a place called Juqing. According to the information collected, a huge city appeared on the west side. The city wall was thousands of meters high, higher than the tallest building built by humans. The height of the gates of the city is broken by a kilometer, and I don't know what kind of creature can open such a gate. The giant city is surrounded by clouds and mist, and many people who want to rush into the giant city to find out information have disappeared from the world. So far, no one knows what is inside the giant city, and the city gate of the giant city has never been opened. Some people speculate that the giant city is likely to be related to the Titans, the second-generation rulers in ancient Greek mythology. In ancient Greek mythology, there are 3 generations of god-kings, one of which is Uranus, the god of the sky. The second-generation god-king Cronus, the youngest of the 12 Titans, is the combination of time's creativity and destructive power, swallowing all time. The 3 generations of god-kings are the comparative Zeus, known as the king of the gods, and also the god of the sky and thunder and lightning. However, the myths and legends of ancient Greece, like Eastern myths and legends, are very chaotic. The god-king family is somewhat similar to the Eastern heavenly court. It is just a mythological system. The original gods were not the families of these god-kings. In some versions, the earliest born god was Chaos, the god of chaos, somewhat similar to Pangu in the East. Zhou is not really interested in the Titan god, but he is very interested in Chaos, the god of chaos, because Zhou suspected it very early. His is probably related to this chaos. So Zhou decided to go to the giant city to have a look first. It would be best if he could find the little hand pattern. If he couldn't find it, he didn't plan to go in. Although Zhou has the ability to fight against the apocalypse level, the ghost knows what special abilities those apocalyptic level have. Seeing the coordinates of the giant city clearly, Zhou directly used space teleportation to get there. Although I already knew that the giant city must be extremely magnificent, when I really stood in front of the city, I still couldn't help being shocked by its beauty. Such a majestic city. Humans don't know how long it will take to build it. Looking at the black giant city on the top of the mountain, Zhou couldn't help but admired secretly. The mountain is several thousand meters high, and the city is more than 1,000 meters high. Zhou didn't look carefully at the name of the mountain. Although there was a mountain's name in the information, Zhou didn't remember such a long name, and he was not in the mood to remember it. You can't enter this city. Before Zhou was about to go to the city gate at the top of the mountain, he was suddenly stopped by a voice. Why are you here? Zhou turned his head to look, and found that it turned out to be Yudu, with a smile from the corner of his mouth. Why can't I be here? Yudu asked rhetorically. Didn't you already leave the earth to break the ban? Zhou was a little puzzled why Yudu would come back. She had already broken the ban. Wouldn't she be rejected by the rules of the earth when she came back? Earth's ban is already weak and pitiful. I was born on Earth. What's so strange about being able to come back? It's you. Why are you here? Yudu asked rhetorically. I heard that there is a giant city here, so come here to see. Why do you say you can't enter here? Zhou did not explain in detail. Curiosity killed the cat. Although You now have the ability to fight the end of the world. You'd better not enter this city, or maybe you, the emperor of the human race, will become a ghost of the human race. Tsukishima said with a smile. Is it that scary here? Why didn't I see it? Zhou pretended to be surprised. You don't need to be tempted, just want to know what my sister told you. There must be an apocalypse in this giant city. And it's not an ordinary apocalypse. Yu saw through Zhou thoughts at a glance, and said with a pouting, I've already come here. For more than half a month, I have seen how many humans go in, but none of them came out, and I also saw some incredible sights. What scene? Zhou asked quickly. This city, swallows the sky. Yu said with a strange expression. Swallowing the sky? How to swallow? Zhou became even more interested. It's time for you to come, and you will naturally see it tomorrow night. Yu didn't tell Zhou the answer, but just said with a smile. Why are you here? Zhou didn't ask further, looking at Yu and asked. I originally thought that this was the place where the 12 Titan gods were. Maybe there was something I needed. Now it seems that it is not. Even if it is, it should not be just the Titan god. There must be more terrifying things in it. I have given up. Yu spread out his hands and said. Then you go first, I'll walk around. Zhou said and flew directly to the gate of the giant city. Didn't I tell you not to go in? If you really want to court death, it's not impossible, but before you go in, you can consider marrying me and let me have a son for you. And save time for your old Zhou family. Absolutely. Yu followed and said with a smile in Zhou. Where did you learn this? Zhou couldn't help laughing bitterly. Yu's bizarre ideas really emerged one after another. Isn't this all your human thoughts? What's so strange? Yu pretended to be wronged, and continued like an angry little daughter-in-law. Is it possible that there are 3 kinds of unfilial piety, and I understand the sentence that no future is the greatest? Wrong? I didn't understand it wrong, but Zhou didn't know how to explain it, so he closed his mouth and stared at the gate of the giant city. To his disappointment, he did not see the small hand pattern on the city gate, but he had experience, and sometimes the small hand pattern was not necessarily on the city gate, or it might be somewhere that looked ordinary, so he just walked along the city wall and slowly look for the little hand mark. You have such an excellent gene, you should leave more offspring. In case human beings are really wiped out in the future. I can also take our children to leave the Earth to live on other planets. These offspring of yours will be the future of mankind. Yu followed behind Zhou saying those outrageous words. Zhou head grew big when he heard it. After walking around the giant city, he didn't find the small hand pattern. Originally, Zhou wanted to leave here, but thinking that Yu said that this city could swallow the sky, he wanted to see how it swallowed the sky, so he stayed. Wait until tomorrow night. Such a white, beautiful, and long-legged daughter-in-law, don't you really think about it? Yu looked at Zhou expectantly. Zhou wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. Dealing with Yu was more tiring than a war apocalyptic creature. Zhou couldn't stand the words she said, and he didn't know how to answer. Fortunately, the time finally passed. Zhou ignored the monthly reading, looked at the time, and was 2 minutes away from the time that the monthly reading said. It is already midnight, and the weather is good. The whole sky is like a piece of colored blue skin dyed with patterns. Except for a few clouds, the rest of the place is clean and enchanting. The stars seem to have become extraordinarily dazzling, and there are many more stars that were originally seen. After the human civilization was gradually destroyed, the starry sky became more and more colorful. Watch out, it's coming. You. Du looked in the direction of Juqing and reminded Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen had already seen that a black flame was emitting from the black giant city. It was not a real flame, but it was not smoke, but more like a shadow after the space was distorted. The flames rose and filled the sky. The originally quiet starry sky seemed to be distorted. Irregular shadows appeared in the sky, and the starlight was much dimmed. What is this doing? Zhou Wen couldn't help looking at Yudu when he saw that there was no other change in the giant city. You'll know right away. Yudu just signaled Zhou Wen not to be distracted and look at the giant city carefully. Zhou Wen turned his head to look at Juqing suspiciously, just in time to see the strange scene. The huge stone city suddenly felt like a heart beating, and the entire giant city shrunk and expanded. After this time, the giant city was obviously bigger than before, as if it had grown in a circle. I'm going, shouldn't this giant city be a living creature? Zhou Wen was shocked, thankful that he didn't plan to go in. If it is really a living creature, if you go in like that, wouldn't it be sent to its belly by yourself? Every once in a while, the giant city will shrink and expand like swallowing, and each time it will get bigger. It looks very strange. I don't know if this city is a living thing, but I only know that this city is not an ancient building. At least before it appeared, no human beings knew of its existence. Because this city happened to appear on the mountain where the legendary Titans lived, many people mistakenly think that he is the city of the Titan gods. I have observed it for a long time and watched it with my own eyes. It has changed from a city about the size of your ancient city to what it is now. And it only took half a month. Yudu explained. If it's not the city of the Titans, what is the origin of this city? Zhou Wen thought in his heart, but couldn't think of too many clues. Although he has also studied some ancient Greek myths, he has only looked at them. He knows some of the more famous Greek myths, but he can't think of any connection between this city and Greek mythology. The giant city was still swallowing, growing bigger and bigger, standing in the darkness like a monster swallowing the sky. No, if this thing keeps getting bigger, will it cover the entire earth? Zhou Wen suddenly thought of such a possibility, and frowned immediately. If this sky expands without limit, at such a speed, it will be bigger than the earth itself in less than half a year, and all human beings will suffer. Seemingly seeing through Zhou Wen's thoughts, Yudu said, that's hard to say. I don't understand the origin of this sky. Since it appeared, every 3 days it will swallow up the sky that I don't know where it came from. The energy never stops. If this is the case, it is necessary to solve this problem as soon as possible to avoid endless troubles. Zhou Wen pondered. How to solve it? We haven't even figured out what it is. Yudu shook his head. Get a companion pet and check it out. Zhou Wen thought, and summoned a companion pet, which was a very low-level black snake. The black snake snaked forward, heading towards the giant city, while Zhou Wen and Yudu watched nervously from a distance, ready to fight or escape at any time. The black snake approached the giant city, but did not see any reaction from the black city. It seemed as usual. The black snake turned around in front of the city gate for several times without being attacked. Why don't you break the door and take a look? You do seem to be interested. Staring at the gate of the giant city. This is just a legendary black snake. How could it be possible to open that kind of door? Although Zhou said so, he still drove the black snake to swim towards the door. It's not the way to stay like this all the time, it's better to try it out. Contrary to Zhou and Yudu's expectations, the black snake just touched the gate, and the gate more than 1,000 meters high was opened by the black snake. Inside the gate are huge palaces. In front of the palace, humans are not as good as ants. They don't know what kind of creatures they are, and how huge they must be to live in such palaces. But Zhou only saw the palace, but did not see any other creatures. So he had to control the black snake to continue to explore the way inside. Under the control of Zhou, the black snake crawled inward along the stone road, and an even more bizarre scene happened. As the black snake moved forward, its body unexpectedly became larger. Originally, the black snake was only over 1 meter long, and it was not a companion pet to win by size. It had just entered the giant city a distance of 10 to 20 meters, and its length had already exceeded 5 meters. Although its body is rapidly expanding, judging from the feedback from the black snake, it does not feel uncomfortable. Zhou stopped the black snake. After the black snake stopped, its size was still getting bigger, and it didn't stop expanding because it stopped moving forward. This city is a bit interesting. Zhou looked at the giant city thoughtfully, and continued to order the black snake to go inside. When the black snake crossed the square and came to the front of the palace, its body had become so huge that it was afraid that it could be compared with Beeman in size. The strange thing is that the black snake has become so huge. It is said that the body should have become many times stronger. With such a size, even if it is only pure power, it should not be difficult to kill an epic myth by leaps and bounds. However, Zhou did not feel that the black snake's level had increased, and it was still a legendary companion pet. The huge body of the black snake finally came to the front of the palace. And under Zhou's order, he used his head to face the gate of the palace. The shape of the palace was completely different from the ancient buildings in the eastern district, and Zhou couldn't see why. The gate of the palace was easily pushed open by the black snake again, but Zhou was startled by the sight. He saw inside the palace, there was a huge human head hanging like a crystal chandelier hanging in the hall. But the man's head was disheveled, his gray hair covered his face, and he could only see the bloody neck break, which looked extremely terrifying. And the head was too big. If Zhou went in by himself, his size would not even be worthy of being a louse on that person's head. When Zhou was looking at the head, he suddenly saw that the head suddenly opened his eyes and stared straight at him. It seems that I wrote a bit wrong. I originally wanted to explain the main line and pits quickly and finish the book. I wrote it down and wrote it down. It was a headache. End of this chapter. The human head obviously found Zhou's existence, but it seemed to be provocative, and the unbridled evil eyes made Zhou frown slightly. Gotcha. Gotcha. The mouth of the human head opened, and the huge black snake was sucked into the mouth like noodles and chewed directly. For a moment, the black snake swallowed its belt and bones together, and the gate of the palace and the city gate were also closed. The aggressiveness of that head is too inferior. Yudu also saw it and said with a smile, I was really irritated by it. Zhou thought about it, and summoned a mythical companion pet, and let the companion pet go towards the door. The result was similar to the last time. The gates of the city and the palace were opened at the touch of a button. After the companion pet entered, the body also grew larger, but it was swallowed by the head. Several companion pets were summoned in a row, and without exception, they were all swallowed by the head. The last time, Zhou summoned a natural disaster-level companion pet, but it still didn't work. No matter what level of companion pet, there is no resistance in the face of the head, even the natural disaster, there is no chance to fight, it was swallowed like that. Fortunately, I didn't go in. Even the natural disaster-level companion pets are swallowed in one bite. My small body can't stand a single bite. The head is probably the end of the world. Scared. Look. As if he didn't hear it, Zhou summoned another companion pet, but this time, the companion pet he summoned was Emperor Beeman. Isn't it a pity for such a strong companion pet to go in and die? You do said, looking at Diju and Beeman. That's not necessarily true. Zhou ignored Yudu's persuasion and let Diju and Beeman go towards the gate. When he arrived at the city gate, the Emperor Beeman roared, and his body suddenly became larger and became the largest form. The city gate was pushed open by Emperor Beeman, and then walked straight in. The figure of Emperor Beeman was originally like a hill. After entering the giant city, he became bigger and bigger. Step by step. When it reached the gate of the palace, its body was already taller than the palace that was 2,000 or 3,000 meters high, and it could only climb into the palace with a cat on its waist. When the strange giant head saw Emperor Beeman, his expression suddenly changed. Although he couldn't see his facial expression, the shrunken wide eyes undoubtedly showed that it was very frightened now. When Emperor Beeman walked in front of the human head, he was already much taller than the human head. Opening his mouth is a mouthful, swallowing the head directly, and kacha chewing. The human head had no resistance at all, and was swallowed by the Emperor Beeman. So, how did you find out? Yudu also saw the doorway at this time and asked Zhou. I'm not a young man who just debuted, how could I be really irritated by it and sacrifice those companion pets just for the test? The distance between each companion pet from entering the city to the head of the people is actually based on a certain ratio has become larger. Although there is something in that head, even if it is apocalyptic, it is impossible for a natural disaster-level companion pet to have no chance to struggle at all. This can only show that this is a kind of rule. All companion pets that have reached the head of the human have been restricted by the rules and cannot struggle at all. In this way, the conclusion is obvious. If the head is big, it will be swallowed by it, and if the body is bigger than it, it can only be swallowed. Zhou explained. Husband, you are so smart, the concubine likes you more and more. You do pretended to be innocent and naive. What's this all about? Zhou smiled wryly. Fortunately, there was another change. In the city. Zhou quickly looked into the city and saw that after the head was swallowed by Emperor Beeman, strange changes took place in the palace. The innermost floor of the palace slowly rose and turned into a huge throne. The throne seemed to be tailor-made for Emperor Beeman, and it seemed that it was just right to sit on. The palace itself has also become taller and larger, significantly higher than other palaces in the city. Zhou pondered for a moment, and let Diju and Beeman walk to the throne. After it sat on it, immediately there was a strange ability flowing from the throne to Diju and Beeman's body. Zhou can clearly feel that the energy in Diju and Beeman's body is slowly getting stronger, and his body seems to be being strengthened. This made Zhou a little surprised. Emperor Beeman is already a companion pet with 400 attributes in the heavens. This is the limit of a common natural disaster grade companion pet. If you want to go further and continue to improve the attributes. Unless there is a natural treasure, like ginseng fruit. Ordinary dimensional crystals, even the eschatological dimensional crystals, have no way to make Emperor Beeman grow. The palace and the throne, I don't know what kind of magic power they have, can actually make the attributes of Emperor Beeman continue to rise. I see, sitting on that throne, you can receive the energy from the giant city swallowing the sky. Yudu's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Without waiting for Zhou Wen to say anything, Yudu had already summoned an extremely huge companion pet and let the companion pet go into the city. It was a weird ghost train. Zhou Wen had seen it before, and it was one of the 100 ghosts. Yudu jumped, sat in the train, and entered the giant city with the train. After the ghost train entered the giant city, it did not go to the palace where Emperor Beeman was, but took a detour and headed for another palace. After the ghost train entered the palace, it got bigger and bigger, and when it reached another palace, it was already bigger than the mountain. The door of the palace opened wide, and there was also a giant human head inside, but the ghost train was now bigger than that human head. The front of the ghost train opened its mouth full of gears and swallowed the human head directly. Sure enough, a throne also appeared in the palace, but the throne did not match the shape of the ghost train, but matched the shape of Yu. Yudu walked out of the ghost train and sat on the throne, and immediately there was infinite energy pouring into her body. Zhou Wen, come in quickly, the energy here is very strong. If you can stay here for a year and a half, you may be able to directly advance to the end of the world. Yudu sat on the throne and did not forget to greet Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen is also a little moved, but he doesn't have the ghost train of Yuedu. If he goes in by himself, his body will become so big. If he can't get back to his original state, won't he become a giant by then? That wouldn't be fun. What's more, given his size, it is impossible to be bigger than the head after entering, and he will be swallowed by that time. I don't know if my ability can crack the rules and power of this giant city. Although Zhou Wen felt that he should not be afraid of the rules of the giant city, he was not willing to take risks casually. Remember for a second 69 net 69, the fastest update. I just want to play games quietly. It's also interesting to see a giant city. It's not based on strength, but only life and death, based on body size. If it is a mortal creature with an incomparably huge size, wouldn't it be possible to dominate the giant city? Zhou thought to himself. But think about it and know that this is not realistic. No matter how big the mortal creature is, it is at most dinosaurs, whales, etc., and it is impossible to compete with the mythical creatures like Beeman. When Zhou was thinking about how to enter the giant city without changing his body shape, he saw that the gate of the giant city suddenly closed, and the shadow of the sky disappeared. It turned out that it was dawn. Zhou Xian was suddenly shocked, afraid that Yudu and Diju and Beeman had an accident. Fortunately, he can still feel the existence of Emperor Beeman, so there should be no danger. We can only wait until the next time when the giant city opens. Zhou did not know the rules of the giant city's opening, so he could only stay here and wait for the giant city to open again. Li Xian, do you have a huge companion pet over there? Zhou contacted his friends and told them about the giant city. There are a total of 12 palaces in the giant city. Only 2 palaces are occupied now, and there are 10 palaces available. If someone can use them, it would be great. It's a pity that giant companion pets are not that easy to find. The Largest companion pets owned by ordinary people are the size of elephants and whales. If those companion pets walk in front of a huge human head, they will only be swallowed. There are only a few of Zhou's heads that can compare their body size with a human head, and the candle dragon's body has an absolute advantage. The remaining companion pets, even the dragon's size is not strong enough to be stronger than the huge human head. Li Xian and the others didn't have a particularly large companion pet. The largest one was the giant dragon companion pet that was more common in the Western District. It was not much bigger than a dinosaur and could not occupy the palace. It was Xing who sent a message back to Zhou, saying that if there were still places, leave a few for him. Zhou Hui said that there are still many places. Even if Zhulong and himself occupy 2 more places, there are still 8 palaces empty. Master, according to our team's calculations, the giant city should be related to the 12 titans. If you have a way to go in and occupy the palace, you don't have to worry about your body shape. If there is no error in the calculation, you will return to your normal body shape after leaving the giant city. After a while, Xing sent another message. I see. Zhou also thought about this possibility, but he didn't want to take the risk. He originally wanted Diju and Beeman to come out, but just now the giant city closed too fast, and it was too late. When the next time the giant city opens, he will let the Emperor Beeman come out first, and he will naturally know the result. While waiting in front of the giant city, Zhou sat in the shade of a nearby tree to brush up dungeons, trying to find other apocalyptic dungeons, but some dungeons disappointed him a little, and they were not as strong as he imagined. I don't know how strong the guardians in Ant City are now. Zhou thought about the guardians of Ant City. But that thing is a guardian, not a different dimensional creature. It is difficult to say whether there will be fragments of the world if it is killed. Anyway, idle is idle. Zhou opened the dungeon of Ant City, intending to go see the guardian of Ant City. Carefully came to the place where the guardian of Ant City was, but he was not attacked by the guardian of Ant City, which surprised Zhou. Taking a closer look, I found that she was sitting cross-legged above the Ant City, and her appearance was no different from that of a human being, like a girl with a graceful figure. It's just that her eyes are closed now, sitting cross-legged like a fairy, and her body exudes a strange halo. If Xianxia protects the body, it is like the light of the Buddha, and it is holy and cannot be desecrated. Sensing Zhou's arrival, the Ant City guardian opened his eyes and looked at Zhou, but he still didn't mean to attack him. The Tong Kong that used to be orange-red has now turned into a crystal black. After looking at Zhou, she closed her eyes again, as if she didn't want to pay attention to Zhou at all. It's all coming, how could it be possible to leave at a glance? Zhou summoned the prisoner and let him blast the guardian of Ant City with the strongest force. The prisoner's long silver hair fluttered like a demon, and the silver light in his eyes bloomed like 2 silver lasers, which instantly shot at the guardian of Ant City. The guardian of Ant City still sat there cross-legged and did not move. His eyes opened again, and he even looked directly at the silver light shot by the prisoner without dodging. But under her gaze, the silver light emitted by the prisoner's eyes collapsed like a pixel. In the next second, even the prisoner's body was decomposed into countless pixels, and it just hung up. What kind of ability is this? Even the apocalyptic prisoners are so vulnerable in front of her that they don't even have the qualifications to be seen. This guy has definitely been promoted to the apocalypse level, and it's not an ordinary apocalypse level. Zhou Xian, horrified. The growth rate of the guardian of Ant City is really scary, and he feels that he has no hope of slaughtering her. In his life, Zhou summoned a group of companion pets to besiege the Ant City Guardian, but it was just a glance. All the companion pets turned into pixels and shattered to the ground. Even Zhou himself was the same. And the game screen went black again. What a perverted guy. Zhou was a little helpless. The earliest dungeon was the most difficult one to clear. In the past, I was able to have a few tricks with the Ant City Guardian, and even seemed to have the slightest possibility of killing her. Now Zhou is more powerful than before. But he finds that it is more difficult to kill the Guardian of Ant City than before. Big smiley face, remember one. Second, the possibility of silk is also out of sight. After several more attempts, the result was still a disastrous failure. The Guardian of Ant City didn't even move his fingers at all, and Zhou Sha was extremely depressed just by looking. And Xing's arrival made Zhou's depressed mood a lot better. Master, how is the situation here? And Xing came to Zhou and asked, looking at the giant city. Nothing has changed, the giant city has not been opened again, and the Emperor Beeman inside is still alive. Zhou said. That's good, it's really thanks to you this time. If you can successfully evolve these companion pets into natural disasters, it will be an extremely important bargaining chip for the entire An family. And Xing said, summoning 6 companion pets. Although these 6 companion pets are different in length, it can be seen that they should be companion pets of the same breed, a giant with a huge size. In your opinion, with their size, can they defeat the head? And Xing asked. There should be no problem. What kind of companion pets are these? Zhou looked up at these giants with his head raised. Although their body size is not comparable to that of Beeman God, they are almost half the size of Beeman after Emperor Beeman has been maximized. More than enough. These are giant companion pets of Norse mythology. They are mythical grades that can be evolved, but they are quite troublesome to evolve, and there are really not so many resources to support them. It's good now. If you can use the giant city to make them into natural disasters, I won't be afraid that there will be no coolies available in the future. And Xing said excitedly. You want to treat a natural disaster level giant as a coolie? Even Zhou felt that An Xing was too extravagant. Wanting to use the energy of the dimensional field is a very difficult thing, and the progress has been very slow. You helped us solve a big problem. And Xing smiled. Although the overseer didn't say anything, I can see it, and he was very happy. It has nothing to do with me whether he is happy or not, he just doesn't want to waste it. Zhou pouted and said. The two waited outside the giant city. After a night, when the night fell again, the giant city changed again. Dear, this chapter is over, I wish you a happy reading. Big smiley face. Remember for a second 69 net 69, the fastest update. I just want to play games quietly. Just like last time, the giant city once again rises up with the strange arrogance that swallows the sky, distorting the entire sky into a strange picture. Zhou summoned the candle dragon, let it enter the giant city first, and went to one of its palaces in the giant city. The candle dragon's body is already huge, and it is even more affected by the giant city. After breaking through the gate of the palace, it is found that the head inside is obviously much larger than the last 2 heads. I don't know if it is because of the head itself. When growing up, the size of the heads in different palaces is different. Fortunately, the candle dragon was huge enough, still much bigger than the head, and swallowed it in one bite, becoming the new owner of the palace. And Xing has been watching from the side, and roughly estimated that his 6 giants should not have much problem. However, Xing was still very cautious. He first let a frost giant enter the giant city, and the process was not abnormal. After entering the palace, the frost giant was slightly larger than a human head and successfully occupied a palace. The remaining 5 giants also entered the giant city one by one, and soon occupied the other 5 palaces. These giants were almost bigger than the head, and there was no accident. Zhou called Diju and Beeman out. After it left the palace, its size became smaller a little bit, and after it left the city gate, it returned to its original size. As a result, Zhou was overjoyed immediately. As long as his body was not affected, he had his own way to enter the palace. It seems that our inference is correct. This giant city should be the site of the legendary 12 Titans, and the palace has the power of the Titans. It is a pity that the human body itself is not huge enough, otherwise, you can consider going in to receive energy yourself. And Xing pondered. It's not difficult to get bigger. Zhou glanced at the Emperor Beeman beside him, and his body suddenly began to change. His body swelled rapidly, and at the same time changed into the appearance of Emperor Beeman. Not long after, Emperor Beeman with the same 2 ends appeared outside the city gate. The power of the demon god's bloodline catalog has been transformed into Zhou's natural instinct, and it is not difficult to simulate a dimensional creature. Even if this method is not used, Zhou can still be transformed into a prison king who is like a devil and a god, and his body size can also become larger. Let Xing stay outside and wait. Zhou took the Emperor Beeman and entered the giant city again. After entering, Zhou immediately discovered something was wrong. The Emperor beside him became bigger than the influence of the giant city, but his size did not change. After a little thought, Zhou knew what was going on. The rules of this giant city were also invalid to him. As soon as his mind moved, Zhou returned to his original appearance, no longer imitating Emperor Beeman. Emperor Beeman soon returned to the original palace, where there was no huge head, and it sat on the throne again. Jose did not rush to go to other palaces, but first walked around the giant city to see if there were any other things in the giant city besides the 12 palaces. After walking around the outside of the palace, no other buildings were found. It was not until Zhou walked to the heart of the palace that he found something strange. 12 palaces surround a square. There are no monuments or pillars on the square. There are only line marks carved on the ground, starting from the center of the square and spreading out radially around. In the heart of those line marks, a semicircular black object just covered the ground. The semicircle was dark and dull, like a dark shadow. The light that fell on it was absorbed, creating an illusion, as if it were a black hole. The power that distorts the sky is radiated from the darkest semicircle. Zhou looked at the darkest semicircle and searched his mind for information related to the 12 Titans. It seemed that only one thing could be related to the darkest semicircle. Could this be related to the Mother Earth, Gaia? Zhou Xian thought to himself. There are many legends about Gaia, the mother of the gods, the mother of the earth, the grandmother of all the gods. There is a saying that Gaia is a god at the same time as chaos, and it is said that Gaia was the firstborn by Cartes on behalf of God. No matter which way of saying it is, Gaia's status in the Norse gods is a very noble existence. Whether the darkest hemisphere is related to Gaia is only Zhou's own speculation, and he has no intention of taking the risk to study the darkest hemisphere. After finding nothing else, Zhou went to a palace and pushed open the door to see the giant human head inside. When the giant head saw Zhou, he opened his mouth to devour him. Zhou just waved it, and the sword energy cut the giant head in half. The throne rose. Zhou sat on it, and immediately a strange energy poured into Zhou's body, making him feel that the energy in his body was constantly increasing. It seems that this thing has some effect on me. Maybe I can really advance to the end of the world here. Zhou felt that the energy in his body increased, and he was overjoyed. And his heart suddenly had other thoughts. Diju and Beeman, Candle Dragon, and 6 giants, plus last week himself, occupied 10 palaces in total, and there were 2 palaces left. Since Zhou himself can ignore the rules of the giant city, he doesn't need to worry about anything. He summoned the demon baby, wanting the demon baby to occupy this palace, and then go to other palaces. Unexpectedly, after the demon baby was summoned, his big black eyes looked around, and he rushed out of the palace gate, heading in the direction of the darkest hemisphere. Oops! Zhou Xian cried out badly, knowing that there would be another demon moth, and hurriedly chased after him. Wait until he catches up with the devil, big smiley face. Remember 1 second when she was a baby, the magic baby had already arrived in front of the darkest hemisphere, but fortunately she had not made any movement, but just stood there and looked at the darkest hemisphere. Little Ying, don't mess around. Zhou told Imoing not to act at will. This is not a game. If something goes wrong, neither of them will die. The demon baby did not move, but the darkest hemisphere suddenly changed, and twisted dark shadows poured out crazily, covering the place where the demon baby and Zhou were. Zhou Xian was startled, and quickly picked up the demon baby and wanted to teleport away. Who knew that no matter how he used the space to move, he would not be able to leave the place. The surrounding space turned into darkness, and they seemed to have been swallowed up by the darkest hemisphere. I should have thought long ago that people shouldn't be greedy, let alone get the demon baby out. Zhou hugged the demon baby and looked around helplessly. Except for the darkness, it was still dark. Even though Zhou's eyes could penetrate the starry sky, consciousness can cover the entire planet, but in this darkness, nothing can be seen or felt. Finally found you. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded in the boundless darkness, unable to determine the location, as if it came from all directions. Dear. This chapter is over, I wish you a happy reading. Big smiley face. Who? Zhou frowned and stared at the emptiness of darkness. Suddenly, in that dark place, a little white light gradually lit up, from far to near, from dim to brilliant. A figure wrapped in white brilliance slowly walked from the darkest place. Finally found you, son of the dimension. The invisible light and shadow seemed to focus on the demon baby. Son of the dimension? Zhou immediately understood that the person that light and shadow was looking for was not him, but the demon infant, and only the demon infant's destiny was the son of dimension. The demon infant didn't react, staring at the light and shadow eagerly, with the intention of beheading it. Who are you? Zhou. When asked again. I'm Gaia. Guangying sighed and continued, I didn't expect the son of dimension to be reduced to such a level. Why are you looking for her? Zhou stared at the light and shadow vigilantly, and it is still unclear what Gaia's intentions are for the demon baby. Only the son of the dimension can restore the whole world to the right track. Gaia said. What do you mean? Is the world abnormal now? Zhou asked. A dimension, even the son of the dimension, has become a plaything. Do you think this is normal? Gaia's tone was full of sadness. What do you mean? Zhou Wen's heart beat fast, and he seemed to be approaching the truth of the world again. Gaia seems to have not communicated with people for a long time and really wants to express her inner thoughts. Hearing that, she continued, that terrifying woman came out of nowhere and forcibly imprisoned the rulers of all parties in the big ship, causing the world to be in chaos, almost subverting the entire dimension. The son of the dimension also lost the favor she should have received. Zhou Wen listened to the changing face. And the story Gaia told was even more bizarre and terrifying than Lord Emperor. Zhou Wen also knew for the first time that the woman came out of nowhere, not only defeated Lord Emperor, but also caught many world ruler level beings on board. Those world-class beings are the existences that maintain the dimensional order, and they are all super gods. Like Gaia. Because they are imprisoned, the earth and other dimensions will be in chaos, and various dimensional fields will gradually break the ban. Zhou Wen asked Gaia which world-class beings were imprisoned on the ship. Every name, Gaia said, made Zhou Wen tremble. Gaia, God, Shiva. That is the supreme existence in the myth of the earth, and this is only part of it. There are other things that Gaia doesn't know, because she only saw part of it. After being imprisoned, she fell asleep. Later, she didn't know which world-class life was captured on the ship. However, after the big ship encountered an accident, these world-class beings were able to get out of trouble and return to their original places. Just because they were damaged during captivity, most of these world-class beings fell into a deep sleep. Who is that woman? Is she really strong enough to easily defeat so many apocalyptic powerhouses? In Zhou Wen's own understanding, the so-called world class should also be the apocalypse level, and it is likely to be the pinnacle level, the end of the world. Maybe she's not that strong, but she can break the rules, and many world-class beings are sealed by her in their sleep. If the immortal emperor exceeded her expectations, she would have broken the world with half a foot, and I'm afraid that the plan has already been successful, and the son of the dimension will no longer exist. Gaia said and glanced at the demon baby, and seemed to be very sympathetic to the current state of the demon baby. After getting this information from Gaia, the information in Zhou Wen's mind finally had a complete outline. The woman who came by the boat not only caught the Earth's companion eggs, but also caught those world-class beings in the entire dimension, trying to subvert the entire dimension. The demon baby was originally supposed to be the protagonist of the destiny in this dimension, but because of the woman's destruction, it was reduced to the state when Zhou Wen saw her. All that woman did was to save her child, that is, Enjing. Perhaps her purpose was not only to make Enjing a companion pet on Earth, there may well be a bigger plot. It was just an accident in the middle. The immortal Emperor, Gaia said, was probably Lord Emperor. Although she lost to the woman, she completely disrupted the woman's plan. In this way, the world will become what it is now. It can be said that the current world is an accident. Without that woman, the demon baby would be the strongest existence in this world and the protagonist of the entire dimension. Lord Emperor is indeed Lord Emperor. Zhou Wen admired in his heart, but was a little worried. In less than a year, Lord Emperor will be able to get out of trouble, and it is hard to say whether it will be a blessing or a curse for mankind. Since the world has become like this, why are you looking for her? Zhou Wen couldn't help but glance at the demon baby. Only if the Son of Dimension is restored, can the world get back on track. Gaia said, emitting a piece of white light from his body. Those white lights flew towards the demon baby, and after touching the demon baby's body, they fell on the fire like snowflakes and disappeared immediately. Zhou was greatly surprised that Gaia was actually transmitting her own energy to the demon baby. The demon baby was rude, and directly took Gaia's energy as his own. The light and shadow transformed by Gaia became weaker and weaker. After a while, the light and shadow were flickering, and after a while, it was almost invisible. You believe her that much? Zhou was very surprised when he saw that Gaia was going to sacrifice himself to complete the demon baby. The meaning of my existence is to maintain the order of this world. If this world doesn't exist anymore, what is the need for me to exist? The damage to the Son of Dimension is more serious than I imagined, and my strength is. Also, there is no complete recovery. It seems that there is no way to completely repair the damage suffered by the Son of Dimension. You have to be careful, Gaia said intermittently. Be careful of what? Zhou quickly asked. Be careful of those world-class beings on the ship. It is very likely that some of them have fallen to women. Gaia's voice became weaker and weaker, until it was completely inaudible, and the light and shadow completely disappeared. Zhou Wen and Mo Ying also escaped from the darkest darkness, and the darkest hemisphere was still in front of him. It seemed that everything just now was just a dream. There are traitors in the world-class life on this ship? Zhou frowned secretly. Those lives are terrifying existences. Zhou has only seen Tian. He did not expect that. Tian had also been on that ship. It's a pity, I don't know where Tian is now. If I can find her, maybe I can get more useful information. Taking a look at the attributes of the demon baby, there was no change at all. Gaia sacrificed herself to make the demon baby continue to grow, and she didn't know how she could be promoted to the end of the world. After Gaia's consciousness disappeared, although the giant city was still running as usual, it seemed that something was missing. Zhou Wen took the demon baby to the palace and beheaded the giant heads in the remaining 2 palaces, one of which was reserved for Dr. Dark. The effect of the palace on top-level companion pets is very general, and the energy absorbed in the palace is not enough to support him to continue to grow. The natural disaster level has some effects, and it can break through the limit of 400 points, but it takes a long time to wait. The effect of low-level companion pets is obvious. The reason why Zhou chose Dark Doctor is mainly because the companion state of this companion pet is soul, which is very convenient to use, and the skills are relatively rare and useful. Zhou occupied the last palace himself, but he felt that the effect was very weak, and it was impossible for him to be promoted to the end of the world, so he had to choose another companion pet to replace him, and he left the giant city. In order to prevent other people from coming to the giant city, and Xing stayed outside the giant city to guard, in case someone discovered the secret of the giant city and wanted to enter it to replace those companion pets that were receiving energy. It was good to notify Zhou in time. The trip to the giant city has a lot of collections, and the improvement of companion pets is still second, mainly to let Zhou figure out the ins and outs of everything. Now it is basically certain that Lord Emperor is the immortal emperor, and Nuwa does not actually exist, or that Nuwa is the earth itself, and the quiet mother is not Nuwa. As for where the woman came from, it's hard to tell. Judging from the information currently obtained, women are not creatures from the earth or even a different dimension, and are likely to come from another world. The Book of Immortals and the mobile phone are things brought by women, and they may not belong to this world at all. As for where the woman came from, I am afraid that only she herself knows, or those who have been on the ship can know some information. Wang Mingyuan and the principal should have been on the crashed ship or seen the wreckage of the ship. What did they get there? Zhou Wen wanted to find them and ask, but unfortunately the principal didn't know where to go. Won't tell him anything. Let's find a way to advance to the apocalypse first. When the Earth really breaks the ban, maybe everything can be answered. Zhou Wen continued to analyze the dimensional field information that Li Xian brought back, trying to find a suitable place for him to advance to the apocalypse. Although many dimensional fields are suspected to have apocalyptic level, but after analysis, they think it is unlikely. Just when Zhou Wen was a little distressed, the Rubik's Cube was opened again. The same picture appeared on Rubik's Cube screens all over the world, and the people watching the picture were a little confused. That is a road to heaven. Pieces of stone steps are suspended in the air without any support, and they spiral into the sky like that, with no end in sight, and nothing else. When everyone was wondering, a figure appeared in the picture, with white hair and white clothes, clearly the image of a human being, but with crystal dragon horns on the top of his head. That figure was not Wang Mingyuan, or who it was. I saw him walking towards the sky step by step on the stone steps, like an immortal in an immortal palace. Old Zhou, your teacher is going to do something again. Li Xian teased Zhou Wen was not in the mood to joke with him, staring at Wang Mingyuan's figure and thinking. The place in the picture is undoubtedly not on the Earth, it should be a different dimension, but I don't know where it is. Many people were paying attention to Wang Mingyuan's breakthrough, but beyond everyone's expectations, Wang Mingyuan walked up step by step without encountering any trouble at all, and no alien creature appeared to attack him. Circle after circle, Wang Mingyuan walked in no hurry, and he didn't know how long he walked until he finally reached the end of the stone steps. At the end is just a platform suspended in the air, with no buildings and no creatures. Wang Mingyuan stood at the end and just stood there and didn't move, but the Rubik's Cube screen automatically switched to the ranking screen. On the entire leaderboard, only Wang Mingyuan's name occupied the top spot. Why is this Rubik's Cube challenge so easy? Just walking to the end of the stone steps is enough to complete the challenge? There's nothing weird in here, right? It's too simple. Is it faster than anyone else? Human beings are talking a lot, and many people are a little moved. It seems that anyone can complete such a simple trial. As long as their physical strength is good enough, it is not a problem to complete the steps. Although many people suspect that there must be something weird on the stone steps, and it is not so easy to walk up, but it still can't stop people from being tempted to pass the level. I saw the Rubik's Cube lit up again, and a human was standing on the stone steps. Everyone stared at the human, wanting to see if the stone steps were weird. But the man stood on the first stone steps, motionless, as if petrified. When everyone was wondering, the stone steps standing under his feet fell down, and the man stood straight on the stone steps and fell with the stone steps until they disappeared completely. After a while, the stone steps rose again, but the man disappeared. The picture of the Rubik's Cube changed, and the challenge was over. Sure enough, it's weird, but what's going on? Was that person immobilized? This is too strange. Anyway, he is also a fear-level human. How can it end like this? Those who knew him were extremely horrified. No one knew what the hell was going on, and no humans would dare to go through the barrier. Zhou Wendao could see clearly that there must be taboo power on the stone steps, which is not something ordinary people can walk up to. Zhou Wen wanted to give it a try, not that he wanted to compete with Wang Mingyuan, but that there was a small hand pattern on the stone steps, just on the side of the first stone steps. Zhou Wen tried to use his mobile phone to directly photograph the small hand pattern, but unfortunately the screen broadcast by the Rubik's Cube could not allow the mobile phone to download a copy. When Zhou Wen was considering whether to go there by himself, the Rubik's Cube lit up again, but this time the challenge was not a human being, but a different dimensional creature. I don't know what kind of creature it is. The whole body is wrapped in a large gray robe, and even the head and face are covered, leaving only a pair of empty white eyes, like a blind man without pupils. He stood on the stone steps, and he was not as immobilized as the human beings who had passed the level before, walking on the steps step by step. It's just that his footsteps are extremely heavy, as if walking against a mountain, walking very hard, not as easy as Wang Mingyuan. This thing doesn't have the same properties as the gravity ladder, right? Li Xian said, after looking at it for a while. It's not that simple. It's not because of gravity that he walked so hard. Zhou Wen stared at the screen and said, isn't it gravity? Li Xian looked at Zhou Wen in surprise. No, if it were gravity, that human would have been pressed to the ground. It would be impossible for him to stand there, Zhou Wen explained. That's right. Seems tricky if it's not gravity. Li Xian scratched his head. Thankfully, someone else is scouting. Let's wait and see. The alien on the stone steps was still advancing, but his speed was getting slower and slower. After a while, one could see the stone steps behind him falling one after another. His speed could no longer keep up with the speed at which the stone steps behind him fell. In his horror, he tried with all his might to head higher, but he couldn't walk fast. His footsteps became heavier and heavier. Finally, the stone steps beneath his feet fell into the bottomless abyss, taking him along with it. Without any struggle, the stone steps and the creature vanished. The cube scene vanished, and the creature's attempt at clearing the level ended in failure. From the looks of it, you can't use abilities other than your body there. I'm afraid you have to rely on pure physical strength to walk up, Li Xian analyzed. Zhou Wen nodded in agreement. The creature that cleared the level was likely at the calamity grade. He hadn't used any abilities from beginning to end. It was obvious that there was a very powerful taboo power restriction on the stone steps. One can't use their abilities and can only rely on their physical strength, but it has nothing to do with gravity. What kind of power is it that slows down the challengers? Li Xian muttered to himself. That can only be determined by giving it a try, Zhou Wen said. Li Xian jumped in. Fright and hurriedly said, don't do anything rash. This cube battle is clearly different from the past. If you don't succeed, you will definitely die. There's no third path. It won't be too late to go after figuring out the stone steps. I know. Zhou Wen looked at the cube screen and guessed all the possibilities. The various human factions were also drawn to the cube's challenge, and although the challenge looked very dangerous, those with acumen realized that this might be an opportunity. Walking on the stone steps didn't allow one to use all sorts of abilities. They could only rely on their bodies. This restriction had its pros and cons. If one's body was strong enough, this restriction was a form of protection. There were suddenly more humans challenging the cube, but most of them weren't true powerhouses. Among the challengers, there were very few at the terror grade. Anyone with experience could tell that some organization was scouting out a path. However, the cost of scouting was rather high. In just half a day, more than 10 humans had died. The deaths of these challengers weren't completely fruitless. Although most of them could only stand on the stone steps and move a little, 2 of them managed to take 2 to 3 steps. I wonder who is so heinous to use human lives as a pathfinder. Li Xian couldn't stand it any longer as he cursed softly. Zhou Wen didn't like this method of sacrificing lives, but other than that, he couldn't think of any other way. The cube lit up again. Just as the 2 of them thought that another human was being used as a pathfinder, they realized that the person clearing the level was a female dimensional creature. Drought Demon Fairy is free. Zhou Wen was slightly surprised when he saw the dimensional creature. The Zhang family had always sealed off the place where Drought Demon Fairy slept, and although they knew that it was only a matter of time before she gained freedom, they never expected her to appear so quickly. If such an existence had already broken out, it was hard to say how long Earth could last. I'm sorry. We tried our best. Zhang Chuanqiu walked over. It's only a matter of time. Such an existence can't be suppressed. Zhou Wen had previously interacted with Drought Demon Fairy. He knew that if she really wanted to gain freedom, the Zhang family definitely wouldn't be able to suppress her. It was just that she hadn't left for some reason. Drought Demon Fairy walked up the stone steps. It was much easier than the dimensional creature from before. She walked even faster than Wang Mingyuan. However, as she approached the floating platform, Drought Demon Fairy's speed slowed down significantly. It was obvious that Drought Demon Fairy was slightly inferior to Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan had maintained the same speed from beginning to end. Clearly, he didn't give his all. However, from the looks of it, it shouldn't be a problem for Drought Demon Fairy to walk onto the floating platform. Her strength was equally shocking. No one expected Drought Demon Fairy to slow down significantly when there were less than 20 steps to the floating platform. When she reached the last few stone steps, she had to take a break after every step. It was originally believed that the speed at which the stone steps fell wouldn't be able to catch up to her. But the final stretch had taken her too long. The falling stone steps were about to catch up. Zhou Wen and company felt their hearts race when they saw this. When Drought Demon Fairy reached the last stone step, she stood there for a long time without moving. She didn't take the step onto the platform. The stone steps behind fell faster and faster. There were less than 10 stone steps left. Just as everyone thought that Drought Demon Fairy was about to die, she finally took the final step and stepped onto the platform. The moment Drought Demon Fairy stepped onto the platform, the flames on her body erupted like a volcano that had been suppressed for a long time. The flames that surged into the sky dyed the entire sky blood red, as though the entire void was burning. She's advancing to the apocalypse grade. Zhou Wen's eyes focused. At that moment, the shock Zhou Wen felt was unimaginable. She had only taken one stone step, but she had already begun advancing to the apocalypse grade. She made it look easy. It wasn't just Zhou Wen. The human powerhouses around the world were about to go crazy. Anyone could tell that Drought Demon Fairy was advancing. Anyone who knew Drought Demon Fairy knew that she was definitely at the peak of the calamity grade. Another advancement meant the apocalypse grade. What kind of place is that stone staircase? Zhang Chuanqiu was dumbfounded. No one knew Drought Demon Fairy better than the Zhang family. Because of this, no one was more surprised than the Zhang family. I'm afraid something big is about to happen. Zhou Wen sighed. After walking a certain distance, one could advance to the apocalypse grade. To humans, this was an unimaginable temptation. Many talented humans might not be able to touch the threshold of the calamity grade even after working hard for decades. Now, as long as one walked a certain distance, they could advance to the even more unattainable apocalypse grade. How many humans could resist such a huge temptation? The stronger a human was, the more they couldn't resist this temptation. Zhou Wen knew very well that it wasn't that easy to advance to the apocalypse grade. To human experts, it was a huge honey trap. Countless human elites would risk their lives and ultimately pay the price with their lives. The shocking flames on Drought Demon Fairy's body were still rising crazily. The entire world seemed to have turned into purgatory. And she was the ruler of that purgatory. The cube's screen changed as a second name appeared on the rankings. Drought Demon Fairy was ranked second. Zhou Wen could predict what would happen next. He wasn't in the mood to pay attention to the cube's battle. He continued searching for his dimensional zone to prepare for his advancement to the apocalypse grade. Li Xian came to Zhou Wen from time to time, telling him who had died while challenging the stone steps. The only good news was that Wang Lu had already moved the Wang family to guide ancient city, making it even more prosperous. A portion of the Zhang family and the Xia family had already moved over. However, these two families had too many businesses. Many of them needed time to be slowly moved. In the deepest depths of the dimension's endless sea was a large group of strange underwater palaces. A white figure slowly approached the underwater palace. Wang Mingyuan, are you really going to kill me? In front of the palace, a group of merfolk-like creatures glared angrily at the white figure. All of them were indignant, but their eyes hid deep fear. Submit or perish. Choose one, Wang Mingyuan said calmly. As he looked at the merfolk-like creatures. You have already ascended the destiny platform. As long as you wait for the final outcome, you can become the king of all species. Why are you forcing us into a dead end? The leading merman roared at Wang Mingyuan. The outcome needs to be created yourself, not wait for it to be handed to you on a platter. Even the heavens can't control my life, much less decide who I am. Wang Mingyuan said indifferently, whether the sea gods submit or perish depends on your single word. Wang Mingyuan, don't think that. You are really invincible in the dimension. In this endless sea, our sea god race is an invincible existence. If we give it our all and use the power of this endless sea, even if we can't kill you, we will definitely severely injure you. When that happens, do you think those fellows who were forced to submit will still obey you? The leading sea god continued in a deep voice, us sea gods have always maintained a neutral stance. We have never fought with anyone for anything. You are the master of the dimension. We only need a small living space. It will definitely not affect you. Why are you making things difficult for us? Wang Mingyuan said unhurriedly. There's no such thing as neutrality in this world. If it's not within the rules, it's outside the rules. So-called neutrality means that you don't have to keep to the rules. If you don't, you will be my enemy. Therefore, you only have two choices. You can join the order I established, or you don't need to abide by the order. Only the dead didn't need to abide by any order. The sea gods naturally understood what Wang Mingyuan meant. Since you can't tolerate us, let's be destroyed together. The sea gods raised the tridents in their hands and roared. In unison. A strange power rose and stirred the entire endless sea. The endless sea suddenly seemed to come to life. With the sea gods as its center, it transformed into a huge maelstrom. The maelstrom was enough to devour planets. It was like a blue-black hole that swept through everything and devoured everything. Wang Mingyuan stood in the middle of the maelstrom and allowed the water to strike him, but he seemed to be frozen in place. No matter how powerful the vortex was, it couldn't move his body at all. Only absolute strength can create absolute order. Since you aren't willing to coexist with absolute order, embrace absolute strength, Wang Mingyuan said indifferently as he extended his palm and clenched it slightly. Boom! The endless sea suddenly surged into the sky. It was as though the world had turned upside down. All the seawater fell into the sky, and everything in the sea rose into the sky. The underwater palaces were uprooted as they flew into the sky with the seawater. The sea gods gathered in front of the palace staggered. They were no longer able to maintain their collective control of the sea. One by one, they were lifted into the sky by the seawater. Even the apocalypse-grade sea god king was no exception. He screamed as he was swept into the sky. The sea turned into the sky, and the seabed turned into land. Only one person stood between heaven and earth. Is it that difficult to abide by the rules? Wang Mingyuan sighed and clenched his fists. Everything in the sea and the sky exploded. The blood of the marine creatures dyed the sea red, and the sea above turned into a sky of blood. Since you're here, why don't you come and meet me? Wang Mingyuan suddenly said indifferently. Now that you are the king of the dimension, who knows if you will still like an old friend like me? A smiling voice sounded not far behind Wang Mingyuan. It was none other than Holy God, who had vanished from the Holy Land. We may be old, but we might not be friends. Wang Mingyuan turned around and looked at Holy God. It's been so many years, but you haven't changed at all. Is it really that difficult to let go of hatred? They have been dead for so many years. It's time to let go of some things. No matter how much you torture yourself, the dead won't revive, Holy God said with a sigh. It's precisely because the lost ones won't be revived that I can't let the tragedy repeat itself. Only when all creatures abide by the rules will such a tragedy not happen again, Wang Mingyuan said indifferently. Aren't you being a little too idealistic? Even if you become the Dimension King and can control the life and death of all races, it's impossible for you to control the hearts of people, much less make every planet in the universe abide by your rules. The stars are born and destroyed, and the mountains and rivers change. As long as there are variables, there will definitely be tragedy, Holy God said. Then let this world no longer have any variables, Wang Mingyuan said expressionlessly. Holy God couldn't help but laugh. Wang Mingyuan, oh Wang Mingyuan, you are really an extremely conceited person. The variables in the world can't be calculated even with the power of the gods. Furthermore, you are only a human. Even if you become the Dimension King, you aren't an omniscient and omnipotent existence. How are you going to make this world no longer have any variables? Destroy it? Wang Mingyuan didn't react to Holy God's mockery at all. He only said indifferently, have you forgotten what we saw on that ship? Upon hearing this, Holy God's expression changed as he cried out, don't tell me you want. Are you crazy? How do you know if you don't give it a try? Wang Mingyuan said with a smile. If you fail, you will destroy everything. I'm afraid the entire world will be destroyed. Holy God's expression changed. But if it succeeds, this world will become a real garden of Eden, Wang Mingyuan said. What if you fail? Holy God asked. If it fails, what's the point of such an unlucky world existing? Wang Mingyuan smiled. What about the people you care about? Holy God stared at Wang Mingyuan. Everyone has to abide by the rules. There are naturally no exceptions. Wang Mingyuan looked straight into Holy God's eyes. What about you? Do you choose to be confined by the rules or be outside the rules? I already know my fate at my age. How can there be any rules? I'm just waiting for death, Holy God said with a smile. Then let me send you off. Wang Mingyuan waved his sleeve and instantly sliced Holy God's body into two. However, on careful look, he realized that it was only Holy God's robe that had been torn into two. His whereabouts were unknown. Wang Mingyuan looked at the robe that had dropped to the ground and couldn't help but frown slightly. He muttered to himself, I hope you really are aware of fate. Zhou finally locked onto another dimensional zone. It was the legendary heaven. This was a popular dimensional zone recently. Many humans went to heaven and obtained angel companion beasts there. The heaven dimensional zone was a relatively safe dimensional zone. As long as a human could reach the mythical stage, there was a high chance of obtaining an angel companion beast in heaven. Now, many people believed that heaven was a land bestowed by the heavens and would be the final salvation for humanity. More and more people from the West District headed to heaven. There were already a few large factions who wanted to build a base there. From the information they had obtained, most of the angel companion beasts obtained by humans in heaven were ordinary two-winged angels. Legend had it that someone had obtained a four-winged angel, but there was no video or photo evidence. However, there were also people who said that the so-called heaven dimensional zone might not be the real heaven, but the Garden of Eden. Heaven was the kingdom of God. It shouldn't appear on the land, so it could be the Garden of Eden. Be it heaven or the Garden of Eden, Zhou wanted to take a look. Perhaps he could find information related to Sweetie. Old Zhou, are you really going to heaven? That's not auspicious, Li Xian teased. I want to take a look even if there's a Western paradise, let alone heaven, Zhou said with a smile. You don't say. The Western paradise does exist. Someone discovered a mountain suspected to be the legendary Mount Numinous. However, that place is too terrifying. No one returned. Those who went might have really gone to paradise, Li Xian said with a smile. Where's Mount Numinous? Zhou was somewhat surprised. He hadn't seen any information regarding Mount Numinous. Legend has it that it's near the Himalayas, but it's not in a fixed spot. Occasionally, someone will see Mount Numinous appear before they can enter. It depends on fate if you can really find it yourself. Li Xian told him the information regarding Mount Numinous. This was a report he had obtained not long ago. He hadn't had the time to tidy it up and add it to the database. Zhou thought to himself, if I don't gain anything in heaven, I can try my luck there. When they heard that Zhou was going to heaven, Feng Chuyan and Ming Xiu were rather interested. Together with Wang Lu and Qin Zhen, the five of them headed to the heaven dimensional zone. Li Xian had originally wanted to go, but unfortunately, there were still many things he needed to deal with. In the ancient city, all he could do was stay behind gloomily. Zhou never expected Li Xian to have The patience to manage the ancient city. He was more like the city lord than Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen had the intention of making Li Xian the city lord in name and in practice, but unfortunately, Li Xian wasn't willing. All he said was that the city belonged to the two of them. He was the body of the ancient city, and Zhou Wen was the soul of the ancient city. Neither of them was replaceable. Zhou Wen teleported everyone to the place suspected to be the heaven dimensional zone. There were people everywhere. Thankfully, Zhou Wen had the foresight to disguise himself. Otherwise, human sovereign's arrival would definitely cause a stir. This place is almost a market. Ming Xiu looked around and realized that many people were setting up stalls to sell companion eggs. There were even people selling angel companion eggs. Occasionally, one could see someone walking around with an angel companion beast, attracting many envious gazes. Angel companion beasts are very beautiful, Wang Lu said as she sized up an angel companion beast. The angel companion beast flapped its wings and flew in the air, following behind its master. It had blonde hair and white clothes, looking unimaginably handsome. However, its beauty was a little neutral. It was impossible to tell if it was male or female. There's no need to be envious. We'll get a few later and form an angel legion for you, Ming Xiu said with a smile. Upon hearing Ming Xiu's words, someone beside him found it unacceptable. Outsider, don't be too arrogant. Angel companion beasts are bestowed by the heavens. It's already a blessing to obtain one. The elder who was setting up a stall beside him seemed to be a pious parishioner as he looked at Ming Xiu. What era are we in? Why are you still talking about such things? If there's really a God, why would the world become what it is now? Ming Xiu retorted. To Ming Xiu's words immediately incurred the wrath of everyone. The people nearby glared at him angrily. If they didn't know that foreigners who came here weren't to be trifled with, they would have long pounced on Ming Xiu and tied him up before sending him to the gallows. Swordsman tomorrow, Feng Qiuyan, female. Sword immortal. Why are the three of you free to stroll around our West District? Could it be that you are also interested in the angel companion beast? A blonde, blue-eyed man with an angel companion beast walked over. Ming Xiu sized up the man and clearly recognized who he was. He curled his lips and said, Fred, do you own heaven? Can't we come and enter? I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. God loves the world. As long as you are grateful, you can naturally go anywhere. I'm just afraid that you have evil intentions. If you really enter heaven, not only will you not obtain an angel companion beast, but you will also be sent to hell. Fred said with a faint smile. I hate your Cape family's nonsense. Ming Xiu glanced at Fred in disgust. Qin Zhen explained to Zhou Wen that Fred was one of the more famous experts in the Cape family in recent times. It was said that the guardian he had contracted had already reached the calamity grade, allowing him to conquer many mysterious dimensional zones in the West District. As a friend, I just want to remind everyone. This friend is? Fred sized up Zhou Wen. It was because he suspected Zhou Wen's identity that he stood up and said that. Nonsense to Ming Xiu. It has nothing to do with you. Ming Xiu didn't want to attract attention here, so he spoke first. Without caring what Fred was up to, Ming Xiu had already passed him and led Zhou Wen and company towards the entrance of heaven. It was a strange river that wasn't too wide, but it was enveloped in white fog. Even those with special eye techniques couldn't see through the white fog to see where the river headed. There was a small boat docked by the river. There were no boatmen on the boat, but as long as someone was sitting on it, the boat would automatically sail into the fog. Not long after, the boat returned by itself, but the person on the boat was gone. Only the most pious believers can take the ship of salvation to Permitha. Take heed if you aren't pious believers, Fred said indifferently. While talking, someone jumped on the boat again. The boat looked obviously strong, and had already carried many people into the fog. But when the man jumped on the boat seemed to be just a phantom, and the man's body went straight through the hull and fell into the river. The river was not wide, and the water flowed very slowly, but after the man fell into the river, he didn't even struggle, so he sank to the bottom and disappeared in a blink of an eye. The surface of the water did not even splash, and a single life was lost. That's the end of impiety, Fred said with a smile. Zhou Wen and the others looked at each other in dismay. Although they had already learned about this situation from the intelligence, they were a little shocked to see it at this time. Although some people fell into the water and died, there were still many people lining up to board the ship. After all, there are very few dimensional fields, you can get companion pets without fighting, and at least they are mythical companion pets. Although it is a mythical companion pet that cannot be evolved, it is enough to make ordinary people crazy. Coach, do you see any way? Mingxiu looked at Zhou Wen and asked. Mingxiu, your words are redundant. Feng Chuyan's expression seemed to be saying that the coach had already made up his mind. Everything is under the coach's control. Qin Zhen nodded beside him, and seemed to agree with Feng Chuyan's point of view. She also felt that Zhou Wen must have seen through everything. Zhou Wen looked at 3 pairs of eyes full of expectation and admiration, but 10,000 grass and mud horses whizzed past in his heart. I'll take a few of you out, it's really terrible, I'm in control. Zhou Wen was depressed in his heart. He also came to see the situation. Now that he was caught by these 3 people, if he didn't go, it would be a heinous crime. Zhou Wen, let's get on the boat together, Wang Lu said suddenly. Okay. Zhou Wen looked at Wang Lu, saw Wang Lu nodded slightly to him, and immediately understood that Wang Lu must be sure. Otherwise he would not have said such a thing. Several people followed behind Wang Lu and were at the back of the line. You want to get on the boat together? Fred heard a few people's conversation just now, with a half-smile, he said, don't blame me for not reminding you that the ship of redemption can only pass one person at a time, otherwise it will not pass. Others can't cross, it doesn't mean we can't cross. Mingxiu saw that Zhou Wen had already agreed with Wang Lu's statement, thinking that Zhou Wen had a clue, and immediately fought back hard. Is that so? Then I really want to see how you all cross the river of heaven together. Well, you don't have to wait in line, just go straight. I still have this power. Fred had already confirmed Zhou Wen's decision. Identity. The person who can convince both Mingxiu and Feng Chuyan so much, apart from the Emperor Zhou Wen, I am afraid that there is no other person in this world. No need, we'll just line up here. Wang Lu opened his mouth and rejected Fred. If I really want special treatment, I don't need Fred to be a good person and show the identity of the Emperor. I am afraid that everyone will automatically let Zhou Wen board the ship first. Fred didn't say anything, just watched, he just wanted to see how Zhou Wen and his party crossed the river of heaven together. It is absolutely impossible for 2 people to board the Ship of redemption at a time, not to mention that there are 5 people in Zhou Wen and the others. The Cape family has tried many times, and more than one person will surely die. If the emperor died in this river of paradise, it would be a great news for the Cape family. Both Zhou Wen and Tianzhua had a very bad relationship with the Cape family, and there were many conflicts. There are many powerful people in the Cape family, all of whom died in the hands of Zhou Wen and family. At this time, Fred did not dare to turn against Zhou Wen, because he knew he was invincible, but he was looking forward to Zhou Wen's early death. Without a human emperor, the Cape family would only applaud, or at most regretfully say, "Youth and frivolity have to pay a price." Zhou Wen and the others were lined up in a long line. And it took 2 or 3 hours before it was finally their turn. Fred couldn't wait any longer, and wished he could push all the people in front of Zhou Wen into the river, so that Zhou Wen and the others could get on the boat sooner, fall into the water sooner, and drown the big enemy of the Cape family. "I'll get on the boat first, and then you can follow," Wang Lu said, and then jumped lightly and landed on the boat of redemption. Mingxiu and the others were still a little worried, and they were ready to save people at any time. After all, they also knew in their hearts that Wang Lu was not a believer of God. "Fall down, fall down." Fred, who was beside him, cursed viciously in his heart. He wished that Zhou Wen's army would be wiped out. Unfortunately, it was not as he wished, and Wang Lu stood firmly on the boat. "All right. Wang Lu will fall when he comes up, and I'm afraid Zhou Wen won't dare to get on the boat." Fred now only hopes that Zhou Wen will get on the boat second. When the two get into the boat together, the ship of redemption will sink. His prayer seemed to be answered by God, and Zhou Wenjin jumped to the ship of redemption for the second time. Zhou Wen also knew the saying that the two would sink when they boarded the ship. He was worried that there would be an accident, so he jumped to the ship of redemption second. "Fall off." Fred almost shouted as Zhou Wen's toes fell inside the boat. There are still many ranked believers on the shore, and they all look at Zhou Wen and the others. The ship of redemption can only redeem one person at a time. They even boarded the ship together. Isn't this courting death? Who knew that Zhou Wen landed in the boat steadily, that is, he did not fall into the water, and the ship of redemption did not sink. How could this be? Fred's face was full of disbelief. The rule that the two must sink when they get on the boat was broken so easily. When Fred was killed, he did not believe that Zhou Wen and Wang Lu were both devout believers of God. What's more, no matter how devout you are, you can't ride 2 people in one boat. Could it be that God can also bully the soft and fear the hard? Fred had this disrespectful thought in his heart. The other believers were already stunned, and the two of them got on the boat together and didn't turn over. This was the first time they had seen each other. What made them even drop their jaws was still to come. Next, Feng Qiuyan, Ming Xiu, and Qin Zhen jumped onto the boat one by one. After a while, several people stood firmly on the boat, none of them fell into the water, and the boat did not sink. Oh my God, how pure are these people's beliefs to be able to board the ship of redemption together? They must be extremely devout believers to receive such a gift. A merciful God. So merciful to his followers. There were exclamations of praise on the shore, making Mingxiu want to laugh a little. What an ignorant person, this is all caused by the power of our coach, what does it have to do with their God? Feng Qiuyan pouted and muttered in a low voice. Zhou Wen looked at Wang Lu, he was very clear in his heart, he did nothing, everything was due to Wang Lu, but he didn't know how Wang Lu did it. Although Wang Lu is a person of faith, her faith is not God. Fred's expression was not very good as he watched Zhou Wen and his group enter the fog on the ship of redemption. After the ship of redemption came back, he immediately jumped on it, wanting to see if Zhou Wen and the others could get the angel companion pet. 7017K. Zhou Wen and several people have never seen such a luxurious dimension field. Gold bricks are laid on the ground, and silver is used as a column. If this is placed before the emergence of the dimension field, and a few pieces are dug back, ordinary people will not worry about eating and drinking for a lifetime. The huge square was full of people. Zhou Wen and several people walked in the direction of the crowd, and the places they passed were full of luxurious beauty. Passing through the square, there are 3 gardens behind, and most people are rushing towards the garden in the middle, where they can get angel companion pets. Zhou Wen and a few people followed into the garden, which was also paved with gold bricks, and in the center was a tumbling pool of white mist. There is the angel reincarnation pond. Fred came over at some point and said beside him. Before coming, Zhou Wen and the others had already done their homework, so they naturally knew that it was the angel reincarnation pond. Humans jump into the reincarnation pool. If the opportunity comes, their own angel companion pets will return with the humans who jumped into the reincarnation pool. If the opportunity does not come, it will never come back. As for how to obtain angel companion pets under the reincarnation pool, there is no detailed information. There are many people who come to the reincarnation pool, but not many people dare to jump down. Some people who are originally determined to win will inevitably hesitate before the reincarnation pool, and there are not a few who give up. Seeing that there were a lot of people queuing up in front, Zhou Wen said to Wang Lu and the others, "You line up here first, and I'll go to other gardens to see." Among the 3 gardens in paradise, the reincarnation pool garden is the safest. As long as you don't try to jump off the reincarnation pool, there is no danger. But the other 2 gardens are different. One of them has many people entering, but few people come out. The last one has many people entering, but no one can come out. Do you want me to accompany you? Wang Lu said. No, I can rest assured that you are here. Zhou Wen shook his head. Without Wang Lu here, Zhou Wen was afraid that something would happen to Feng Chuyan and the others. Leaving the reincarnation pond garden alone, Zhou Wen went to the garden on the left and heard that there was a fruit tree there, which was suspected to be the garden where Adam and Eve were said to have stayed. This is one of the reasons why some people think this is the Garden of Eden, not paradise. Someone can go in and out of this garden. Some people go in but cannot come out. It is said that only those who pick the fruit can come out, but not everyone can pick the fruit. It's better to be careful, my friend. It's easy to enter this garden, but not so easy to get out. Fred also followed Zhou Wen to the orchard. Zhou Wen ignored him lazily, and there were not many people in front of the door, so he walked in directly. Inside the garden is still a wall of gold bricks and silver, with a fruit tree growing in the middle, with golden branches and silver leaves, but the fruit is red like fire, a bit like an apple. Zhou Wen had obtained a golden apple before, which could change his fate, and he kept it unused. When he saw the apple again, he wondered why there are so many myths related to apples in Western mythology. There were only a dozen people in the garden, and they were all trying their best to pick apples. It is strange to say that there are more than a dozen people. Some are climbing trees, some are holding their toes to grab the branches, but no One is flying up to pick apples. Fred also followed, and said to Zhou with a smile, there are taboos in the orchard. You can't leave the object with your feet at the same time. If you want to pick apples, you have to climb up by yourself. What are these apples for? Zhou asked. Eat it can improve the level of cultivation. Fred did not explain in detail how much level can be improved. This is similar to the effect of ginseng fruit. It is probably not useful to me. It can be used to feed companion pets. Zhou saw a person climb up a tree branch and reach out to pick apples. I didn't see any difficulty for him, so he ripped off the apple directly, and then hurriedly stuffed it into his mouth and ate it in big gulps. Bang! Just after eating the apple, the man suddenly fell from the tree and moved on the ground. Zhou Wenjing was about to step forward to check what was going on with him, but the man's body suddenly moved, his limbs twisted strangely, and his whole body shook violently. On his skin, there were actually fine scales growing, his eyes became weird, and scales also appeared on the lens, but the scales were transparent. After a while, the man had turned into a half-human, half-snake monster with a snake-like tail on his butt. Getting up from the ground, the man seemed to be crazy, and rushed towards other humans, looking like he was choosing someone to devour. The angel figure behind Fred flashed, a lightsaber condensed in his hand, and the half-human, half-snake monster beheaded with one sword. This fruit is not something that everyone can eat. Only devout believers with good hearts can eat it. If you have evil thoughts or impure beliefs, you will become such a half-human, half-snake monster when you eat it. My friend. Do you still want to try? Fred looked at Zhou and smiled. Can only good believers really eat it? Zhou asked again. Of course. Fred replied without hesitation. So, have you ever eaten the fruit from the tree? Zhou asked Fred, looking at Fred. Of course. Fred raised his chest proudly. Then I can rest assured. Zhou seemed to be relieved. What do you mean? Fred looked at Zhou suspiciously. You can be considered a kind person, and I'm not a bad person. After that, Zhou walked towards the apple tree. When you eat the forbidden fruit and turn into a monster, let's see how arrogant you are. Fred was depressed, thinking that he was superfluous. When he looked at Zhou again, he opened his mouth in surprise. Zhou Wenjing stood in the air, as if stepping on invisible steps, walked to the side of a fruit, reached out and picked it. Damn it, the prohibition in the garden is not valid for him. Fred's face was a little ugly, but he had to secretly praise, the Emperor is not a vain name, even the prohibition of the dimensional field of the level of heaven is invalid for him, it's really terrible. It's a pity that such a person has a bad relationship with my Cape family, which is really a headache. After Zhou picked an apple, he didn't stop there, and went to another fruit. After a while, he picked 7 or 8 fruits. Judging from his posture, it seemed that he wanted to get all the fruits. Take it off. Fred was suddenly shocked and quickly stopped. Friend. Each person can only eat one forbidden fruit. If you eat too much, you will be punished by the gods. Don't pick too many. Of course, Fred did not kindly remind Zhou that although those fruits can turn people into monsters, as long as they are not affected by the fruits, they can break through the barriers of heaven and man and advance to myths as pure human beings, without the need to be like before. With the help of the Guardian's power, or the use of mutant genes, each forbidden fruit means a pure human myth. How can Zhou Wenquan, pick such a precious thing. As if he didn't hear his words, Zhou Wen kept picking fruits, and he was about to pick all the fruits on the tree. 7017K